Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 143, Horns and Fangs. What's going on? Arthur asked as he looked at the group standing around a table. It was a disharmonious sight as every member had a different appearance from the other with no similarity except how intimidating they were. Standing around a table filled with cakes and alcohol, they looked nothing like the monsters they were. A surprise party, Ivy shook her head, clicking her tongue. You need to work on your observation skills, newbie. Sarcasm was dripping. I can see that, Arthur's eyebrows twitched. But why are you guys throwing me a party? Allow me to answer. Reese stepped forward, throwing his hands forward. My humble self has seen it all. How our youngest junior ran around the place to achieve his goal and secure us the infamous fortress. He was cool, hardworking, and most importantly, he was handsome. Shut the hell up, weirdo. Zaz kicked Reese from behind, making him fall to his knees before he could finish. This is your welcome party. He explained briefly, making Arthur sigh in relief that it wasn't because of his medal. Of course, it's also to celebrate our hero. Hua grinned as she threw Arthur a flirtatious glare. Arthur started to feel mentally drained. Okay, stop teasing him. C laughed and clapped his hands. We didn't have the time to throw you a welcome party, so here it is. Sadly, Lee and William had to stay in the fortress. That musclehead, Lee, was fawning over the chambers. Ivy shook her head. I bet he's training as we speak. How did you guys get here? Arthur asked with confusion. After all, it was a long distance from the fortress. Traveling here had surely taken some time, especially without being found out by the kingdom. He still remembered how he had traveled relentlessly using his teleport rune when he went back to Kara. His rune's mana were always minute, especially the ones that required no mana to keep them active. As for the border, he used the terrain of the surrounding wilderness to slip unnoticed. However, he enjoyed the privilege of using a rune with a reality gate, connecting to nature directly. So, unless Zaz transported them all the way here, they had to find another way. We had Idris smuggle a teleportation artifact. It was a one-time artifact, we're still thinking about how to travel there without the hassle. C answered before pulling a chair and sitting. Enough of that, come here and cut the cake. The cake, to Arthur's dismay, was decorated in a dancing hall fashion with two figures intertwined in the middle. The reference was obvious and Arthur had no energy but to sigh as he sat down as well. I just hope whoever made this didn't ask questions. He grabbed the knife as the group eagerly waited for him. It wasn't even his birthday, but he dreaded that they might sing him something. There was no greater torture than sitting awkwardly as a group sang you happy birthday. Oh, that would be Ivy. Zaz snickered and Arthur paused when he heard this. He couldn't help but turn his head toward the tomboyish woman who unexpectedly turned out to have such hidden skills. Wow, thank you, Ivy. He didn't know what to say and Ivy grinned back at him. Yeah. I take payments with artifacts. The group laughed and spent the rest of the time drinking, eating cakes, and singing. Despite being unaccustomed to such gatherings, Arthur enjoyed his time. He was always a sweet tooth but he didn't have the money to enjoy them until now. Ivy's bakery skills left him amazed and he even thought it wasn't a bad deal to have her make him pastries all the time. Before he realized it, the alcohol kicked in and he had to stabilize himself with a stamina rune. The others turned out to be quite the drinkers as Hua and Idris competed with the young foreign woman winning in the end. After that, the room was cleared by some of Idris's trustworthy subordinates. The group sat alone lazily in their chairs as C went on to the next event. While Ivy, Lai, Zaz, and Arthur went to the Rune's Cup, we managed to infiltrate the royal palace with Master Ronan's help while the war was underway. They came back with more than a few spoils and evaded being caught thanks to Master Ronan's prophecies. One of the spoils is this. He took out a box from his storage artifact and presented it to Arthur. This is your welcome gift, newbie. Ivy smiled as Arthur took the box with a complicated gaze. How would he tell them that he didn't need it anymore? This mana condensing agent is called the Maiden's Tear, taken from a myth-tier monster, the Sirens. Hearing C's words, Arthur's eyes turned round. If high-tier monsters were handled by Ray rankers mostly, mid-tier monsters were handled by Astra rankers. That means this mana condensing agent was as valuable as a mid-tier monster. This is too much, Arthur asked with hesitation, feeling the cold woody texture of the box. Suddenly, it weighed heavier than earlier. Even if he didn't need a mana condensing agent, he could still give it to Orin when he needs it. It's not as valuable as the fortress you obtained for us. C laughed and shook his head. This is an investment. The stronger you become, the better it is for everyone here. Hearing his words, Arthur nodded. This was also one of the benefits he obtained by joining Mistletoe. Other than finding a channel to process his artifacts and the strength they aided him, he would also get such items. Thank you, everyone. Arthur kept the box to himself as he nodded gratefully. The others grinned and waved their hands, still intoxicated by the alcohol. Now, let's talk about our next plans. They spent some time planning a few robberies, commissions, and auctions. Their meeting was purely focused on profits with no regard to how to obtain them. Arthur estimated how much money was involved and he was shocked. His bank account already had more than $1 million. The Twilight Workshop would also pay him $1 million once he becomes the champion. There was also the matter of selling artificial artifacts. He was becoming rich. However, he knew this money wouldn't sit around like this. He would need to move out of his house eventually. He would need to buy proper armor as he gets stronger and he would need money for that. He also wanted to buy a car for his mother as he knew she couldn't keep walking around. He saw how blistered her feet were one morning and he cried that day. It was almost a year ago and his life had no resemblance to that past. There was also his brother who needed resources to develop properly. Everyone went on their own business afterward. Ivy guided Arthur toward the underground floors after C said he should have his mask customized by Ruby. Ruby was the last member of Mistletoe. She was also the technician of the group. Her ability allowed her to control metals, so she utilized her love for technology. Arthur was excited to meet her since she could help him build his mecha one day. The underground floor was brightly lit with whitewashed walls. There was no carpet or any decorations but simply stretches of corridors leading to different rooms and halls. As Arthur and Ivy walked into one of the rooms, they heard the shouting of a woman. "Hand it properly, Simon Revo number 12. Her voice was deep, almost gruff. As they avoided the lumps of metals and tables, they found Ruby standing in front of a giant table welding metals together. A robot was standing to the side holding several tools and handing them to her as she requested. Ruby. It seems she failed to sense their presence until they were standing next to her. Ivy even had to shout to grab her attention. Ruby didn't flinch but simply sighed. And stopped the welding. What? She said as she lifted her protection glasses over her brown hair. It was tied in a ponytail but seemed to have been unwashed for several days as it has several black patches of coal everywhere. This is Arthur, the newest member. Ivy introduced and Arthur greeted her. However, Ruby simply looked at him for a second before nodding back and going back to her work. Ruby. Ivy shouted again before the welding began. Can you make him a proper mask? We'll also need an untraceable cell phone. I just want to work undisturbed, why do I need to suffer? Ruby looked at the table and muttered in a low, annoyed voice. Every time they need something, they come running. I'm so sick of this. He's also a runes master. Before she could continue with her grumbling, Ivy had to cut her off. Her words made Ruby stop her listless muttering and turn to face them. She studied Arthur carefully as if waiting for him to confirm. I am, Arthur nodded even though he was technically a runes apprentice. However, his abilities could rival the best runes master out there. What kind of mask do you want? Ruby asked as she took off her glasses and ruffled through her hair. Arthur managed to see her face clearly for the first time. She was in her 30s with a freckled face and brown hair. She had dark circles under her eyes as if she hadn't slept in days. Well, Arthur had already thought about the most suitable thing. He didn't want something overly dramatic. He wanted a mask resembling himself. He thought of his goblins and his creation ability. One with horns and fangs, like a goblin face. Chapter 144, Tower of Yearning. After she heard he was a rune master, Ruby became a lot friendlier compared to before. They agreed on a design and started talking about runes. Arthur offered some of the runes he knew how to inscribe and she was captivated. As she had said, telekinesis and compress would make an excellent combination with technology. The two thought of possible uses before, as if waking up from a trance, Ruby got back to her work and shooed him away. Leaving her to her work, Ivy and Arthur left the underground floor. Ivy mentioned something about a task Seer asked her to do, and she disappeared as well after dropping Arthur at Idris's office. Arthur decided on a place to break through. A place that was filled with runes and a mana-rich place. It was also the place where he was the safest from harm, his fortress. However, he needed a large number of mana crystals to ensure his breakthrough would be, at the very least, world-changing. This was the first breakthrough he would have and he wanted to establish a proper foundation. "Come in," Idris's gruff voice answered Arthur's knock. Entering the office, Arthur found that it was filled with plants. There many kinds that Arthur didn't know and Idris sat on his chestnut desk, looking at him through a pair of reading glasses. "Hey, Mr." Arthur realized he didn't know his last name. Since the man was older than he was, looking in his 40s, he had to address him politely. "Idris is fine," he said as he removed his glasses, looking at Arthur curiously through his hazel eyes. "What can I help you with?" It seemed he tried to ask gently, but it still came out a bit aggressively. Arthur pulled a chair and sat down, realizing that he had to look up slightly to meet the man's eyes. "I want some mana crystals." "Yes, Master Seer has already informed me. We're going through our stock and scouting the market." "How many are you getting?" Arthur asked with curiosity. With this, he wanted to estimate the wealth of the mistletoe. "For the first batch, we're expecting 100 inferior crystals. Would this be enough?" Idris asked with a frown that implied he had no idea how much the fortress consumed. The fortress also had some runes to draw mana from the surrounding, but the fortress was enormous. There were so many runes that even Arthur didn't know how much there were exactly. From offensive runes, support runes, to space expansion runes, and even daily life runes, one could tell that the fortress varied in function. If the fortress relied solely on the crystals for mana, it would never be enough. That's why there were runes, like the ones in the mana chambers, that worked to supply the fortress expenditures. The mana crystals worked as fuel to activate the runes and maintain their layered structure as they function. Regarding the mana quality in 100 inferior crystals, it was about average for the fortress. It was enough to maintain the fortress going for a period of time, but nothing more. Each crystal was usually priced around 10,000 Yalvaran dollars, give or take depending on demand and offer. These crystals were usually imported from the Republic of Orlan, whose land had vast expenses of such mines. Cells were the purified and condensed forms of these crystals, and they worked as a better alternative for stable mana engines. "Yes, that will do for now. Do you have any superior crystals?" Arthur calculated that the crystals they would provide him with equaled to about $100,000. As for the superior crystals, the ones he wanted for his breakthrough, were 100,000 each. "Yes, however, we have other projects that require funding." Idris mistook Arthur's question as a sign of displeasure regarding the number of crystals. 100 crystals are only to keep the fortress sustainable for now. We'll deliver 10 times that amount in the near future. Arthur shook his head. He was actually surprised that Broken Goods were able to gather this many crystals in such a small time frame. After all, the crystals were rare. Even with their average price, it was disturbed among the giants of the kingdom. 100 crystals will do for the fortress. I want to buy superior crystals myself. Idris looked at him silently and nodded. How many do you need? 20. What would you use these for? Idris's face showed his confusion for the first time. After all, 20 crystals would cost 2 million. Even for rune masters, who were called money-printing machines, it was a sizable sum. Seer should have told you about the mana chambers. Oh. Realization dawned on Idris's face as he nodded. I understand. It'll take some time until I gather that many crystals. I'll inform you when it's done. Okay, thank you. Arthur nodded. He opened his phone and checked his account and found that it had well over 2 million. It seems the swords Joe sold fetched some money despite being artificial runes. Arthur had long decided that genuine artifacts were too precious to be passed as superior quality weapons. The ones he sold in the past before he learned how to close the reality gate were rather low quality, so the runes didn't show their real might. The legacy has always told him that depending on the materials used, the rune's function can be enhanced or downgraded. With the weapons Arthur got from Prince Alfred's ring, he was able to get this much money from merely 10 of them. He wondered why a prince would need so much wealth. He had yet to sort through the whole ring since it was full of miscellaneous objects, but he now had enough materials to inscribe until his goblins proved useful. In regard to the money, Arthur pocketed the phone and waved his hand. 10 weapons appeared on the table of varying shapes. They ranged in size and shape, with the only similarity being the runic lines inscribed on them. "I present you the fire set." Arthur grinned at the dumbstruck Idris. "You made these?" Idris muttered in an accent he hadn't used before. He coughed in embarrassment and repeated the question in fluent Yalvaran. Arthur smiled in amusement at this and didn't mention it. "Yes, I'd like to sell them anonymously. This can be managed. Give me your bank account, I'll transfer the rest of the money once they're sold." "When would that be?" "By the end of the month." Arthur nodded and gave him his account. He vaguely remembered that the end of the month would be the last region of the Rune's Apprentice's Cup, so he had less than a week to prepare. After that, he left the company and teleported elsewhere. It would be a few days before the crystals are bought, so he had to find something to do. Instead of waiting around, Arthur decided to level up. Even if he couldn't increase his stats, he can always gather some legacy points to buy things from the legacy. Furthermore, the stats points would be a good boost after he breaks through. The best place to level up quickly is by going to the gathering of all sorts of monsters, the Tower of Yalin. Even though it might be a bit dangerous beyond the first floor, he'll fare well in the first one. He felt a rush of excitement by merely thinking about challenging the tower. It was said to be left by the gods for humans to reward them. The probability of getting skills or legacies there is higher than in normal dungeons. Despite skills being inferior to runes for Arthur, that wasn't the case for others. Skills were a way to go against the talent you've been given at birth. If someone manages to get their hands on a high-level skill, their lives would forever change. After all, despite being cost-inefficient relative to runes, skills were still a way to alter the world. He teleported back to his hotel room where he changed and wore his gear. His strength and agility rose as he wore his enhancing items. With this, he should be able to challenge the first floor. After teleporting into an alley close to the tower, Arthur experienced the same feeling he had the first time he came here. He made his way through the crowd until he passed the security of the tower. The tower had a different structure than that of dungeons in being more human-friendly. Arthur touched the giant double doors at the base of the tower and felt his body teleporting inside. What appeared in front of him was a wide ring under the blue cloudy sky. "Welcome to the Tower of Yearning." A legacy message appeared in front of him, startling Arthur. This has always been known as the Tower of Yalin because of its location, but maybe whoever created it had a different name in mind. Yearning. Arthur pondered. Yearning for power or something else? He had no idea. However, his legacy recognizing the tower was a good sign that he might find some hidden treasures here. Chapter 145, First Floor. In the middle of the wide ring stood a single door. Above it floated the number 1, indicating the level Arthur had reached. Of course, the first floor is where he would start. The tower can only be challenged individually at the beginning. After the first 20 floors, parties can be formed. This was to ensure that even healers and other non-combat professions possess a certain strength to advance. Those with abilities unrelated to fighting would need to fend for themselves at one point, so it wasn't odd to see a healer that trained in a strengthening art. Arthur walked toward the door and touched it, asking to be transported to the first floor. If he can clear more floors, he could choose whatever floor he had been to. That was because there were giant floors that were shared among all the participants. His view changed and he found himself in a giant coliseum. There were metal gates in every direction that had a faint presence behind them. Arthur looked at them with a stoic expression, knowing what was about to come. "Welcome to the first floor, Challenger." A voice talked to him from the tower. "There are 10 monsters on the first floor. Each hour, a monster is released. If you defeat 5, you can advance to the next floor." "What if I defeat all of them?" Arthur asked the tower. After a short pause came an answer. "Your name will be recorded in the ranking for the first floor. Arthur had seen the giant slab on the tower's outer walls. It recorded every floor and the people who best cleared it. Regarding the criteria and the ranking, the tower was responsible for it. It was called the List of Glory. Getting ranked on the list was a testimony of your skill and strength. Even if your ranking was low, it would still be an honor to be listed on the first few floors. The tower also determines things other than strength. For example, if you were an Astrorank who challenged the first floor, it would be very unlikely to get on the ranking. After all, the first floor ranking only lists Neo-rankers and below. You can't expect to be recognized by beating low-leveled monsters. What determines my ranking once I defeat them all? Arthur asked just to confirm. Time, skill, and strength. Arthur nodded at those words. If the limit was to be Neo rank and below, strength was a good way to determine the outstanding ones in a given rank. After all, 2 Neo rankers with the same mana and stats doesn't mean both of them can wield the same amount of strength. Can I use any artifacts? No, all artifacts will be confiscated until you leave the floor. Only artifacts obtained from the tower can be used. Okay, can we begin with the first monster? Very well, may the odds be in your favor. The tower's voice then vanished as one of the gates rumbled. Looking beyond the opening gate, Arthur saw 2 red eyes glaring at him. The light seeped to reveal the monster that was holding a giant club in his hand. It was a grayskin ogre with dreadlocked hair. It started walking toward the Colosseum where Arthur started stretching his body. Not being able to use any weapons is a pain, but it guarantees fairness, Arthur muttered as he studied the monster in front of him. It was taller than Arthur by a wide margin, almost being 2.2 meters tall. However, despite the hideous face and glare, Arthur wasn't intimidated. I'm sorry, but you either submit to me or die for my growth. Arthur's eyes were cold as his mana began to course in his body. Your fortune dictated the latter. As if understanding Arthur's words, the ogre roared and rushed forward. Its muscled body was in front of Arthur in an instant as it swung its club. With a flick of his hand, Arthur used his protection rune deflecting the blow. With another flick, Weaken Rune found its target as the ogre's movement slowed. Arthur didn't think he would need to use his legacy rune against this monster. If this was a monster that Neo-rankers would have no difficulty facing, then he had no reasons to worry. As he expected, the ogre was slow and brute to catch up to Arthur. Without wasting any time, Arthur jumped after dodging the first swing and struck the monster in the side of its head. There was a distinctive cracking sound as the monster was flung away, head bleeding. After it stopped rolling, Arthur saw no further movements from it and the ogre's body disappeared. Tower, can you release the next monster? Arthur asked as he didn't even break a sweat. After a slight pause, seeming hesitant, the tower answered. Very well, please be careful. Thank you. The second monster was released. It was also an ogre, but a larger one than the last. Its skin was a deeper shade of gray and it had a tattoo on its arms. The monster appeared to be wiser than the previous one. It had a beard that appeared to make him old and more human-like. As he looked at him, Arthur remembered his goblins. However, he wasn't about to show mercy. Those that are allowed to show mercy were the superior ones. Arthur saw the ogre and himself as different species trying to survive. Come. Arthur beckoned with his hand. The ogre lifted his giant axe and ran in Arthur's direction. This time, the monster was a lot more skilled with weapons than the last. Arthur dodged the first attack, rushing to the monster's side and sending a punch. However, the monster unexpectedly threw himself forward and dodged as well. Without any delay, Arthur attacked again twice. The first one broke the ogre's arm, but it didn't back down as it tried to grab Arthur's neck. Arthur didn't back away and threw another punch at the ogre's abdomen. The punch connected and Arthur felt his fist sink in before the ogre coughed some blood and fell to the ground. It started twitching as its internal organs were destroyed. After a minute or so, the monster vanished from the ring. Its body transformed into particles of light as they scattered. Oh! Arthur let go of a breath. This was the first time he had such a fight with another humanoid monster. He always used a weapon before, so it was a different feeling to rob away life using his hands. Please send the third. The tower didn't reply and simply opened another gate. Another ogre appeared, this time covered in tattoos from head to toe. It was taller than the other two with dreadlocked hair that reached its knees. It held a giant warhammer as it walked forward with composed steps. "Is it all ogres on the first floor?" Arthur tilted his head. The ogre didn't issue a sound and directly rushed at him. Unlike the other two, it was nimble and skillful. No need to rush. Arthur looked at him unfazed as he used his skill Shadow Swap to appear behind the giant ogre. He sent a fist but the monster blocked it with his hammer, resulting in a ringing metallic sound. "You're good," Arthur said in amazement as this monster's skill in battle was beyond his strength. The monster snorted and started waving his warhammer at Arthur. Arthur used his agility to dodge the ogre's attack by a hair's breadth. He would have loved to sharpen his skills against this monster, but he wanted to rank higher on the first floor. After all, the higher the ranking the better the rewards. Arthur used his amplification runes as his body moved faster and his arms struck stronger. The monster was pushed back and Arthur finished it off after weakening it using his rune. The ogre died a warrior's death after Arthur attacked its heart in an opening using his bladeless slash. As it lied on the ground, Arthur nodded at it in acknowledgement of the good battle before it disappeared. This time, Arthur decided to rest and replenish his mana for a while before facing the next monster. Even if he could handle another tattooed ogre, the next monster might be a lot stronger. He realized that this tower had a good understanding of the Neo-ranker's strength. The monsters until now could be handled by the average Neo-ranker with a bit of difficulty. However, anything stronger than this would be the realm of capable and advanced Neo-rankers. Magic towers weren't places for average people, but for those who wish to change their fates. Each floor you finish rewards you with something that you need if you wanted to. The first floor would give 1 bronze ticket, the second floor would give 2 bronze tickets, and so on. The tickets can be used to redeem an item or skill of your strength. If you wanted something stronger and more valuable, you'd need to hold on to your ticket until you gather enough of them. These tickets were also considered the tickets to change your life. Every awakener who challenged the tower wanted it. Maybe this was the reason it was called the Tower of Yearning. Chapter 146, Finishing the Floor. With 1 hour of rest, Arthur managed to replenish his mana and ease any fatigue he had from the earlier fight. He had to admit that it was a boring wait, but it was crucial for his growth. This time, Arthur didn't need to say anything for the tower to send in the next monster. As he expected, it was a different type of monster. 2 sickles-like arms made clanking noises as they walked toward Arthur. With its head as wide as a watermelon, the next monster made its way into the ring. Its name was Aina, a monster that was too hideous for one to look at. It didn't have any fur but, unlike ogres or humans, its skin was shriveled and wrinkled. It walked on all 4 with its arms being scythe-like bones used for fighting. The body was skinny like you'd expect from a starving person with bones outlined clearly. Ski! The monster screeched as its red, beady eyes glared at Arthur. It revealed its fangs that were as long as a person's finger. Arthur saw the monster's eyes dart all over the place, examining the surrounding. He knew this monster, an Aina, wasn't that strong. However, it was agile and nimble with a speed that made up for its strength. Furthermore, its arms were sharper than most blades used by Neo-rankers. With a low growl, the Aina darted to the side instead of confronting Arthur directly. Arthur hadn't met a mid-tier monster faster than this one except for future Kira. Its legs, the most muscular part of its body, carried it forward with such speed that Arthur barely had time to use the protection rune before it sliced at him. The monster's arm was flung away by the impact after striking Arthur's protection and it screeched loudly before making another attempt to flee. However, Arthur used the weaken rune on it and its speed got slower than earlier. Arthur tried to catch up to it with his speed, but it was hard to do so without activating his legacy rune or wear his artifacts. Even with his agility stat being maxed out for the Neo rank, he still failed to gain an advantage over the Aina. This was the reason this monster, despite its weakness, was one of the hardest to fight against in the Neo rank. The value of its scythe as weapons made the monster the target of many, but its speed deterred most. Arthur tried to think of a way to take it down before he settled on the most efficient one. He can lure it to attack him using his Iron Skin skill, but he decided against it. Not to mention that skills required more mana than runes, there was no reason to let this monster strike him. Arthur threw his hand as the fire came to life like a raging dragon, surrounding him and the Aina in a circle. The Aina screeched and stopped before he was burned, but Arthur had already appeared by his side. He didn't want to waste mana by trying to hit the monster directly and decided to corner it using his rune. Arthur's hand turned monstrous as he clawed at the monster's back, ripping it in half. The might of a D-rank skill proved itself as the monster's skin and flesh was torn through before it threw itself across the fire, trying to flee. The fire began eating away at the desperate Aina and its screeches started dying down. Before long, it died from either the flames or bleeding to death. Arthur watched as the monster disappeared and sighed. He needed to rest more before he can face another one. He knew it was still manageable, but he hated the boredom in between. The message's timely appearance made a grin break on Arthur's face. With this, he had 3 more legacy points to spend. He longed for the day he would grow stronger instantly by using them, but he knew that he needed to save some for rainy days. After another hour, the next gate opened, revealing 2 Ainas. Arthur felt a headache coming even though the monsters were the same as the previous one individually. Instead of burning everything down with his rune, as he had planned, Arthur decided to face them head-on. The sole reason for this was to sharpen his battle sense and get more experienced at facing 2 monsters with high speed. The battle that ensued left Arthur exhausted and he had to construct multiple protection runes just to avoid being struck. In the end, he took one of them down while activating his Iron Skin skill to defend against the other one. With only one of them left, Arthur managed to kill him off easily. His laborious breathing bespoke of how much he was on edge. Nonetheless, it was a rewarding experience in its might. Arthur rested. This cycle repeated with 3 Ainas the next round. The one after had a different monster, a giant serpent with a single horn. The horn was able to shoot magic attacks that made the serpent a formidable foe. The one after that had 2 horns and the one after, also the 9th monster, had 3. Arthur used his legacy rune against the last monster for the briefest time because it was stronger than he had expected. He rested for another hour, waiting for the 10th monster of the first floor. Truly, this tower is for the strong. Arthur sighed. Just the first floor and it's already this difficult. However, he knew it was only difficult for Neo-rankers. If a Ray-ranker faced these monsters, he could flatten them with his evolved body. After reading the standardized assessment for stats among Awakeners, Arthur found out the usual range for every rank. It was the same Seer had mentioned in the fortress a while ago. Until 100 points, that was the range of Neo-rankers. A person can evolve if he had a single stat that was maxed out. It could be any of the 5 stats with even mana being included. Ray-ranker stats lied between 100 and 300. The same case happened with evolving to the next rank, the Vetus. As for the Vetus rank, they lied between 300 and 600 stat points. The Demi-rank was somewhere between 600 and 1000. After that came the Astra rank, lying between 1000 and 1500. The last rank, the Empyrean, was beyond that. That doesn't mean that one Ray-ranker equaled 3 Neo-rankers, as there was also the matter of quality. Ray-rankers enjoyed the privilege of mana blood, being able to show greater effect for the same amount of mana that the Neo-rankers use. The reason for this was because mana had gained a physical state in the world, becoming more able to alter it. For example, the amount of mana Arthur used to burn down the 2 Ainas would be a lot less if he was a Ray-ranker. With each new rank, there would be an evolution of abilities, mana, as well as their state of existence. The last one was especially so for Arthur, who practiced the art of creation. After the 1 hour, which Arthur spent fantasize about evolving, the last monster appeared. It was a 4 meters tall orc, a pig head resting beneath a helmet. It wore steel armor, but it made him look like a giant metal ball. The monster was so obese that it looked like a balloon that was about to explode. With pale pink skin, the orc looked like a giant meatball. It trudged toward Arthur, dragging along its giant chained metal ball while making snorting sounds as it breathed. "You're a big fellow." Arthur looked up at him in a stoic expression. "I bet you're strong, too." The orc looked down on him. "However, too bad you're the last monster I'll be facing." After practicing the art of creation, his release rune's backlash became noticeably less. Furthermore, Arthur was becoming more proficient in controlling it. Gold light surrounded Arthur's body. The orc growled at him with its fangs protruding distinctly. Arthur was bored from all the waiting and he wanted to blow off some steam. Furthermore, he wanted to see how high he can rank on the first floor. "I'm sorry, but die for my sake." Arthur crouched down as the earth gave in underneath him. His eyes glowed golden as it saw the monster roar and pull the giant chain. Its weapon was like a giant military flail without its handle, making it a long-range weapon. That's why Arthur gave it no time and closed the distance between the two. His dash forward created a whirling wind in the Colosseum. Arthur flexed his arm as the monster threw the ball at him. Arthur met the giant sphere of metal head-on and punched it. There was a deep ringing sound as the ball flew away faster than it came flying. Without stopping, Arthur used the opening he created as the orc was surprised by his weapon's ineffectiveness to bridge the gap between them. What followed was the one-sided beating of the poor giant orc. Chapter 147, Extra Sort. Despite the existence of non-combat awakeners and their tremendous importance to mankind, there was always a special place for the strong in people's hearts. That's because whenever a dungeon break happened or a monster madness attacked cities, powerful awakeners were there to protect them. Therefore, the ranking of the Magic Tower of Yearning was always updated in real time online. Any change happening would be recorded by a machine and the text would be identified and translated to several news websites. That's why the most popular entertainment industry for the people was the Awakeners' lives. Their strength, their routine, their appearances, and anything related to Awakeners was the focus of the people. Analytics and investigators made a living by predicting any change in the hierarchy regarding the Awakeners of the world. This was true for every rank out there, even the Neo rank. They would monitor the lives of potential candidates and how their strength would grow to predict who would come out as the strongest of each rank. The Magic Tower of Yalin, one of the few magic towers in the world, was logically one of the focal points for such industry. After all, the ranking there was undisputable and the tower itself only allowed the strong to advance. This was clear by its rule that only those who completed the floors would be ranked, passing becoming a norm. After a few days of the war happening on the Union's border, a piece of news made its way to every media agency out there. The Crown Prince of the Yalin Kingdom would aim for the ranking of the Vetus rank in the Magic Tower of Yalin. This news was timely as the public interest was, once again, shifted toward this. Of course, movements demanding the royal family to be questioned for the latest war was still in full swing, but this news was a reprieve for the royal family. After all, everyone admired strength. Despite being the royal family of the Union, the other two being vessels, the Yalin family was known not for its strength, but wisdom. That's why the betrayal of someone in their midst was a huge blow to their standing. Prince Caleb Yalin would aim for the ranking of the 20th floor today. This news has been confirmed by the royal palace, stating that it has been planned for over a few months. A reporter stood with the giant tower behind him. The glory list, recorded on a giant slab hung on the tower, was in full view with names shining brightly under each floor. With how giant it was, every floor had room to list every ranker that has completed it. There was a difference between completing a floor and passing it. Talented awakeners can pass a floor but only geniuses could complete it. As known to the public, the first floor ranking is only for Neo rankers. From the 2nd to the 10th, it's solely for Ray rankers while 11th to the 20th was for Vetus rankers. This was a TV broadcast and also live internet streaming. Many of the netizens of the internet discussed avidly among themselves. After all, the Magic Tower lists were always a testimony of strength and glory. People who ranked on this were their respective countries' pride and joy. Prince Caleb would aim for the ranking list of the 20th floor, the highest floor Vetus rankers could contend for. Stay with us as we saw another name carved into the annuals of glory. The prince had entered a whole day ago. Normally, the first 20 floors could take anywhere between a day and 5 for one of them to be cleared. It was a matter of suitability. The environment of the floor was a major factor in deciding the success or failure of the challengers. Since the prince had been preparing for this for months, we can expect his victorious emergence anytime soon. It was then that the glory list glowed in bright light. Words started appearing on the list as everyone below turned their heads. This moment was always a sacred one, accompanied by silence. This was the birth of another powerful awakener. Even though most of the people already knew who it was, they expectantly watched nonetheless. When the light dimmed out and the slab returned to normal, everyone tried to see the change in the 20th floor's ranking. Everyone. The prince has finished earlier than we had expected. It seems this is the birth of another powerful awakener in the Yalvarin Union. Now, let's see the ranking of the 20th floor. This. The report's voice suddenly grew quieter. As the camera tried to search for the name of the prince, it was unable to do so. The audience, in their homes and behind the screens of their devices, was also bewildered. The name-carving ritual was unmistakable, but it seems that someone else has entered the ranking than the prince. This news was bizarre because no one predicted the appearance of a sudden character. There were always rare cases that a hidden genius would emerge to the world. However, it was always accompanied by some promotion to the said genius. After all, everyone tried to grab attention to themselves since it meant more benefits. However, there was no news whatsoever that someone would be ranked today. It took a few moments until someone pointed at the ranking of the first floor. It should be said that the first floor was the one that saw the fewest changes because of the challenge it posed. The monsters were focused on strength, agility, magic, and lastly the all-round orc warrior. Someone, ranked first. A tall man with sharp eyes blurted among the crowd. Chattering and disbelief ranged through the crowd and the audience. The reporter and the camera team hurried to shoot the first ranking of the first floor. Extra sort. Euro. Ina Vina. In bright glorious letters, the name extra sort has been inscribed. Roars of frustration rang in people's hearts as they realized that the person who had ranked first had chosen to use a nickname rather than a real name. Nicknames were rare, but they could be found everywhere. Sometimes, prideful nobles chose to hide their rank to avoid being mocked. They would wait until they ranked in the top 10 until they revealed their names. However, it was extremely rare that someone who ranked first chose to leave an alias rather than their real name. After all, it was a matter of glory and recognition. The crowd avidly chattered until their noise turned into a blanket covering the area. The reporter gritted his teeth and reported anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed history. The first floor of the Magic Tower of Yalin has been cleared by an unknown individual. Rather than the expected news of Prince Caleb's rank, this piece of news traveled far and wide in the world. After all, the first rank was taken away from someone who was known as a genius by everyone. Ural of the Sword. Despite it being a few years since Ural has ranked first in the Magic Tower, it has never changed all these years. Geniuses challenged the first floor as neo-rankers, but none of them managed to outrank Ural, who was known as the Divine Swordsman. Ural was a member of the strongest guild in the world, God's Blade. He was one of their most promising newcomers and a potential candidate to inherit the guild in the future. That's why this news of him being beaten, albeit a few years late, still made ripples in the world. In 1 hour, the name Extra Sort made the top trending names searched online. Every news and intelligence agency started vying to be the first to unearth the identity of this monster. Would the world see another Ural? That question was on everyone's mind. As for the news of Prince Caleb's ascendance in the rankings, while it was still relevant and extraordinary, was of little importance. When the ranking of the 20th floor changed, listing Prince Caleb as the 13th ranker, very few people had the mind to care. That's why when he emerged, he didn't receive the applause he had expected. The scene was familiar. It was like the ball 2 days ago. Disappointed by the strength showed by the orc warrior, Arthur left the first floor. He had the mind to challenge the second floor, but he decided against it for now. He didn't know how dangerous it was to challenge the second floor as a neo-ranker, so he left it at that. After he returned to the wide ring beneath the cloudy blue sky, Arthur reviewed the message he received from the tower. He hoped he would level up, but he was still a short distance away. 1 gold ticket has been obtained. Do you wish to redeem this? Was the tower's message. Arthur grinned as he eyed the harvest this time. It seems whenever someone ranked first, he would get a golden ticket. Arthur pondered and realized higher floors should give more tickets. The more tickets you use to redeem an item, the more powerful it would be. That's why he decided to pocket the ticket for now. Chapter 148, Truth Behind Ronin. Seeing that a crowd has formed around the tower, Arthur decided it was best to teleport away without being seen. It has been only a day since the ball and his face was still fresh. He appeared above a potion shop before using his rune again to teleport into an alley. He started walking from there and entered a cafe where he sat down and started reading the latest news. As he had expected, his feat of ranking first had sent the world into turmoil. He opened the most famous social media app, TalkMe, and read through the posts regarding his achievement. I've looked through many sources regarding the name Extra Sort, but there's nothing concrete. I think it's a random name rather than something with a deeper meaning. That was the most liked post in the trending tab. Arthur chuckled as he admired the analytic ability of these netizens since it was true. The name didn't have a deeper meaning. It was the in-game name he used when he had the time to play online games and VR. He used it because it meant an extra character, or it could mean a more evolved species. A mix of the word extra and the word sort. It was how he viewed himself before, a side character in everyone's lives, but not a main character anywhere. This mindset had disappeared after he received his legacy. He knew he was gifted with something that allowed him to rise, something that allowed him to go beyond being a side character. He then read about Uriel, the famous divine swordsman. He had never thought his name would be associated with this person before because there was always an unbridgeable gap between a dirt digger and the world's most renowned guild's member. Things have changed, Arthur sighed as he closed his phone. It was already evening and he had to go back to the hotel. The next few days will be boring until Idris secures the crystals. However, even then, he would have to wait until he finishes the apprentice's cup. He reappeared in his hotel room and found it undisturbed as he had left it. He called the reception for room service and was told that some reporters were still waiting for him. Sighing at the annoyance, Arthur decided to ignore their existence altogether. As he was eating, a knock came on his door. Arthur frowned as he wasn't expecting any visitors. When he peeked through the door's hole, he unexpectedly found Master Ronan. He allowed him inside and the old man, wearing his black suit, walked in and took a seat. Arthur. Master Ronan's voice was probing and hesitant, as if fearing Arthur would slip away if he raised his voice. Have you heard the news? What news? Arthur feigned ignorance. The first floor of the tower had a change in its ranking. Master Ronan said, continuing before Arthur could play dumb. It's good that you didn't leave any clues, but you must be careful. Some people from the 7 families have their eyes on you. Are they going to take any action now? No, not yet. However, I have a friend in the Ilios Empire who called me today. He said that the youngest prince of the royal family wants to head to the Yalvarin Union. What does that have to do with me? I fear that they're trying to confirm whether you are the outsider. Rather than confirm, shouldn't they try to kill me? That's because the outsider is also the only way of getting the Holy Crown. You're the key to ending the countless years of balance. You're a threat, but you're also a key. For the first time, Master Ronan looked anxious. Master, Arthur said after a brief silence. I'm grateful for everything you ever did for me. However, I still don't understand what are the reasons you're willing to go out of your way for me. Master Ronan's face blanked as he heard Arthur's words. Arthur saw his eyes look at him directly, so powerful and all-knowing. It was then that Arthur heard Master Ronan's story. Ever since I awakened my ability, I saw a single dream every day. Sometimes it would be only an image, sometimes it would feel like an entire life, but it was always the same. My father was the king of the Yalvarin Union at that time. He was growing old and his potential has been exhausted. When my ability awakened, I was thrown aside because of how useless it was. In the royal family, how much you could see with your ability decides your worth. To see into the future was an ability that would have made me king. However, once my father knew the limit of what I saw, he decided I wasn't worth nurturing. Every day for the past 68 years, I had to see the world end. The moment I loved someone, I would see their deaths over and over in my dreams. I had to live every day knowing that whatever I did was meaningless, that whoever I loved would die. At one point, I believed that I didn't see the future, but changed it. That whoever got close to me would see a horrible death. That whatever land I step on would turn to ruins. That whatever I touched would end. That's when I decided I should leave the royal family. I traveled to the theocracy of Shan, the only place not ruled by one of the 7 families, but people of the common blood. I found a cave where I lived for 7 years in solitude, training, and waiting for the day I would see a different future. After 7 years, I had forgotten everything about my past life. I have forgotten who I was before I went into solitude. That's why when I met her, I realized I had also forgotten how to speak normally. The reason she had ventured to the sacred grounds of Shan is still a mystery to me, but it didn't matter at that time. I was so delighted by the concept of seeing someone else. Everything she did was bizarre and magical, like an unpredictable surprise box. Then, I fell in love. Then, I saw her death with my ability. It was a curse I had to live with. I was unallowed to be happy, to forget about endings, to forget about death and sadness. I had to see the ending of anything in my life. One day, I couldn't look at her anymore. It was selfish to be by her side while I would bring an end to her life. When she stopped me from leaving, I told her about everything I saw. You're not seeing what your hands would bring, but what you must change. After hearing her words, I stayed. 2 years later, we had a house and a daughter. One day, she disappeared. Then I returned to the Yalvarin Union with my daughter, Melania. I had to lie about her identity, saying she was an orphan I found. I feared that she'd be taken from me by my brother. If he knew what she can do, he'll use everything he can to take her away. At that time, his son became the king. When that happened, my dreams got more frequent and more detailed. I knew the end was coming, I simply didn't know how to stop it. Until one day, I saw something different. It was 3 years ago, the future changed for the first time. I didn't see an end, but a beginning. I saw a way to avoid what I have always seen. Every night, I saw a young man digging. He dug relentlessly, he cried when he found the tiniest shard, he cried when he saw his mother's legs, he worked every day to survive. It was sadness, but it was also a struggle. It was a relentless effort to survive. Every day I woke up, I knew he'd be somewhere out there, working today as well. I wanted to search everywhere for him, but a voice now asked me gently. Wait. 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 I waited. I accompanied that young man in my dreams every day as I waited. I helped Seer to find people to help him as I waited. We worked to make a place that the outsider can return to. Seer wanted to prove himself, to retain it, and to change the world. I knew he would be the guiding path when the time comes. I waited. A few months ago, my visions changed again. The fog unveiled as the same young man stood before me, fighting monsters and stealing away their essence. He controlled the world to his bidding. He was no longer looking for things but creating them. I saw you, Arthur. Master Ronin's voice cracked. It was no coincidence. I've been waiting for someone to change the end. I had to wait for 68 years, just for you to arrive. His hands were trembling in front of him. I waited. Master Ronin looked older all of a sudden. And waited. His trembling hands interlocked as they hid his face. And waited for things to change. Chapter 149, Broken Goods Auction. Idris called him the next day, inviting him to the monthly auction that the Broken Goods would host. Every auction house would pick a day to sell their goods to the public. Usually, it's an eventless day to make sure people would be able to attend. Arthur groaned as he left his comfy bed and started dressing. As his conscience cleared, he remembered what Master Ronin had told him. He had finally understood why Master Ronin would wait until now to tell him this. If Arthur heard that he was fated to change the world as soon as he awakened, he would have been crushed under the pressure of such expectation. However, he had changed so much over the past month since he had awakened. Even though it was unrealistic that such a fate awaited him, he didn't plan on shying away. As he got dressed and came down, he saw that many reporters were still there. Arthur sighed and braced himself to give them an interview. As soon as they spotted him, they rushed forward holding their mics and cameras with them like a tiger chasing its prey. "Young hero, please allow us to interview you. Mr. Arthur, if you have the time." Arthur raised his hands and asked them to calm down. Weirdly, he wasn't nervous. He saw how obedient they became when he agreed to give them an interview. "However, I'll be answering only a few questions from everyone." The group nodded at his words and prepared their equipment. Arthur sat on a couch with the reporters sitting in front of him. Luckily, he had dressed up with a jacket and a long-necked shirt. The interview started right away. "What's your relationship with the princess and how did the two of you meet?" was the first question by a beautiful receptionist wearing trimmed glasses. "I met Princess Nera in the Rune's Apprentice Cup. Arthur proceeded to explain how distant they were before the party and how nothing happened between the two. "What do you have to say about the predictions that you'll become the champion?" Another question came from a short man with a recorder. Arthur paused as he remembered he should stay humble. "Will do my best. I've met other participants who were quite formidable, so I'm excited to have a go against them." A few other questions popped up like his plans, invitations from workshops, and the likes. Arthur excused himself in the end when the reporters were mostly satisfied with the interview. He knew this would earn him another burst of fame, but at least they wouldn't keep running after him from now on. Arthur noticed how disappointed the receptionist was as he walked outside. Maybe he had helped the hotel rack some money, after all. It wasn't a high-class hotel, since those were too extravagant for Arthur's tastes. He found a driver waiting for him, sent by Idris. Nodding to the bald burly man who opened the car's door, Arthur hopped into the car. "Sir, I've been assigned by the company as your driver from now on. Wherever you want to go, please give me a text of the time and place to pick you up." The driver gave him his card and Arthur thanked him. To travel around, Arthur could just use his teleport rune. However, Idris asked him to make an entrance to the auction house as a form of publicity. Emma had called him yesterday too so they could meet and decided to tag along when he said he wanted to attend the auction. "I bet someone is going to get jealous." Arthur grinned as he remembered the warning the prince gave him. He had also read an article of how the prince's limelight was stolen by Extrasort, the mysterious rancor in the magic tower. He felt so much satisfaction from that. The prince has proved himself to be rotten, just like his younger brother. A vile tree can't bear unrotten fruit, it seems. The royal family had no qualms about 15 years old scraping from dungeons to live. Why would they care about their people now? Once he had this mindset, Arthur noticed how corrupt this place was. It used the strength of awakeners to divide the people, marginalizing the non-awakeners until they're only empty husks. The gap between this nation's classes was so wide that it could be seen from the exterior of the Palace of Royals. The car pulled over in front of a large building. As Arthur thanked the driver and left the car, he read the giant sign of the auction house. Broken Goods Auction. There was the logo of a broken sword between the two words, broken and goods. Arthur hoped this name didn't deter buyers. To prove his worries futile, a large crowd of reporters gathered in front of the building's facade. The flashes of camera assaulted his eyes as he made his way across the carpet. People recognized him after a moment of confusion and tried to take pictures with him. Arthur obliged as he admired how well-known the auction house was. The people seemed to have gathered here to see celebrities. After Arthur entered the building, a wide foyer presented itself. He followed the staff to a giant auditorium with private cabinets overseeing the stage. Arthur had already booked a cabinet with Emma and he allowed the staff to guide him there. As he stepped foot into the room, he saw two figures sitting in the lounge and looking from the glass wall. "Welcome, boy." Grandmaster Venkov grinned as he spotted Arthur. Emma sat next to him and looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, Arthur. He insisted he comes as well." Emma sighed as she apologized. Arthur smiled and said it was okay as he sat over. "You brat, what do you mean I insisted? I have the right to be here." Grandmaster Venkov berated and snorted, turning away. "It's all right." Arthur waved his hand. "It's not anything private. Furthermore, it's an honor to sit with Grandmaster Venkov." Arthur said politely. "If that's the case, come over to my workshop and we can sit as much as you want." The Grandmaster suddenly turned and looked at Arthur with a sly smile. "That is." Arthur coughed awkwardly. "It's not good to feel too honored," was all he could think of as a response. "Ha ha ha," the Grandmaster roared laughingly as he clapped Arthur on his shoulder, almost dislocating it. "Wise words from such a young man, I like you. Fine, have it your way. Remember that no workshop would treat you as good as mine," said the old man to put the matter to rest. The three chatted as the auditorium filled slowly. They saw many famous characters entering and the flashes of cameras endlessly capturing them. There was even the Grandmaster of the Royal Workshop, Alexander Turan. Arthur was awed by the level the auction house has reached. However, it was a given with Seer backing it. The ability to see everything was perfect to scout out treasures and fortunes. That's why the auction house was known to be a small one, but premium nonetheless. For runes masters, materials were half of their profession. If they found materials like the blood of a legendary monster, they can create an artifact that could be the masterpiece of their time. That's why auction houses were mainly frequented by runes masters. After all, auctions were for rare materials that had a short supply. Ladies and gentlemen, please, take a seat and enjoy our variety of products. If you want to place a bid, a button can be seen in front of your seat with a number. Your name has already been registered, so all you need to do is push the button. The host walked over. He was a black-skinned man with handsome green eyes. His hair was tied in dreadlocks and stuck to his head. His smile was bright as he smoothly made his introductions. Once everyone was seated and the host began to introduce their auction house. After a few moments, the auction began as the first item rolled in. Our first item will be the famous product of Hallen, Dust of Steel. The host introduced and everyone leaned closer in excitement. As some of you may know, this product is perfect to reinforce your weapon and increase its rank. It can also be used in forging to increase the sturdiness of the metal by 20%. Before the host could finish, bids rolled in like a tsunami. It's so rare? Arthur asked with amazement. Yes, Emma nodded. It's rare because it could be used to strengthen artifacts. Since the methods to produce some artifacts have been lost, this is an extremely valuable item for those holding rare items. Humph, I bet that geezer wants it for the holy silver blade. Grandmaster Venkov snorted as he made his bid as well. Arthur didn't understand who was the person he was talking about, but Emma whispered to him that it was Grandmaster Alexander. The auction rolled as the bidding war commenced. Arthur sat there with anticipation of the wealth he'll be returning with today. Chapter 150, Crystals. Artifacts, potions, materials, guns, and everything that anyone can imagine made their entrance to the auction. At this point, Arthur had seen so many items being bought by Grandmaster Venkov that he questioned if this guy was a smuggler. A daughter of a wealthy family indeed. Arthur muttered as the Grandmaster raised the bid over a set of feathers. See, I'm the only sensible person of the family. Emma laughed. However, Arthur had also seen her make some bids over things. Halfway through the auction, the moment finally arrived. Our dear bidders, please calm down and listen to what I want to say. We all know how rare the fire element is and how difficult it is to produce an artificial artifact. That's why we present you this. A set of 10 fire weapons, blades of flames. The name wasn't one Arthur had picked, it was by the auction. Naming a set made it more unique. The curtains rolled to reveal the set of beautiful weapons, shining with runic lines. Even though they're artificial artifacts, we have already tested their effects. The runic lines are flawless, allowing a more efficient delivery system of mana. The quality of the materials involved are top-notch and can cut through the flesh of high-tier monsters with ease. Even though high-tier monsters were mostly hunted by Ray rankers, they were still a source of good income. Furthermore, the fire ability of the weapons gave them the ability to cross ranks and even fight against true monsters. A demonstration was shown of the weapon and everyone that gathered there marveled. The fire that has been produced on top of the stage almost scorched the faces of the people sitting in the first row. If a group of 10 was armed with these, they could make a proper party to farm monster parts. As he finished introducing all of these aspects, the host backed away for the bidding to start. It rose like crazy at the beginning. Before Arthur could hear the number, it rose again. 1 million. 2. 3. The bids kept coming as this price was for the whole set. It seems the auction had realized how important it is to sell 10 weapons with fire rune. The price rose past 5 million. Arthur felt his heart beating faster at such a wild concept. 10 permanent runes can fetch such a sum. This was even with their reality gate closes. The price started to slow down at 7 million. It kept increasing steadily as more and more people gave up. Luckily, Grandmaster Venkov seemed uninterested in artificial artifacts. After all, he sold such things. With how unbranded the weapons were, it seems that it wasn't the production of another workshop. Someone has probably spent the last year making them, he remarked to Arthur in a teaching way. Arthur nodded while holding back a snicker. I can see that whoever made this has spent countless years studying the fire rune. Such a waste. What do you mean by a waste, Grandmaster? Arthur asked with genuine curiosity. Seeing how eager Arthur was to learn, the Grandmaster nodded approvingly. The rune used to make these is one of the few elemental runes. However, it's not the strongest in the family of fire runes. There are stronger, deadlier fires. Crimson, Ancient, and Hellish are only a few examples. The higher the rune, the more destruction they could bring. Arthur went into deep thought as he nodded at this. Maybe this was the reason that his fire rune didn't have an adjacent number to indicate its level. Higher levels of fire runes must have different properties and names, being a different rune. While the two talked, the bidding war was seeing its end. The only two who remained were people Arthur had seen in the ball. One of them, if Arthur remembered correctly, was the vice-captain of the Unbroken Corps. The other person was the guild master of the strongest guild in the Yalvarin Union, Last Stand. In the end, the guild master won. He wore a sly smile as the vice-captain slumped to his seat in annoyance. With a thick mustache and giant build, the guild master looked like a veteran soldier. The last price was 10,100,000. Arthur sat there gaping and Grandmaster Venkov understood it as offer the price of the artifact. Our profession is always one of money, he said in a deep, wise voice. However, don't sell your morals for such materialistic things. Always remember that the only strength for us is our knowledge of how the world works. Says the previous captain of the Unbroken Corps. Emma snickered and the old man's face showed his embarrassment. However, there was a hint of pride in it too. That was in the past. Why did you leave, Grandmaster? Arthur asked with bewilderment. After all, he saw how eager the king was to recruit the old man back to his side. Oh, the Grandmaster paused. With a cough and a grin, he flicked his sleeve. For the money, of course. Arthur was speechless. After his items were sold, the rest of the auction proceeded as scheduled. Drinks and snacks were handed out for the guest as the host got ready to introduce the last item on today's agenda. Please, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to swallow your food lest you choke on it. The next item is the one you were all dying to see. The host grinned as he jested. The audience laughed relaxedly but their tense bodies showed otherwise. As the lights went out and the center of the stage was illuminated, music was played to build the tension in the auditorium. Angel Wings. The host's voice traveled in all directions as the fabric was removed from the case in the middle of the stage. A set of 2 wings presented itself with snow-white feathers. They were made of metal, bones, and the feathers of some creature. An artifact that has been found in one of the Sin's dungeons. The host said and Arthur flinched at the sudden mention. He had died once, or almost died, in such a dungeon. It allows its user to fly unhindered. The speed of the flight is determined by mana with no limit to how fast it could go. Furthermore, the host paused for suspense. Every person would fall for whoever wears such a cool artifact. The joke was so unexpected that most people let out a nervous laugh. Like a spark that ignited a forest fire, the host's last words made the bids go on before the last one died down. Lights flashed as people shouted. Arthur watched the bizarre scene of people threatening, coaxing, just to get their hands on this artifact. Flight has always been an advantage in a fight. Arthur remembers how difficult it was to fight the Dark Queen at that time because of her ability to fly. This was even a genuine artifact. If Arthur could study it, given his ability evolved, he could probably learn it and make the rune his own. Sadly, the prices were so high that Arthur gave up after a minute. Without slowing down, the price reached 100 million. Then it started rising until it was sold to the royal family of the Yalvarin Union for 473 million. As Arthur saw with disdain how much the royal family paid for the artifact, the auction came to a close. He bid the 2 farewells before finding a place and teleporting away. After a few times of using the rune, he was at the company. He sat in the room they used the other day as he waited for Idris. The large, scarred man came in after a while to find Arthur seated inside. Truly full of mysteries, newbie. Idris sighed in a tired voice before pulling a flask of whiskey and pouring himself a drink. You want some? Arthur shook his head. Idris nodded and sat in front of Arthur. As if conscious of his image, he took small sips from the glass before placing it down. I'm sorry, I needed this. The last few days were busy ones. He said as he massaged his temples. You should have already seen how much they were sold for. Arthur had sold artifacts with the fire rune before, but they weren't worth this much. After all, he used cheap weapons to inscribe the rune. That's why he can only sell it for a fraction of today's price. The lucky ones who managed to get a genuine artifact for less than 100,000 at that time were truly fortunate by the heavens. Arthur had no plans on chasing after them since they were all small-time awakeners. I've also secured the crystals. 20, as you asked. The rest of the money was transferred to your account already. Idris waved his hand and a box appeared on the table. Arthur pulled the box and opened it to reveal a multicolored set of crystals. With this, he can finally break through. The world's most overpowered breakthrough will take place. Chapter 151, Breakthrough. 2 days after Master Ronin had told him, sudden news of the youngest prince's visit to the Yalvarin Union shook the public. After all, the Ilios Empire has tried to attack the Yalvarin Union and there were talks about another war between the two. However, the Emperor of the Sun has stated personally that they wanted a ceasefire. The Ilios Empire would compensate the Yalvarin Union according to the losses they suffered. This would be estimated by the World's Council and every major nation would participate in that conference. This declaration came out as odd, but understandable. The Ilios Empire tried to take the opportunity provided by the Calamity Spider to take over the Yalvarin Union. Now that it had lost its advantage, taking the losses was the only method they could use to avoid another war. The Yalvarin Union responded after a day, accepting the terms of the agreement. They signed a new peace treaty that would last 10 years given the Ilios Empire compensated the Union properly. The sequence of events left Arthur bewildered. It was so smooth that it almost felt staged, but maybe everything in politics was this way. However, a peace treaty was only a piece of paper that could be breached by any side at any given time. That's why he needed to get stronger. The next time, he wouldn't be so lucky to have the advantage of runes. If he met a threat that even his insignia couldn't help him overcome, he would have no place to cry to. There was another issue regarding this news. It was the identity of the youngest prince. Arthur knew who he was, and that person was sure to know Arthur very well. After all, he had wiped the floor with him at one point. It seems the time has come to face him. Since Aaron attended Girano College as well, Arthur had previously thought of avoiding him. However, why should he bow his head and run away? With his legacy, he could become stronger than any of these people as long as he kept killing monsters. That's why he kept aiming for Girano College. Just the thought of studying runes there freely left him giddy. He'd grow exponentially there and bring his legacy to its full potential. He didn't care what troubles might come his way as long he had the time to grow stronger. With his art of creation, he only needed to hunt monsters to evolve. He can use his legacy points to buy the next part to evolve further. That's why as soon as he got the crystals, he left the Yalvarin Union and headed toward the wilderness. It took him some time to get there and he had exhausted all of his mana, but the moment he teleported into the fortress, he felt that he was home. He was the only person allowed to teleport directly inside because of the key he had. As he stepped foot into the 5th layer, Arthur heard booming sounds coming from the training room. He walked there and opened the door to reveal Lee and William sparring. Their speeds were faster than Arthur could process and it took him some time that a person had traveled the full length of the training hall. William fired several bullets but Lee slashed them with his sword. William used his speed, gun, and ability to push Lee back but the moment Lee got near, it would be over for him. Arthur stood there watching their sparring as he wished he had some popcorn and a couch. "Tisk, monster," William said after he was beaten to the ground by Lee. The masked person shrugged and withdrew his sword as he turned to Arthur. "I see you guys are having fun." Arthur laughed as he walked over. It was a bit awkward since this was the first time the three of them were alone but he tried to play it casually. "I'm here to resupply the fortress. You can leave if you want to." Finally. William stood up as he tidied his clothes. "I was so bored over here. I'm leaving right now. You can manage, right? Newbie." "Yeah, go ahead." This was actually what Arthur wanted. After all, he didn't feel safe with this guy around. He then turned to Lee. "What about you, Lee?" Lee shook their head as he resumed training. William said something about lifeless people and left the fortress altogether. It seems C and Idris had provided the necessary vehicles for the members' transportation. This person should be safe, right? Arthur sighed as he gazed at Lee cautiously. He had never heard them talk, never saw their face, and didn't even know if this person was a man or a woman. For some reason, however, Lee felt reliable. They would always get the jobs done and help others when needed. Thus, Arthur glanced at Lee training for one last time before heading to the core of the fortress. Inside the rotating gears and giant arcs of metal, Arthur placed the crystals in the middle. He then placed the 20 superior mana crystals as he controlled the fortress to pour them into a single mana chamber. Arthur walked back to the training room to find Lee still training, swinging the sword as it cut apart air and almost tore through space itself. There was a peculiar beauty in watching the sword in sync with the world. "Lee," Arthur called out as he walked over. "I need to tell you something." As masked and as mysterious, Lee turned to face Arthur. "I'll be attempting to break through now. I don't know if anything might happen, but I have most of it under control." Lee nodded twice in understanding without replying. Arthur felt mused and slightly awkward that he was the only one talking. "Well, you can keep training." Lee then placed the sword on his shoulder as he pointed with his thumb to his chest. They then pointed with their chin toward the mana room. Despite how chaotic these gestures were, Arthur understood the meaning. "You stand guard?" Arthur asked and received a nod. "All right, thank you." He laughed before turning and heading into the mana room. As he opened the door, he was met with a rich air of mana. He closed the door behind him as he breathed in and out. He felt his mana increasing by simply breathing in this room. This was probably the way people trained and hunted. In areas with a highly condensed amount of mana. Arthur sat down in a lotus position as he prepared himself to merge with existence again. Like a rolling tape of a film, every memory he created since he awakened played in his head. Avarice Dungeon, Master Ronan, the trial, the goblins, Alfred, the runes cup, and the fortress. So many things changed and now they would change once more. Unlike normal arts, the art of creation used existence as a mana-condensing agent. It pulled on every law of existence to create something from ethereal energy. This was the first step as an evolved human. This was normally produced by an agent that would provide a medium for the mana to manifest into the world. For example, the Maiden's Tear is a material that allowed mana to take a physical form by inhabiting it. However, Arthur was about to turn mana into a purely physical form. No medium would limit the mana into a lesser form, one with impurities. He would use the laws to create pure mana blood. He breathed in. He breathed out. The moment he thought about the art, every word in it appeared in his mind, telling him the secrets of creation. Mystical, poetic, domineering, and pure they were. His mana followed the paths, created new ones, and molded his body into a new vessel. His sense of self was fading but a thin connection remained. He was becoming one with the earth, one with air, one with space, one with the flickering flames, one with everything. Like a distant crunch of leaves, he heard his bones crack and grow. He felt his muscles drink mana like a starved soul. Every cell in his body used mana to create newer cells as the weaker ones died. Using the slim connection in his mind, Arthur opened his legacy. With his own eyes, he saw the numbers change. The stats rose and his runes also started evolving. His state of existence became more prominent, closing in on something far greater. Something nostalgic and familiar. Something akin to a home he always lived in. The first change happened in his strength stats. Strength, 101. He broke through the limits of neo-rankers. Then came agility, stamina, perception, and mana. All of them started rising. 101, 102. They didn't stop. 103, 104, 105. 110, they showed no signs of stopping. Arthur didn't plan on stopping the use of his art. He knew it was dangerous to indulge in such certainty, but he needed it. His stats broke through 120. They kept rising until they were 130, but they didn't stop. Then, his runes began evolving as well. Every rune that could evolve rushed to do so. His Strength 2 became Strength 3. His Teleport I rune became Teleport 2. As these changes kept happening, Arthur's consciousness slowly faded as he felt that he no longer existed. A certainty he missed pulled him as he felt himself oblige. However, there was a wall that stopped him. It was the last piece of fabric separating him from that familiar place. "Arthur," a voice spoke to him. Arthur turned to see Jizo standing beside the wall like a gatekeeper. "It's time you wake up. You can't go any further." "Where am I?" Arthur asked, his voice traveling like waves of ethereal through space. It was the first time he talked to Jizo after he saw the dream in the trial. "This is everywhere." Jizo looked at the ethereal world full of white. "And this is you?" "Me?" Arthur asked with confusion. He looked at the thin wall separating him from the light. I yearn to go there, Jizo. I know. Jizo nodded in understanding. However, it's too early for you. Arthur turned to look at him and nodded in understanding. The 7 families are coming for me, Arthur said to him. I don't know if I'm enough. They need you as much as they fear you. Jizo shook his head. You're their only way to survive later on. I don't understand. Arthur felt his voice turn heavy as if it was sinking, unable to reach. Why did you choose me to be the outsider? I never chose you. You were the outsider all along. Arthur felt himself being pulled back, away from the light and Jizo. You'll understand everything later on. For now, get stronger. These were the last words Arthur remembered before the world went black. Chapter 152, My Lord. Arthur opened his eyes after an unknown amount of time. It took him more than a moment to realize he was back to reality. As he looked around, it took him another moment to understand what was going on. The chamber was the same, but not the same too. The metal that made up the walls, as if shying away, bent forward. The runes were shining brighter than ever despite the emptiness of the chamber of mana. He felt a chill, suddenly aware that his clothes have disappeared in his breakthrough. He was naked, sitting in the same position he had assumed before he started practicing his art. What the hell is going on? Arthur's head tilted in confusion. He pulled a set of sportswear before throwing it over his body. As he dressed, he noticed another thing. The clarity of his mind and responsivity of his body. As if he was drowning all this time and only now that he managed to surface, his body felt light and weightless. And full of power. He felt invincible. He had an itch to run amok, but he knew better. He looked at the metals that had protruded from the walls and bent forward with a face of confusion before he opened the chamber's door to leave. Another bizarre sight. He looked around the training hall and found that the ground had deep marks running along with it. He even thought a giant monster used its talons to attack the training hall, but he knew that was impossible. Luckily, the runes were still shining and gears shifted to fix the damage done. As his eyes looked around, he found Lee in an instant. It was a wonder what had happened as he broke through, but Lee's robes were ragged. Arthur walked over hurriedly in concern, but he stopped when Lee flinched in response to his appearance. What happened? Arthur asked in another fit of confusion. Did my breakthrough do this? His cleared mind failed to understand how this would happen. That's right, I saw Jizo. He suddenly remembered how Jizo stopped him from going beyond the wall. The longing to return suddenly overtook him as a heavy feeling overtook his heart. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as everything around him started trembling. Lee was the same. Arthur broke free from his trance as he felt his head aching. There was something far and distant that he hadn't felt before, but he now did. It was something he had lost but wasn't aware that he did. Arthur shook his head as he looked at Lee more carefully. The mask Lee wore was slightly cracked and a black miasma was seeping through. When the world trembled earlier, the mask cracked again as a piece of it fell to the ground. For the shortest moment, Arthur saw the skin that lied underneath. An unblemished and clear white skin as if illuminated by the moonlight. However, the moment it came in contact with the air, it started rotting visibly as Lee grunted and fell to the ground. Lee tried to close the hole that has appeared in the mask. Another grunt took place and Arthur realized how serious it was. He walked as he held the piece from Lee's mask and handed it over. Lee snatched it and placed it in its place. As Lee poured mana into the mask, it started to fuse again into one piece. The process lasted for a while before the mask was whole again. There was only silence in the hall, interrupted by Lee's laborious breathing. Arthur watched as Lee stood up, looked at him from beyond the mask, and noticed how Lee's hands were trembling under the ragged robes. Before Arthur could react, Lee's body lowered and fell on one knee. He looked blankly as the masked man held out an arm in front of their chest. Then, the most beautiful voice Arthur had heard came out. "Allow me to serve you." It was the first time Arthur had heard this person speak. It was a deep and magnetic voice, radiating coldness as it traveled toward Arthur. "What are you talking about, Lee?" Arthur looked at him calmly. "There's no reason for you to serve me." Lee shook his head in response, his arm faintly trembling in front of him. "It is fate that I witnessed your mightiness." The way Lee spoke was ancient. "Please, allow me to serve you." "No, Arthur responded after a minute. I don't know what you saw, but that's not a reason for you to serve me. Arthur felt uncomfortable as he heard the worship in Lee's tone. Please stand up. Lee nodded and stood up. It seems he was back to normal, but Arthur wanted to confirm what happened. Tell me what happened earlier. Before Arthur could stop himself, it came out as a command rather than a request. He didn't know who was talking, but he sounded calm and distant even to himself. After you went into the chamber, a heavenly presence radiated from inside. The fortress shook to the core as the metal started bending, the runes started shining, and space started twisting. Everything seemed to be united in their desire to show their obedience, and so was I, my lord. Okay, stop. Arthur almost threw up blood at his words. He was grateful that someone was there to tell him what happened, but he wished it was someone who wouldn't say such things. Lee, please don't tell anyone about this. Yes, my lord. And please don't call me that. I will try, my lord. Arthur felt like punching this guy in the face. He sighed as he looked at the training hall. Even though it was a bit ruined and still mending itself, his itch was unbearable. Can we do some sparring? Arthur asked Lee, and the men nodded. They both took their position and Arthur decided to refrain from using his dagger. He knew he was still a lot weaker than Lee, but he wanted to use his full power against someone. The mana blood inside of him was like an endless river as it provided him with the energy he needed. The metal underneath his bare foot started denting downward as the mana gathered at his soles. His body leaned forward before he bolted like lightning in the darkest storm across the training room. The scenery blurred around him, but his perception allowed him to see every nook and cranny in the training hall as well as Lee's unmovable body. He flexed his arms as the air made a wheezing sound as it tore through it. With a straight punch toward Lee, Arthur used his mana blood to amplify its strength. Lee blocked the punch with his sword and the two stopped midair for a second. With a loud, explosive sound, the two sides were pushed back, but they held their ground. Arthur grinned at the exhilaration of releasing this unprecedented amount of strength. Every punch he made would create booms and explosions as it tore through the air. His mana felt endless, supplying him with the strength he wanted. Arthur threw the next punch, Lee blocked. Arthur lowered his body as he kicked from underneath, but Lee used his foot to stop it. The two exchanged a dozen blows in a few seconds until their after images blurred into one. I'm going serious, Arthur warned as he couldn't hold himself back any longer. He wanted to know how much strength he could wield. How destructive he could become. Lee nodded and Arthur activated his legacy rune. New limits of his body were released. His mana blood was burned as fuel to amplify his every stat. Golden light surrounded his body as his hair fluttered in the whirling air. He felt the power course through him as his body cracked and roared, restless to release the power it held within. He bolted again, destroying the ground he stood on. His body was like a released arrow, the wind buzzed in his ears as he approached Lee in an instant. The masked man used his ability as a pressure descending on Arthur, but he didn't slow down his sprint. With a powerful stomp on the ground, Arthur punched again. His mana burned as he reached a level of exhilaration from the adrenaline rush. His breath was ragged with excitement as he felt his fist connect against Lee's sword. This time, mana exploded everywhere as the ground started breaking apart underneath them. Neither side backed down and Arthur felt like he was trying to take down a mountain. So, this is the difference in stats. Arthur realized that Lee wasn't giving it his all. He wanted more strength, but he knew this was his limit. His mana blood was already showing signs of decreasing rapidly despite how endless it felt a few moments ago. However, Arthur wanted to push past that limit. With a roar, he used every strength in his body and burned every bit of mana at once. His fist pushed Lee back for the briefest moment before Arthur felt Lee counterattack. The next moment, he was sent flying across the training hall like a broken kite. Chapter 153, Evolved Runes. The sparring ended in Arthur's loss, but it was only to be expected. However, he got to witness firsthand how much strength he could summon. With this, his goal has been fulfilled. Lee ran to his side as soon as it was over to take care of him, but the caring attitude he had assumed made Arthur apprehensive. His release rune didn't evolve, but the backlash he got from it was a lot less. Unless he went to the bitter end, most of it would be some damage to his mana paths. With his newfound stamina, he didn't need to rest for extended periods every time he needed it. Arthur left Lee and returned to his room. He wanted to check his legacy so that he would have an accurate estimate of how much he, at least, grew. Sitting inside his giant room, Arthur never felt like home as he did now. He opened his legacy for the first time after he had broken through with a cool head. Level, 25, 94%. Legacy points, 13. Stats points, 6, Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Stamina, 150. Perception, 150. Mana, 200/200. Abilities, Beginner Runes Wordsmith, 50%, Usable Runes, 19. His stats have risen from their previous limit to 150, greatly boosting Arthur's body. The higher they were, the more difference they made. With a 50 points head start, Arthur wasn't that different from the average Ray ranker. As for his mana, it has seen the most growth in all of them. With this, he could use his runes easier than before and have greater mana to wield. Despite his earlier fight, he was already recovering. If it was in the past, Arthur would have no way of pushing Lee back. This could show how much he had grown after his breakthrough. Nonetheless, he planned on resuming his leveling up efforts. After his stats, he opened his runes tree. It shone brighter than before as it stood in front of him, carrying endless possibilities. Arthur saw how every rune with the suffix 1 or 2 had evolved. First came the 3 amplification runes of strength, agility, and stamina. Previously, he could boost himself by 10 points by using this rune, but now it had increased to 20 points in each. Then came his protection 2 rune, who created a barrier that was equal to his strength before. This time, it created a barrier that was 120% of his strength for the equivalent of 8% of his strength stat in mana point. This means he could create a barrier deflecting 180 points of strength for 12 mana units. These numbers made Arthur's jaws drop. The Protection 3 was truly powerful on its own. If he created proper armor from this. Then came his Detection 2 rune. It became Detection 3 and it now showed him the general outline of the scenery as well as the creature's life force. As for his new Force 3, it now applied force in a 3 meters radius on a specific target. This radius wasn't for the limit of use, but the limit of effect. For example, if Arthur could create a 1 meter circular path through water using his Force rune, it now became 2 meters. Furthermore, the rune now had a specific number for how much force is applied. Force 3 applies a strength equaling the mana points invested in a 2 meters radius on a specific target. So, if I use 100 points of mana, I could create something similar to the Trial of the Holy Crown's willpower test. Arthur thought to himself as he thought about how this could be used. Then, he examined his Heal 3 rune. The Heal 2 was able to counter certain poisons as long as Arthur had them. As for the Heal 3 rune, it used mana to heal the body to its epitome possible state. Previously, his Heal rune doubled the natural healing of the body and fought certain foreign materials if ingested. Now, it used mana to heal the living tissue to its epitome state. His Restore 2 rune now had a cooldown of 18 hours instead of 24. As for his Compress 2, Arthur could now make the metal compressed for up to 10 minutes. He didn't know how useful this was, but it was better than nothing. Vegetation 2 still accelerated the growth of mana, but at a much lower cost. Previously, it was 4 great costs of mana. Arthur had seen such enhancement runes for plants in their clubroom, but he never got to make use of it. He had previously thought he could have his goblins create a farm, but he never knew what to plant exactly. That's why he had another idea in mind. That was to use this rune on water and sell it to farms. If he could also get his hand on rare seeds, he could try to accelerate their growth to sell them as well. However, these plans would have to wait until later. Telekinesis I had its radius of use increased to 15 meters. His most used rune in fights as of late, Weaken, now lowered the stats of the target by 15. As for Reinforce I, it now increased the sturdiness by 15 instead of 10%. Dispel 2 now clears the mind of complex illusions and their barriers. Eavesdrop 2 had a 5 kilometers range now. As for the last one, Teleport, it now had a 3 kilometers range. The last one was Arthur's favorite. This means he could travel thrice as fast as before. He always wasted so much time because he had to use it repeatedly, but this could make things easier. The reason he had always used Teleport is that he felt it was less likely to be identified and monitored. Furthermore, it was a lot more exciting to witness the change in the scenery firsthand. Before Arthur closed his runes tree, he inspected it closely. As he had thought, the runes he had just gained were brighter than they should. This could probably mean the progress he made with their previous versions hasn't been lost. Each time Arthur used a rune, he would feel his understanding of the rune would increase. That's why he hoped to evolve some of them through repeated use, but never got the time for it. Now that he had evolved, sleep was an option unless it was necessary. He would spend his time practicing his art to gain better control of mana and try to evolve his runes. After he was well rested, he decided to head back to Kara. He had an upcoming competition to prepare for, and he also wanted to fight against the undead in Mountain Range Rivero. There was also the matter of Amelia that he had left pending until now. He felt conflicted regarding her, but he knew she wasn't a bad person. If he could help her break through and make her his ally, he didn't care if she was snobby or self-centered. He needed to gather allies around him. He left his room, dressed in his armor, before heading toward the lower layers. Estimating them roughly, Arthur saw that the second layer could fit his goblins. However, there was also the matter of mistletoe and how he would explain it for them. Nonetheless, it was a good plan to move them here close to him. Maybe I should move the fortress to Kara, Arthur thought as he looked at the runes line the walls. However, that would be difficult with the Union so close by. He had only managed to flee because the Union was preoccupied with the war. This time, he was sure they would spot him if he moved the fortress. After all, the illusion runes only worked when it was stationary. Arthur went to the training hall that had fixed itself overnight and found Lee training. Before the men could bow down, Arthur hurried to ask him not to treat me like before. The other members would be suspicious. Lee paused at his words and nodded. And I'm leaving. You can leave if you want to, the fortress wouldn't open to anyone but me. I'll be coming with you. No. My lord. Bye. Arthur teleported away. He knew that Lee already knew about his ability, so he didn't hold himself back and ran away. The journey back to Kara was a lot shorter this time. Even though he still had to rest when his mana was near empty, it happened less than before. He headed directly toward the goblins' village instead of going back home. His brother and mother were at Master Ronan's villa to avoid reporters and anyone that could make it inconvenient to them, so Arthur had no worries. As he appeared inside his goblins' village, his followers all paused what they did and kneeled. Arthur had no mind to stop them as he got tired of it. Make a line and bring in all of the cores we have gathered. Arthur then proceeded to strengthen them all. He wanted to make them evolve as fast they could so they could be of use to him. Mara was the happiest of receiving the Protection 3 ability. The level of Protection I was so low that it could only be a skill if created permanently. It seems this rune was too advanced for Arthur to create its reality gate that easily. That's why it was only now that he could gift this ability. Leaving his goblins do their bidding, Arthur teleported deeper into the mountain range. He returned to the place he stopped at to get that 6% of experience he needed to level up. This time, he was different. It's time for mindless hunting. Chapter 154, A Familiar Face. As he ventured deeper into the mountain range, Arthur crossed from the green fertile land to the ash-filled dead soil. The trees were darker, a type Arthur had never seen before. As he made his way through the forest and into the valleys of the dead, he was greeted with the same bony monsters. Let's test how much I have grown. Arthur took out his dagger before deciding he would use a different weapon. From the items he got from the prince, he took out a trident that was engraved in navy blue depictions. There was a human spider skeleton like the one he fought the other day a distance away. Arthur used his amplification runes and inscribed the fire rune on the trident before aiming it at the skeleton. His mana pooled into his hand before heading toward the trident, enveloping it like a capsule. He was never able to use his mana this efficiently before he got his art. The fire rune shone brightly as ancient flames were birthed on top of the 3 spearheads of the trident. Contracting his muscles, Arthur used his 210 amounts of strength to throw the trident toward the skeleton. His base stat was 150, another 40 came from the armor he wore, and the last 20 came from his amplification rune. He stomped on the ground so hard that it gave in and he twisted his body as he launched the trident. As it left his hand, Arthur heard the sound of the air tearing apart as a whistling sound was produced. He felt the weight leave his grasp as the flaming weapon tore through the valley and found its mark. With how big the human spider was, Arthur couldn't miss his mark. The trident, ablaze and destructive, found its mark in the monster's lower skeleton and broke through it. With his control over the rune, Arthur poured mana into it and a giant explosion engulfed the spider. The bones turned charcoal before breaking apart and falling to pieces. Without needing to take out the core personally, the monster's body fell apart and the core detached itself. The undead was dead. Arthur walked over and pulled his weapon from its corpse. This amount of mana. Arthur mumbled in awe. Before he broke through, he could barely win against this monster. Now, with his boost in strength and mana, it became a piece of cake. The message reminded Arthur of his unused points. Right now, he had 9 stats points and 16 legacy points. Even though his main source of stats was absorbing cores and essences, it was still a welcomed bonus. Right now, his mana was the most abundant one of the 5. He also had his cores to absorb, so he was hesitant about investing more stats points in mana. In the end, he decided to throw them into his strength stat. He felt a warm current change his body, radiating from his soul. After a short moment, his body felt stronger by a margin. For his legacy points, he decided to look through the legacy inheritance later. He wanted to keep hunting for now to test his new limits. The monster he just killed was a peak mid-tier monster. Meaning it was as strong as adult Kira that had helped him during the trial. Kira was currently a middle mid-tier monster after its last evolution, so it wouldn't be far before it was as strong as its future self. What would happen when it evolves to peak mid-tier? Arthur wondered as he studied the trident. It has broken apart because of his mana and fire destroying it. He was too strong to use normal weapons now. Would something happen to Kira at that time? He wondered. Arthur took out his dagger, the only weapon capable of hosting his mana and strength. His mana was stronger than normal mana because it was the physical form of the energy, no agents used to create it but the laws of existence. Luckily, the golden dagger Solomon has gifted him was sufficient. Your mana has increased by 1. He picked up the core, absorbed it, and moved on. He walked deeper into the valleys, avoiding dark forests and ominous caves. After a while, he found a platoon of undead just like before. Arthur's hand trembled faintly. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was excited. As he saw the undead soldiers surrounding an undead knight like the one that he fought before, he couldn't hold himself back. Arthur gripped his dagger tighter as he walked closer toward the platoon. The undead knight sensed his existence and looked at him from underneath its helm, 2 sinister red flames inside. Turn to ashes, undead. Arthur raised his left hand as flames surrounded it. It's your misfortune that you'll die today. He waved his hand and it cut through the air with an arch of flames. Like waves racing after a dam was opened, the flames rolled and burned the surrounding as the undead turned to ashes. His mana was draining but he could also see his experience rising, no matter how slowly. Hell broke loose as the flames ate away every middle mid-tier skeleton soldier and burned the bones to ashes. Arthur sensed the disturbance in mana and grinned as he saw the undead knight dash from within the flames. Without cheesy lines, Arthur raised his dagger and blocked the undead knight's claymore. Sparks flew everywhere as the 2 metals met and Arthur looked at the undead in the eyes, or the flames that resembled them. Arthur exerted some strength in his hand and pushed the undead knight away. With his fire rune, he sent whirling flames at the monster who dodged by jumping upward. The knight descended with its claymore slicing through the air, sending ripples across space. It used its ability as dark flames surrounded the sword. Arthur used his fire rune on his dagger and flames surrounded it. He raised it with his right hand as his left supported the back of the blade. The 2 weapons met as dark and red flames intertwined, colliding and trying to reign supreme. My flames are stronger. Arthur refused to back down and poured more mana into his rune. The rune got bigger as more flames were birthed and overtook the dark flames, extinguishing them. GGHH. The knight groaned, catching Arthur by surprise. After all, the ability to vocalize was unheard by the undead. Unless this monster has retained some flesh, it couldn't issue a sound. This knight is fresh, Arthur realized with a frown. Someone had died recently and was turned into an undead knight. The flames burned at the knight's arms and it let out a shrill. This matter was more serious than Arthur had anticipated. If something like this knight appeared, it meant the undead overlord was stronger than he had imagined. Some overlords could summon other ethereal creatures to create powerful undead. This means that this undead knight was a living person not so long ago. The overlord had killed them and turned them into an undead knight, tormented until they are killed. With this in mind, Arthur used more mana against the undead. They exchanged several blows as flames flew around. The claymore the undead held was starting to crack. As the weapon was broken, Arthur used the opening to pierce the undead knight's body and flames exploded within. With a last shrill scream, the undead knight fell to the ground. Arthur looked at its eyes dimming before he removed the helmet that had blocked its face until now. Unlike skeletons, the undead knights held into their fleshes. Even though the summoned ethereal parasite was the one to decide the strength of the undead, a stronger vessel allowed for stronger parasites. That's why this person must have been strong to host a monster of this tier. From their battle, Arthur realized it must be at least middle-high tier. The face of the knight was rotten, with barely any features left of its original owner. However, as Arthur looked at the face, he recognized it. This was the person who had asked Euron to ditch him in Avarice Dungeon. Juan Kaiser. Arthur felt his world spin as he looked at the familiar face. This person was a demi-rank, but has somehow ended up here. If Arthur remembers correctly, the members of his party were attacked by the giant serpent when they were unconscious. Arthur had always assumed they were dead and treated Euron's silence about the topic to be a confirmation. After all, the golem they were trying to hunt was obliterated by the monster. They couldn't possibly survive that attack. However, whether he died there or lived didn't matter. How did Juan end up here? How did he end up being used as a host for undead summoning? The matter of Juan being a demi-rank and this undead knight being only middle-high tier can be explained by the strength of the summoner. If the undead overlord was weak, it would explain why this undead knight was so weak compared to Juan. With a flash of realization, Arthur realized that both Juan and he ended up in Mountain Range Rivero. Maybe this wasn't a coincidence as he has imagined it to be. Chapter 155, Pig's Guild. New rune has been gained, Stealth Eye. Stealth Eye, hide the target from creatures with less than 100 points in perception. The effect decreases the more perception someone has over a 100. Arthur gained this rune after he killed the undead knight, which was a high-tier monster, by himself. It had a long explanation, but its effects were simple with clear limits. If someone had less than 100 points in perception, they wouldn't be able to see Arthur. If someone has over 100 points, then the effects start wearing off the higher their perception is. This would help Arthur if he ever needed to avoid the nuisance of being spotted by both humans and monsters. Of course, for someone with C's perception, there would be no effect at all. However, this rune was still at its lowest tier. He could work to evolve it further. It was a moral dilemma as to what he would do with Juan's body. He can either try to return it to his family or stay out of it. In the end, Arthur decided he couldn't explain how he could defeat such a monster. Furthermore, he didn't think his story would like how it ended for him. After that, he burned the body to ashes. He couldn't leave it here in case another parasite tried to control it. No human deserved to live forever as an undead, not even one who had tried to ditch him at that time. That didn't mean Arthur mourned him, it was just basic decency. Arthur's current level progress was now 23% even after defeating the undead knight. However, it was expected given that more monsters would be needed to level up the higher his level became. He grabbed the core of the undead knight and absorbed it. This was a hefty sum given how hard it is to accumulate mana the stronger he became. That's why there were very few powerhouses in the world. Arthur would need to go back to the city for 2 days. The competition was fast approaching and he needed to be done with it to guarantee his enrollment in Girano. After that, he would be cramming runes until his ability evolves as well. For now, he decided that he would keep on hunting. Before that, he used the stealth rune on his body and felt his presence weaken. As he sprinted and passed some skeletons, they didn't even notice his existence. He killed them all with his fire rune. It was no longer a hunt but a one-sided massacre. Unlike the earlier platoons, the rest of the skeletons in the Valley of the Dead were scattered, making them harder for Arthur to kill. Nonetheless, his progress in levels kept rising and so did his mana. Sadly, he couldn't absorb the essence from the undead. That's why his other stats didn't rise at all. On the other hand, his mana rose explosively. This had to do with the fact that the undead had more mana than normal monsters. Monsters converted mana to attributes they employed like strength or agility. For the undead, their core was their everything. Arthur found a group of 5 skeleton twin bears. Maybe this style was rather popular among parasites, or maybe this was a club of some sort, but Arthur had no mind of studying their behaviors. As he drew near, one of them turned his way in confusion. This parasite, or undead, ability to perceive things was higher than its peers. That didn't stop Arthur from dashing into their midst, raising his arms, and flailing wildly as a fire tornado engulfed the 5 monsters. The one with high perception walked toward Arthur, covered in the flames that he had survived. It clawed in an attempt to behead Arthur, but a barrier rose to block the attack. Don't struggle against death, this isn't your world, to begin with. Arthur punched at the bear's torso, splitting it in half with a loud crack. The monster swayed before it fell. The rest of the monster also kept trying to rearrange their bones, connect them using mana, and survive the flames. However, Arthur gave them no time and took away their cores. The notification kept rolling as Arthur left a trail of bones as he passed through the valley. As he killed another human spider, the sweet message of leveling up arrived. He now had 19 legacy points and 3 stats points. He threw the stats points to agility and felt his body become lighter and more responsive. His level was now 27, 3 levels away from hitting 30. A day has passed since he entered the valleys of the dead. In a day, he managed to level up twice. Arthur had no plans on stopping here and kept going forward. More than one person wanted him dead or enslaved. Even though Jizo has mentioned that Arthur was valuable to the 7 families, he knew that the Guardian meant valuable as a tool. I need to become stronger. Arthur crushed another skull. Stronger. He split a skeleton in half. Stronger than anyone. He burned a platoon to the ground. The monsters were endless. As he fought more and more, Arthur realized that if the wilderness was only a fraction of the other world, then humanity had little hope of surviving. The undead kept coming his way. He kept coming their way. It was a battle for his world and to grow stronger. He leveled up to 28 after 2 days of killing the undead. He stopped when he saw something in the distance. In the brightly lit gray sky, a rope of smoke flew upward. Humans. Arthur frowned. Why are there humans so deep into the valley? Can it be a guild? Arthur didn't find it odd, just annoying. He didn't want to collide with other humans in this place. Luckily, he had brought his mask before he came here from the company. He took out the mask that had horns and fangs like a demon. Arthur wanted to look like a goblin, but Ruby's version of a goblin differed from his. Goblins are a bit cuter than this, he thought as he looked at the mask before wearing it. He didn't plan on colliding with them, but simply scouting the place. Using teleport, Arthur teleported to a high steep ground of the mountain range. He then peered ahead as he looked at the source of the smoke. It was a large camp with people wearing armor and a few vehicles lying about. There was a large tent surrounded by several smaller tents and a fire has been started. The area was cleared of any monsters in a radius of a few hundred meters. There were almost 50 people in the camp. As Arthur studied them, he found that most of them wore armor or robes. This was a giant group of awakeners with a clear objective, hunting the undead. Arthur didn't miss that a few warriors were wearing golden armor with a reflective surface. A guild? Arthur wondered. He kept scouting the camp as he tried to know which guild this was. It was a few minutes later that the curtains of the tents moved and a group came out. Arthur realized that these people were the camp's leaders by how the others behaved around them. As he studied the faces one by one, he found someone familiar. Arthur couldn't remember where he had seen this person before, but he knew that they have met somewhere. He was a young man with a pig nose and chubby jowls. Oh, it's the pig from the Runes Association exam, Arthur remembered and muttered out loud. As if hearing his words, someone in the group turned his way. He saw a slight commotion and realized he had been spotted. He saw a flash of light and reflexively threw a barrier, only to see it break down the next moment. A magic gunman. Arthur used his teleport rune without any hesitation and fled the scene. He couldn't fight a whole guild on his own, no matter how much stronger he became on his own. If Arthur wanted to flee, then no one can stop him as long as he had his teleport rune. After a few teleports, he was out of the valley with no chance of them following him. I've already run out of time. It's not because I'm scared of these people. Yup, I'm letting them go. Arthur mocked to himself as he returned to the goblin village. As he walked back, he thought about the latest events. Juan became an undead. The guild the pig father ran is also here. However, there's no news in the media about the bizarre behavior of the undead. There's not even a mention of an undead overlord. Is someone trying to conceal the news from the public? Arthur had some suspicions. An undead overlord was a powerful existence, but it also meant powerful artifacts, a core, and a powerful skill. Chapter 156, Ori and Ellen. The matter of the undead overlord had to wait for now. Arthur needed to go back to his house before traveling to the last round of the Runes Apprentice competition. The association has promoted the last round far and wide because of the geniuses that had appeared. Before he went back to his house, Arthur dropped by at Joe's pub. Luckily, it was still there. There are two reasons Arthur came here. The first one is to see if Joe has any information about the guild, and the second is to warn him about the Undead Legion. Aldo. Joe stopped his talk with the bearded middle-aged man that Arthur had met before. It's been a while. It has indeed. Arthur then turned to the middle-aged man. Good to see you again, uncle. Ho-ho, that cub from a few months ago turned out to be a tiger. The middle-aged man studied him with perplexing stares before remembering him. You look in a better state than I last saw you. I sure hope so, Arthur laughed as he remembered how he had walked in all those weeks ago. For him, it had been twice the time since he went into the trial. He had come in lost, weak, and bloodied. I'm glad you haven't reported me to the Union at that time, he said jokingly as he pulled a chair and sat down. Nah, we get a lot like you. Young people who dream of changing their lives. Sadly, not everyone makes it. But hey, at least you did. Look at you now. The middle-aged man punched him lightly on his shoulder. Indeed, I was fortunate. Arthur smiled lightly and turned to Joe. How's work, Joe? I saw worse days. Joe shrugged but didn't say any more. Arthur sensed he wasn't telling the truth, judging by how empty the bar was. I was in the mountain range earlier, hunting for scarps and the like. Arthur wasn't lying if the undead were considered scraps. I saw a platoon of skeletons from afar in the valleys of the undead. Luckily, I managed to escape. Those undead bastards. Joe sighed as he placed the cup in his hand with a thud. I'm glad you made it out. It's wiser to stay away from this place. Do you know anything? Arthur asked, trying to glean anything. Joe looked at him and looked around the pub and through the windows. Listen, I only got to hear this because I was asked to send everyone away, Joe said in a whisper. A guy in a suit came in 2 days ago saying it was a governmental order that everyone stays away from this area. I'm guessing the kingdom is trying to hunt down the rumored undead overlord. An undead overlord? Here. Arthur feigned surprise. Why are they keeping it a secret? Curse me if I know, Joe shrugged. I think they're trying to avoid any other guilds from getting whiffs of it. Wouldn't be faster to solve this if they just deploy the best guilds? Yes, but less profitable. Even the kingdom doesn't like the presence of those guilds. That's why they're always trying to win an edge over them. The middle-aged man snorted. Well, it's none of our business. If someone asks you to leave the area, do as they wish to avoid problems. Joe went back to arranging his cups. I will, Arthur nodded, deep in thought. I think it's best if you leave this place too, he said to the young bartender. Joe's hand paused before shaking his head. He placed the cup on the shelf, not looking at Arthur but something different. I can't leave this place. After his talk with Joe, Arthur went back home. If the men refused to flee, then he was helpless against it. He used his teleport rune to get into his room. As he had expected, a few reporters were still lingering in the area. Arthur looked from the window of his room on the second floor. He saw some journalists snooping around and looking at his house. He had already asked Oren and his mother to stay with Melania for now. He was about to close the curtains when he saw a figure in his peripheral view. A short girl with black hair was making her way with an older guy who looked lifeless. They stopped at his house and rang the bell. As expected, the reports gathered around them. Arthur sighed and went downstairs. The wood squeaked under his weight like it was about to crack. He, again, remembered how old and shabby their house was. He could already hear the cameras flashing as questions were being thrown. As he opened the door, the reports turned his way as they took out their camera and microphones. He wished that his interview in the Capitol would have stopped this harassment, but it seemed they were trying to take pictures of his house. "If you take any pictures, I'll break your cameras." Arthur thought about using his new stealth rune, but he had to have his guests come in somehow. The cameraman looked at the journalists in hesitation, but Arthur had already managed to invite his guests in. He wasn't the kind of person who'd be arrogant after getting a little bit of fame. However, he didn't like them using his living conditions for their headlines. It was demeaning. "Long time no see," Arthur smiled at the two as he gestured them inside. "Hey, Arthur." Ori scratched his cheek in awkwardness and Ellen nodded her head in greeting. The two followed him inside to their small living room and Arthur let them sit on the couch as he took the chair. "I wasn't expecting you to," Arthur said with a smile, unsure how to break the silence. "How has it been?" "Well, a lot less interesting than you have it, for sure." Ori laughed, but Arthur didn't miss the fakery in it. It was then that Arthur remembered Ori had some feelings toward Turin. "I'm sorry about what happened," Arthur said in a sincere tone. Even though he hated Turin, he knew that Ori loved him, albeit one-sidedly. "It's all right." Ori paused and shook his head. He fumbled for the words that used to fly from his mouth like a machine gun. It was shocking, but Turin always had his ambitions. His voice cracked a bit and he coughed to clear his throat. "I wish I did something to stop it." "It wasn't your fault." Ellen shook her head as she said in a low voice. Ori didn't look at her and nodded in half approval. "People's choices are a reflection of themselves," Arthur interjected, looking at the table. "There was nothing that you could have done." "Yeah, nothing." Ori laughed dryly in a self-mocking way. Arthur realized that his words were inappropriate. "I didn't mean." "It's okay, Arthur. This is not why we're here. We've brought you something." Ori interrupted and hurried to change the topic. "It's a little gift that symbolizes our club. I don't know if you'd like it." "Of course, I would," Arthur said in genuine surprise. After all, he didn't remember the last time someone gifted him something. "Other than my legacy, of course." He snickered inwardly as he saw Ellen take out a small box from her school's bag. He took the box and opened it, revealing a metallic bracelet that had their initials. "It's a tradition that we do at the end of every year," Ori said in embarrassment. "It's lame compared to what you'd get if you win the Runes Apprentice's Cup." "Ori, Ellen." Arthur picked up the bracelet as a grin he couldn't hide filled his face. "I love it. Truly." He didn't hesitate and wore the bracelet directly. "I'm glad." Ellen nodded with a rare smile. He raised her arm and waved, revealing the same bracelet on her wrist. Ori also grinned as he showed off his bracelet. "I didn't prepare anything." "I'm sorry," Arthur said in slight embarrassment. "It's evidence of the time we spent together. We'll be going in different paths, after all." Ori sniffed as his eyes turned a little red. "Sorry, I was always too emotional." The two laughed lightly and they discussed what colleges they would aim for from now on. Night descended and Arthur suggested they have something to eat and Ori volunteered to show off his cooking skills. As he occupied the kitchen, Arthur and Ellen prepared the table in the living room. Arthur noticed that Ellen was quieter than usual as if something was on her mind. "Is everything okay?" She was always the quiet type but now was especially so. Ellen didn't answer and kept arranged the plates. "Say, Arthur," she said in a small voice that Arthur barely heard. The way she addressed him was far intimate than the way she addressed others. "If there was something you need to do, no matter what, how much would you go for?" Arthur paused at her question. He wanted to ask her what was wrong, but he knew that wasn't the answer she was looking for. He didn't know what she was looking for, either. "It's not a question of how much I would go for, but how much it needs me to go for," Arthur answered after thinking for a bit. "If I want something that badly, I think I'll do anything for it." "Anything?" she asked, looking at him in the eyes. "Yes, I'll do whatever I can," he answered, thinking of how he wanted to live from now on. "However, I'll also rely on the people around me," Arthur added, not about himself, but Ellen. He remembered her mother. "That's what friends are for, right?" "Right." Her answer came after a lengthy silence. Arthur couldn't see her face, and before he could ask her what was going on, Ori came back carrying the pot of spaghetti and meatballs. Chapter 157, Runera. Ori and Ellen left after their early dinner, leaving Arthur alone in his house. The matter of Ellen was worrying, so he planned on talking to her later on. He then went to Master Ronan's villa, where he found his mother drinking a cup of tea as she watched Melania and Oren train. He walked over and sat beside her, not disturbing their training. Doesn't it feel like Oren is overdoing it? As soon as his mother spotted him, she commented with a frown. Arthur felt a headache coming since his mother was the overprotective type. Well, Arthur looked at his brother trying to parry Melania's wooden sword. It's like that when you're motivated. Do you know anything? His mother looked at him directly and smacked his head before he could reply. You should tell me if you're going to be away for so long. Mom, I'm too old to be hit. His mother was a traditional woman and hitting is her best parenting method. Arthur messaged his head as he grumbled. However, it didn't even sting because of how much stronger he became. Not old enough to do as you like. I'm already 18. Don't talk back to me. Tell me what's going on with Oren. His mother glared and humphed. Arthur sighed and complied. Well, it's a girl. Oh. His mother's face turned into one of surprise. With a grin, she turned to Arthur. Who's she? Have you met her? Why hasn't Oren brought her home yet? Mom, please don't rush them. Let them take their own pace. Arthur was speechless. She's from a wealthy family, that's all I know. All you know. His mother's grin disappeared. And you haven't tried to check her character? You're already a failure in that department, make yourself useful. You can't say that. I had no chance. Getting a girlfriend is not that important. Arthur protested. I've been working all this time. His words, betraying his intentions, came out like a complaint. His mother's face dimmed and she went silent. You're right, his mother looked at her hand, resting gently on her lap, as her eyes turned red. I'm sorry, Arthur. I didn't give you the life you deserve. No, Arthur felt guilty. He held his mother's hand gently as he shook his head. It wasn't your fault, Mom. For the years I spent working, Arthur paused, remembering the time he had wasted. I never blamed you or Dad for it. I had to provide for us. His mother nodded slightly and Oren walked over after he finished his training. The three of them went inside to talk about what they would, and Arthur told them that he needed to leave again. Before he left, he gave his brother the permanent runes that have evolved. His brother was growing rapidly and was already a full-fledged neo-ranker. That day, Arthur decided he would give his mother permanent runes as well. He told her how dangerous it would if his ability gets revealed and asked her to hide her abilities until she needs them. His mother was a non-awakener, so Arthur had some hesitation. After all, his mother was already past the awakening point that was usually at 15 years of age. However, having mana would prolong her life, and the abilities he gave her allowed her to fend for herself if Arthur or Oren were not around. Before the last round began, Arthur spent his days in the Twilight Workshop. After all, they were still endorsing Arthur. To his delight, Arthur was allowed to study the runes he wanted. He started on his quest, but it wasn't much time before he had to leave. In the end, he only learned another rune. It was the one he saw before, Seeing Eye. The rest of his time was spent researching the stealth rune and how they controlled the light to achieve near invisibility. The delay of the rune's apprentice's cup hyped up the last round. With the emergence of the young hero and other geniuses in the earlier rounds, everyone was excited to see them fight against each other. Only 1,000 would pass the first round, 100 for the second, and 25 for the third. The third round was a standard tournament where contestants would fight against each other until a ranking has been established. Since runes masters weren't fighters on their own, they would partner up with someone that would fight for them using their runic cards. This was a disappointing aspect when Arthur learned of it, but he realized that this was the profession that he was doing. Making runic cards and artifacts for others to use, decoding encrypted runes, and avoiding runic traps. Runes masters weren't fighters, that was a fact. They didn't have time to train, so they used their runes to fight. Since the mana capacity of the contestants differs, they would simply create runic cards for others to use. When he met Emma in the capital, preparing to head to the association, she told him how these partners would be chosen. They had to be of the Vetus rank and belong to one of the international guilds and families. This was vied for by every major power. After all, it was important to make connections with the young talents of the runic path for these powers. The association didn't mind as this increased the prestige of runes masters. The partners would wear an artifact that would limit their mana to the Ray rank, guaranteeing a fair competition that would rely on the skill of the runes apprentice and their chosen runes. As they arrived at the association, they were guided to the teleportation hall again. However, this time their destination was different. The last round of the competition would be held in the most magical city in the world, Runera. Emma and Arthur were accompanied by someone else, Grandmaster Venkov. When Arthur asked him for the reason, the Grandmaster laughed heartily and smacked Arthur on the back. This year's tournament is different. The Grandmaster caressed his beard as he said. Not only you, but there are also many geniuses this time around. There's the young man from Cerna, Princess Nera, and another from Hallen. The Grandmaster showed greed in his eyes as he laughed sinisterly. Arthur's mouth twitched and was about to say something when the president of the Yalan Association branch came in. The events that followed were boring, pleasantries exchanged, and promises made as they waited for the royal family. Like always, they were the last to arrive. There was Prince Cal, Nera, Ilya Perly, and Grandmaster Alexander. Everyone greeted them and bowed as they passed. When Prince Cal looked at Arthur after greeting Grandmaster Venkov, his eyes held bottomless coldness. Our youngest hero, always a pleasure to see you, he said in a mocking tone. The pleasure is mine, Your Highness. Arthur bowed with his hand on his heart, unwilling to entertain any problematic characters. The prince nodded and turned to leave. Then, they teleported to Runera. As the city appeared in front of them, Arthur stood there with Emma in awe. Even though he has seen photos of the city before, it was nothing like seeing it for real. There were no skyscrapers like the ones you'd find in normal cities. The city consisted of low buildings of various colors and lights making a giant circular maze with a single giant tree in the middle. Mother of Mana. That was the tree's name, and its branches reached over the city's district, blessing them with vibrant life. There were floating buildings that rotated regularly around the tree as if in harmony. Why are they floating? Arthur asked Grandmaster Venkov as the three of them stood atop the giant platform that stood outside the city. It was the station of arrival for anyone wishing to enter the city. The platform was on a hill, allowing them to oversee the city. The tree's mana has a certain flow and pattern, making some places richer than the others. That's why some ambitious people built flying buildings according to the pattern. Arthur watched with awe as the buildings danced with one another, each looking like an ancient castle. The group was led by the president of the Yalan branch to the walls of the city. They boarded a vehicle that looked like a giant turtle. The turtle started rising in the air before speeding across the marshlands toward the city's gates. Why does this look like a turtle? Arthur felt like a curious kid as he kept throwing questions. They were sitting in their comfy chairs as the turtle raced across the skies. However, they didn't feel any movement on the inside. Well, Grandmaster Venkov coughed in awkwardness. It's the Rune Master's unique taste. What? They call him Turtlesman. Emma laughed. He's obsessed with turtles and most of his artifacts and creations have such design. It's not weird to see Rune's Master's eccentric behaviors in their creations. Arthur blinked, unsure what to do with such information. However, there was one thing for sure. These people have dedicated their lives to their creations. Arthur saw the towering arcs of the gate pass over them as he entered the city of creators, Runera. The city basked in the sunlight as the runes shone in every corner. His heart thumped with excitement as it yearned for knowledge hidden in this city. Chapter 158, Euro. The turtle flew them across the city until they reached an arena. The streets were bustling with people, and as Arthur and the others got off the vehicle, cheers resounded from beneath them. They stood atop the platform that was connected to the arena's stands as the crowd cheered for them from underneath. Why not wave, our hero? Emma jokingly elbowed Arthur. I bet they're here for the ghost. I'm sure they're here for their next queen. Arthur jested. He wanted to go in quickly because of how many people were looking at him. With Grandmaster Venkov, Arthur and Emma walked inside the stand as they met one of the association's staff. With a respectful attitude, He led them to a cozy lounge where they met a familiar face. Grandmaster Venkov, a pleasure to see that you haven't died yet. Grandmaster Chiron smiled with mockery. I'm not as weak as you are, Chiron. Call me Grandmaster Chiron. I'm your senior. The old man rebutted and sparks of tension flew everywhere. As Arthur thought the two would pull each other's hair at any second, they suddenly laughed. Hello, Arthur. Grandmaster Chiron smiled at him warmly. Greetings, Grandmaster. Arthur bowed slightly in respect. The man in front of him has helped him on numerous occasions. I'm glad you didn't need the jade I gave you. I would have helped if anything happened. Grandmaster Venkov interjected. Before another round of fighting began, Arthur hurried to ask. Thank you for your concern and help, Grandmaster. Are you also overseeing the last round? He asked with some expectations. However, Grandmaster Chiron shook his head. Someone else has taken charge. Venkov knows her, too. Her. Grandmaster Venkov frowned. Is it Jumana? Slight dread could be heard in his voice. Grandmaster Chiron nodded with a sigh. Is something wrong? Emma asked with bewilderment that Arthur shared. Nothing, she's just a crackhead, but in runes-related matters. What? Arthur asked with amazement. This was the first time he heard a Grandmaster being called like that. You'll see. Grandmaster Venkov sighed and an announcement was issued. All participants, please gather in Hall 33. All participants, please gather in Hall 33. Emma and Arthur bid the two Grandmasters farewell before going to the hall. When they got there, most participants were there. They wore their robes and gathered in their groups as they studied each other. When Arthur entered the hall, all eyes turned his way. They were wary, nervous, and hostile. After all, Arthur was a black horse that emerged out of nowhere. His powers were clear to all in the first two regions. If stairs could slice flesh, then you'd have been minced meat by now, Emma whispered a gentle reminder. The two of them walked and stood on the side, waiting like the others. As they stopped, someone was already walking their way. As Arthur looked at him, he remembered that it was the same person who finished second in the second region. Let the best man win. The pale thin young man extended his hand to Arthur as soon as he reached them. Sure. Arthur took his hand and shook it with confusion. The men walked away as soon as their hands parted. The best man? Really? Emma stared at his back speechlessly. He doesn't even acknowledge the girls in the competition. She snorted in anger at the young man's disregard. So, if he said person, would it be less weird? Arthur laughed. The whole gesture feels like a scene from a drama show. Emma's anger decreased as she chuckled. She then began to mimic his words in a gruff and manly voice. As the two laughed, another person walked over. Your Highness, Princess Nera. Emma stopped fooling around and bowed to the young princess. I'm glad that you are well. Same to you, Sister Emma. The way Princess Nera addressed Emma reminded Arthur that his friend was engaged to Caleb, the degenerate prince. Hello, Arthur. Nera smiled warmly at Arthur, making him uncomfortable. Hello, Your Highness. He didn't call her as intimately she called him, but he didn't care. Nera might be a good person, but she was still someone who would try to use him. Have you guys heard? Nera continued. The divine swordsman is here. Ural. Arthur asked with shock. After all, he was reading about this person a few days ago when he was mentioned in the articles writing about Extrasort. Yes, Nera nodded. He's not here as an audience, but a partner, even. She said with a bit of excitement. This is the first time he shows up in the competition, right? Emma asked with a frown. It was far too bizarre that he was here. Yes, but it's not as odd as you think. Nera read her mind. It's known to all that he has a sudden interest in runes. Do you know why? Arthur asked with interest. After all, Ural was someone that was at the peak of their generation. At the tender age of 22, he was already a Vetus ranker. This achievement allowed him to be recognized by every major power in the world in addition to the public. Well, it happened after his latest guild exploration of the ruins of Immortal Sage. Nera shrugged. Nothing other than that. Maybe he was amazed by the runes there, who knows? Arthur nodded and went silent. Maybe he was being paranoid, but he feared it had something to do with him. After all, everyone was after the outsider. With his face known to Aaron Volder, it might not be a long stretch that other powers know of him by now. However, there was still no activity whatsoever. Arthur found that it was weird, but he didn't know what else to do. Should he run away and live in hiding for the rest of his life? There was no guarantee that they wouldn't find him. As the three chatted, the host that Arthur had met near the Calamity Spider came into the hall. He called for their attention and the hall went quieter. You'll be taken to the arena in a short moment. Please prepare yourselves. Everyone is entering together, please don't rush and hurt other people. After those words by a few minutes, the announcement came in. The 100 participants started walking through the corridors until the bright sun revealed itself at the end of Ondor. The cheers of the crowd got louder until the earth was shaking beneath them. Arthur walked alongside Emma, who smiled at him and nodded, as they walked into the sunlight. When they stepped out of the door, it was like a different world. The air was humid and a fever stuck to the air as the hundreds of thousands of people cheered. The noise was deafening and the sunlight took a few moments to adjust to. When Arthur was able to see the arena, a blue sky mottled with white clouds revealed itself. With a circular stand around it, an arena was in the middle with a single figure flying above it. Quiet. The flying figure roared. It was a woman wearing a loose robe with waist-length flaming hair. Her hair was in curls with the tips dyed blue, making her appearance both beautiful and wild. Her green eyes were a shade that resembled the greenish forests with canines so prominent that she looked like a cat. Ahem. She coughed when she saw the noise disappear. With a grin, she placed her hands on her waist as she addressed the audience. Welcome, everyone. There was no mic, but her voice reached everyone equally. Today, we'll be choosing a champion for the 101st Runes Apprentices Cup. The crowds cheered. Arthur was speechless at her disorganized speech, but she seemed so pleased with herself that Arthur wondered if he was hearing a different speech. She paused to think. Well, there is the thing about partners and whatever. We'll be choosing them randomly, so there's nothing we can do about any complaints you might have. That's why take your complaints and stick them in your pockets. She coughed at the last word. This woman is a gangster. Arthur almost burst out laughing. He saw her wave her hand as if the crowd was cheering, but they weren't. Anyway, she looked for staff before spotting someone. Turn the big screen on. Let's do this. The staff was helpless, but the big screen that hung from the stands was turned on, revealing the names of the participants with a blank in front of them. Let the randomness or something begins. She declared, and the blanks were filled with changing names that the crowd tried to gleam off. After a short minute, the names of the partners were revealed. Every participant looked for the name of their partners, and so did Arthur. As he scanned the list, he finally found his name. In front of it was a single name with no surname. Everyone that saw the result was shocked. Euro. Chapter 159, Cards Duel. As the crowd cheered, Arthur's mind was in turmoil. It should be a coincidence, he thought. After all, the association didn't belong to any of the families. There's no way anyone can interfere with the partner's selection process. Even if they managed to do so, Euro wasn't a part of any family. He was one of the few geniuses that managed to rise from poverty to where he currently stands. That's why Arthur's apprehension of him was less, as they shared similar backgrounds. Another announcement was issued and the partners walked into the arena from a different gate. They all wore distinct clothing, with many of them being famous worldwide. At the end of the crowd, Arthur spotted his partner. Ural of the Sword, the Divine Swordsman. His gait was confident, unhurried, and with measured steps. He had short hair with twin moles under his left eye. His face was chiseled and cold like a statue. His clothing was the simplest and far from his flamboyant peers. A simple sleeved black t-shirt that had the emblem of the strongest guild in the world, God's Blade, a simple blade with no handle. The crowd cheered and many of them chanted the names of their beloved. Arthur didn't recognize many of the names the people cheered for, as the lives of celebrities weren't his interest. The partners stood to the side as the woman, who Arthur assumed to be Jumana, shouted again. Quiet. The crowd's enthusiasm died down slowly and Jumana cleared her throat. Now, every partner should meet the participants. The tournament will begin in 1 hour. Make sure to get to know each other once the tournament begins. Every partner will use the cards inscribed during this 1 hour by the participants to fight against others. Every partner has been limited to the Ray rank. The hour shall commence once every participant is in the rooms provided. With that, the tournament began. Hello, Arthur Silvera. Ural extended his hand to Arthur, who looked at him for a moment before shaking it. Hello, eh? Arthur didn't know how to address the polite young man in front of him. As if reading his mind, Ural answered. Call me Ural. Okay. Hello, Ural. Arthur smiled and the two ended the handshake at the same time. You should get to work, I think, Ural said with a somber expression. Arthur looked at him for a moment and nodded. They were in a room, alone. They were being monitored to prevent cheating and their storage artifacts have been taken away. In front of Arthur was a table that had a stack of runic cards, liquefied mana, and a brush. Arthur pulled the chair and sat in front of the table and Ural took a seat behind him. It was pure awkwardness. Luckily, the screen in front of them issued the first announcement. The countdown will begin now. Make sure to discuss with your partners the best strategies to win. Your first opponent is this person. It was a name Arthur didn't know but didn't think that it mattered if he did or not. He would give it his all regardless. At the announcer's words, Arthur turned to Ural. What do you think is the best combination of cards? Well, Ural answered after thinking for a bit. We don't know the opponent's best forte, so how about we make a balanced combination? Attack, defense, and support. Arthur thought and nodded. He returned to the table and picked up the brush. What's the normal speed for inscribing? Arthur thought to himself. Roy took half an hour to inscribe stealth, but that's a tricky rune. Runic cards are easier to inscribe than artifacts, so it should be anything between 5 to 10 cards per hour. Arthur decided to go with 15. To be honest, he could inscribe much more. However, he decided against it. The first rune I'm inscribing is fire, Arthur told Ural, informing him. Use this rune from a distance, unless you want to beat your opponent with flaming fists. Ural chuckled slightly. Arthur began his work. 15 cards per hour, one every 4 minutes. It was to fake it until the 4 minutes pass. Arthur knew the rune like the back of his hand, so he could inscribe an artificial rune. However, the lines wouldn't be as perfect as using his ability. This was because of his lacking experience, which he didn't care about. When the 4th minutes were done, Arthur has already finished the first card. It gave a faint red glow and Arthur placed it to the side while taking another card. He could feel the chair screech against the floor as Ural stood up. He continued. The second rune is for defense, Arthur told Ural. It'll use a mana equivalent to 8% of your strength stat. How much protection would it provide? Ural asked from behind him with the same stoic voice. 120% of your strength. Who? He heard Ural breathe out. Where did you learn this rune? Ural asked. Arthur paused his inscribing and didn't reply. He then resumed and another 4 minutes passed. The second card was finished. He turned to Ural and looked him in the eye. That's none of your business, Arthur said and Ural stared back at him before nodding and sitting back down. Arthur stared inscribing the third rune. This rune is for support and it would weaken your opponent. Ural strode toward the arena equipped with the 15 runic cards that Arthur Silvera has inscribed. He could barely stop himself from shaking at the sight he had witnessed. Unprecedented inscribing speed. Runes that far exceeded the basic tier. And the most terrifying thing of them all, those golden eyes. He stood against his opponent who also had a set of cards strapped to his belt. The duel shall start in 5, several duels were taking place at the same time. The arena has been divided into 5 smaller arenas where the duels would happen. 10 rounds over 5 arenas until 50 duels are over. 4. The staff counted down. Ural looked at his opponent who had a smug expression of confidence. Hasn't this guy heard that he'd be challenging Arthur Silvera, the champion candidate? Ural felt slightly sorry. He took out the support rune Arthur had inscribed and held it lightly between his fingers. 3. 2. The crowd counted as well. 1. Begin. Ural used the rune and it found its mark instantly. The blond men in front of him cursed as he must have felt his mana decrease. That's cheating. The blond men shouted, but Ural didn't care and took out the fire rune. Flames gushed out of the rune like a raging wave as it burned the air and headed toward the opponent. The opponent used a card and a wall of water protected it. The water and fire collided as steam rose, hindering everyone's vision. Ural felt the air twist and used the protection card. A barrier rose around him and deflecting the incoming lightning attack. The crowd cheered as they witnessed such a rare card being used, and even Ural was taken aback. The lightning managed to break his barrier and reduce his health points by 50%. These points were recorded by the limiter they used and they would lose if it reaches 0. Ural felt anxious. Even if he had the protection runes, another lightning would defeat him. Strangely, the opponent didn't use another lightning card and simply used a rune that produced water darts. Ural used the protection barrier again and used a fire runic card. The darts were deflected effortlessly without breaking through the barrier as the fire rushed to the opponent. This time, he used another water wall, but the fire broke through it, reaching the partner directly. The limiter of the opponent beeped and the staff shouted for Ural to stop. The water vapor died down and Ural saw the empty belt of the opponent, who shrugged and left the stage. They used an hour to inscribe a lightning card, 2 water defense cards, and a measly water darts. Ural looked with confusion at his cards. He used only a third of the cards Arthur gave him. Furthermore, the protection card that Arthur didn't waste more than 4 minutes one managed to block the card the opponent spent all of his time working on. Arthur Silvera and Ural win. The staff broadcasted through the microphone and the crowd cheered. Ural walked back as the crowd kept chanting his and Arthur's name. These cards have shown their might. Arthur Silvera has proved himself to be more than a ghost, but a bona fide genius. Ural walked into the room where Arthur Silvera sat, eating snacks he got from somewhere. As he munched on those raisins, he looked at Ural with an unfazed expression. "Welcome back," Arthur said when he saw Ural. "Good duel." Ural nodded blankly as he looked at Arthur, who seemed unconcerned about the outcome since the beginning. He studied that average face and golden eyes, hoping to peel some truth of them. Does this man know? Ural thought. Does he know that I've come all this way just to meet him? He sat next to Arthur as they watched the other matches. Arthur sat there munching on his snacks and offering some to Ural. Ural took them and sat there eating as well. It was the first time he ate something like this since he joined God's Blade Guild. Does he know what I read in the ruins? Ural wondered to himself as he sat there, feeling the prominent existence of the man next to him. Chapter 160, Summoning Runes. Arthur shifted in his seat uneasily when he saw Emma's partner walk toward the arena. He wasn't worried about his win, but his friends. He was confident about his abilities, but he had never seen Emma inscribe runes. She also didn't have outstanding achievements in the earlier rounds. Emma's partner was a girl with long hair. Arthur didn't know who she was, so he was about to look it up when Ural told him who she was. "She's from Genea," Ural introduced. "She's the daughter of a prominent potions family." "Doesn't that mean she's not a combat type of person?" Arthur frowned slightly. However, Ural shook his head as he munched on the raisins. Arthur thought he must have liked them. That's what one would think. Ural threw another raisin into his mouth. But potions require materials from dangerous areas. Arthur nodded in understanding as no more was needed for him to understand. As he looked back, the girl with wavy blue hair seemed confident against her opponent. The staff counted down with the audience again and Arthur sat on the edge of his seat. What were the abilities of the granddaughter of a grandmaster? He wanted to know. The fight began and the opponent threw a runic card in the air. It turned into a blade of flames and the opponent controlled it to attack the girl with the wavy hair, who was called Tin Rasan. Tin was still as confident and took out a single card from her belt. As he looked at the screen, Arthur realized that there was only a single card in her possession. He gaped before standing up quickly and rushing outside. He wanted to see what kind of card Emma created that took a full hour. The staff said something about staying in his room, but Arthur rushed ahead without replying. The staff stood there for a moment before Ural came out as well and told the staff to tag along to monitor them. Luckily, the arena was close to their room and Arthur reached it after 20 seconds. He stepped into the sun and heard the audience roar at the top of their lungs. His ability was like an itch that pricked at his consciousness with the emergence of a rune he had never seen before. As Arthur looked at the arena, Tin has already activated the card by now. A giant ethereal bird stood perched on her shoulder as it deflected the sword with its wings. A summoning rune. Arthur laughed with excitement. It's a summoning rune. There were all kinds of runes out there in the world. Like the flaming sword had a specific rune that allowed it to condense flames in a single blade that was more destructive, there were also unique runes like summoning runes. Summoning was one of the most controversial topics in the world. No one truly understood where these creatures came from, but there were many theories regarding this topic. Some said that they came from the other world, others said they came from different dimensions. Regardless of their origins, summoning runes worked like a portal to teleport these creatures here. Each portal would link to a specific creature and summons it to the world. That's to say, there were different types of summoning runes. Depending on the rune, a different type of monster would be summoned. It was like describing your package to a mailman so that he would recognize it and bring it. A rune would be your description, and the package would be the summoned creature. That's why summoning runes were so rare. Even the tiniest mistake could make the summoning fail. Emma must have worked most of her life to learn this rune, and she had succeeded, despite it being merely an ethereal creature. The eagle screeched and mana waves spread in the arena, shaking the flaming sword and its user. The opponent threw several other cards as 4 more elemental weapons manifested to fight on his behalf and protect him, but the summoned monster spread its wings and prepared to fly. With a flap of its wings, the eagle disappeared and appeared above the arena. It majestically looked at the weapons coming in its way before spreading its wings and flapping them, creating azure wind blades that flew toward the weapons. The elemental weapons broke down to the amazed cries of the crowd. Arthur clenched his fist with excitement as he looked at the eagle that was trying to fade. The wind blades carried on in their way toward the opponent before disqualifying him completely. There was a moment of silence before the crowd stood up from their seats and applauded, roared, and chanted the name of their next queen. Arthur looked at their feverish faces and knew that Emma had succeeded in making a name for herself. How are we going to beat that? Ural's voice came from behind him, and Arthur couldn't help but wonder about it himself. I don't know, Arthur shook his head. But I'm not losing. He turned and walked back as Ural looked at him in the eyes. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Arthur heard Ural's whisper as he walked past him. I know you won't. He didn't stop and continued forward, albeit questioning Ural's word for a second. However, he treated them as encouragement and returned to his room. He sat on his chair as he listened to the staff telling him that he can't leave his room. Please follow me now. The staff said, and Arthur followed him with a sigh. There was another inspection where Arthur was searched and scanned for any runes or artifacts. This procedure has already happened before, and Arthur had to give them his storage artifact to ensure he wasn't cheating. After he returned to the room, he found Ural already sitting there eating his raisins. Despite his serious and handsome face, there was something childish about the way he ate his food. Do you like them? Arthur pulled his chair and sat down, grabbing a handful of snacks too. The two munched together as they watched the duels. Ural made a sound like he was thinking about it. He examined the raisin closely before throwing it into his mouth. I've never had them before. Never. Arthur asked with shock. Why not? I was too busy. Training, mostly. Ural thought for a bit and answered. Arthur stayed silent and nodded. My dad used to love them too, Arthur said. That's why we always have them at home. Is your dad here today? Ural asked without pausing his eating. Arthur glanced at him and didn't know if Ural was feigning ignorance or simply hasn't looked him up. Well, he's one of the world's genius awakeners. Why would he care about my past? Arthur admonished himself for being too self-conceited. No, I haven't seen him for 3 years. Oh. Yours died. There were no words of sympathy between the two. They kept eating, and Arthur offered Ural another pack of raisins since he looked like he was about to finish the one he had. In the 9th round, Roy's turn came. He arrived before Arthur and Emma in a few days because he was with his master. In the end, Roy won by a semi-runic circle created by throwing 5 identical runic cards. The semicircle created an earth golem that the partner controlled to achieve victory by a slight margin. In the last round, Arthur only recognized Nera and the thin young man. Luckily, they weren't fighting against each other. Nera's runes were not that powerful, but the control they allowed over mana was finer than the rest. Her partner used a card that created mana arrows to achieve victory. The thin man also won in an unusual way. His runes, once revealed, made even Arthur frown. He created runes that reflected the damage they sustained. This way, the opponent was helpless. In the end, the man's partner used an offensive rune to end the fight. The next round will start in 2 hours. An announcement came and the audience began to leave. They headed toward the interior compartments of the Colosseum where restaurants and entertainments were provided. The announcer also mentioned something about betting stands inside. Ural, Arthur smiled. Why don't you bet on us? I don't bet, Ural said with a frown. As if this idea was too bizarre, he continued seriously. I never underestimate people's capabilities. Arthur was taken aback. You said that I won't lose earlier, so it's free money. Despite his odds being high making the return rather negligible, it was still free money. I know you won't lose. Ural shook his head. But that doesn't mean what I know is right. It's better that I rely on myself for money. Arthur went silent and studied the men in front of him seriously. He didn't want to admit it, but this young man's charisma was off the chart. He looked like the perfect protagonist of a novel that Arthur liked back in the days. Why do you think I won't lose? You've seen the runes other people used. Arthur was curious. Well, Ural looked away for the first time as he answered. Just a feeling. Arthur looked at him and mused to himself. This man didn't know how to lie. Chapter 161, Shinva. Only 50 remained and the competition was in full swing. During the 2 hours, the remaining participants, along with their partners, were escorted to a dining hall where they could eat or use any facilities like bathrooms, games, and massages. As they walked toward the hall, Ural and Arthur chatted idly. When the genius divine swordsman meets with the genius rune apprentice, their conversation must be one that would enter history. You mean, raisins are just dried grapes? Ural asked with confusion as if the secrets of the universe were unveiled to him, but they weren't to his liking. Yup, Arthur nodded and continued to explain. The amount of time differs by the grape's type, but most are dried in almost a day. But they're much sweeter. Well, yeah. Arthur frowned. I think it's just because the sugar is concentrated because it's smaller than the grape. Ural went into deep thoughts. The staff member that listened to their conversation wondered if he was hearing right. Were raisins that mystical that these geniuses talked about them so feverishly? He decided to feed his children raisins every morning. When they entered the hall, Arthur spotted Emma immediately. She was surrounded by the members of high society, Nera included. Tag along, I'll introduce you to my friend. Arthur pulled on Ural's arm and the young man obediently followed. The crowd parted around them as they walked by. There were murmurs regarding the duo of geniuses, but there was little disapproval. The reason for this is that even if Ural was strong, he was limited by the association to the Ray rank and he simply was as a substitute. Mana source to generate the cards. Of course, some people thought it was unfair that Ural paired with a champion candidate, but they were helpless. Since they were here to socialize, many of them tried to chat with the two geniuses as they passed by. However, both Ural and Arthur showed little interest in maintaining a chat. Greetings, summoner. Arthur joked as soon as he stood in front of Emma. Some nobles frowned at his casual tone but Emma's response dismissed them. Greetings, young hero. She said with a smile. Her eyes turned toward Ural who was grabbed by the arm. And greetings to the divine swordsman, too. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Emma. Ural nodded at her. The noble's attention shifted toward Ural, who looked unbothered even with Arthur pulling him by the arm. Well, I guess you two already know each other. Arthur shrugged and let go of Ural. Did you have lunch already? He asked Emma who shook her head. Fine, let's go eat something. I want to hear about your rune. Arthur said with a smile. The nobles slightly shifted, seeming to have planned the lunch to be theirs. However, when Arthur invited Ural as well, they found it hard to step in. Ural was known for his distant character and coldness. He didn't care about connections and only had training in his mind. He turned down the son of the Sun Emperor once, greatly affecting the Empire's relationship with God's blade. Sure, I'm hungry as well. Ural's response stirred the crowd further, making them see Arthur in a different light. However, it wasn't all favorable as some held caution. All right, let's go then. Arthur grinned and Emma excused herself from the crowd. She walked beside Arthur as she whispered, I need to invite Princess Nera. I can't leave her alone, you know that. Emma said in a low voice that only Arthur could hear. Whatever you say, boss. Arthur laughed lightly and the trio found a table to the side. Emma then went ahead and invited Princess Nera, who beamed at the gesture. Together with Tin Rasan and Nera's partner, the group suddenly doubled in number. Nera's partner was a young noble from the Yalvran Union. He introduced himself as soon as he sat down. My name is Roland Hivway, a captain from the guild Everlasting Stream. Arthur's eyes sharpened at the name of the guild. It was the same guild his father worked for and also the one that chased after his family for their possessions. This guild has called his father a thief and tarnished his reputation, so he couldn't help it when his composure was almost broken. His mana blood went wild for a moment, creating a slight ripple in the air. This was one of the side effects of assimilating the mana into one's body, as it would be affected by his mood from now on. That's why many awakeners practiced meditation. However, Arthur wasn't that impulsive anymore. He reined in his mana and flashed a courteous smile at Roland. Nice to meet you, Roland. The atmosphere eased when Arthur said, My dad used to work for the same guild, I hope you'll find a better fate than his. His words made the group awkward but Ural casually continued. I've heard about Everlasting Stream. It was Ural's social skills or how dense he was regarding the situation. To be a captain is quite noteworthy. Thank you, Sir Ural, Roland said with a grateful expression. Arthur didn't want to judge Roland solely based on his background, so he didn't treat him any differently. After all, a person's character wasn't decided by the organization he belonged to. His father was a fine example of that. Lunch arrived and Nera tried to strike up a conversation with Ural, only to fail. Ural was courteous but he wasn't the talkative type. As for Tin Rasan, she was quite the elegant lady but she didn't say a word. She only smiled as she listened to whoever spoke. Their table turned to be the spotlight given the statuses of the people involved. 6 young men and women from every corner of the world sitting around one table. And eating together. Their time was 2 hours, so they had a lot of free time left. Since that was the case, Arthur had a mischievous idea as he looked at Ural. Hey, everyone. How about we play some cards? The rest looked at him with confusion. Arthur signaled to a staff member and politely asked for a deck that was delivered to him instantaneously. After he got the deck, Arthur took out the 52 cards. 4 suits of a rose, a sword, a shield, and a book with 13 cards in each suit. The cards were the ace, 2 to the 10, the knight, the hero, and the guardian. As he looked at the highest-ranking card, the guardian, Arthur wondered slightly how much of their world was based on those 9 people. He dismissed the thought and turned to the group. Let's play Shinva, Arthur turned to Ural specifically. Do you know how to play it? Ural shook his head. As the legend says, Shinva is the trickster that led kingdoms to their fall since ancient times. He tricked kings and queens to steal their possession and replace them with fake ones. Arthur explained the game. They would go in turn and each person would have to place a certain card. The first person would have to throw an ace, the one after has to burn a 2, and so on in sequence. The cards would be thrown upside down and the person can lie about what card they've thrown. This way, whenever you see that someone was lying, you call out Shinva. I don't lie. Ural frowned. Then you'll have to get a full suit of cards to win. Arthur shrugged and dealt the cards between them. Aces. He threw in 2 cards and the others looked at each other. Shinva. Emma called out playfully and turned the cards upward. They were 2 aces and she had to pick them up to her deck as a punishment. 2. Then came Tin's turn and the group got to hear her voice for the first time. A cold and aloft voice that was quite the contrast to her elegant appearance. Then came Nera and Roland. In the end, Ural's turn came and he had to play 6. His face frowned heavily and he threw a card without saying anything. You need to say what card you've thrown, Ural. Arthur smiled at him. Otherwise, we'll know that you're lying. Arthur picked the card and flipped it upward. Shinva. It was a card of 7 and the group laughed. At the end of the game, Ural was holding almost the whole deck and Emma won easily. Ural's face, despite how handsome he was, looked tired. I hate this game. Ural threw the cards from his hand and looked at Arthur with an upset face. You've tricked me. Well, Arthur smiled as he saw how much fun they've had. I guess I'm Shinva then. The announcement came and the next round would begin in 10 minutes. The screen showed the names of everyone and their opponents. As Arthur read the name of his opponent, he found it to be familiar. Carlos Biva, the men from the Serna and the other champion candidate for the cup. They could already hear the crowd cheering for the anticipated match that has been brought early on by luck. Say Ural, Arthur spoke to the young men as they walked back to their room. Is it a coincidence that we were paired? Since Ural looked to be incapable of lying, even in a game, Arthur hoped to learn the truth directly from him. Ural didn't answer but Arthur waited. They reached their room and the staff left, leaving them alone inside. Arthur didn't sit on his hair but turned to face Ural, who looked at him back, seeming to mull over his answer. No, Ural answered before the 1-hour time frame began. It's not a coincidence. Arthur saw that Ural's eyes were clear and unwavering. It was fate. Chapter 162, Diary. Everyone keeps mentioning fate as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Arthur laughed lightly and shook his head. He looked at the screen and the countdown until the round begins and decided now wasn't the time for this. Sit, we'll have a different strategy. Ural nodded and sat down. When the countdown reached 0, the 1-hour limit began. Arthur sat in front of the table and picked up his brush. He dispelled all of the thoughts from his head and focused on the competition. Runic cards had a one-time usage. For runes like fire and other elemental runes, it was a short duration before the card disintegrates. After all, it was just a card and not an artificial artifact. The existence of runic cards allowed for a more budget-friendly system to take place. Runes were essential for survival in the other world, but not everyone could afford artifacts with different functions. For the cards that Arthur creates, he had 2 choices. Ones with an open reality gate and others with a closed one. Their performance drastically differs. However, Arthur didn't hold back earlier. He created genuine protection and weaken runes because they had a one-time usage and couldn't truly be perceived by outsiders. The case was different for fire, his only offensive rune. This rune was one of the few that didn't evolve but was a gate on its own. For example, the more mana Arthur used, the more fire he could produce. However, this fire's characteristic was different from artificial runes. It was noticeably hotter, destructive, and more flexible to control. That's why he inscribed an artificial fire rune earlier. Now, he wouldn't. To break through an artificial rune, a genuine rune was necessary. He saw how Carlos's runes reflected damage, but he knew there had to be a limit. Ural walked toward the stage for the second time today. However, he wasn't as confident as before. He was a realistic person. He saw how Carlos's runes reflected the damage they sustained and eliminated the opponent easily. How would his plan work? Ural thought that Arthur was a cautious person, but his plan was brute and overconfident. It was indeed simple, but simplicity isn't the best for the situation. Carlos's partner walked on stage as well, carrying a smug expression of victory. Reflect was indeed a rune to be proud and assured with, so his confidence wasn't without basis. Just trust me, Arthur told him after he had explained his plan. Ural decided to do just that since he doesn't have anything to lose. He placed his hand on the stack of cards strapped to his belt. 15 cards. He's a monster. Ural thought as the host stepped on the stage and the countdown started. However, where does his confidence stem from? He wondered. The crowd cheered and counted down until 0. The opponent threw the first card and a green barrier rose in front of him like before. He then took out another rune and used it as ice shards generated and flew toward Ural. However, Ural didn't just stand idly. To the crowd's amazement, Ural activated 10 barriers at the same time. Ural's and strength and mana were capped at 300, so activating the cards almost used all of his mana. He had used 240 units of mana just to activate the 10 runes. 8% of 300 was 24. Multiply that by 10 and you get 240 mana units. Each barrier equaled 360 in strength. A true monster. Euros felt a shiver at such a notion. Even if he received an attack of over 360, he would be immune until the attack breaks through all of the barriers. Euros didn't stop and took out the 5 fire runes. He had used this one before and knew his mana wasn't enough to handle 5 of them. However, he told Arthur he would trust him. With 60 units of mana left, Euros activated the 5 fire runes. Light engulfed the world the moment that he poured all of his mana into the runes. In the last moment, before he directed the fire, he realized something fatal. He had miscalculated. It was a layman's mistake, but it was fatal. It was related to the way runes worked in general. The runic lines would simulate the reality gate to gather the fire essence from the air and create fire. That's why if multiple runes were activated at the same time with identical lines, a semi-runic circle would be birthed. The 5 fire runes strengthened each other and absorbed the mana he poured into them greedily. A pillar of fire that as wide as 10 meters sprung into existence as it traveled toward the opponent. Cease. He could hear Jumana's roar, but he was helpless as well. The fire burned everything in its path as it headed toward the pale-faced young man who was still throwing ice shards. The green barrier around the young man did its job and reflected almost half of the elemental attack at Euros. Euros watched with dismay as he tried to take off the limiter, but it was too late. He braced himself as he watched the fire travel his way and break through his protective barriers. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Euros thought it was Jumana, but it turned out to be the back of someone he knew. For the briefest moment, Euros saw black light shine in front of him. Arthur's hand descended on the incoming flames and cut them apart in half. The flames diverged and headed in 2 ways around Euros and Arthur. Euros stared with shock at Arthur, who had split apart the flame with his bare hand. However, his hand was just fine and Arthur turned to him with an apologetic expression. "I'm truly sorry." His voice was sincere as he apologized. "I didn't think it would be this powerful. I have never tried it before." Before Euros could answer, the flames died down, revealing the opponent's side. Jumana was already at his side to protect him from the flames. Neither side was disqualified and the two stared at each other. Jumana had a barrier in front of her that was still shimmering. Her red hair was waving in the aftermath wind as a terrifying frown overtook her face. Phew. She sighed in relief suddenly. I fucking told that geezer that this partner's shit is useless. Laymen can never be as proficient as runes masters. She complained as she dusted herself and pulled the pale young man upward. As for you, she looked at Euros and Arthur. Good runes you have there. Arthur had underestimated his runes. He has honestly never tried using several runes together, so he was also shocked by the magnitude of the flames. Luckily, he was able to avoid endangering Euros' wellness by using his insignia in time. Despite the mental toll it took on him, his insignia was powerful. It was his trump card if things get weary with the 7 families. He didn't think he would need to use it today. Jumana announced that both participants demonstrated great skills in runes, so it was concluded with a draw. Both Arthur and Carlos passed this round, so it would be 26 participants in the next round. Thank you, Euros told him when they were heading back toward the room to rest. Arthur was tired mentally, but he still wanted to clarify things. It was my fault. Arthur turned to face him with tired eyes. I endangered you even though you were helping me. He bowed his head apologetically. For that, I'm sorry. Euros looked at him for a moment and shook his head. He then looked at Arthur's hand as if he wanted to say something, but refrained. Your runes are terrifying. I know. Arthur lifted his head and grinned. I'll make you an artifact in the future. At his words, Euros grinned for the first time today. The two then walked back to the room and Arthur asked Euros about his words earlier. What did you mean when you said it was fate? Arthur was more curious than cautious. It happened when I was in the ruins of the immortal sage. Euros asked the staff to leave them alone before standing outside the inspection room to tell him. I read a diary that mentioned someone proficient with runes. There are a lot of people like that. Arthur frowned, but Euros simply shook his head. Do you know what my ability is? Euros asked, but Arthur shook his head. Most people thought it was swords related, but no one was sure. It's called divine sense. Arthur almost gaped at this man revealing his secret so easily. It allowed me to glimpse at the memories of the diary's writer. And I saw you. What? Arthur thought he misheard. Uriel saw him in someone else's memories. Was it someone he knew? However, why would their diary be in the ruins of the immortal sage? I didn't think it was someone, well, alive. Uriel frowned. However, I saw your face when I was looking through articles related to runes. You can imagine my shock. He laughed helplessly. I still don't understand. Arthur shook his head. Confused was an understatement to how he felt right now. Even then, why did you want to meet me? Uriel's motive was on top of Arthur's priorities. I asked the sage a question and he gave me the diary of someone else. He said I'd find my answer in it. You're the only clue I have for my question. What question? I can't say. Arthur massaged his temples in confusion. He was tired, to begin with, and this just threw his thoughts into turmoil. Then, do you know the name of the diary's writer? Arthur hoped he would understand, although he didn't expect an answer. Yes, Uriel nodded slowly. His name. The sentence stretched until Arthur felt like he wanted to whip it and get the name. Is Solomon. Chapter 163, Manifesting a Weapon. The only Solomon that Arthur knew was the person that made Arthur the breaker of the trial. He had saved Arthur's life and asked him to save the Dark Queen, his lover, from the curse of suffering. However, that led to more questions. Solomon was dead, that was indisputable, or was it? Arthur's mind was chaotic as he sat inside the room. Uriel had asked if Arthur knew someone by that name, but Arthur denied. Uriel was an honest person, but Arthur wasn't the same. He didn't want to share what happened in the trial with anyone. As he sat there watching the duels listlessly, he tried to make sense of the situation. Uriel saw him in Solomon's memories. If that was the case, then Solomon's dying words made sense. He said that Arthur looked like him. Who was him? I should have studied philosophy. Arthur laughed, making Uriel glance at him with confusion. Arthur didn't say anything and grabbed a bag of chips. If Solomon has seen Arthur, then it must be in the trial. If Solomon has mistaken Arthur for someone else, then that someone was surely the same person Uriel had seen. Can Uriel make a mistake like Solomon, who was likely to make one because of how much time he spent in the trial? This is a mess. Arthur groaned. He felt like there was a knot that he didn't know how to untie. There was something that Arthur was missing, but he didn't know what it was. Oh, Uriel. Who else knows about the diary? Arthur asked with panic. However, Uriel simply threw another raisin into his mouth. No one. Phew, Arthur sighed in relief. Why did you tell me then? You could have kept it hidden. Arthur asked with confusion. Why would I? Uriel asked back with more confusion. I don't understand why I would see you in someone else's memories, but it's not like you can harm me. If you were my answer, then it's better to gain your trust. Trust can't be built on lies. Ugh, Arthur groaned. Everyone says I'm their answer, but where the hell is mine? Uriel seemed to seriously ponder his complaining. Most answers are within oneself. You're saying I'm my own answer as well. Arthur gaped at Uriel. Then I'm not your answer, but you are. Are we playing with words? Uriel laughed and shook his head. Maybe I am, maybe you are yours, who knows? Okay, stop. My head hurts already. Arthur looked back at the screen. It was Emma's turn again and she defeated her opponent with her summoning rune. It was a battle with no suspense. The matter of Solomon would have to wait. He didn't have enough clues and Uriel was the same. Luckily, he had managed to meet this person. At least, he knows that there was something bigger at play now. Wait, you said that we partnered through fate. What did you mean? Uriel looked away. I don't know. He was lying. Trust can't be built on lies. Uriel sighed. It's a runic card I had. It was called the String of Fate. It would allow you to meet someone you choose in the next few days. Even a dead person. Arthur tilted his head in curiosity. Suddenly, Uriel's eyes turned black. He looked nothing like the easygoing person from earlier. For the first time, Arthur saw the rage in his expression. No, his voice was distant. I tried that already. The randomness has been tempered with Ural's card. That's how they got to be together. This revelation made Arthur let his guard down. At least, it wasn't anything malice. He felt that his world has worn another layer of fog. He didn't know what to think of things anymore. There was nothing but mysteries in his path. His father, Jizo, Master Ronin, Solomon, and now Ural. Everyone was connected to him somehow, but he was the only person who didn't feel connected to anyone. They talked of fate and answers, but he didn't know if he could answer their expectations. What if he was a fraud? Someone that has chanced upon something greater, but it's not his. When would be the time that his facade would be taken down, leaving him with the naked truth? The rules had changed because of Arthur's and Carlos's draw. There were extra rounds now. Usually, the top 25 people would duel against each other until a champion is chosen. Now, 13 people would be chosen in the last round. Then, 7 people would advance to the last round. His next opponent was a tricky one, but Ural won again. His opponent used a teleportation rune to appear behind Ural, but the protection rune was there to take the damage. Roy was eliminated when he fought against Carlos, making him rank in the top 26 people. It was admirable to be ranked so high. In the end, only 13 people remained. I hate odd numbers, Jumana grumbled. We will randomly pick someone to advance to the next round. The rest will fight against themselves. The 13 people all had unique runes that allowed them to advance until now. Arthur's next opponent turned out to be Nera. Would you go easy on me, young hero? Nera smiled at him while they were resting in the dining hall. Arthur smiled back and pointed at Ural. I would love to, but the divine swordsman hates unfair play. That's right. Ural nodded seriously and the group laughed. I think the person who should go easy on us is Emma. Arthur teased and saw Emma pause. I would go easy on anyone, just not you. Your runes almost blew up the Colosseum. More than a ghost, you're better suited to be a terrorist. Her white teeth shined in the light as she grinned. That was an honest mistake. Arthur coughed in embarrassment. He suddenly remembered mistletoe and how some people classified them as terrorists in the last war. Let's both do our bests. Arthur turned to Nera, who nodded back. Their duel was the highlight of this round. Ural took the stage and so did Roland. Arthur asked the staff to allow him to see the fight up close and they agreed. He stood below the stage and watched as the host counted down. As soon as he reached 0, Roland took out his runes and activated them. A semicircle appeared and a weapon was materialized. A manifesting circle. Arthur grinned at Nera's trump card. A manifesting circle was even more advanced than a summoning rune, albeit more common. A series of runes that worked together to manifest a weapon. This technique was on the boundaries of the apprentice's realm. If the weapon was not made of elementals, it would have gained a physical form. Roland looked tired just by activating it. A chain appeared. That was made of flames with a single crystallized spearhead at one end. The spearhead was dark in color and was made of concentrated mana and dark essence. I guess Ural would have to use it. Arthur gave Ural a new rune from his own. The spearhead flew toward Ural at breathtaking speed, but Ural looked leisured. He activated the card and disappeared, appearing behind Roland's back. Teleport has made its entrance. The crowd gasped as another teleport rune has appeared. Arthur didn't know what people would say if they knew his teleport had a range of 3 kilometers if it had an open reality gate. This one was an artificial rune, so it had 100 meters. It was also teleport I, not 2. Before Roland could react, Ural had already used another runic card. Fire sprouted like a flower as it eliminated the young guild's captain. Geez, have some faith in me. Arthur was speechless when the crowd panicked due to the fire. He knows he had underestimated the rune's might earlier, but they didn't need to be so cautious. Well, it would have been worse if not for Jumana and Carlos's rune. Arthur wiped the imaginary sweat off his forehead and headed back inside. In the hallway, he found Nera standing there with a clenched fist. You were holding back since the beginning. She bit her lip in frustration. Same goes for you. Arthur shrugged. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I lost, that's it. Nera regained her composure and bowed slightly. Congratulations. Thank you, Arthur bowed back. It was then that he felt someone watching him. He turned back toward the arena and saw that another two people, who he didn't know, preparing to fight. One of them wore a hood that hid his face, but Arthur felt a sense of familiarity. The hooded person turned away and the duel began. In the end, he won. Arthur left Nera and headed to his room with Euro. However, he couldn't wash off the feeling of familiarity that he sensed. Well, maybe it was someone I met in the first 2 rounds. Arthur dismissed his unease as he had to focus. In this round, 7 people remained. Arthur, Emma, Carlos, a member of the Sun Emperor's workshop, the son of a grandmaster, a genius commoner from Orlan, and the person that hadn't fought in this round, a rune apprentice from Genea. Chapter 164, Too Overpowered. There has been a change in rules. Jumana came up on stage to reveal another piece of news. Because of the tie, we decided to hold the last round in a different manner. The crowd booed, but a single frown from Jumana made them shut up. With a pleased nod and the grin of a kid, she nodded. In the last round, we'll have the partners come on stage to use the participants' cards. They would use the cards against this giant pillar. Jumana waved her hand and a black pillar appeared. To test how much damage the card could inflict. The crowd was displeased about this. This change sounded a bit unfair to Carlos, who relied on the reflected damage to win. A participant can create a single offensive card to use against this pillar. The pillar would then rank them according to how much damage they were able to produce. As if sensing the crowd's displeasure, Jumana continued. The participants would then get to challenge anyone of a higher rank than them. Each participant gets 3 opportunities to challenge someone. They can't challenge the same person more than once. After it was clarified, the crowd's tension eased. This way, no unfairness would be involved. With this, the 7 that were left would each inscribe a card and use it. As he sat in his room, Arthur sighed at his low arsenal of offensive runes. He had been saving legacy points to buy a powerful one, but he was a few points short. After 2 days of killing the undead, he now had 22 legacy points. There were some runes he could buy now, but he didn't really need to. Fire rune it is. He inscribed a genuine rune using the liquefied mana. It gave a low red hue and hugged the runic card. Unlike others, Arthur didn't need more time to inscribe more powerful runes. That's why he feigned inscribing for 10 minutes before finishing the rune. Fascinating, Ural said from the side. Every time I feel like the rune is going to fail, you find a way to bring it to life. It's even more sophisticated than others. Well, it's a technique I developed. Arthur summoned the art of bluffing again. I allow the runic lines to rest before connecting them. This way, it appears chaotic, but the key is in the timing. Oh, that's remarkable. Ural, who was a layman in the rune's path, simply nodded and didn't doubt Arthur. If Ural used his divine sense, Arthur knew he would be exposed. However, Ural didn't. The simple fact of him sitting next to Arthur as he inscribed runes was a gift from the association and a test. Runes master usually work in seclusion, so Ural wouldn't pry on Arthur's work. So, you're done? Ural asked with confusion. Shouldn't you take your time more? And keep pretending to inscribe the rune for an hour? No thanks. Arthur simply smiled and shook his head. For artificial runes, runic lines were the deciding factor for the rune's limits. For a given rune, an 80% resemblance to the rune and a 90% had a gap as wide as the Great Blood Ocean between them. That wasn't to say that no one had achieved a 100% resemblance, many did, and it wasn't uncommon. For Arthur, his runes were always perfectly done. Anyone that sees them would think Arthur was either gifted or had simply spent a few years training to get the perfect rune. The rest of the time, Arthur spent it chatting idly with Ural. The more he got to know the guy, the less he felt like he knew him. Ural didn't do anything but train all of the time, he said. When Arthur asked him about friends, Ural mentioned his guild's members. You said you never lie. Why? Well, a heart full of lies and trickery can never hold a proper sword. Hesitation is birthed from uncertainty, and I can't have that as a swordsman. Arthur didn't know what to say to that. He remembered Miko and how she tried to warn him that people would use his kindness. Since the trial, he grew more cynical and less naive. Or I hope I did. Arthur thought as he looked at Ural. There was always the chance that Ural was acting, but Arthur didn't feel that to be the case. But he told me about the diary and the card he used. He doesn't have a reason to tell me these if they were lies. Arthur hated this feeling of paranoia. He started questioning everything his eyes comes across. However, there was also a feeling of certainty that was birthed from his breakthrough. It wasn't the certainty of no lies that Ural talked about, but a different one. His certainty came from going beyond right and wrong, and he chose to define his own. It wasn't wrong to lie for one's own benefit or safety. I should have studied philosophy. Well, there's such class in Girano. I attended it once. It was confusing. They discussed essences, souls, selves, gods, and perfection, trying to make sense of the obvious. The obvious is subjective. Arthur shrugged. You're on your last year in Girano, right? Yeah, but I'm with my guild most of the time. In your third year, college becomes only a place to learn things for your guilds. For example, I'm learning about new monsters there before heading beyond the gates. You've been beyond the gates? Arthur leaned forward in shock. It should have been obvious, but he never met someone that went beyond the gate. Well, except for his father. Yes, I've been. How is it, the other world? Arthur asked with his eyes sparkling. Little was known about the other world except for its dangers. Well, everyone calls it Alka. Ural smiled. Then, his smile disappeared. It's a truly scary place. Every monster over there is above the high rank. That's why the rank beyond. That is called true monsters. However, Ural paused and Arthur saw the smile return. It was a different one of excitement. It's a place of heroes, demons, and gods. Time is up. The host announced on the screen. Ural nodded and picked up the card from the table. Arthur sat there blankly as he felt his heart thumping. Ah, Arthur sighed. It's hard to wait. He even had the thought of going beyond the gate illegally, but he knew he had to get stronger first. The first person to use the runic card was Carlos's partner. A spear of ice manifested and attacked the pillar, showing a number that left the crowd amazed. Carlos was judged to be not of the offensive type, so the results came shocking. 396, using all of his mana, Carlos's partner was able to break through the damage normal Ray rankers could output. The strongest Ray ranker could punch a number of 300. Using mana and the rune, this person was able to almost double that. The one who came after Carlos was Tin Rasan, the beautiful woman from Genea. She used the summoning rune again and the eagle attacked the pillar. For 11, the crowd was thrilled. The eagle was a more flexible rune to use than ice or fire. Even though it consumed the user's mana to fight, it was better to defend, attack, or simply distract. After Tin, the Grandmaster's son's turn came. His name was Abraham. Wind gathered in his partner's hand and a giant azure-colored blade struck the pillar. 399, it was slightly stronger than Carlos's but weaker than Emma's eagle. Seeing the numbers made the crowd recognize this young rune apprentice too. The hooded person that Arthur had seen used a rune that was inscribed by the member from the Sun Emperor's workshop. Light gathered and focused on one point and the rune actually produced a laser that attacked the pillar. For 53, the crowd stood up from their seat in shock at this sight. Lasers were a feat of technology, but the Ilios Empire was always known for their innovations regarding light and fire runes. Arthur frowned as the sense of familiarity intensified. The commoner from Orlon came next. Arthur had seen her before. It was a short girl with freckles. Her partner used lighting that made her achieve a result similar to the Iliosion. For 55, the person after that was the girl from Genea that had lucked out in the previous round. However, it seems she also had some abilities as she used a rare rune called Spirit's Attack. Her score was 320, to the disappointment of the crowd. At last, Arthur saw Ural take the stage. He looked at the screen and Ural was already using the fire rune. The black pillar took the flames head-on as Ural used all of his mana. The flames gathered in a giant spear under his command and he threw it at the pillar. With a giant explosion, the pillar started showing numbers on it. The numbers flashed across the pillar in golden characters before stopping at a number that left the crowd speechless. 555, using all of his mana, Ural was able to break through the damage normal Ray rankers could output. The strongest Ray ranker could punch a number of 300. Using mana and the rune, Ural was able to almost double that. Many in the crowd cheered as greed filled their eyes. If they could get their hands on such a card, they could survive many battles. Everyone wrote down the name of the rune's apprentice that has inscribed such a card. Basic runes were called as such, not because of their weakness, but their simplicity. If a Vetus ranker used all of his mana to use the fire rune, the destructiveness of it wouldn't change by much. These were the limits of the rune itself. As for Arthur's rune, everyone in the crowd had a single word in their heads. Too overpowered. Chapter 165, Volder. The ranking had been established. With this, the final round was starting. As for the duels happening to determine the lower ranks, it would be organized afterward. 1. Arthur Silvera. 2. Mulan Carey. 3. Leonard Laren. 4. Emma Agard. 5. Abraham Gallen. 6. Carlos Biva. 7. Lily Green. This ranking was the initial one. Starting from the bottom, the participants would get to challenge those of a higher rank. Since it was getting late, the last round would be held tomorrow. It was also an opportunity for the participants to prepare some strategies. These are the keys to your room. The staff member bowed in greeting and handed Arthur and Ural the keys. They had separate rooms and they had to follow the staff until they got there. The two went on separate ways for the first time today. Despite the short time they spent together, Arthur felt like he knows Ural more than he did with the others. It had something to do with Ural's simple and straightforward character. Arthur opened the door and entered the room. It was bigger than the last one and was almost as big as his room in the fortress. Like always, he walked straight to the bed after throwing his robes. These are so restricting. Arthur unbuttoned the shirt and lied on the bed. He finally got some time alone and he listened to the quietness of the room, the boiling tea in the fireplace, and the distinct sound of running water. Wait, running water. Arthur frowned and felt like he was reliving this. He shot up from his bed and looked at the bathroom door. The door opened like last time and a man walked out. He had a masculine and hairy body with a towel covering his waist and privates. As Arthur looked at the man looked back at him for a moment before a grin broke on his face. Junior. I should have fucking known. What? Reese tilted his head in puzzlement. However, it seems he had more urgent news to deliver. C has sent me over. There's some bad news. Okay, but first of all. Arthur raised his hand in blocking. Don't touch me when you're in other people's bodies. Moreover, don't touch me at all. Second of all, why are you always taking baths in people's bodies? Reese seemed to be stunned by both matters, as he looked blankly at Arthur. It seems Reese couldn't decide on which matter was more important. People always feel filthy. Oh, it was an unexpectedly understandable answer. What is the news? One of the families is making a move. What? Arthur shot up from his seat. What do you mean? It's the family behind the Ilios Empire, the Volder family. Do you mean their youngest prince's arrival to the Yalvran Union? Arthur frowned. What about the other families? No, there's nothing from the others. It seems the Ilios Empire is taking action alone. C used his ability to look into their royal palace, but something happened. What do you mean by something? Arthur frowned. Is Seer okay? Reese shook his head. We don't know. He's unconscious right now. Arthur felt his body turn cold. Seer was unconscious after he had tried to look into the palace of the imperial family. Did that mean that he had overused his ability and the legacy owner is now trying to take over? We should go back. Arthur was suddenly worried about his family. If even the city of Runera was threatened, a protection jade wouldn't be enough to save them. Calm down, Junior. Reese walked over and sat on the couch opposite Arthur with his towel still on him. C has given his instructions. We don't think the Volder family can do anything during the cup, so it must be after you leave the city of Runera. Has C said why they're targeting me? Arthur didn't think Reese knew Arthur was the outsider, so he had to feign ignorance. No, but it must be because of the fortress. It could also be because of your talent in the runes. They don't wish for the Yalvran Union to get stronger. Arthur sighed in relief inwardly. If Seer didn't tell anyone he was the outsider, then very few people knew. Even Aaron Volder couldn't be sure about his identity. There were Hazel and Miko, the only two who knew his name. Others have seen him end the trial. He didn't know if they were smart enough to connect the two, but there were many witnesses. With his sudden fame, he must have grabbed their attention. Why did they wait until I left Kara? Arthur didn't know the answer to this question. If they were coming after him, then Arthur could do nothing but run away and hide in his fortress. If it was about the fortress incident where he called out Prince Alfred, then it didn't make sense. This wasn't enough for them to make a move. Yes, a young hero is good for the public image of the Yalvarin Union, but it was no threat to the Empire. They can't be this petty. However, if it was about the trial, then it was understandable. The strange thing is why they had waited until now to make a move. Are they mobilizing their forces? Arthur asked weirdly. If the paladins came after him, it would be hard to run away even with his teleport rune. A single smack could send him to oblivion. No, they're trying to be discreet about it. Master Ronan says that they must want to capture you without the other families knowing. All right. Arthur nodded in understanding. It was only a matter of time, he thought. But I'm not leaving before I become the champion. Arthur. Rhys, I'm not running away from this. Arthur couldn't waste the prize for first place in the Apprentice Cup. He also didn't want to waste how much he had worked for this because he was scared of the Volder family. Rhys nodded after a brief silence. He took out his clothing and started to wear them as Arthur uncomfortable diverted his eyes. Very well. Lee is on his way here, we'll escort you back to the fortress. Ivy, Zaz, and Hua have been called over. William is challenging the Tower of Wisdom so he's unreachable. We'll escort you back to the fortress. Thank you, Rhys. Arthur sighed. For everything. Arthur, Rhys shook his head. Don't thank me. We haven't known each other for long, but families take care of each other. You're like our newborn child with many illnesses and an ugly face, we can't leave you to die, now can we? That was oddly specific. You're like the puppy you pick up from the sidewalk only to realize it was a serial killer puppy and the police are after him. Dude, what kind of comics have you been reading? You're like. Stop. Arthur threw his hand in surrender. I'd rather you guys just hand me over at this rate. The two looked at each other and broke into laughter until their stomachs started hurting. After the good laugh, Arthur felt more at ease. He didn't know what have the Volder family planned. However, he would face it head-on. For that, he needed to gear up. After Rhys left the room, Arthur opened his legacy's inheritance. He had 22 points. He wanted to save them for something grand like a high-tier rune, but his hands were tight this time. Arthur opened the runes menu as he started going through his options. There were elemental runes like fire. There was water, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and other unique runes like those that generated a specific gas, others that created metals, or those that produced acid. Arthur thought he could choke his enemies with carbon monoxide or something, but he knew this didn't work on high-ranking awakeners. They could slap the life out of him before he could gather enough gas to kill them. He needed something powerful and instantaneous. There were other runes like shape-shifting, invisibility, amplification, magnetic waves, shadow creation, taming, material transformation, regeneration, and so many other runes that Arthur felt lightheaded just going through them. There were also the protection runes like barriers, illusion barriers, higher-ranking protection runes, shields manifestations, and other similar runes he could use. There was even summoning runes. Arthur's night, originally planned for his rest, was spent mulling over which rune to buy. That's to say that he couldn't buy all of them as some of them had. 25 points price tag and other has 30 price tags. I got the fortress for 30 points, why are these so expensive? Arthur complained to Jizo in his mind. He imagined Jizo telling him the obvious, that the fortress was a part of the legacy quest's reward. In the end, Arthur decided that he didn't need an offensive rune right now. His opponents were stronger than him, so he started considering the protection rune and the others. Chapter 166, Reunion. The sky was bright yet Arthur's mood was bleak. He had spent the whole night debating which rune to buy, but he finally made a choice that was worth 20 legacy points. Welcome to the last day of the Rune's Apprentice's Cup. Jumana coughed once before throwing her hands grandly. Let's laugh, cry, and bleed today. Let's not bleed please, Arthur muttered to himself at Jumana's ominous words. He was sitting in his room watching the announcement with Ural munching on his side. You've eaten 3 bags already. Arthur glanced to Ural that was still eating the raisins. I have a high metabolism. That's not the point. The first challenger has appeared today. It's Lily Green and she had already chosen her opponent. The first duel shall be between Lily Green and Abraham Gallen. The lucky participant has chosen the son of the Grandmaster, so everyone cheered for her confidence. The duel started right away as each partner took their sides. Lily's partner was a woman of tall stature that had dark skin. She took a single card and Arthur's sense perked up at the peculiarity. It was the same rune that she has used in the ranking round, a purely magical spirit attack. However, her score wasn't that satisfactory. A radiant aura descended the stage as mana gathered and turned into a completely ethereal form around the rune. Then a bow appeared with an arrow and it was launched at the opponent. The partner of Abraham seemed to know what awaited him and constructed a barrier as soon as the rune was activated. However, the ethereal attacked past the barrier and struck the partner who fell to his knees. The mana of the partner ran wild as his screams echoed through the arena. After the barrier rune was gone, Lily's partner walked over and struck the defenseless opponent, eliminating him. Soul attack. Arthur frowned. He had read about these types of runes in the library. It had the same concept as the undead parasites, as it used the ethereal form of mana to interfere with the consciousness and the user's soul. Usually, these runes were prohibited in competitions as they had more than physical damage. However, basic runes could only result in unconsciousness for a few hours. The crowd looked warily at the dark-skinned girl that held the runic cards. The unknown was feared and such runes were among the most feared among the public. Nonetheless, there was cheering. That's troublesome. Ural frowned. It is, but I think my protection can work against it. Arthur shrugged. He didn't think his protection would allow this attack to pass by. After all, it was a magical attack. What's the difference between your rune and Abraham's rune? Well, many. Abraham's rune seems to be focused on elemental attacks more than magical attacks. Elemental attacks consist of both physical and magical aspects. For example, fire and the mana that fuels it. That's why the purely magical attacks were able to break through the barrier. Furthermore, it was mostly mana. What about your rune? It can protect you from it. Arthur didn't explain his rune in detail. His protection rune was one of the most powerful ones he had. After all, it protected him from attacks. There was nothing specified, so Arthur was worries-free. How can you know so much about Abraham's rune without studying it? Ural looked at Arthur for answers, but Arthur was helpless. Divine sense allows you to connect to the world and feel it, right? Arthur asked and Ural nodded. I can feel the same toward runes. Arthur chose not to lie, but he didn't say the full truth. As he looks at runes, his eyes recognize every one of them. However, he didn't recognize the runes themselves but the alphabet that made them. Every rune was a word. That's why you can see different runes with the same function. Why would there be different protection runes? It was simple. Their runic lines were different. The runic lines were the alphabet that only Arthur could read. Lily's second challenge was issued, it was Leonard. However, as the spirit's attack struck the hooded person, there was no effect. In the end, the dark-skinned woman lost the challenge. Then came Lily's last challenge and it was Arthur, as a matter of course. As Arthur expected, her attack couldn't break the barrier. In the end, she lost as well. She now placed 5th, pushing Carlos and Abraham down. Carlos's turn came and he challenged Arthur first. It was expected since he believed he could win this time. Same plan. Arthur handed over the runic cards to the shocked Ural. Trust me. Arthur, I trusted you last time and I almost blew up the arena. Ural looked at him with a puzzled look that was too innocent for Arthur to take offense. Nonetheless, he did as he coughed in embarrassment. I made some changes. This time, you can go all out. Arthur had inscribed artificial fire runes this time. Thus, even if they amplified each other, the 10 barriers would still be able to defend against the reflected damage. Ural nodded with resolve as he grabbed the card with the conviction of a warrior. Arthur looked at him speechless. You're not going to die, Ural. You never know. It was nice to meet you. Arthur looked at him departing, wondering if this guy just threw a joke. He sighed and slumped in his chair as he looked at the screen. Now that he was alone, worry began eating at his mind. Was his family safe? Can he escape from the Volder family? What did they plan to do, if they haven't mobilized their forces? As he was deep in thought, space twisted a few meters away from him. Arthur's sense picked up the change in mana and his dagger was already in his hand. A hooded person appeared in front of him and Arthur attacked without hesitation. His dagger was covered in flames as it slashed toward the newcomer. A hand blocked his attack and Arthur felt like he had struck a bottomless abyss. His strength kept traveling somewhere before the hooded person revealed his face. I guess you're not as stupid as you have been, Arthur. He slowly recognized the voice, blonde hair, silver eyes, and the distinct scar across her right eye and down her cheek. His eyes widened as he hurriedly withdrew his dagger. Miko. Arthur was baffled as he stood there stunned. He reached out and embraced her before he could think of whether she would like it or not, but she simply laughed and embraced him back. Okay, let me go now. Miko pushed him away with a smile. Yes, yes. I missed you too. However, there are more important things at hand. Where have you been? I tried looking for you, but I didn't know where to start. You should have given me a name or address. Arthur was still happy about meeting her that he couldn't focus. One of the rules of being an assassin is to never give information, I think. She rubbed the tip of her nose as she said sarcastically. I'm sorry that I haven't contacted you until now, but please listen to what I have to say. Is it about the Volder family? Arthur asked cautiously. Miko was one of the few that knew of his feud with Aaron Volder, so it was all right to tell her. You know already, huh? Miko grinned. You're not as helpless as I remember you to be. I was also stupid. We both were. Miko shook her head in regret. Jean only cared about Hazel. Hazel cared about you. We failed to see that it doesn't mean Jean was an ally. Is he still alive? Arthur asked after a brief pause. Barely. That's not important now. The Volder family has already fallen lower than we have thought. They're using nether beings, the Enders. You have already met them once in the Calamity Spider. Arthur's eyes widened. He made similar guesses, but he hadn't felt any Enders around. After his breakthrough, he was more sensitive to everyone's existence. It was usually proportional to their strength, but the Enders gave him a unique loathsome feeling even before he broke through. The arena shook and Arthur realized that he had forgotten about Ural. He turned toward the screen and waited for the smoke and dust to disappear. In the end, Ural appeared on the stage, unharmed, while his opponent has flown out of the arena. Arthur Silver and Ural win. The announcer's voice filled the room, but Arthur couldn't feel much happiness right now. Look at you, being famous and all. Miko grinned at him. Miko, do you know what the Volder family is going to do? Arthur asked, interrupting her. Miko looked at him quietly and revealed what she knew. I don't know a lot, I came here disobeying my orders. All I know is that the Enders are coming after you using the Volder family. Chapter 167, A Genius and a Plan. What do you mean by using? Arthur frowned. Despite his sensitivity towards those loathsome creatures, he didn't know much about them. The only source he got to know of them is his legacy. As for the others, including Seer and Master Ronan, chose to selectively stay quiet about their existence. The Enders need a medium to manifest in the world. They can't appear for too long, so they use humans. Using greed and hatred as fuel, they corrupt the human soul and grant abilities toward the human. Just like legacies. Exactly. Miko nodded. That's why people with a legacy are safe from the Enders. What's their goal? We don't know yet. She shook her head. Many of the high-status personas of the 7 families have fallen to their side. They dream of a common goal. A common goal. Arthur remembered Jizo's words. However, he wanted to know how much Miko and her organization knew. Yes, Miko paused as she looked around. Your friend is coming. I'll look around in the meantime for anything suspicious. Tell me their goal, Miko. It's only a matter of delusions and prophecies. Miko shook her head. They call it the true world. We only know that what they're seeking would bring us doom. I didn't think you guys would be so benevolent to try saving the world. We're not. Miko grinned as space started twisting. We're simply following what our ancestors dictated. The reason for our opposition to the other families is simple. Before her body disappeared, she left a single world. It's revenge. As Arthur sat on his chair for a few minutes, Ural came back. As soon as he did, he frowned and looked around. Did someone come here? Just some staff, they brought you a few more bags of snacks. Oh, Ural smiled. How considerate. Good duel. Good runes. I'm glad I didn't die. Did you think you would die? Arthur asked curiously. I'm always prepared to die. Sure, ancient swordsman of the true path, Arthur said sarcastically and was speechless when he saw Ural blush. Thanks. It wasn't a compliment. After his loss against Arthur, Carlos challenged Mulan and won. The ranking shifted again and it was Abraham's turn. Unexpectedly, the Grandmaster's son seemed to know of his capabilities and settled for the last place. Then came Emma's turn to challenge. As Arthur expected, she challenged him right away. With a grin, Arthur inscribed the runes for Ural. When Tin and Ural met on stage, the crowd's excitement was at its peak. Without hesitation, Tin took out the summoning card and the ethereal eagle appeared again. Ural used the weaken rune on the eagle after throwing several fireballs at it. The eagle's size grew smaller and weaker. After it had evolved, the weaken rune could decrease the opponent's stats by 15. However, Arthur had no time to watch the show. If the Enders were coming after him, he wouldn't just sit around and wait for them. Unlike what Seer has expected, Arthur felt that the attack would happen when he would least expect it. It would most likely take place in the Rune's Apprentice Cup. The space twisted next to him and Arthur smiled thinly. Miko, with her small stature and hood, appeared from nothingness. Found anything? Arthur asked but Miko shook her head. With a nod, Arthur took out a stack of runic cards and handed them to Miko. She looked at him, bewildered. Take this map of the arena and spread the cards according to the locations I marked. Do you think a barrier is useful against the Enders? Miko asked, baffled. Mine is, Arthur grinned sinisterly. If they're coming after me, I need to welcome them properly. Arthur, the Enders are called Eaters of Mana. They can't be destroyed using normal means. That's even a weak one of them can wipe out a platoon of Ray Rankers. I know, just trust me. Arthur knew as much. After all, he had seen how helpless the Lee, Ivy, and Zaz were against the crazed prince. However, he had also seen how his runes were able to damage the Enders. With hesitation and a nod after, Miko agreed. She took the stack of cards and disappeared, leaving Arthur in the room. Arthur sat down and sighed. Luckily, he had picked a proper rune last night. Even though it was weaker than his protection rune, it had a certain trait that allowed it to be powerful. The room's door opened and the unfamiliar yet familiar face of Reese came in. He was still using the body of the giant men from yesterday. Junior, Lee has arrived. Ivy and the rest are on the way. Are you worried? Do you want a hug? Reese came forward but Arthur already had his dagger in hand. I'll stab you, Senior. Arthur smiled. He flicked the dagger and it disappeared into his subspace. I have a favor to ask, Senior brother. Anything? Reese beamed with pride. Arthur felt sorry for being a little bit manipulative, but he knew Reese knew his intentions. I think the attack is going to take place today, in the Colosseum. That can't be. Reese shook his head. The Elios Empire can never attack Runera. If the Runes Association turns on them, it would be suicidal. They'll be using the same method of Prince Alfred. That's... Reese's eyes grew wider. Possible. He nodded with a frown. As he looked around the room, Reese continued. Even though the rooms were monitored, that was only the case for mana changes. Arthur couldn't even inscribe runes unless the barrier around the table disappeared. That only happened before the duels began. The Runes Association didn't install any recording devices or runes, Arthur checked. You know about C's ability. However, there's a reason C couldn't foresee his younger brother's betrayal of the kingdom. The Enders are natural anti-magic creatures, so his ability doesn't work on them. He can only see the effect of their actions. That explains why he thought the Empire itself was making a move. Yes, and it explains why he was hurt in the process. Reese shook his head sadly. Junior, I think they're trying to take revenge on you. More like confirm whether I'm the outsider. Arthur thought to himself as he remembered Jizo's and Master Ronan's words. The 7 families want to use him to get the Holy Crown. Arthur didn't know if he can get the Holy Crown, but it was the only way for the 7 families after hundreds of years of failure. That's the reason, Arthur guessed, that the Elio's empire tried to cover the news of his appearance. If only Aaron's followers knew about Arthur's identity, it was a simple thing to shut them up. However, Arthur didn't know everything that was going on. What he knew that the Empire was trying to get him without the others knowing about. His real identity. If that was the case, he needed to stay low from now on. Since that was the case, Arthur had a plan in mind. He only needed to get through today and guarantee the safety of his family. Using the untraceable phone that Ruby had given him, he sent a message to Master Ronan. Arthur's attention was brought back to the ongoing duel. Ural's barrier broke, but it managed to fend off the attack earlier. Ural then used a teleport rune and appeared behind Tin, using the fire rune. The wind managed to push the fire back as the eagle hurried to rescue its master. As the fight went on, the crowd noticed the peculiarity of Ural's fighting style. It was extravagant. The crowd began counting since the first card Ural used until now. It has been 10 cards. Regardless of the question of how can so many cards be used with the mana of a Ray Ranker, the creator of these cards managed to make these cards in an hour. 12. 13. The crowd kept counting as even Jumana wore a puzzled expression of shock. Participants were searched and their artifacts' storage were taken. The table that provided them with the materials had a barrier that didn't allow the participants to inscribe outside of the time frame. The room was monitored so that no harm would come of the barrier. This means that Arthur Silver managed to create 13 runic cards in 1 hour. Ural teleported and appeared on the air as he took out 2 more cards, making them 15 in total, and they were both fire runes. The runes amplified each other as a coiling dragon of flames descended on Tin. The weakened eagle tried defending her, but in the end, it collapsed as well as the flames obstructed everyone's vision. In the end, Ural won. The crowd cheered and chanted the name of the genius that managed to create 15 cards in an hour. Arthur Silvera. The zeal was over the roof and the arena shook with their chanting and stomping on the stands. Geniuses were revered in this world. They had witnessed the birth of not only a champion but someone that would shake the world of runes. As the competition was broadcasted live, the whole world recognized the birth of a genius in the runic path. What they didn't know is that it would be a long time before this genius makes an appearance again. Chapter 168, Final Duel. After losing to Arthur, Emma challenged Carlos and ended up winning by a small margin. It seems she had used her rune to the limit as the eagle was stronger than before with only a hair's breadth separating it from reality. The ranking was shifted once again, with Arthur being the sole exception with his unattainable first spot. Leonard was the next challenger and he, as expected, challenged Arthur. Multiple teleports. He can't focus the laser fast enough. There are limits to the rune he's using, one of them being mobility. Use these teleport runes to gain an advantage and end it. You're not holding back. Ural smiled at Arthur. Would you rather that I do? Nope, I like it this way. After Ural left, Arthur resumed his waiting. He had already taken every step to prepare for the Ender's attack. If even his work wasn't enough, he'd have no idea what would be. The Enders needed Arthur to come out of the Colosseum's interior for them to attack. If they needed to use a human to attack, then they needed to get close to Arthur first. However, they would probably pick a time where Arthur was alone and unprotected. Even now, Arthur's room was protected by Rune's Masters and Awakeners. Unless the Enders could teleport without a medium, it would be difficult for them to find their way to Arthur. The awards ceremony. Arthur realized. That would be the best time to attack Arthur. This way, they get Arthur on stage without anyone else. As he would be crowned champion, he would be in the arena alone with Ural. Arthur then looked at the stage. As soon as they began, the hooded person used the laser runes to attack Ural. However, by the time light was condensed into a beam, Ural had already teleported. The hooded person needed to use another rune to attack, but Ural teleported again. It then became a battle of how many cards each side had, and there was no way Arthur would lose. In the end, Ural teleported next to the hooded person, who flinched and tried to back away. However, he had no cards left. Ural took out the fire rune and activated it to attack the opponent. When the fire attacked the opponent, even though the limiter stopped the damage from reaching the hooded person's body, Arthur felt a slight change. A stinking smell that made him feel nauseous. For the briefest moment, the hooded person failed to hide it. It was all that Arthur needed to feel their existence. Bingo. Arthur grinned as he now knew who the Ender Slave was. He had his suspicions regarding this person before, but it was now confirmed. The only question was why he felt a certain familiarity toward this person. Unexpectedly, Leonard didn't challenge anyone anymore. His rank was established, and the only one that hasn't challenged anyone yet was Mulan Carey. The ranking was now as follows: Arthur Silver, Emma Aggard, Carlos Biva, Mulan Carey, Leonard Laren, Lily Green, and Abraham Gallen. The bright sun's heat was contrasted by the chilly breeze that ran through the stadium. A person appeared on stage, but it wasn't Mulan's partner, but Mulan herself. She wore the limiter of the Ray rank as the announcement was issued. Since Mulan Carey fulfills the requirements to wear a limiter, she was allowed to represent herself in the last rounds. This announcement shocked the crowd and the participants alike. There was a reason that Rune's apprentices didn't represent themselves. They were too weak to do so. There wasn't any Vetus rank Rune's apprentice in the competition before, so the partner's solution was presented. For example, Arthur was a Ray ranker. However, Emma was still at the edge of the Neo rank. This was because she had spent her life studying runes and didn't have time for anything else. Mulan Carey, shockingly, was a Vetus ranker. With her short height, freckled face, and a grin from ear to ear, she stood on the arena with pride. She wore a limiter that reduced the mana output to the Ray rank with several cards strapped to her belt. The world is truly filled with geniuses. Arthur laughed helplessly. She's a Vetus rank Rune's apprentice. What if she focused all of her life on runes? There was no rule against representing oneself as long as the mana output was the same. I challenge Arthur Silvera. Arthur shook his head helplessly as Ural laughed by his side. I guess everyone likes you. Wow, Ural. Was that sarcasm? Arthur asked in genuine amazement. Ural frowned as if he didn't know whether it was himself. Arthur was given 1 hour to prepare. In the meantime, other participants had their duels. After the 1 hour was done, Arthur gave Ural the runes. What is the plan this time? 7 fire runes and 7 protection runes. You know, she knows lightning runes. Yeah, but I don't have a better rune against her. How about teleport? No, you won't need it. This will be a direct confrontation. What? How do you know? Well, Arthur paused as he couldn't explain it. I've seen how Mulan behaves until now. She's a straightforward person. There must be a reason why she decided to represent herself now. That's exactly why I don't think it would be a straightforward confrontation. No, it's the opposite. She wanted to take things into her own hands. Whatever she's trying to do, it would be related to her runes. We can only hope to achieve victory. Okay, I'll just use the 7 fire runes together. Do you want to blow up the arena again? Arthur was speechless. That's a good idea. He laughed, but Ural must have thought he was kidding. There's no reflection rune this time. Just activate all of the runes at once and protect yourself. But, the arena. Ural's forehead sweated as he looked at Arthur like a madman. Talk to Jumana. Ask her to construct a barrier around the arena this time. Also, warn Mulan. Ural nodded at his words and left the room. The duels that determined the lower ranks were over now, and it was Arthur's turn against Mulan. Oh, Arthur suddenly realized. If I win this, I'll be the champion. There would be no one else to challenge him. It has been a long journey, but he's finally at the end. Well, It's going to be one hell of an end. Arthur grinned to himself. You loathsome bastards want to have a go at me every time you get the chance, huh? Allow me to entertain you this time. Arthur took out empty runic cards and cores from his subspace. He also had Idris supply him with runic cards for such occasions. Long ago, Ori had told him of how Rune's master fought. Runic cards. He grabbed the core and began inscribing. I'll inscribe your doom, lowly beings. Arthur's hand tightened around the ethereal core. You can come at me as many times as you want, but I'm your nemesis and the only person you can dream of killing. He started inscribing genuine runes as the battle began. It was the last battle in the Runes Apprentices Cup number 101. The crowd sat on the edge of their seats. Normally speaking, there was no way Mulan could win against Arthur after she lost to Carlos and Carlos lost to Arthur. However, the suspense was there. As he walked on stage, Uro looked down on the short girl in front of him. She had a pixie cut with freckles on her face. Her hair was blue and her arms showed her muscles. Ah, how I wish that I get to challenge the genius hero. Mulan lamented and glanced at Uro from head to toe. But the divine swordsman would do. She had a thick accent of Orlan. The Yalvarin language was considered the language of runes since many types of research were written in it. For some reason, many runes masters appeared in this region over the years. Their talents were passed in their families like the famous Agard family. I'm sorry for disappointing you. Uro nodded. But I promise that Arthur's runes are enough to represent him. Show me their might, swordsman. Mulan grinned and pulled her cards as the host started counting down. Mulan, Arthur sent a message to you. Uro pulled his cards as well. He asks you to be careful. The crowd counted as well until they reached 0. With no hesitation, Mulan activated one of her cards and a giant tsunami appeared, rushing toward Uro. Standing in front of it, Uro looked like a pencil standing in front of a large blue canvas. That's not all. Mulan shouted as she used another card and this one integrated itself into the water. Electricity crackled as the water turned electrified. If lightning was a single target rune, this one was an area of effect rune. Uro stood there calmly in the face of the electrifying tsunami. He took out his 7 cards and activated them simultaneously. May the gods show mercy. Uro laughed to himself as he poured most of his mana toward the runes. The 7 runes began shining brightly as a heptagon appeared between them. A fire dragon appeared as it roared toward the heavens in defiance and rushed toward the tsunami. Like a giant serpent of flames crashing against the wave, the runes met each other in a single battle for supremacy. Lightning crackled and a fire explosion followed. Uro managed to use the protection barriers just in time as his vision was obstructed by the water vapor and flashes of lightning. Chapter 169, Long Time No See. Quite the battle. Miko's voice came from behind Arthur as the screen was covered with water vapor and lightning. He simply offered her some chips without turning his head. Yeah, she's a tough opponent. Arthur smiled. Sadly, her runes weren't strong enough. As the arena cleared, only Uro stood on stage and Mulan was on her knees. Arthur Silvera and Uro win. The host announced and Arthur stood up. From his seat. He turned to Miko and asked her. Are the preparations ready? Yes, although I doubt that they would be enough. I know I haven't shown you my best before, but can you trust me on this one? Arthur asked helplessly. If they're not enough, we can just run away. Why don't we run away now? Miko asked with a knowing smile. I still haven't received my reward. Arthur coughed in embarrassment. You should leave since Ural is coming over. You're a lot colder than before. Miko pretended to be upset and disappeared when a knock came on the door. Arthur, here you go. Grandmaster Chiron came in and handed him a list. Choose 1 artifact and 3 materials. You can write your bank account number over here for the money transfer. Greetings, Grandmaster. All right. How much money am I getting? You participated without knowing. Grandmaster Chiron looked at him, speechless. It's 15 million for the first place. Whoa. Arthur was taken aback. The association is generous. Arthur went through the list of artifacts carefully. Each one explained the artifact's consumption and function. These were genuine artifacts, so the one he chooses is like learning a new rune. Arthur spent 5 minutes before he chose the artifacts and the materials. The Grandmaster who was waiting for him looked at him, speechless. Are you sure you want to take such a decision hastily? These artifacts are genuine, so they would help you in your research. Yes, thank you for the advice. I've already had an artifact in mind, you see. When am I going to receive them? After Milan finishes the 2 challenges, the award ceremony should begin. Please sign here. Arthur read what he was signing and it was a confirmation of his choice. He signed the document the moment Ural came inside. Greetings, Grandmaster. Ural bowed. A pleasure to see you in good health. Oh, little one. It's been a long time since I saw you. How is your master? Is he still as reckless? Reckless, yes. Ural laughed. Sadly, he's just as old now. A bitter thing what happened to him. Who would have thought he'd run into a legendary tier monster in Alka? Yes, but my master says he'd beat its ass one day. Grandmaster Chiron laughed heartily before excusing himself. Only Arthur and Ural were left in the room. Congratulations on becoming the champion. Thanks to you, Sir Ural. Arthur exaggeratedly bowed. I'm sorry for all the trouble you'd have to go through. Well, my master says publicity is good. Ural touched his chin. He also says that my handsomeness helps. Ural, I'm more amazed by the second with your ability to tell jokes. I wasn't joking. Ural frowned. Sure. The 2 sat again for the last time as they watched Milan challenge Emma. In the end, Emma lost against Milan and became 3rd place. The ranking has been set as the following. 1. Arthur Silvera. 2. Milan Carey. 3. Emma Agard. 4. Carlos Biva. 5. Leonard Laren. 6. Lily Green. 7. Abraham Gallen. Everyone, the award ceremony will be starting soon. Please grab your best drinks and make yourself comfortable. The host announced as the staff members ran to place a platform on the arena. This will be the last time we sit like this, Ural. Yeah. It was nice to meet you. Why are you talking like one of us is dying? I'm always prepared to die. Arthur mimicked Ural's tone and face. Ural nodded with a pleased expression. I'm glad you have the right mindset. I was kidding, I'm not ready to die. That's why I work to survive. You know, I think it's a lot more difficult to try to live than being prepared to die. Arthur said with a smile. The host announced that the top 10 rankers should come to the stage. Those words. Ural muttered as the 2 of them were following the staff toward the stage. The one you just said. The fervent cheering of the crowd grew closer with every step. They remind me of someone. Are they no longer around? Arthur asked as he saw the light at the end of the hallway. No. Well, I'm sure they wanted you to live your life to the fullest then. Ural stopped and Arthur had to stop as well. He turned to look at the young swordsman and found his eyes to radiate such a light and longing that it almost broke him apart. There was sadness, guilt, and cues of his torn self like his clenched teeth and tightened fists. Ural's chest heaved as he mouthed out every word slowly. I'll bring them back, no matter what. Arthur looked at him quietly and nodded. The swordsman let go of a breath and resumed his walking and Arthur tagged along. They basked in the sunlight, cheers of the crowd, and the admiration of millions who chanted their names. Ural, I know we haven't met for long. I know. Nonetheless, I consider you as a friend. Arthur didn't receive a reply and he walked unhurriedly amid the flickering colors towards Jumana who stood in the middle. Ural followed after him and stood behind him as he stopped in front of Jumana. A genius is born today, Jumana spoke and the audience quietened. Arthur Silvera. Your name will forever be remembered by future generations. Thank you, Grandmaster. Arthur bowed. Here's your reward. Jumana presented him with a ring. She then left the dais as lights began to surround Arthur. The hundreds of thousands of people chanted his name. Ural stood by his side on the platform. The platform then began to rise as Arthur felt an itch in his finger. He looked at the runic ring that was bronze in color and watched as it began turning a deep shade of golden jade. A single word was carved on it next to the rune's apprentice's cup. Champion. Cham, pi, on. Cham, pi, on. The crowd chanted and their chants shook the arena. The rest of the rankers started ascending the stage as each other rings glowed silver. Arthur looked at the people cheering for him and even felt amazed at how far he had reached. A couple of months ago, he was fired from the Lime Time Agency because he was a non-awakener. Now, he can make the artifacts that he used to dig for their shards. This was his time. However, he could already feel their impatience. They were lurking around the stage. Arthur looked at the hooded person standing beside Leonard. Their eyes met and Arthur grinned. He could feel the unease this person felt, and as he expected, darkness started to pool underneath the ender. Murmurs spread in the crowd like wildfire, and it seems that even Jumana realized something was wrong. However, it was too late. Several people jumped from the stands as they began transforming into hideous creatures resembling the crazed prince. They stood at different sides and pooled their darkness. It rose in the air in a dome shape as it sealed the arena from the outside. The raised platform's lights flickered before it crashed to the ground. Arthur and Ural jumped in time and landed in front of the hooded person. "You still look at me like that?" A voice that was all familiar came from underneath the hood. Arthur finally connected the dots and realized why he sensed this person was familiar. "You think you're superior? You're the reason I'm like this. You're..." The hooded person started shouting and allowed his hood to fall off. Underneath, there was a beautiful face that has been ruined by many scars that leaked of the black substance. With fully black eyeballs and blood leaking from them, he looked at Arthur with so much hatred. "Oh, it's Turin." Arthur raised his brows. "Long time no see, how are you doing, buddy? Did you adopt a new skin routine?" "You..." Turin's face twisted in a terrifying frown as his body trembled in anger. "You don't fear death? That goes for you." Arthur's smile disappeared. "Haven't you guys learned the lesson from last time? Kiki, don't dream of escaping again." A grin broke on Turin's face as a different voice came out from him. "You're schizophrenic, bro. Shut your mouth. It's time that you die." Turin's face contorted in pain before the same process that happened to Prince Alfred began. As if the man was being unpeeled from the inside, something else replaced him. "I'm glad Ori can't see this." Arthur sighed in his heart in sadness for his friend. As he watched the ender descend, he spoke to Ural. "Ural, I'm sorry for getting you into this. It seems I only bring you trouble. Well, you almost killed me once before. I didn't know you had something with the nether beings." Ural pulled a translucent blade from nothingness. "I'll hear what you have to say later." "Oh," Arthur laughed as a mask manifested in his hand. "I'm afraid that won't be the case. Can I ask you for a favor?" "Anything. Protect Emma for me. She's a dear friend, after all. Tell her I'm sorry for disappearing too. She could keep the $1,000,000 she owes me as a gift." "What about you?" Ural asked as he took his stance. The enders were approaching them with their hideous shapes. They had long legs that were made of the bones of their medium, and giant wings protruded from their backs. Turin, or what used to be Turin, seemed to be the most powerful of the group. He howled in rage as he launched himself at Arthur. The dome was separating them from the outside world, and all of the enders were aiming for Arthur. Arthur could already sense runes trying to break into the dome as they spoke. Smoke began rising as it obstructed everyone's vision. "I'll be going all out against these bastards." Arthur put on his demonic mask as he snapped his fingers. "It's showtime." Giant pillars of light appeared all over the arena and broke through the dome of darkness. Chapter 170, with a bang. When he was a little kid, Turin had a simple wish. He wanted to be the main character in life, just like the ones he read about in novels. Handsome men that would flatten mountains and face-slap villains. As his life went on, he started to lose faith a bit by bit. His body wasn't as strong. His ability was lackluster. His talent was barely existent. That's when he decided to turn to runes, but even that had little success. However, he was still handsome, so he had a chance. As if there was a certain way that people did things that he didn't know about, everything he did end in failure. A failure after a failure after a failure. "You're a failure." His father once told him as he studied a piece of artifact. "You see this shard? I bought it from an agency that digs through dungeons." A young man had found this shard. "Even a lowly peasant is more useful than you are. Make yourself useful, Turin." "Yes, father." He was trying, but there was always a limit. There was always a place he would stop at. He signed up for the Runes Apprentice's Cup hoping things would change. One day, he met his childhood friend in a dungeon. It was then that he met the man that has ruined his life. He saw the man wield an otherworldly dagger that was unbefitting of a side character. That's why he sent his followers to steal the dagger. Even that failed. He was an embodiment of failure. Nonetheless, he was unafraid. What could a peasant, a poor commoner, do? He went to the capital with his father to attend a royal evening party. That's when he met Alfred. One thing led to another, and he was shown a way to break past his limits. The limits that have haunted him for years were now broken. He was stronger, smarter, and he was confident. He was finally the main character. However, there was a price he'd have to pay. The price, in front of his dream, wasn't a lot. His loyalty, that's it. He was to activate an artifact in the second round of the Runes Apprentice Cup. He was obstructed once again. Later, he'd link the dots together and realize it was also the peasant that he had tried to rob that eavesdropped on their conversation. Then, he became the prey. In the Runes Apprentice's Cup, he wasn't even holding the artifact anymore, but the men kept following after him like an evil spirit. In the end, he confessed half a truth and the men let him go from there. He heard about what happened later when he escaped to the Eleosion Empire. The men tried to stop Alfred but failed. He laughed heartily then until he heard that the fortress was stopped and stolen. His dreams fell like dominoes. He had to hide in the empire until he got to meet the Sun's Emperor himself in the imperial palace. He was given a chance for revenge, and he had taken it. Now, however, he realized that he had failed again. He was promised more power if he kills this man, and he happily agreed. His consciousness faded as the Ender swallowed him whole. They said rebirth was possible if he allowed his soul to be eaten by the Ender, a new rebirth with a stronger body. He looked at the dome cracking as runes engulfed the world. With a snap of his fingers, the dome broke apart. Furthermore, smoke blinded everyone's vision as it rushed from the man's body. He pulled a potion and drank it before muttering a single word. Manifest, the man stood in front of him, staring at him behind a mask. His golden eyes looking at him with the same disgust. "I'm the main character. Don't look at me like that." Turin protested in his heart, but he could already feel the Ender's fear. These creatures were fear themselves, so it was bad news when they felt fear. Ancient armor. The words came down like thunder as the giant pillars of light penetrated the black dome and gathered on the man's body. An armor manifested from thin air as it hugged the man's body. It was made of golden scales that ran over the man's body and covered all of it. "Come here, lowly being." Arthur Silvera pointed with his hand at him. Rage boiled inside of the Enders and Turin's heart and they allowed it to take control. Arthur's plan was simple. He had bought a protective rune called Ancient Armor that would manifest an armor around his body. This was the most surefire way to protect himself. However, this wasn't all. Since it was, like Nera's weapon, a manifestation rune, it grew stronger the more inscribed runes were used. The cost also grew tremendously with it. Arthur bought 2 more things with his remaining points from the legacy. A smoke artifact and a mana-replenishing potion. The runic cards that he spent all of last night inscribing were handed to Miko that had hidden them in the Colosseum. As for Reese, Arthur asked him for a different thing. Turin in his Ender form howled with rage as he threw himself at Arthur. The Ender's threatening scythe-like hands bounced off his armor. "You should have learned the first time that." Arthur disappeared and appeared in front of the Ender. "You guys are nothing but prey in front of me." Release rune was activated as Arthur used his art to move mana. Space twisted as the mana sank into the air around his fist. Arthur punched the Ender in the stomach and sent it flying, slamming it at the black dome's interior. "Who?" Arthur let go of a breath as a group of people appeared beside him. He looked at them with a grin behind his mask as he felt relieved. "Glad you guys didn't miss the party. You're a lot more troublesome than we thought." I'll need an artifact like this one to make up for my losses, dumb newbie. Ivy walked over and tapped his armor. And whistled. It's not an artifact, but a manifestation. Arthur smiled at the shocked expression of his group. Ivy, Wah, Zaz, and Lee were all here. Where's Reese? At first, Arthur thought that Reese's ability was shape-shifting. However, that didn't explain why Reese didn't just change back to his original appearance when he was with Arthur. After joining Mistletoe and working together with his beloved senior, he finally got to know his ability. Mind control. This bastard had such an overpowered ability. Arthur was glad he had him as an ally. That's why the second half of the plan was concerned with the artifact that Arthur has requested. A shape-shifting artifact like his illusion ring. That's why he didn't hesitate when he chose the artifact. Here. Zaz took out a snake from his robe and threw it over. Arthur grabbed the snake that coiled around his arm. Junior, this will hurt a lot. Reese, controlling a snake, said to him as he slithered on Arthur's arm. It's the only way, senior brother. I promise that I'll make it up for you forever, truly. Okay, lots of artifacts. I promise, now you know how I look, right? Of course. I have your pictures on my phone. You were so handsome at the ball. I didn't need to know that. Please, Arthur slipped the shape-shifting bracelet on the snake's tail. Kill me. The snake then glowed as the artifact was used. It got bigger and bigger until it was as big as Arthur, and a replicated image of him. Reese had even managed to replicate the averageness of his face. Ah, it's Junior's body. Don't say weird things in my voice. Arthur couldn't help but frown as he saw his face with such an expression of delight. Go ahead and die. Junior, don't be so harsh. Don't touch me, I'll stab you. You can't. Hey. Arthur panicked as Reese tried to hug him and dodged backward. The rest laughed as they saw this. You bastards. The ender came back crawling as it no longer resembled anything humanoid. It was a giant lump of darkness with arms protruding everywhere and sharp black teeth in its mouth. Oh, this guy is still here. Arthur pushed Reese's face away with his hand and turned toward the ender. Everyone, I'll give a genuine artifact to anyone that kills one of these bastards. Dude, they're unkillable. We can only try to stall until the medium gets destroyed. Oh right, Arthur paused. Let them suffer existing before they disappear. Fine by me. Ivy grinned and punched at the incoming ender. An explosion traveled from her fist as force slammed into the ender and pushed him back. Reese, take these. Arthur handed over the cards he inscribed earlier in the room. They were all genuine fire runes, so it was enough for an explosion. We'll break the barrier from the inside and it would be the time for your heroic death. Wouldn't the ender kill me before I kill myself? Reese, please focus. You're not killing yourself. You're getting killed. Oh, right. Right. Use these cards to fight the ender and then die together with it. I know combat isn't your thing, but please do your best to act like it. These cards are enough to push the ender back. What about the remains of the body? The artifact. Well, Arthur paused and looked apologetically at the arena. End it with a bang. Use all of the remaining runes to make a giant explosion. Just don't overdo the acting. I'll push an ender out of the dome for you. Arthur looked around and found a suitable ender. He used the force rune and pushed an ender into the outside of the arena. He looked at Reese, that had his face now, apologetically before throwing him outside as well. You're still so rough, dear Junior. Reese screamed as he flew away and Arthur felt chills run down his spine. Now, it's Mistletoe's turn to shine. Arthur looked at the remaining enders that were trying to fix the doom. After all, it would be the end for them if the Runes Association joined in to protect Arthur. Chapter 171, Divine Swordsmanship. Arthur disappeared beyond the smoke that rose from somewhere and filled the dome. Ural could only hear a vague sound of his words before they disappeared too. Ural wanted to call out for Arthur, but he had more important things to do. He took off the limiter and felt his strength return to his control. He stretched his arms as he looked around for Arthur's friend, Emma. Really, how do you want me to find her in this smoke? Ural frowned as he tried to slash the smoke. The smoke cleared for a few meters, but it returned to obstruct him in an instant. I guess I have no choice. Ural closed his eyes as he activated his ability. His body glowed in ethereal white as he felt connected to the world. In a matter of seconds, he was able to find Emma. However, he also felt something peculiar. This was the only time he used his ability after he came to the Rune's Apprentice's Cup. He found that his divine sense was being obstructed by something. He looked toward the direction Arthur disappeared to with a frown. He could feel a powerful presence there. His ability was craving this presence, and Ural felt that it was a part of his own body. He usually felt this way toward powerful awakeners, but that was only the case for the Empyrean rank. Did a powerhouse leave their castle and come to their rescue? Unlikely. Ural felt the presence to be familiar, as if this part of the world had intensified until it became a giant sun. However, he made a promise to Arthur to help Emma. He dashed across the fog and reached her in an instant. An Ender was eyeing her and her partner, Tin Rasan. They sensed Ural's arrival and turned to look at him. Ural, have you seen Arthur? This was Emma's first question, earning a smile from Ural. He wondered if this was what it felt like to have real friends. Yes, he asked me to protect you. You shouldn't have agreed. I don't need protection. Emma frowned and took out a card from her storage artifact. Light glowed as a giant ethereal eagle was summoned. I'm capable on my own. Against those. Ural pointed at the Ender coming their way. A hooded person that had giant black sides protruding from his back. Under the hood was a disfigured face. He's at the peak of the Ray rank at most. Emma gestured with her hand and the eagle screeched before diving toward the hooded person. The scythe and the talon clashed against each other as mana destroyed the surrounding. The eagle's talon wavered as it started cracking and fragmenting. The eagle screeched before flying away. I guess you have never met a nether being. Ural smiled. Are they a monster? Emma asked with terror. He looks human, I don't understand. He's a human, but he's also a monster. That's why humans are the ones you need to look out for, because they can be both. Ural slashed once with his transcalent sword and light beams traveled in the air and clashed with the Ender. He walked unhurriedly toward the fallen human. Unless you have a high-grade artifact, Enders are invincible. I've met them once with my master in a fissure. They're lowly humans that have sold their souls to the darkness, hence the name Nether Beings. The Ender started merging with its host as it transformed into a fully black creature. It screeched like rusted metals as if the vocal cords were being ripped apart. Let me teach you this, Ural continued as he blocked the Ender's scythe. His body started glowing white as the world caved under his sword. Never judge them based on their host. They have a different name, Mana-Eaters. The black substance started pooling out of the Ender as the arena began corroding. The Ender began attacking as Ural began deflecting the attacks and attacking the medium itself. He knew that these creatures couldn't manifest for long. As the battle stretched on, the Ender descended fully as several arms sprouted from its back and headed toward Ural like tentacles. Divine. Swordsmanship art. Ural closed his eyes as he muttered. His sword was held straight in front of him. 13th move. He opened his eyes and they were radiating holy white light. The world was shaking as Ural disappeared from his spot like a ghost. Heavens, Tin's hand was shaking as a weary grin overtook her face. I don't know who's the monster here. Ural reappeared behind the Ender. The world stood still before it started breaking apart. The arena broke apart as the Ender was slashed apart 1,000 times. Space was broken as it grew unstable and air pressure pushed everyone back. Truly a wretched condemned being. Ural looked with sorrow at the Ender trying to regenerate. Black fluids pooled together as they gathered and scattered. A worthy prey. A voice echoed from within the Ender as a giant eye snapped open on its body. Ural watched as a bolt of darkness shot from within the Ender toward him. With a flick, he deflected it. Ural frowned as he felt the tip of his index finger corrode because it was touched by the Ender's attack. Using mana, he removed the substance from his hand as it healed fully. The smoke began re-emerging after it was pushed away by the fight. Emma and Tin walked toward Ural as he stood there looking in another direction. Are you okay? Emma asked despite how funny she sounded even for her ears. I am, Ural nodded without taking his eyes away from the smoke. Something is coming. It was then that giant pillar of light shot out from everywhere, even visible through the smoke. The lights flew over their heads as a giant explosion resounded. The dome was cracked open as the smoke started slipping away. They could see the lights gathering in a single place. The smoke regathered and obstructed their view. "We need to find Arthur," Emma said as she pulled another card, her face full of worries. "I don't think that's what he wants." Ural shook his head and turned to Emma. "He asked me to deliver a message to you." "What is it?" Emma tilted her head in Ural's direction with surprise. "He says he's sorry for disappearing. You can keep the $1,000,000. Emma stood there with confusion, wearing a blank face at Ural's word. He continued without missing a beat. A few people had arrived. Mistletoe's team was far stronger than Arthur, that much was obvious. However, that was only the case in normal circumstances. Against the Enders and Nether beings, Arthur was their natural nemesis with his runes. His golden scaled armor was impenetrable for them. Turin tried to corrode it, but it was futile. Arthur grabbed the Ender's arm with his scaled hand and pushed a fire rune into it. The Ender screamed in misery. "I'll have my revenge." Its rusted and hoarse voice screamed at Arthur. Its body was a mangled mess of fluid that was trying to run away from the fire rune. "Dude, this is your revenge," Arthur stressed this fact. "And what do? You bring a few lackeys thinking that would be enough." Arthur laughed. "Curse you." The Ender screamed hoarsely as it tried to attack again, but the manifestation armor blocked it. It should normally contend with Vetus rankers and even have a chance facing a demi-ranker, but this wretched human was hell-sent. Ever notice that Arthur is ruthless whenever it comes down to the Nether beings? Ivy told Zaz as the two were holding an Ender back a distance away from Arthur. "I don't know. I don't care. No one likes these creatures, they're hideous to look at." Zaz teleported the moment he finished talking and an Ender's scythe slashed the place he stood at. "Well, true. However, Arthur seems especially keen on taking them down." Ivy looked at Arthur, who was still beating the living daylight out of the Ender. "And he's especially good at it too." Ivy punched the Ender and its body started convulsing. Zaz appeared by her side and teleported her away before the Ender attacked. "I still don't trust him. He hides too much." Zaz looked warily at Arthur. "However, C trusts him so. That's enough for me." "As if you don't hide things, Lost Heir." "Never mention that." Zaz's face took a horrifying frown, but Ivy simply shrugged. As they stood there, the arena suddenly shook as a part of the dome exploded. Heat spread everywhere as flames spread in the arena. The two steadied themselves as they looked with sympathy at the direction Reese was thrown in. "Let's throw a few Nether beings into the flames so that no one suspects a thing. I don't want to be dragged to protect this newbie again." Zaz looked at the Ender in front of them. "Well, I guess you also have a soft side. I just don't like plans failing, that's all." Zaz shrugged. "It's better to have several unidentified bodies than none at all." Chapter 172, Paladins. Arthur squinted his eyes as he looked at the roaring flames, feeling the shaking of the arena beneath his feet. This was the sound of Arthur Silvera's end, and with this, he bought enough time for himself. He knew this solution wasn't optimal and it would only serve to stall for more time. If there was someone in the royal family or any other family that could see the future, they'd know he wasn't dead. However, this would be enough to throw them off. To direct the public's attention toward the fall of the young hero. The Leo's empire would have a hard time locating him from now on. He'd go off the radar for now as he gets stronger. "What are you?" The Ender tried to clutch his leg, but Arthur looked at him and waved his hand as fire engulfed the Nether being, burning it to ashes. Its hoarse screams resounded throughout the arena as it disappeared. "I'm sorry, Ori." Arthur looked blankly as the black matter scattered to nothings, leaving a charcoal body behind. It was missing most of its flesh and even that was turning to ashes. The bones turned black and Arthur ceased using his rune before he used his telekinesis and threw the bones toward the raging fire. The Ender seemed confused about his runes and mana. His mana was different after he broke through. He had touched something far greater than before, giving his mana a unique property, unlike his previous mana. The characteristic of creation and the power of existence. His mana existed independently in this world, being a part of existence itself. That's why it was overbearing as it worked against the Enders. However, is that it? Arthur wondered to himself as he felt that something was missing. Is that what the attack amounts for? He felt that wasn't the case. As he looked at the ever-stretching smokes and the flames that were ripping through it, he realized that the Ilios Empire would find another way to capture him. The question was, what is that way? He looked at Mistletoe's members fighting the retreating Enders. It was then that it clicked. Ah, this was a trap. The Enders were nothing but bait to lure the members of Mistletoe out. The Empire somehow knew that he'd call them over. As if answering his question, the dome suddenly cracked and disappeared. Arthur ceased using the smoke artifacts on his wrist in case someone suspected something. As he looked upward, he saw that several figures have appeared in the sky, including Jumana, Grandmaster Venkov, and Grandmaster Chiron. There were several other figures clad in armor that were standing to the side. They were shiny armor with white and red lines running on their breastplates. Paladins. Arthur looked blankly as the Enders began disappearing. He sneakily tried to use the teleport rune, but space has been locked using a high-grade artifact. Mistletoe. A paladin with a white beard and a scar spoke to them. You've shown your true colors at last. Falling as low to use the nether beings, what is your aim? Arthur didn't answer and the rest of his group gathered around him. He turned his head to the side and saw that the flames were still blazing. What happened to Reese? Did he succeed? I've thought you've had some humanity in you. Grandmaster Venkov roared, his hair fluttering in the wind. Turns out you're nothing more than a terrorist group. He spat as he looked at the roaring flames. This doesn't make sense. Does he think I'm dead? If they're just standing there, why didn't they help? Arthur looked at the flames and realized the missing puzzle. A giant monster crawled out from the flames as black fluid fell off. It screeched in a hoarse sound before it started disappearing. They used a stronger ender to stop the association and the Ilios Empire from interfering. They either wanted to kill me or use my plan against me. It depends on whether they knew it wasn't me or not. We need to get out of here, Ivy said in a heavy voice as she looked at the flying people. That old man is an Asteranker. Mind your words unless you want me to rip your tongue. The white-bearded paladin grinned at Ivy. All of Mistletoe's members wore their masks and robes, making them unidentifiable. Their masks were created from the feathers of a monster called Doom's Owl, having the property of reflecting magic. Thus, they couldn't be seen through. We're not responsible for these creatures, Arthur said, his voice and face hidden. We've been attacked by them. How convenient. What business do you have here, noble ones? You've teleported into the dome to get attacked by the Enders. A young participant has already lost his life because of you. The paladin sneered. As Arthur stared at him, he realized that it was futile to argue. They had fallen into their trap. Furthermore, his teleport rune wasn't working to get them out of here. He truly had no way of knowing that it would end this way. How did they know I worked with Mistletoe? Arthur tried to look back. As his mind went through every little detail, he can only think of one possibility. The Ender that he had faced in the fortress was the one that had recognized him. He had met it twice. Once as Arthur Silvera and once as Mistletoe's member where he killed it. Let go of your weapons and your lives will be spared, Jumana said coldly to them. The smoke finally dissipated and Arthur could see the other participants move away as they were rescued by the association's staff. Mistletoe's members stood together as the crowd looked at them with fearful and hateful eyes. They were hailed as heroes the other day, and now they were condemned. Arthur realized how easy it was to manipulate humans. Ural, Emma, and Tin looked around in confusion. The staff of the association and Paladin escorted everyone away as Mistletoe was surrounded. Arthur watched as Emma started shouting at the staff for his whereabouts and was tempted to reveal his identity, but it would make his efforts go to waste. Arthur Silvera was dead, that's what most people thought, including the Ilios Empire. It seems they have allowed Arthur to be killed by obstructing the association through the Enders. As long as they believed he was dead, then it was for the best. They didn't know that Arthur was still alive, they only knew that he was connected to Mistletoe. They were probably gloating that they had managed to kill him. The only witness was Turin, but he had died earlier with the Ender. The Enders were invincible normally, they were unkillable. However, his manna of creation had brought the end for one earlier. Now, everyone thought that Arthur Silvera was dead. Rhys must have managed to use the runic cards before the association had the time to interfere. Arthur had wanted it to be this case, to begin with, but he didn't think this would be used against him by the Empire. Now, he was the one that had summoned the Enders. He had dragged Mistletoe's members for them to fall into a trap. Lee put away his sword. The frown on Jumana's face eased and Arthur had a puzzled look. Would Lee accept to get captured that easily? However, it seemed he was overthinking it. After putting away his wooden sword, Lee used his finger to slash space apart. Runic chains sprouted from the slit he had torn and a heavy pressure descended. Stand down, unless you want to be killed on the spot. The white paladin unstrapped a long spear from his back as he looked with a frown at Lee. Lee, don't do it. Ivy took a step forward but Lee shook his head ever so slightly. Arthur stood there, bewildered as he realized there were a lot of things he didn't know about Mistletoe's members. If death is your wish, so bet it. The white marble spear that the paladin held started shining brightly. With the might of an Astraranker fully unleashed, Arthur felt a crushing pressure on his chest. The paladin's arm disappeared and a sonic boom followed after. The arena's floor caved in a few meters in a vertical line between the two groups as the spear traveled at them faster than what their eyes could perceive. At that very moment, Lee slipped his hand into the slit in space and pulled something out. The moment a hilt of a sword was out, Arthur felt a throbbing in his consciousness. The slit closed and only the hilt managed to make its way into the world. The sword's hilt was pitch black with a single red charm hanging from its end. Golden lines surrounded the black hilt as Lee's hand gripped on it. Unhurried, Lee slashed with the sword's broken blade in front of him. An explosion sound echoed as Arthur and the others were pushed back, feeling like he was being strangled by a giant. He opened his eyes widely to catch a glimpse of what happened. The spear has been stopped by the word's blade, its tip colliding with the broken blade. With a grunt, Lee pushed the spear and sent it shooting backward at the paladin. The paladin tilted his head to the left and the spear passed his head, slamming into the stand's upper structure. The moment the spear met with the reinforced runic walls came as a pause before the spear's might destroyed the wall, leaving a 20 meters wide hole in it. Chapter 173, The Third Option. It seems you're more than a group of rats, the paladin smiled after he glanced at the destruction his spear had left. He stretched his arm out as his palm faced upward. A buzzing was heard amid the cries of the crowd and the spear took itself out of the rubble and flew to the paladin's hand. Careful, space is locked. We have no way out of here. Zaz said, appearing to have tried using his ability. Hua was silent but seemed to be looking for a way out as well. It's futile to try escaping, we've used a space-locking artifact. Jumana tried again. Surrender now and we'll guarantee your safety. It seems that she didn't want to hurt Mistletoe's members because they have already helped end the war between the two nations. However, today's events were different. As he stood there, Arthur weighed his options. There was the first option of surrendering, but he didn't even have to think before rejecting it. The second was to reveal his identity as Arthur Silvera, but this would have dire consequences. The first consequence is that the Ilios Empire would know he was still alive, making his earlier efforts a waste. He'd have to run away again even if he managed to convince the association that he was truly Arthur Silvera and that the Ilios Empire was trying to harm him. The second consequence is his identity being revealed as a Mistletoe's member. This would endanger whoever had ties with him, including the other members and Master Ronan. Not to mention, his family is safer if he died as a hero than to live as a villain. He was a villain to the Ilios Empire and the Enders, after all. For these reasons, Arthur had to choose option number 3. Arthur stared at the paladin silently and couldn't help but laugh. His laugh turned from a chuckle until it was loud enough to echo throughout the arena. You make me the villain, but it's not the Ilios Empire that has worked with the nether beings to activate the calamity. Spider. The moment those words were out, the tension rose in tides. Mummers echoed through the crowd as the confusion took hold of their hearts. The knowledge that the traitor prince was a fallen one wasn't known to many. The Enders were a manifestation of forbidden magic. That's the general idea of the fallen ones, those that practice the forbidden magic and allow themselves to turn into monsters. Whoever is found to be working with these fallen ones is shunned by the world. Your lies have no place here. The paladin raised his spear as if ready to deliver divine justice. We've already caught you red-handed. Isn't the fortress in your possession now? Another confusion was thrown as a question popped up. Was the crazed prince a member of Mistletoe? However, that didn't explain the footage of Mistletoe's members trying to get into the fortress. Were they there for their friend? This would answer a question of how Mistletoe's members were able to control the fortress. However, it was a contradiction as their behavior didn't match. They attacked the Union first, then they attacked the Empire. It didn't add up. Why start a war if you were going to end it? You deceived the people by playing the hero after starting the war yourselves. The paladin pushed forward. Chaos is what you seek. Oh, how noble you are. Arthur spread his arms. We've started the war, you say. Was it us that attacked the Union in a moment of weakness, or Euryleo's empire? His voice was dripping with sarcasm. You sin and blame it on the devil. I was lured, you'd say. Silence, nether being. The paladin's face contorted in rage as he pulled on his spear. Perish as a price for your sins. The spear vibrated in the air as it again shot toward Arthur. Dread filled his heart as Arthur braced himself for the impact. Before the spear could reach him, Lee was already in front of him. His broken blade slashed again but was unable to push the might of the Asteranker back. Lee. Ivy appeared by their side in a moment as she punched at the spear. The spear shook before it flew away again and was grabbed by the Asterank paladin. I guess we need to weed the weak ones. The paladin grinned and threw the spear again, this time more destructive than the last. Your disrespect was the reason for your death. The spear flew directly toward Ivy. The spear tore through space as it crossed the arena instantaneously. The spear was in front of Ivy before Lee could slash again. She lifted her hands and clapped them together, using all of her mana with the defensive aura. The tip of the spear ripped apart her mana as it impaled itself through her hands, making Ivy scream in pain. The spear pushed forward, trying to end her life. At that moment, a hand grabbed the spear and stopped it in its tracks. Euryleo's empire. Arthur's voice was distant as if it came from the underworld, full of fury and wrath. I'll remember this. A heavenly pressure descended on the arena as everyone felt suffocated. Arthur's body began radiating golden light as he began using his art of creation. Take them down. The Asteranker paladin issued his command and his followers surrounded the group. Arthur closed his eyes as the words flooded his mind. His mana started circulating in resonance with the origin of the world. The moment he started using his art, he was no longer pressured by the might of the Asteranker or his mana. Existence is unfeeling, not designed to serve or destroy life. Arthur recited in his mind as he opened his eyes, his whole body feeling lighter. It has no physical body, yet it's as real as everything and it's everything. The spear began cracking under his hands as Arthur ripped at its very existence. The paladin seemed to realize this as he controlled the spear to fly back, removing itself from Ivy's hand, and she fell as blood gushed out. Arthur held her body as Lee came to his side. The other members of Mistletoe defended themselves against the flaming and light attacks of the paladin. Jumana shook her head and threw her hand as a giant runic circle appeared around the stage. Arthur could feel the runes try to restrict his body, but he shrugged them off. No one can deny it and everyone needs to bow down to it. The words repeated themselves in his mind like a mantra. He raised his right hand as the power of creation gathered in his hand, threatening to tear space apart. Carrying Ivy with his left arm and using the power of existence in his left, Arthur looked coldly at the paladins. The arena fell into silence as everyone held their breath, a heavenly presence descending on them. His palm facing the paladins as his whole body shook. This art wasn't meant for combat, but Arthur was recreating what he had done in his breakthrough. Except for me. Arthur clenched his hand into a fist as the Colosseum shook. The steel, earth, air, runes, and even mana started struggling to unpeel themselves and bow down. The whole world seemed to be shaking as Arthur felt his body's limit to hold this state for long. His blood vessels were being ruptured and his bones threatened to fracture. The mana everyone tried to gather was humming as it started vibrating. Everyone looked with terror at the demonic masked person that stood in the middle of the arena, his fist gathering the might of giants. Mistletoe will have its revenge, Arthur said through clenched teeth, barely making out the words. He raised his right fist and punched at the arena's floor. The moment his hand touched the floor, the world showed its anger. Whatever was being pulled toward Arthur a moment ago was no fleeing as a shockwave spread, destroying everything in its path. The runes broke apart, the steel bent and was torn like paper, the earth caving in as if it was struck by a meteor, and everyone else was pushed back. Except for Mistletoe's members that were the closest to Arthur, everyone else felt their body trembling in front of something greater. The white-bearded paladin's hand trembled slightly as he steadied himself against the shockwave. A dust cloud rose following the destruction of the arena and everything around Mistletoe's members. The white-bearded paladin's face contorted as he slashed with his spear, pushing away the dust cloud. As their visions cleared, they saw that Mistletoe's members were nowhere to be seen. They fled. The paladin gnashed his teeth as veins appeared on his forehead. He turned his head southwest. They've teleported southwest. Chase them until the end. Paladin Kaiser, I'll have everything investigated once this is over. Your empire still has some questions to answer regarding the Calamity Spider. Jumana turned to the paladin as she warned. If your people try anything suspicious in Runeterra, I'll have you all beheaded. The paladin glared at her but could do nothing but nod. He threw his arm in the air as he summoned his followers and began the chase. This was far from being over. As the paladin left, Jumana looked regretfully at the flames that even now refused to die down. She had seen the birth and fall of a genius. No, he wasn't only a genius, but a hero. His name will forever be remembered by the people that saw him fight the Ender. They had seen his struggle before he sacrificed himself against the foul being. Arthur Silvera, you shall be remembered. Chapter 174, Fleeing. The events that transpired in this year's Apprentices' Cup could only be labeled as world-shocking. First was the Calamity Spider that has started a war and worsened the relationship between the two countries, and there are today's events, Mistletoe's appearance and the Nether Beings. Have you seen that attack, Grandmaster Jumana? Grandmaster Chiron asked as he stood with the woman. The reason that the association wasn't hell-bent on chasing after the members of Mistletoe was that attack exactly. Do you think they got their hands on one of the artifacts? Do you think those artifacts grow on trees? Jumana snapped at him with her hair slithering in the wind. I don't know what it is, but if they have one of the artifacts, then we'd have seen more than just these ruins. Her eyes lingered on the arena. She had felt it, the power contained in that single punch. It was something otherworldly, overbearing, and terrifying to behold. She craved it but also feared it, thus wanting to destroy it lest it falls into the wrong hands. Mistletoe, what is your secret? Jumana wondered to herself as she allowed herself to be immersed in the lingering, vibrating existence of that power. What do you mean? A voice dragged her out of her thoughts. It held confusion and terror. She looked at the pair of old men and girl standing a distance away as the girl asked again. What do you mean Arthur is gone? Has he left the city? No, Grandmaster Venkov shook his head. We tried, Emma. However, it's useless to use mana against these creatures. By the time we were able to break through, Arthur has already chosen to sacrifice himself. No, Emma shook her head as she took a step back. No. 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 Her eyes welled with tears. This is a lie. He can't be dead. Emma, I'm sorry. No. Emma used her sleeve to wipe away her tears. I'll find him. He can't be dead. There's no way that he's dead. With that, Jumana saw the girl try to walk into the flames that were left by Arthur as if burning with his rage. They burned so powerfully that she wondered how can a rune's apprentice create something so destructive. A shame. She shook her head regretfully. He would have ruled Runeterra with his talent. The past is gone now, and all we can do is revenge his death. We failed to protect him, so it's time to compensate his family and protect them instead. With that in mind, Jumana began giving orders to take care of the mess. The crowd was evacuated from the Colosseum and was taken to a proper shelter until the ordeal passes. The broadcast that shook the world was cut off with an apology as the association began to assist the damage. Multiple causalities and missing people. The arena was obliterated as even the runes were destroyed. The space-locking artifact was damaged as well by the distortion of space that rendered it defective. Grandmaster, we should chase after Mistletoe. No, simply monitor the paladins. They said they were here to apologize and mend the treaties they have broken with the war, but I doubt that was their only aim. The whole thing feels too orchestrated to be a coincidence. Should we treat them as suspects as well? Grandmaster Chiron asked with hesitation. Jumana laughed helplessly. Do you think those geezers would approve? We would simply stir the stick up their asses and a load of shit would fall off. Grandmaster, please mind your language. Whatever, Jumana said with displeasure. Simply monitor them for now. Make sure that Mistletoe's members aren't hurt if captured, especially the one with the demonic mask. He might have the answer that we have been seeking. The moment the flames touched his skin, Reese severed the connection he had with the snake. With this, he should have achieved his goal. He stood up from the capsule that Ruby has created for him as his body dripped with mana fluid. You're back early. Ruby glanced his way as she kept working on a prosthetic arm. Did you get the newbie out of there? No, Junior refused. Reese shook his head. He surprised me with his plan, but I can't say I didn't like it. What plan? Ruby turned toward him and asked curiously. Reese simply smiled and pointed at the TV. With a frown, Ruby pressed a button on her bracelet and the TV was on. Urgent. The reporter held his finger to his head as he held a microphone with the other. The anticipated Rune's Apprentice Cup has been attacked by an unknown group of fallen ones. We have just received notice that the envoy of Elio's empire, sent there to renegotiate peace, has taken it upon their hands to stop the unknown group. What? Ruby's eyes widened. The Elio's empire are there. Yeah, I've seen them try to get past the Enders. Reese nodded his head. I think they're looking to redeem themselves in the public's eyes. Robo. Ruby suddenly shouted, making Reese flinch. Yes, boss. A small robot dressed as a butler came forward on its tires. Prepare the jet. Summon the other members. Ruby threw her jacket on as she adjusted her safety goggles over her eyes. Reese, you dumb shit. There's no way the Elio's empire would allow them to leave easily. They have been set up. What? Reese looked at her with confusion. They were there to negotiate peace. I didn't know they would be there, to begin with. Enough talk. We need to go. Ruby started walking as Reese followed after her. She reached the deepest parts of the basement where an iron door was locked by a passcode. 4 beeps later, the door was unlocked. 4 zeros aren't a strong passcode, Ruby. The best place to hide a tree is in a forest. No one would think it's 4 zeros. Plus, if someone made it here, getting here is the least of my worries. Ruby walked into the room that a giant circular platform with runes inscribed on them. Still, to protect one of our strongest artifacts using a 4 zeros passcode is. Reese stood next to her on the platform as the ground started glowing. Shut up, Reese. Now is not the time. Those were Ruby's last words before the two got teleported. When Arthur opened his eyes again, his body was shaking so much that he thought there was an earthquake. It has been nothing but a moment since they were standing in the arena. After he had disturbed the space-locking artifact, he used the teleportation rune on everyone, sending them toward the same spot, with himself being the last one. After the dizziness, came pain. He felt his organs shrink and tremble as if they were being peeled from the inside. His blood was boiling so powerfully that he feared it would cook him alive. This was the price for biting more than he can chew. Jizo has already warned him from getting close to this power, but he refused to listen, and now he was suffering for it. Newbie. Hua held him by the shoulder and he couldn't help but scream, making her flinch. That simple gesture made him feel like his shoulder would fall at any second. No, Arthur realized. It is dislocated. His shoulder turned square and his arm limped as he couldn't use it anymore. What kind of mess was his body in? For a very brief moment, dying was a tempting escape way. They were still in Runera and Arthur had to summon every strength he had not to pass out. He had teleported them all to the top of a building in the city. His rune could only get them as far as 3 kilometers from the Colosseum, so the danger was fast approaching. He's coming, Ivy said with gritted teeth as her mana tried to heal her wound. When the bleeding ceased, she started to use her mana on Arthur. His body felt better for a moment under the effect of the characterized mana. Zaz came forward and pulled everyone together. I'll be useless after this one, but it'll buy us enough time. He said with an ominous voice as his mana enveloped everyone present. Arthur looked at the Colosseum for one last time and saw that the white spear was flying their way, as destructive as ever. Behind it stood the paladin, and Arthur engraved his face in his mind. The moment before the spear reached them, they disappeared from the rooftop. Another round of pain came as Arthur found himself rolling across grasslands. He gritted his teeth until they bled, refusing to scream. He looked around and spotted the city of Runera far away, now resembling another part of the landscape. Zaz fell to the ground the moment the teleportation was done. He was feverish and Lee had to carry him up on his back. "We need to run," Ivy said with a worried voice. Arthur shook his head and took out what he had prepared for their escape plan. "Each one of these can teleport you up to 3 kilometers. Arthur handed every one of them 6 runic cards. These were the limits of what he could prepare for their escape. Use 5 to get farther away and leave 1 for emergencies. What about you? Can you move?" Hua asked with worry. It seems the sight of Arthur's hand limping with a single touch made her worried. "It's all right, my body is better now." Arthur didn't lie, as his stamina was working now to restore his body. Despite the devastating pain, he could move. "We need to run, now. Go northeast. Let's try to stick together as much as possible. If one of us doesn't teleport close to the group, we'll keep going. Just head northeast," Arthur said, and the rest nodded before activating their cards. Arthur also used his rune as he looked at the city of Runera for one last time. Unlike what he had said, he headed in the opposite direction. He kept using his rune over and over again until he was a far distance away from the others. He gritted his teeth as he summoned the power of existence again. "Come on, one last time." Arthur gritted his teeth as the pain ripped him apart. He knew there was no hope for all of them to escape the Asteranker. That's why he'll take responsibility and divert their pursuers. The heavenly presence descended again as the clouds started gathering around him. With this, he was sure that he was noticed by the Asteranker. A moment later, he saw a white flash in the sky. "He's here." Arthur saw the spear cut across the sky as it headed his way. Chapter 175, Hope or Disaster. The sky grew darker and it started to rain. As he felt the droplets of play a calming melody on his shoulders, Arthur's heart was nowhere near calm. He was a Rayranker trying to escape the might of an Asteranker, alone. Like heavenly lightning, the spear descended on him as if trying to obliterate him out of existence. With a flick of his hand, Arthur appeared a kilometer away. "You're overconfident, Ant." The roaring laughter of the paladin came as loud as thunder. "You think you can face me by yourself?" The paladin flew over from the horizon with a giant grin on his scarred face. The spear, after losing its target, changed its direction without stopping. Arthur, on the other hand, didn't try to use the limits of his teleport rune to run away. He doubted an Asteranker would have difficulties in chasing after them for hundreds of miles. Using his teleport rune, Arthur could barely dodge the spear before it ripped him to pieces. He might have been able to stop it earlier using his art and controlling the very existence of the spear, but he couldn't pull that off again. "I need to buy more time," Arthur thought as he saw the figure of the paladin descend like a meteor, creating a crater and shaking the earth. The paladin looked around from on top of the hill before looking down on Arthur, who was huffing and gathering his breath. "Ah, how heroic. You've decided to be the bait. However, you're the one I'm after anyway. As for your friends, I'll have my followers find them and rip them to pieces, just like what is about to happen to you. Try your best, Egghead." Arthur prepared his runes to be used at any moment. He saw the frown and twitch of the paladin's eyebrows. "Childish tactics. Whatever you say, Potato Nose. Die." The paladin lost his temper and his mana raged. There was less than a kilometer away between the two, but the paladin used every bit of strength he could master as he threw the spear. Arthur knew he would die if the spear attacked him. There was no way he could dodge this one with how close it was to him. He could only sense the general direction of it without being able to truly see it. However, he wasn't going to dodge. Arthur's runes were different. From abilities, they were a lot more flexible to use. He stood with his head high as he witnessed the destruction of the grasslands. The rain was pushed upward in the path the spear flew in. With his remaining functional arm, Arthur used his rune and poured as much mana as he can to it. He couldn't hope of getting a higher level rune at this point because his runes were harder to modify the stronger they are. He simply poured mana so that the rune would work on the spear. Let's pray this works. Arthur used most of his mana as his hand traced the trajectory of the incoming spear. Luckily, the paladin isn't attacking me directly. Due to his overconfidence, I have a chance to succeed. All of these thoughts flashed in his mind in a concrete form, but a vague flash of neurological signals. The moment the spear touched his rune, Arthur felt the rune drain most of his mana hungrily. The pressure of the mana and the spear shredded his arms and he gritted his teeth in pain. However, the spear didn't manage to pierce through his flesh. The moment the rune and the spear came in contact, the giant white rod disappeared from the world. Arthur fell to his knees as his ears listened to the delightful sound of the paladin's scream. "You insolent bastard!" The paladin roared at him and Arthur looked up at his handiwork. The spear that was flying toward him a moment ago was lodged in the paladin's back, specifically between his ribs. Sadly, it seemed the spear couldn't penetrate his flesh enough to cause a fatal injury. "I've been careless," the paladin's eyes were terrifyingly filled with killing intent. "There's no need to capture you anymore, die." Arthur felt his neck being strangled and thought that the paladin was taking action personally. However, he was shocked when he saw the giant monster that had appeared, and it was only the monster's presence. A monstrous white tiger appeared beside the hill and was a little bit bigger than the hill itself. The reason that astral beings are called as such is for a simple reason. Arthur looked with fear as the monstrous flaming tiger. They can summon an astral being. Arthur realized something. I might have pushed this old man too far, now it's time to run. With a flick of his hand, Arthur appeared 3 kilometers away. He used what little mana he had left in him and began to run away as much as he can. He could feel the ground shake behind him, but he was too scared to look back. Well, I did manage to injure an Asteranker. Arthur thought smugly. It'll be a nice story if I manage to live. His thoughts in his panic were weirdly irreverent. He teleported on top of a hill but suddenly felt the world tilt. Looking back, he saw that the tiger that was chasing after him clawed at the hill, cutting it neatly from the bottom and making the whole thing get obliterated. Arthur teleported again as he felt the heat of the tiger's white flame scorch his robes. Why is the Asteranker not attacking me himself? Is he treating his wounds? Arthur wondered, but then felt the presence of the paladin close in on him. To his terror, Arthur knew he couldn't run away anymore. He might be able to teleport, but the Asteranker can cut through the distance just as fast if not more. When he activated his rune again, he felt a space underneath the ground. Without hesitation, he teleported into the underground cavity that he found. Silence and darkness replaced the frantic rain and thunder as Arthur found himself standing on solid ground. Without stopping to light any fire, he kept using his teleport rune underground as he teleported across the gigantic cave. The ground rumbled above him as he felt the paladin's presence grow closer. His mana was already running out and he had to use his restore too. His body was filled with mana, but he now only had 1 hour before he would be mana-less. The underground cave was gigantic and damp. However, Arthur feared traveling too deep underground and tried to keep himself close to the surface. He didn't want to risk facing a dead end. He was about to teleport again when he heard the sound of the wind. With a frown, Arthur squinted his eyes as he looked around for its source. He used his fire rune as his hand became a torch that illuminated the surrounding. He was standing in a gigantic underground clearing that he couldn't even see the end of it. However, he couldn't see any opening that could be the source of the wind. He looked around in confusion for a possible exit. As he felt the Asteranker closing on him, Arthur looked for the source in hopeful expectations that he might get to run away. At last, he found that the wind came in intervals from a man-sized opening in the landscape. With a frown, Arthur realized this was too small to lead to anything. Pieces of the ground fell as the whole underground cave shook. Arthur realized that the Asteranker was close by and he needed to teleport away. However, it was at that moment that something above the man-sized opening moved. What Arthur thought to be the ground started shifting and parting away from each other. His breath couldn't leave his lungs anymore as he felt a lump in his throat due to the fear. He didn't even dare to breathe as 2 giant eyes stared at him in the darkness. It wasn't wind. Arthur slowly realized as he felt the fear grip at his heart like that the hand of a Death Reaper. It's a breath. The Reaper whispered in his ears as the hair on his body stood up. It was the eyes of a celestial monster that made Arthur look like an ant in front of it. Now that he had a better look at the landscape, Arthur realized that a lot of it was the monster's body. With how big it was and how dark the underground, he couldn't see what kind of monster it was. No matter what species it was, Arthur knew it was powerful. If such a giant monster could exist, it had its time to evolve over the years. Arthur wondered how much time has passed since it was lying in this underground cave and why no one was able to find it yet. The rune disappeared slowly as the eyes stared at him and Arthur sneakily used his stealth rune. He knew it was futile, but he hoped his giant monster would ignore him. How did I not notice its presence? Arthur wondered to himself as he felt the ground shake. Maybe I'm not worthy to feel its presence if it wanted to hide it. A large hole was created as a loud explosion resounded throughout the cave. Arthur cursed the old egg-headed, potato-nosed paladin in his head as he saw the irises of the monster constrict as it blew out through its nostrils. As the monster moved its sight toward the Astroranker's direction, the old paladin's laughter resounded throughout the cave. "You're finally out of mana, you little rat." Chapter 176, Terrifying Monster. A triumphant and gloating expression dyed the paladin's face as it walked into the cavity, his body radiating dangerous mana. The blood on his back has already evaporated, but the stains and wounds were there to fuel his fury. "Face your demise obediently, little punk." The paladin's voice was still roaring and irksome. Not only Arthur, but even the giant monster seemed displeased by it. That was concluded from the constricting eyes of the giant monsters as it examined the paladin. "A cat got your tongue, eh? I'll." The paladin's steps ceased as he saw Arthur ignore him completely and look in another's direction. Following Arthur's line of sight, the paladin's face paled as it looked at the giant monster. "A cat got your tongue, eh?" Arthur was very tempted to say it, but he was wiser than speaking right now. It seems the paladin shared his mindset as he ceased talking as well. The nostrils of the monster flared up as it huffed in displeasure, and this generated enough wind for Arthur's robe to flutter. Arthur was tempted to teleport out of this space, but he knew that this monster could easily flatten this place. As the two stood there, fearing antagonizing the monster, the cavity descended into peaceful silence. The silence was cut apart soon after by the growl of the monster that made the whole place vibrate. It seems when an ant and a coyote appear on their doorsteps, all creatures would rather take care of the coyote first. With his unrestrained mana from earlier and threatening behavior, the paladin has already marked himself as a target. With another rageful growl, the monster moved all of its body and the landscape began to shift. Its purple mana dyed the surroundings and illuminated the world. For the first time, Arthur could finally look at the appearance of the monster. It is. Arthur's eyes constricted as goosebumps crawled on his skin. The species revered by all. The monster stood up from its crouching position and its height now resembled a skyscraper. Written in literature as the strongest of monsters, it is. The monster opened its maw and unleashed a roar that shook the world with it. A dragon. The scales that were now hugged by the purple mana shone brightly in the dim interior of the cave. The chiseled muscles of the dragon covered its hands and forearms, ending with the gleaming claws that looked like they can cut through space. As it stood up grandly in front of them, its wings spread threateningly as they ripped across the ceiling of the cave. Dust spread everywhere as mana gathered on the dragon's maw. A mana blast. Arthur realized with horror and used his teleport rune. Luckily, the direction of the dragon's fury was the Astroranker. Arthur teleported not to the place he came from, but a spot that was to the right of the dragon. The blast shook the world as it was covered with bright purple light, traveling toward the Astroranker. The old man tried to dodge, but the radius of the blast was so big that he had no way of getting away unharmed. He clapped his hands together as the tiger appeared in front of him, shielding him from the destructive attack. With his spear and mana, he pushed with everything he had to block the destructive mana. Arthur felt like a paper that can be shredded by the heavenly wind as he clung to everything that he had to stay awake. He used his rune again and teleported beside a giant stalactite. His skill, earth manipulation, softened the protruding rock, allowing him to cling to it. He looked down at the two fighting figures as he felt like the whole ceiling could cave in at any second. The cave was deep underground, but it wasn't deep enough to prevent Arthur from teleporting to the surface. The world turned bright purple as the dragon unleashed its mana and spread its wings. Arthur could see a giant protuberance from one of the wings heading his way. Even this tiny part of the dragon's wing was larger than Arthur himself. Without hesitation, he teleported toward the surface again as he left the two monsters fight for each other. The moment he appeared on the surface, Arthur's knees gave in as he fell to the ground. His breaths came with long pauses as if he couldn't get enough air into his lungs. I saw death. Arthur's hands trembled. The Astraranker was powerful, but the fear he felt from the purple dragon was on another level altogether. It was a primal fear of a higher species. When his breathing stabilized and he was about to flee, the ground started rising as giant cracks appeared all over the land. The world titled for a second and Arthur teleported away in a hurry. A loud explosion accompanied by a dust cloud preceded the paladin's emergence into the world. However, just as fast, followed the dragon with its wings carrying him across the sky. Its maws were open as it tried to eat the Astraranker, with the latter fleeing for his life as if his tail caught on fire. Shit luck you have there, dude. Arthur looked at the paladin in pity. This dragon has hidden so deeply only to be discovered by chance. Arthur picked up his wounded body and decided it was time to flee as fast he can. He had a little less than an hour before he would lose his control over mana. He took the first step before he paused. Memories rushed into his mind. When he was still working at the Lime Agency years ago, he had seen a report about a dragon that appeared beyond the gates. A single line caught his eyes at that time. Dragons were dangerous treasure troves. It wasn't that dragons simply liked shiny objects, but they had a different way of evolving than normal monsters. They ate runic artifacts. Their bodies could use the runes to raise their state of existence. They could break through their limits using the alphabets of creation. That's why they fed on genuine artifacts. That was to say that there were artifacts in the underground cave. Arthur was already heartbroken over the artifacts he lost earlier in Runeterra. If he could pick up a rune or two from the piles of artifacts underneath, he could become stronger. Greed is the deadliest sin. Arthur looked back as the two beings clashed in the air, sending shockwaves into the surrounding. Or was it pride? I don't remember. It seems that the dragon was bent on killing the Astraranker because it knew humans would bring other humans to take it down eventually. To steal or not to steal? Arthur examined his bruised body that was barely functioning on mana. To die or not to die? As his thoughts raced to make a decision, he remembered the first time he went to the city after he awakened. He remembered the feeling of excitement that rushed in him as he imagined fighting monsters and celestial giants. This won't end well. Arthur knew. Risks, however, are the sisters of fortunes. He used his teleport rune and appeared back inside the cave. He teleported into the space that still had dust clouds and falling stalactite as he avoided both. For the first time in a while, he used his Detection 3 rune. The general outline of the cave appeared in his head. He poured more mana and had an image of even the tiniest structures. Where is it? Arthur heard a rumble from above. The battle was shaking the heavens and earth alike. He was sure he'd hear all about it in a few days on the news. Is it hidden like the dragon was? If that was the case, Arthur circulated his art. His body got a little bit better and his senses picked up at the existence of things more. Using this way, he felt the existence of runes behind a giant rock. Arthur looked at it left and right, but there was no hint that he could move it. Arthur thought that it might be hidden inside, so he touched the rock to activate his skill. However, purple mana exploded from the rock and attacked him. Arthur's face paled as he crossed his arms to defend himself. His mana collided with the incoming attack as he felt the crushing weight of the dragon's mana try to break down his body. He screamed in pain, but then the purple mana was gone and only he stood in the cave, unharmed. What just happened? Arthur tilted his head in confusion. He examined his body and gaped at its current state. His tattered body was enriched by mana and has healed at a visible rate. His shoulder was all right now and he even got a message from his legacy. External mana has been used to heal the mana paths injured by the Restore 2 rune. That means he wouldn't be without mana in half an hour. His confusion only grew when he saw the countless artifacts that the dragon has gathered and hidden. Was that not a trap but a bonus from the dragon? Arthur wondered to himself as he suspiciously looked at the surrounding. This is fishy. He tried to sense any runes, but there were only the artifacts, with no traps involved. With hesitation and unwillingness to leave, Arthur walked toward the artifacts that laid on the ground. Weapons, bracelets, shields, mirrors, gloves, and more artifacts gathered together. Truly, a treasure trove. Arthur grinned as he reached out his hand. Maybe there's another trap, so let's prepare to teleport just in case. He picked up the artifact, but there was nothing. No traps and no sudden events. He sighed in relief as he decided to gather the haul into his subspace. It was then that he heard a distinctive crack with a sharp pain below his navel. Arthur grabbed his stomach as he felt like someone was trying to rip him apart from the inside. I don't remember eating anything spicy. Arthur thought to himself as purple mana exploded from within his body and a light shone brighter than the brightest sun. Chapter 177, A Gamble. Arthur's mind turned hazy as chaotic mana was unleashed from within his body. The mana was dark purple and it didn't dissipate but kept surrounding him. Despite the overwhelming pressure from the chaotic mana, Arthur tried to store the artifacts before he was about to run away. He stole 3 artifacts before a roar shook the heavens and earth. He looked up in surprise as he saw, through the broken ceiling, the dragon descending his way and leaving the Asteranker to flee. It was diving straight down as if its life depended on it. What's going on? Why did it leave the Asteranker? Arthur panicked as he threw the artifacts and tried to teleport away. The mana that was surrounding him, however, prevented him from doing so. Shit. 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 What is this mana? Arthur tried pushing it away, but it was unceasing and relentless. Facing the giant dragon coming his way, Arthur closed his eyes calmly as he circulated his art. He didn't want to replicate what he had done in the arena, but he replenished his mana as he tried to control the mana that was wreaking havoc. The mana that surrounded him calmed down from boiling until it started traveling like a stream. Arthur, using his art, realized the reason for this unrestrained mana. The elusive dragon. Arthur peered into his consciousness as a single egg refused to leave it. It had a black-scaled exterior that now had a distinctive crack on it. The mana that was circulating him like a stream was being eaten by the egg. Now, what? Arthur sighed inwardly as he felt the existence of the dragon above him. The events in his consciousness were slowed down so he had a bit of time to decide. He looked at the egg and decided to gamble. I'll trust you, elusive dragon. Arthur opened his eyes as they radiated golden light. The dragon entered the cave and flapped its wings as it started descending. Arthur raised his hand without hesitation and pulled at the purple mana. He used his authority over existence to control the mana and feed the egg that was trying to helplessly eat at it. The mana turned into a stream as it entered Arthur's consciousness before entering the egg. The crack widened as new cracks appeared and the egg began shaking. The dragons flapped its wings and whirlwinds started dancing around Arthur as he faced the dragon. Come forth, elusive dragon. Arthur opened his eyes as the eggshells fell of the egg and the mana burst, more violent than ever. It spread from Arthur's body as it protected him from the dragon's mana. Arthur thought he'd have to defend himself against a mana blast or avoid being ripped apart by the monster's claws. However, the giant dragon didn't attack and looked at Arthur silently from above. Arthur felt something leave his body as the light purple mana gathered around to resemble a creature. It was an arm's length and slender in structure. Its body was lined with transcalent scales that were light purple in color. It had 2 small wings on its back that seemed too small to lift him. Surrounded by mana, the creature opened its eyes thinly and revealed large black irises. Except for the muscled body and dignified features of the giant dragon, the 2 creatures looked similar. Wait. Can it be? Arthur's heart shook as he heard the elusive dragon issue a low growl that reverberated in the cave. The giant dragon bent over and its nostril approached the elusive dragon. The elusive dragon rubbed its head on the giant dragon's nostrils affectionately. There was a low hum as the mana intensified between the 2, blinding the surrounding. They're a family. Arthur squinted his eyes. Despite the events being in his favor, he didn't know if he should run or not. After all, the 2 dragons can be family, but that didn't mean they weren't monsters. A creature is trying to establish a telepathic connection with you. Allow. It was a message from his legacy that he hadn't seen before. He remembered how Seer said that he couldn't read Arthur's thoughts, so maybe the legacy acted as a mental barrier. The only possible creatures right now would be the 2 dragons in front of him. Since it was a telepathic connection, Arthur didn't see any harm in it. He allowed it and a voice appeared in his mind. Human. An old and ancient feminine voice spoke in his mind. Arthur looked at the giant dragon that stood straight and looked at him in the eye. Thank you for saving my child. So, they are a family, Arthur thought to himself. Yes, we are. Thanks to you, we have been reunited. The dragon answered, and Arthur realized that he needed to adjust what was being telepathed and what is not. Well, I didn't have much of a choice since your child refused to leave me. Arthur felt his body relax since it turned out the dragon wasn't hostile toward him. He chose well. Arthur could see the hint of a smile in the dragon's intelligent eyes. You are the only person that was able to keep it alive. What do you mean? Arthur tilted his head in confusion. An egg of a dragon can't survive without the mana of its parent. The dragon opened its mouth as if it was talking. The young elusive dragon stuck to her as it fed on its mother's mana. It seemed some people tried to feed it something else. There was a slight rage in its voice. I'm afraid my child would have lost its mind if they succeeded. So, it fed on my mana. No, your mana is still insufficient to do so. Your closeness with runes, however, allowed it to survive. For that, I thank you. Arthur didn't know what to say and simply nodded. The dragon spread its wings as mana gathered around it. I see that you have already taken a few of my artifacts, the dragon said with a hint of teasing. You can keep them as a gift. All of them? Arthur asked with joy as he eyed the artifacts on the ground. Haha, the dragon laughed. No, I'll need them to fend for what is to come. The dragon looked at the horizon. Following its gaze, Arthur realized that several presences were approaching. That human has already brought its allies. I should have killed it. I agree. Arthur lamented in regret. What's your name, young one? Arthur. Yours. Dragons don't have names, unless. Can I ask you for a favor, Arthur? I'm scared of doing favors anymore. Consider it a deal, as it would bring you benefits as well. What is it? Take this child with you. I fear I won't be able to leave this place easily. With me? Arthur frowned. I think you can do a better job of keeping it safe. I'm glad you're not greedy, Arthur. The dragon's eyes arched. However, I can't say that I'm the best person to raise it. Can you do that on my behalf? I know nothing about dragons. Arthur shook his head. I don't understand how I would be able to help it. Do you know how dragons get stronger? Runes. Arthur's eyes flashed. Did this dragon know of his ability? Or did it think he was simply a runic master? I think you have understood my reasons. Runes are scarce after the split. With you, however, this child has a chance of surviving, if not becoming a king among dragons. In return, it would help you. You mean? Take this child and raise it. Be one of the lost dragon tamers. Are you okay with leaving your child with a human? Arthur asked. To have it tamed by a stranger? He found it odd. I've seen through your character. A bit of courage, naivety, and greed. However, there's also goodness in you. You don't wish to hurt others. I'll trust you with my child. Now, you need to leave. If I live past today, I'll make sure to return the favor. Okay, I'll take care of it. Thank you. The dragon issued a low growl as it raised its claw at Arthur. It seems this was a handshake, so Arthur obliged. When he touched the surface of the claw, mana seeped into his body and a tattoo appeared on his arm. It resembled the head of a dragon and was purple. Arthur studied it curiously and looked at the dragon for an explanation. This is one of our abilities. You're now recognized by dragons, and can form a bond with our race. With that said, the dragon pushed its child toward Arthur. The elusive dragon that was in his body until now opened its eyelids and looked at Arthur with big puzzled eyes. Arthur looked at his hand that now had a tattoo on it and then touched the head of the dragon. The tattoo turned bright purple color as the dragon now had a similar one on its forehead. Arthur felt a connection, like the one he had with its goblins, form between him and the young dragon. Take it and leave, now. The humans are here. The dragon looked at the outside world with cautious eyes. Arthur nodded and asked the dragon to return to his consciousness, and the dragon turned ethereal and entered his body. I fear it's going to be hard to flee. The dragon sighed and flapped its wings. I'll try my best to stall for time. The giant dragon then soared into the skies where several powerful presences were gathered. To Arthur's dismay, there was Grandmaster Venkov, the Asteranker, and other awakeners had gathered to take down the dragon. Arthur used his teleport rune and appeared away from the battlefield. He used his detection rune and found out that he had been surrounded by the Eleosion troops and runes masters from Runera. An army was assembled and surrounded the battlefield, cutting all escape routes. Chapter 178, Chaotic Battlefield. Seeing the horizon stripped with the white armor of the Eleosion army, Arthur gritted his teeth. His heart was full of frustration for the tactics deployed by the Eleosion Empire. Their troops being here could be explained by using the teleportation circles when they started chasing mistletoe, but there was nothing to explain the existence of such a large number of them. It seems the dragon is their target now. Arthur looked back with worry at the giant monster that was flapping its wings majestically in the sky. The motives of the Eleos Empire didn't matter in times of crisis, so their obvious preparation in terms of troops was overlooked. The runes master from Runera didn't come empty-handed, but riding runic humanoid machinery, runic mechas. They were purely constructed using runes and they were a lot more durable than magic technology mechas or electronic mechas. Runera is staying neutral, after all. Arthur sighed inwardly. He knew that Runera didn't want to cause wars between the countries. However, they were now focusing on the more disastrous thing at hand. A dragon has been found next to the city, so it must take it down to guarantee safety. The air was filled with tension that felt like a charged static blanket. Arthur looked at the Eleos army but dared not to approach them. I need to flee, regardless. Arthur used his teleport rune and his body was enveloped by mana. However, the moment that his rune was about to teleport him, a giant doom covered the battlefield. Arthur cursed his luck as he felt the space-locking rune do its job. You have nowhere to flee, puny thief. A voice cut across the battlefield despite the world-shaking collision of mana above in the sky. Arthur looked at the source and saw an armored knight riding a giant armored white tiger. Arthur looked at the thousands of soldiers that surrounded the battlefield. As he was about to answer, a heaven-shaking roar almost tore through his ears. He looked up in a hurry to find the dragon surrounded by many awakeners that tried to take it down. Mother. The elusive dragon's voice was heartbreaking, and it resonated deeply in Arthur's mind. After they had established a bond, Arthur shared the feelings of the young dragon. I need to flee, she's buying time for me. Arthur knew the method that he used earlier in the arena could disturb the space-locking runes for a short moment. He could also use his insignia, but he didn't want to reveal that the outsider was still alive. As for using the power of his art, Arthur knew his body couldn't handle it. After all, he had used it once and made his body a mess, even now. If he had a state for his life force, he was sure it was below 50% now. Another use means death. He looked at the thousands of soldiers and mechas standing in front of him. Fighting them also meant death. However, what other options did he have? Wait for the Astraranker to flatten him with a slap. I'll try to break through their formation to escape. If that doesn't work, I can only gamble using my art. Arthur took a deep breath and his internal organs ached, each crying and begging for some rest. Bear it, weak body of mine. Arthur snapped his eyes open as golden light enveloped him. With a single step, Arthur appeared like a ghost in front of a soldier. The infantry, normal soldiers, were all at the Ray rank. The riders were at the Vetus rank and they were also the captains. As for the demi-rankers, they were the commanders. Astra-rankers were generals if they served the army. That's why the dragon was helpless against so many Astra-rankers attacking it, one of them being Ilya Purley that accompanied the royals this time. Arthur could perceive the panicked eyes of the soldier that stood before him. However, he wasn't about to show mercy. His mana circulated as he punched. Like a cannonball destroying a wall, the line of defense was blasted through as soldiers flew apart. Stop him! The captain roared as he charged forward. Arthur used his protection rune to block incoming attacks. As he felt the incoming presence of the Vetus ranker, Arthur gritted his teeth and braced himself. He used his protection rune to block the sword of the captain. The moment the sword came in contact with the barrier, it tore through it easily. Arthur had to use shadow swap at the last moment to fall into the shadows and dodge. I can't survive this way, Arthur grew desperate as he looked at the 1,000 more soldiers blocking him. Among them were many Vetus rankers that stayed behind because they weren't useful in their battle against the dragon. I have to use my art. Arthur braced himself as he took a deep breath. The moment he used his art and the world began shaking, Arthur heard a whistling sound from above. He paused his actions and looked above to see a black jet cutting across the sky. A single logo was painted on the jet. 10 leaves that resembled a flower. It was the logo of mistletoe, the same that Arthur was wearing at the moment. The jet collided with the barrier as mana exploded everywhere before it managed to make its way through. Junior. Reese screamed as he was peeking his head from one of the windows wearing protective goggles. This act would kill a normal man, but awakeners could handle the air pressure. The jet kept decreasing in altitude until it hovered above the air. Not giving the soldiers any time to stop him, Arthur dashed toward the jet as the army started chasing after him. Arthur felt the presence of the captain close in on him from behind. He knew he couldn't outrun him, so he was prepared to use his fire rune for a boost. Something flew beside his face as his ear buzzed. He looked back reflexively and saw the birth of a giant explosion as a bullet struck the captain's armor. The battlefield was chaotic as the whole army started chasing a single man. The mechas flew as they also began chasing after Arthur, but the members of Mistletoe began their attacks as well. Bullets rained like rain as William held his rifle and shot in an unceasing fashion. Lee didn't use his sword, but his domain, and it spread to hinder the mechas from flying. The gravity changed in Lee's domain and he was able to send the mechas to the ground. Hua's arrows danced around the battlefield as they were enveloped with Ivy's characterized mana. Reese's throwing knives were merciless against any soldier that came close to Arthur's back. A roar came from behind Arthur as the fight above looked like fireworks. Arthur knew it was the tiger that he had seen earlier chase after him without its rider. It was then that he saw another masked person with goggles come out of the jet holding a giant gun with an evil smirk. "Let's try this, baby, ha ha ha." It was Ruby, Arthur realized, and her laugh sent chills in everyone's spine. Even Mistletoe members paused their attacks as they fled to hide behind her. The mana gathered around the gun rapidly as white light came out from its muzzle. Arthur realized that she was using a mana blaster like the one used against the Calamity Spider at that time. As the sphere of mana around the giant muzzle of the gun reached its limits, Arthur saw with horror how the mana blaster sent a pillar of light over his head. The screams of the soldiers were unceasing as the mana destroyed their armor. The tiger, which was the main target of the attack, let out a whimper before Arthur felt its presence fade from behind him. After the attack ended, there was another roar before the army resumed their chase. Arthur was close to the jet when he felt his body pass through a barrier. He looked behind to see the soldiers that were chasing after him were sprawled on the ground. "It's Lee's domain," Arthur realized. His thoughts were interrupted by the shout of Reese as he tried to warn Arthur. It was late when Arthur realized that a magic arrow was a few meters behind his back and that he had no way of dodging it. The arrow cut across space as it destroyed everything in its path toward Arthur's heart. His brain worked to the extreme to think of a solution, but the arrow was too fast to give him time. "Arthur!" Ivy shouted in worry as she rushed from the jet over to him. He saw her race to his aid as he felt the arrow a mere meter behind his back. "Protect!" Arthur heard the dragon's voice in his mind as it sucked on his remaining mana. Eating his mana away, Arthur felt his body become lighter the moment the arrow came in contact with his back. "No!" Ivy, that was a few meters away, screamed but then opened her mouth in amazement. The arrow that was a moment away from taking away Arthur's heart passed through him as if Arthur didn't exist. The purple mana around him faded a moment later and the arrow carrier onto Ivy, who slapped it away. The sudden drainage in mana left Arthur, who was already barely hanging all this time, weak and unable to keep himself balanced. He fell face down and Ivy came forward to support him. "You've done well, newbie. However, never use yourself as bait again. I guess you're still dumb." Ivy smiled at him as Arthur's mind finally relaxed and blacked out. Chapter 179, Shaken. A voice called out to him as he felt someone nudging him. Arthur was pulled from his unconsciousness to the tender voice of Ivy. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted with the ever-stretching blue sky. "Arthur," Ivy whispered beside him, and he turned to look at her through his blurred-out vision. Her hazy figure became more defined as Arthur woke up fully. "Where are we?" Arthur asked weakly as he tried to pull himself up. However, his muscles ached and felt like they were injected with lead. He groaned and Ivy pushed him back into his sleeping position. "We're near the fortress, there's still a distance left before we get there." "The Leo's Empire?" Arthur asked with furrowed brows. We managed to flee merely because of the giant dragon. Ivy shook her head and spoke. It has been a day since we started running. A day. What about the dragon? Arthur asked worriedly as he felt his dragon's emotions waver. We don't know yet, nothing was broadcasted about it. Ivy shook her head again. We need you to open the fortress to let us in. Arthur nodded as he remembered that he hadn't assigned anyone else as guests in the fortress's core before he left. He looked around and saw the rest of the members lying around beside the jet. Ivy and Lee were the only ones not sleeping, and they were preparing food using a runic stove that didn't release smoke. William, Reese, Ruby, Hua, and Zaz were sleeping beside the jet. Arthur pulled his tired body upward as he felt nauseous. He couldn't find a place that didn't hurt in his body, as even his head was threatening to split apart. Is this the after effect of using the art? Arthur wondered as he sneakily used the Heal 3 rune on himself. The upgraded rune would use mana to return the body to the epitome state. His mana was draining rapidly as his body tried to mend itself. Before, the healing rune would only double his natural healing. However, after gaining 2 upgrades, it was more powerful than before. Even though his body was still weak, Arthur was able to stand up. Careful there, newbie. Ivy smiled as she saw him wobble toward them. I guess you're hungry after the long fight. Arthur was indeed starving. Ivy scooped a handful of stew and gave it to Arthur. Smelling the aroma of the food, Arthur gulped before he began eating. I'm sorry for endangering everyone like this, Arthur said with guilt as he finished his first bowl and scooped another. I didn't know it was a trap. He stared at the pieces of meat and vegetables floating in his bowl. No one knew, newbie. Ivy smiled with a thin smile. Her hands were bandaged with several layers and Arthur saw them trembled as she tried to eat. Seer is our eyes, and with him unconscious, things like these happen. Arthur nodded as he realized why Seer was the leader of the group. Despite Lee being the strongest, it was Seer that could guide the group without them being caught. How is he now? Arthur asked and Ruby answered before Ivy could. The 30-something woman stood up and sat cross-legged beside them as she took a bowl of stew herself. He's not in a critical state, but he's not all right. He's feverish and would scream in his sleep. We don't know what happened, but it was something that affected his psyche greatly. Where is he now? Arthur was silent for a moment before asking. Whatever Seer saw, he wanted to know it. He can also try to heal him using his heal rune and dispel rune. He's with Vihan in the capital, Ruby answered. I hope that drunken healer doesn't slack off, Ivy grumbled. Oh, Vihan. Arthur suddenly remembered the men he met before. He never leaves the mansion. Yeah, he drinks all day long. Ivy scowled. He used Seer's health as an excuse to refuse to come to Runera. Idris would take care of him, but I'm sure he's there drinking away. He can fight. Arthur tilted his head. He never imagined that Vihan was more than a healer. At his innocent question, Ivy choked on her food. Well, yes, Ruby answered. He joined Mistletoe after he. Ivy was talking nonchalantly as she ate but was interrupted by Ruby. Each person has his secrets, Ivy. That's not our story to tell. Ruby said with a smile. You'll learn of it with time. Maybe the old man would open up for you, no. Arthur nodded but doubted he would. The rest of the group woke up one after the other as they got ready to head toward the fortress. As they were eating, Arthur listened to William bragging about his bullets that would be forever feared by the Eleosian army. The handsome man also called him useless, but Arthur didn't mind since he did help him despite how venomous he was. They finished their breakfast and headed toward the jet that looked like a triangle. Is this a runic artifact? Arthur asked with curiosity, examining the jet that was lined with shining runes. Yup, this is my baby. Her name is Joy because of how much joy she brings me. Ruby's tone was like a mother introducing her daughter. However, Arthur understood the sentiment. They boarded the jet and Arthur got to see its inside for the first time. There was a runic panel in the middle with several chairs, handles beside them on each side. There was a stand in the middle where the mana crystals were supplied. So, Ruby is a fan of runes, Zaz said as they sat down. Ruby grinned proudly. However, her driving of this jet sucks. What? Ruby stopped and turned with a frown. I've been flying it for 2 years. No one is better than me at handling this jet. Oh, yeah. I bet that this newbie is better. Zaz pointed toward Arthur. Being the target of Ruby's glare, Zaz's teasing, and Ivy's snickers, Arthur awkwardly stood there as he coughed. No, no. Ruby is better. The boy knows best. Ruby nodded with a smile. He's humoring you, idiot. Zaz pulled on his lower eyelid as he struck out his tongue. Arthur, show her how it's done. Arthur was about to refuse when Zaz said something else. Whoever knows how to drive it gets to keep it. No. Ruby's face paled. I need it for my research. Oh, I guess you know he's better. Zaz grinned and Ruby gritted her teeth in hatred. Ivy whispered to Arthur that artifacts owned by Mistletoe were handled by the most capable of their use. Sorry, Ruby. Arthur looked apologetically at her. However, this artifact would provide me with good runes. Arthur walked toward the runic panel and Ruby's anxious eyes. Phew, Ivy jumped from the jet and landed on the ground as she stretched in the middle of the forest. The ride was so smooth that I almost fell asleep. My joy. Ruby walked out of the jet lifelessly as Zaz held his stomach laughing hard. Arthur felt slightly guilty for showing off his skills. After all, he was already experienced with the mechas and his ability helped him greatly. Come on newbie, open up. William shouted as he stood in front of the fortress giant double doors. Arthur walked over and touched the door as it opened itself. As he watched the group enter the fortress with a smile, Arthur noticed that Ruby was still sniffing on the ground. Ruby, Arthur walked over and called but she didn't answer. I'll let you keep it. I just need to study it for a while. His words made her head jerk up. Really? She asked as she cleaned her reddish nose. Arthur smiled at this childish side of her and nodded. Well, I'll let you borrow it. She coughed and stood up. Thank you. However, I'm sure you'll like this one more. Arthur turned his head toward the fortress and Ruby followed along. Her eyes widened as they glowed brighter. So, this is the Calamity Spider. Her voice held anticipation. How did you gain control of such a thing? Well, each person has his secrets. Arthur used her words against her and she pouted. Come on, let's get the jet into the fortress. We can't leave her here. Can you teach me how to drive it better? Arthur wanted to rest for a while after he returned to the fortress, but his body was still injured and needed professional health care. He also needed to visit Seer, so he left the fortress a few hours after they returned. Luckily, Idris had already created a teleportation circle near the fortress. As Arthur studied the circle, he found that it consisted of 5 artificial artifacts with each having a teleportation rune of its own. This way, the range would be increased. Arthur wondered if he can create a teleportation circle himself. He needed to get his goblins away from the mountain range Rivero as soon as possible. After he teleported toward the capital, Arthur found himself in a basement. Idris had already told him that the circle was connected to the mansion in the capital. Arthur headed upstairs and into the giant foyer. As messy as ever, Arthur made his way through it and into one of the rooms where he felt a presence. Hi, Vihan. Arthur greeted awkwardly and the man looked at him, his glass in his hand. How is Seer? Still unconscious. I'm surprised you aren't as well with that body. What kind of stamina do you have, boy? Vihan glanced at his body from head to toe. Your body is a mess. I can't deny that. Lie on the table. Undress. Arthur nodded and did as he was told. Like before, Vihan took out several bottles from his suitcase and poured their content on Arthur's body in certain ratios as the green mana reappeared again. Vihan's face paled as the mana entered Arthur's body, healing all of his inner injuries. Letting out a few grunts, Arthur was able to stay awake despite the pain. He realized that his pain tolerance has increased after he broke through. The treatment lasted an hour and Vihan was huffing by the end of it. Now piss off, Seer is upstairs. Vihan waved his arm as he took out another bottle of alcohol. Arthur thanked him gratefully and headed upstairs. As he made his way upstairs, his nose picked up an acidic scent. It wasn't from Vihan's body, who's a smoker himself, but from the room Vihan guided him to. Is it Seer? Arthur wondered if he had awakened. He opened the room's door and smoke dissipated into the hallway. Arthur frowned at the darkness filling out the room with only the cigarette's tip lighting in the dark. "Seer." Arthur called out and saw the man flinch as if he didn't notice him. His hand was shaking vigorously and he could barely hold the cigarette. "Arthur." Seer's eyes were shaken. He sighed before drawing another breath from his cigarette. "Come in and close the door." "What's going on? Are you okay? Should I call Vihan?" Arthur asked as he entered and closed the door. "No, no. Seer took a deep breath as he tried to calm himself. "Arthur. I saw something." Chapter 180, His Sacrifice. "What did you see?" Arthur asked with his heart racing. Whatever made Seer this shaken can't be something good. He waited for Seer to calm down before he walked over and pulled a chair to sit on. "See, what did you see?" Arthur asked again after he sat on his chair, leaning forward to meet Seer's eyes. Seer met his eyes before falling into silence. As if he calmed down, he butted out his cigarette with a sigh. "I saw the Enders." "What?" Arthur frowned, as he had already met the Enders before. "You mean those that took over Alfred?" "Haha," Seer laughed suddenly, an unfamiliar helpless tin in his voice. "Those are not the Enders, but purely creatures they created. They're minions, at most." "You mean?" "The Enders are far more powerful, Arthur." Seer looked him in the eyes. As violet and purple lights flickered in his eyes, he continued. "The only reason the world hasn't fallen is that they can't descend into this realm." "Why can't they?" "I don't know," Seer shook his head. "Maybe there's no one powerful enough to host them. Everyone calls them the Enders, and calls the ones serving them the Nether beings." "They're not wrong, Arthur." Seer shook his head. "But that's not accurate. These creatures that we see are only a part of them. A fragment they tore of themselves." "So, what did you see?" "I tried seeing into the void to see their goals. I wanted to see their plans regarding." Seer suddenly paused as if he had been struck by lightning. He turned toward Arthur with clouded eyes as if he couldn't believe he was here. "How long did I stay unconscious?" he asked with sudden alienation. "A few days, barely." "What happened in the Rune's Apprentice Cup? How come you're here?" Seer looked at him with doubt. Arthur sighed and told him what happened. As he listened, Seer fell silent. "I see," Seer said after a sigh. "I'm glad everyone is safe." "They're resting in the fortress," Arthur assured him. "Ivy was injured, but she's using the mana rune to heal." "Isn't it better to have Vihan heal her?" Seer was confused. "She doesn't want to owe the drunk bastard," she said. Arthur shrugged. "She's using her ability to heal herself. Overpowered ability, to be honest." Seer laughed, diffusing the tension. Arthur wanted to say that all of Mistletoe's members had overpowered and unique abilities, but he refrained. "That's why you chose them, because you saw something in them." Arthur smiled. Seeing that Seer was calmer now, he brought the topic back up. "What did you see, Seer? You should already know that there are 2 other artifacts beside the crown, right?" Seer asked. Arthur blanked for a moment before nodding. It was a long time ago, but Euron has told him something like that in the trial. One of the other artifacts is as much as seen as the Holy Crown, never. If the Holy Crown makes you the king of the New World, then this one is the key to that world. The Enders are looking for that artifact. Seer massaged his temples. If they manage to obtain it, then... His voice trailed, but the rest was obvious. What Jizo fears will happen. Arthur realized, his heart being squeezed by dread. We need to find it before they do. Arthur's mouth turned into a thin line. The thing is, it has never appeared before. Seer's voice shook a bit. Now, however, it appeared. The room fell silent before Seer continued. They're looking for it. Do you know where it is? Arthur asked, but Seer simply shook his head. Nothing specific, just a general direction. I've tried to look into its location, but I was obstructed by the Enders. Thus, I ended up this way. What did you see? Arthur repeated. I saw a flying city. Seer sighed as if he found this whole notion ridiculous. There's only one place that can match this description. However, it doesn't make sense. Geranno. Arthur's eyes widened as he remembered the pictures he saw before. The flying city of Geranno was known throughout the world. Seer nodded. Why doesn't it make sense? Arthur asked, confused. Because if there was such an artifact, Master Ronan would have known about it when he worked there. However, there's no such thing there. That means the artifact had just arrived in Geranno, or had yet to arrive. Well, fate is a cruel jester sometimes. Arthur leaned back into his chair as he laughed helplessly. Seer looked at him with puzzlement, so Arthur continued. There's a part of what happened in Runera that I haven't mentioned before. What is it? I threw away my identity as Arthur Silvera. Arthur chuckled wearily. I had no choice, given that they had already caught on to me. You, what? Seer tilted his head with raised brows. Arthur looked around the room and spotted a TV. Well, I haven't seen the news yet either. Let's figure out what happened together. Arthur smiled and opened the news channel. As he had expected, the attack on Runera was the main headline in the world. There was also a dungeon break in Orlan that was a big deal, but Runera's event was the juicier of the two. The whereabouts of Mistletoe, who had sided with the forbidden magic users, are still unknown to date. The reporter said. What is he talking about? Seer gaped. Well, that's the result of the trap I told you about. They've set us up to be the villains. Arthur humphed. It's obvious that the Ilios Empire was pulling some strings, but I guess our reputation wasn't as solid as we thought. Luckily, the Ilios Empire was there to negotiate peace with Runera. The reporter continued. The Empire has declared that the reason for the way they started was due to their belief that the Calamity Spider was going to be used by the Yalvarin Union against them. After all, a member of the royal family was the one that had taken over the giant metallic monster. Oh, that excuse is pretty good. After all, the attacks happened simultaneously. Arthur raised his eyebrows in surprise. I guess that's the reason they arranged Alfred to be the traitor. Seer sighed. Arthur was about to ask something but hesitated. What is it? Seer asked. Well, I'm sorry about your brother. Ha, Seer laughed in self-ridicule. Don't be, I don't mourn the bastard. He was younger than I was, but he didn't mind making my life a living hell at the palace. The Iliosian army was teleported on short notice to apprehend the culprits of the attack. The Ilios Empire has stated that the army was on standby because there was an anticipated dungeon break. If the Awakeners couldn't stabilize the dungeons by clearing them and opening the gates to the other world, the monster inside the dungeon would break through the unstable portals and attack the citizens. This is bullshit. Arthur felt his blood boil in frustration. They're trying to make ends meet in any way they can. How can the people not see the hypocrisy of their actions? It doesn't matter. Seer shook his head. Unless they had the power to take down the Empire itself, there was very little meaning in antagonizing them. As for Runera, the only neutral power in the world, it's ironically filled with inner conflict because of everyone's different nationalities. Before Arthur could answer Seer's words, the reporter continued. Sadly, there are many causalities and missing people. One of them being Arthur Silvera, who had lost his life in his fight against one of the forbidden magic users. In his tribute, we have secured footage of his last moments. Let the world remember his sacrifice. Ha 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 ha, they think you've died. Seer laughed until there were tears in his eyes. Arthur didn't find it funny but still chuckled at the sight of his friend's laughter. The footage then changed. The moment it started rolling, a figure was hurled from inside the smoke and rolled on the ground. It stood up and the camera zoomed on his face. It was Arthur's face, and Seer was trying to stifle a laugh so desperately that his shoulders were shaking. From the crowd jumped 3 robed people that transformed into giant creatures. Arthur stood up from the ground as he looked at them defyingly. The gruesome creatures then multiplied as 2 more came from inside of the barrier. As Arthur was surrounded by the monsters, the Iliosian paladins and the runes master from Runera came over to save him. However, the Enders, known as the Eaters of Mana, were there to keep them at bay. A few of them started attacking Arthur, who dodged with breathtaking speed and agility that he managed to avoid being hurt. Nether creatures, you've chosen the wrong person to target. Arthur roared as he pulled several runic cards from his robes. I won't fall in this place, and not at the hands of you lowly beings. Why is he screaming like that? Arthur was dumbfounded. I asked him to underdo the acting. What the hell is he? Arthur, or Rhys as Arthur, activated the cards as flames surrounded him like a tornado. In their midst stood the young champion, his hair fluttering in the wind. Chapter 181, Errands. Foul humans that have fallen into the darkness, Arthur Silvera stood on the stage surrounded by the flames, imposing a heroic aura as the crowd held their breath. I may fall today, but humanity won't bow down to the likes of you. If Arthur Silvera dies, 1,000 others will take his place. The flames surrounded hugged him like a coat as they burned the enders closest to him. Even the runes masters and the paladins looked at him with shock as he stood there imposingly. The forbidden magic users were invincible because they couldn't be destroyed, only stalled until the medium perishes along with the enders. That's why even the grandmasters and the paladins were helpless from reaching Arthur, who had been separated by more than one ender that could block their attacks. However, Arthur Silvera didn't cower or shy away from his death and used the heavenly fire until the bitter end. His struggle was recorded until he was impaled by several spears of the enders. The crowd cried in terror as Arthur Silvera started coughing blood as he held into the ender that made his hand rotten. Come with me to hell, nether beings. Arthur Silvera grinned as he pulled all the runic cards he had. With him as the center, a bright light shone in the Colosseum as a giant explosion overtook all the enders, which had merged into one giant monster. The heroic acts of this young man will forever be remembered by the people of this world. The footage ended and the reporter reappeared, red-nosed and her eyes teary. Until the last second, he refused to bow down to the darkness. Let's forever remember his sacrifice in our hearts. Arthur turned off the TV as he couldn't bear it anymore. What about your family? Seer asked. I've already contacted Master Ronan to inform them of my plan. He would also use whatever means he has to keep the media away from them for the time being. Oh, we also agreed that he'd officially claim me as his disciple to explain my sudden rise. Well, I guess you have it figured out. Seer smiled. Then, his smile disappeared. However, we still need to find the key. Then, it's time for us to do another robbery. Arthur grinned. You're starting to think like a Mistletoe's member. Seer grinned back and nodded. Always have been. We can't steal something we don't know its location. We need to gather enough intel to locate the artifact and what it can do. I guess that it has recently reached Girano or had yet to arrive. Even if Arthur Silvera dies, I can always assume other identities. It doesn't have to be you that infiltrates the college, Seer frowned. It can be dangerous for you to walk in their midst. There would be the 7 families and the enders too. See, we both know I'm the only person that can sniff those bastards out. I can also use this chance to learn more about runes. Arthur paused for a second. Besides, I'm the only member of Mistletoe that can come off as a student. Everyone else is too powerful that they would be found out. I can have them assume an identity other than a student, Seer added. True, but how long would that take? Girano's exam is happening in less than a month. It'll take a while before you can infiltrate them as a staff or a teacher. Rhys can. Rhys can control a host for a while, but it's not a long-term option. I can have Rhys help me in various endeavors so that I would be able to locate the artifact easily. Who, are you sure you can do this? If not me, then who? Arthur shrugged. And I told you, Girano has one of the best runes research departments in the world. I'll learn and try to locate the artifact. I was planning on dropping it, for now, to be honest. However, Arthur glanced at the words that were floating in front of him for a while now. I have no other option. He had received a legacy quest regarding the artifact. Arthur left the mansion after Vihan started treating Seer's weakened body. He headed toward the company where he bought a pair of artificial artifacts that can communicate with each other. The artifact was a set of rings and Arthur slipped his ring as he felt the connection with the other artifact. With this, he can communicate with his family without resorting to cell phones that can be monitored or bugged. He had the mind to return to the fortress, but he had some errands to do. One of them being the issue with Amelia. His deal with her was that he'd help her get stronger in return for a percent of her inheritance. However, Arthur didn't think he'd need the shares anymore, but he would feel guilty for leaving her on her own. Arthur used the cover of the night and his stealth rune to teleport into Kara City without being seen. He knew Amelia's address from their many conversations after she stuck to him, so he had no problem sneaking into her home. He used his detection rune and found that there were several people in the mansion. None of them were of the Ray rank, so Arthur managed to teleport into the house without alerting anyone. He appeared in Amelia's room that was humbler and neater than he had imagined. He walked toward her bed where she was sleeping. However, he paused. She was wearing an oversized t-shirt and boxers as she slept. Arthur wasn't looking at inappropriate parts intentionally, but her clothing left some of her curves unclothed. He looked away and teleported to the other side of the room where he could only see her back and neck. She was deeply asleep despite Arthur being next to her. This was due to his stealth rune that allowed anyone below the Ray rank or who had less than a 100 in perception to be unable to perceive him. He was about to take out a few cores he had when he saw something from the corner of his eyes. They were gleaming in the night and radiating mana, lying on the carpet. These are. Arthur tilted his head and walked to the three shiny objects. Are these the cores I asked her for? Arthur picked them up and looked around. He saw that the wall had 3 slight scratches right in front of the core's location. Did she throw them angrily because she thought I died? Arthur was amused and looked back at her. Amelia turned in her sleep and Arthur could see the signs of her crying below her eyes. She was relying on me to help her. I wonder, did she cry for my death or the fact that she wouldn't get stronger? Maybe there wasn't a single answer, but both. Arthur carried the cores in his hand and felt the mana they contained. They were 3 cores of true monsters, the true tier. Arthur wondered if her mother had risked her life to get her these. He knew that her mother was an awakener too, it would be weird if she was not. You're only trying to get stronger. Arthur looked at her as her azure-colored hair parting slightly, revealing her face. She's young, but fighting for her place in the world like I used to. He activated his strength rune and then fused it with the core, making it fragment and turn ethereal. He then placed the rune on her abdomen and it merged with her body, making it glow. He hurried to give her the other runes of agility and stamina because he saw her frown. This is also a gift from me. Arthur took out a core as he created a detection rune. However, he closed the reality gate in it and turned it into a skill. He gave her the permanent rune as he saw her eyelashes tremble and then she opened her eyes. Before she could see him, although she couldn't because of his stealth rune, Arthur teleported away from her house. With this, his business with her was over. If she couldn't get into Girano even with his help, then it would be her lacking ability. Arthur then teleported into the villa of Master Ronan, where he met his mother and brother and assured them that he was in fact, alive. Mother, please understand that I had to do this. I was targeted by a few people and I have to stay low for a while as I get stronger. Arthur told his teary-eyed mother as she nodded. I know. You did well, Art. His mother knew how the world worked, and it wasn't a happy place. Why don't you stay here? I can't do that, Arthur shook his head. This place won't be hidden for long. Master Ronan worked well to hide the villa from the public, allowing Seer to visit this place unhindered by his identity as the former crown prince. I'll be staying with Seer, you know him. In his absence, Seer and his mother have met several times. His mother was fond of Seer, who knew exactly what to say to humor her. Arthur didn't believe that Seer has read his mother's mind, but he wasn't so sure if his ability wasn't involved. Furthermore, he doubted Seer would want to antagonize him. Take care of our mother, Oren, Arthur said. I'm sorry that your life will be a little rougher now, but please keep training here until I work things out. Remember to use the protection jade if anything happens. It's all right, Art. Oren smiled, his childish face looking more mature now. I'll take care of everything here. I got a call today from the city of Runera asking if we wanted to live there from now, but it's hard to move to a place we know nothing about. Well, look at you now. Thinking like an adult. Arthur grinned as he ruffled his brother's hair, much to Oren's displeasure. I don't know if Runera is safe right now, so don't go there unless you need to. He bid farewell to his family before he left. His mother was crying, making Arthur feel his eyes tear a bit as well. This would be the longest time he would have to leave his family. Arthur left the city and teleported to the familiar place, Mountain Range Rivero. It was more deserted now than ever and Arthur could feel several powerful presences. He headed straight to the village where his goblins were hidden. The Pigs Guild should be around here. Arthur looked toward the shadows of people moving through the mountain range. Are they trying to take down the undead lord? Chapter 182, Developing the Village. Arthur went to the general location of his goblin's village without alerting any of the wandering guild members. He approached the general location where there was only another grove of trees before he felt the fluctuation of the mana around it. He teleported into the brick house before leaving it to meet his goblins. Cocken. As Arthur left the house, he saw Marrow teaching a few young goblins how to fight. Marrow's face was delighted when he saw Arthur's arrival. However, Arthur was taken aback by the giant two horns and fangs that accompanied the oval face now. Marrow, you've evolved? Arthur asked as he also noticed the difference in height from last time. Marrow, wearing a smug expression, pounded his chest in affirmation. Seeing him like this, Arthur couldn't help but smile. Arthur looked around the village and found that it had expanded more from the time he first used his art. The rest of the goblins spotted him and kneeled in greeting before Arthur asked them to rise. As he looked around, Arthur saw many new mid-tiers. He had strengthened them before so many of them had evolved. There were a couple who didn't, mainly because they weren't hunters. 3 of them were the goblin smiths. Cocken. The 3 goblins bowed as Arthur summoned them. Without Arthur needing to ask, they took out a few weapons from their smithy and presented them in front of Arthur. Arthur picked one of the weapons and his eyes gleamed at how sharp it was. After he gave them the compress rune, their skills started rising with the new method of purifying the metals from any foreign objects. Now, they were on par with some of the blacksmiths back in the city. As Arthur tested the weapon, he found that its strength was on the low mid-tier. Despite being useless to the current him, he could use them to supply the market with proper artifacts at an alarming rate. Bring all of them to my house, good job. Arthur smiled at them and the goblins were ecstatic as they started bowing down. Seeing them like this, Arthur had another idea in mind. He took out 3 cores from his subspace and gave the goblins the Detection 3 rune. Use these to understand the structure of the weapon better, okay. Arthur realized another use for detection. His latest version of the rune was able to provide a mental image of the terrain. If used on the weapons, the rune could give them a better image of their weapons. Cocken. The goblins kowtowed to him with tears in their eyes before Arthur shooed them away. They then began transferring the weapons to the main house and Arthur gaped. There were at least 50 proper ones he could sell. Marrow. Arthur called out. The giant goblin that had more defined muscles now came running. Bring me 3 non-combat goblins with good mana. With a nod and a few shouts, 3 goblins stood in front of him trembling. Arthur smiled at them reassuringly and told them of his intentions. I'll be giving you an ability, use it, plant these seeds. Choose a proper land to plant and report back as soon as the harvest is ready. Arthur handed them a bag of seeds he bought from Idris. He then took out 3 cores and gave the goblins the Vegetation 2 rune. After sending them away, Arthur looked around and saw the young goblins being trained to fight by Marrow. A few goblins, the weaker ones, stayed behind to cook food. There were also a few elderly goblins that were supervising the construction of new houses using trees and whatever cover they can find. Arthur walked toward the elderly who stood there with its back hunched. Seeing him coming over, the goblins stopped their work and bowed to Arthur. Bring me your best men, I'll reward them. Arthur waved his hand and looked at the elder goblin. The goblins pondered for a few moments before calling for a few goblins who were muscular. Well, how about choosing those with a good head? Arthur scratched his nose when he saw how disappointed the goblins were. He wasn't looking for strong men, but ones who can build proper buildings. The elder goblin nodded and brought another 2 thin goblins and one of the muscular goblins from earlier. Arthur nodded in satisfaction and gave them each the telekinesis ability. After his rune had evolved, its range increased along with the weight it can control. The goblins looked on with confusion and Arthur demonstrated. He flicked his hand and a tree's trunk rose in the air. He moved it around and placed it on top of another. The goblins gaped and hurriedly started using their abilities and screamed in joy. Cocken. They then began chanting as the group of workers bowed to Arthur in reverence. Arthur was used to it and asked them to do their best until he brings them new abilities. With these 2 out of the way, Arthur called for Marrow again to bring him the young goblins. They were half of Arthur's height now, and Arthur marveled at how fast they grow. It seems that unlike humans, goblins shared the similarity of being independent shortly after birth at the expense of their lesser intelligence. Toward the young ones, who shared some similarities to elementary school kids, Arthur was especially protective. These were the ones that had the most potential to grow rapidly. There were 5 kids in total now. They would be the first generation to be stronger than the others as they mature. In the future, they would be the backbone of their fighting force. Arthur called out to them to strengthen them further and give them abilities. He gave all of the 5 a fire rune, a protection rune, and a stealth rune. With this, they should be the most likely to survive and awaken their unique traits. As he saw the goblins cry in excitement as they played with fire, Arthur decided to lecture them. "Listen now, little goblins," Arthur said in a grave voice, and the 5 of them looked at him with round eyes. "Humans aren't your friends, but never attack them unless they attack you. Help the other goblins with your abilities. If you abuse your power, I'll punish you." His words made the goblins start shaking, and Arthur felt a little bad, but he didn't know how to install such morals in these little monsters. Despite having an intelligence higher than other monsters, they were still barbaric. The goblins, with the bond he had with them as a connection, understood his threat and nodded seriously. Arthur then asked Marrow to take them out hunting personally when the chance arises. Despite the mountain range being dangerous right now, their spot was far away from all the hustle. Furthermore, the genuine artifact Marrow kept using to hide the village managed to deter any strong animals or humans. Unless someone knew of this location, there was a very low chance they would venture here. As he watched the little goblins resume their training, Arthur thought about something. There was something he couldn't do yet with his current ability. For example, there was the reinforce rune. If he used a temporary rune, he would reinforce an object or himself by 15%. This rune had a lot of mana expenditure compared to the rest, which was one-time runes like teleport. However, the rune would disappear after half an hour or less. If he used a permanent rune of reinforce, he could reinforce the object indefinitely. This was also the case with strength, agility, and stamina. However, there was a certain limitation that he can't overcome right now. What if he wanted to give the reinforce as an ability to someone else? He had no idea how to. As he was thinking, Arthur realized something bizarre. He had experimented on his active runes before and understood the principle behind their reality gate. However, did runes such as strength and reinforce also have a reality gate? These runes altered the structure of the pre-existing world. They didn't give birth to new types of mana like the fire rune or allowed to cut across space like the teleport rune. They changed the structure of the body and allowed it to draw potential from within itself. They were, to a lesser degree, evolving runes. Arthur would have to research this when he gets back. If he can give his goblins the ability to reinforce themselves, they would gain another advantage. However, his main interest in this was the existence of something different about the gates of these runes. For his stealth rune, his mana would change and envelope his body. It would then decrease his presence and block an information from leaking out. For teleport, the gate would act as a portal that would transfer his body to a different place. All of these meant one thing, that there were different kinds of gates. This had to do with the runes themselves. If Arthur can research all of them, he'd have a larger arsenal of runes uses to deploy against his enemies. Chapter 183, Island. Arthur kept overseeing the village, strengthening the goblins, and getting the weapons into his subspace until the hunting group came back. Arthur smiled as he saw their equipments and smiled. It seems that Ben, and Ken have done their job properly. Arthur then heard a howl from the distance as he saw Kira running over to him. The wolf that was barely half of his height was now as tall as he was with more scars added up. Kira ran over as soon as it saw Arthur and snuggled into Arthur's embrace as it whimpered in happiness. Arthur felt his heart warm at this as he remembered all those memories in the trial. Arthur kept patting it with this in mind as the rest of the goblins came over. Despite the lack of elegance, the hunting squad wore proper armor and had sharp-edged tools. Coupled with the strengthening Arthur gave them, they were more than capable of walking around unhindered. Previously, there were only 21 mid-tier goblins. Now, there were 30 in total. After his breakthrough, Arthur's unique skill strengthened as well, earning total obedience over the goblins. When the pack of 30 goblins entered and saw Arthur, they all kneeled in reverence. Arthur nodded with a smile. This was the group responsible for hunting for the rest of the village. They were allowed to venture farther than the others to bring in powerful monsters. With 30 strong goblins sharing resources with the rest, they were able to allow the goblins to keep reproducing without causalities. However, Arthur knew that the only reason none of them died yet is because of his runes and their numbers. Goblins were selfish by nature and tried to hoard the resources they get to themselves. The chief was a prime example of this, as he had taken most of the resources in the village, making its growth stagnant. Now that Arthur was not only relocating the chief's resources to them, he was also trying to make them stronger. The rest of the goblins had no choice but to obey the cooperation that Arthur had demanded. "Rise," Arthur spoke, and the 30 goblins rose. They were as tall as Arthur himself, with varying armors and faces. He strode between them with an occasional nod as he felt like a commander. Kira followed after him as if establishing its relationship with Arthur. Its antics amused Arthur, who couldn't help but blame himself for forgetting to make his benefactor stronger. After strengthening the hunting squad as well, Arthur returned with Kira to his house. The weapons were already in his subspace, and Arthur took out some stored meals he bought from him to buy. Since he kept them in his subspace while they were hot, they remained that way until now, and Arthur ate his chicken pasta with contentment. Kira ate the meat Arthur gave it beside the table that Arthur sat on. With a smile, Arthur thought about his next plans for now. Girano's exam would happen in 20 days, so he had time to strengthen himself further. He had yet to arrange an identity for himself, as Master Ronan was currently working on that. Kira finished its meal and rested its head on Arthur's foot. Arthur smiled and rubbed its head as its tail danced happily. "You are an affectionate creature," Arthur thought to himself. Despite being a female, Kira was a lot larger than wolves that hadn't evolved yet. Even so, it wasn't the slightest bit aggressive towards Arthur. It may even consider him as a part of its pack, albeit a very small one. After his meal, Arthur strengthened Kira as well and gave it a fire rune, since it now had enough mana to make use of it. He then left the goblins' village for now until he learns how to create a teleportation circle that would get his goblins to his fortress. Arthur wanted to level up, but he didn't hunt in the mountain range. It was already a difficult endeavor to walk around without being hindered. Although he needed the ring that Marrow had to assume a new identity, Arthur couldn't take it. The goblins' village would be exterminated if it was ever found out. That's why he had plans to learn to find a proper rune himself. He teleported away from the mountain range and headed back to the capital. He can travel 3 kilometers every few seconds, so he could cut across almost 45 kilometers per minute. This allowed him to travel without the risk of being seen in an extremely efficient manner. He also enjoyed the things he saw along the way. From the famous Fodge River that was the grandest in the Yalvran Union to the giant ship of Una that was one of the strongest in the world, Arthur got to see many of them along the way. However, he couldn't walk into cities and fortresses easily, so he had to keep traveling through farms and the wild. He reached the capital an hour later, since he sightsaw a little and had to replenish his mana using his art. He didn't go to the mansion but headed straight toward the Tower of Yearning. Sneaking his way through, Arthur found himself in the same sky-covered space. He had left the tower before because he was only at the Neo rank, but he had broken through and wanted to level up and earn himself some artifacts along the way. Arthur received the message from his legacy. The number on the was now 2 instead of 1. He can challenge the second to the 10th floor now, that had rankings only for those at the Ray ranking and below. Arthur opened his legacy to check how much he had left to level up. Level 28, 20%. Legacy points 0, strength 169. Agility 163. Stamina 160. Mana 245 out of 245. Abilities: Beginner Runes Wordsmith 54%, Usable Runes 21. Since he was only hunting undead recently, only his mana saw a drastic rise. The other stats remained the same as he had left them. Strength, stamina, and agility had risen by 10 points after his amplification runes evolved. Since he couldn't use an artifact in the tower, he'd have to do without his amplification artifacts. He needed to level up twice to reach level 30. This way, he'd unlock a new function in his legacy. He was excited to know what it was. He placed his hand on the door and it teleported him into a beach. Arthur's eyes were stung by the sun and he squinted to gain a better look at his surroundings. It was an island in the middle of the ocean, and the waves slammed themselves on its shores as if they had unrestrained anger. Arthur was standing on the shore of the island, and he looked around with confusion. "Welcome back, Challenger." The familiar genderless voice of the tower rang in his ears. "The second floor is about time. Find the door that leads to the next floor in the fastest amount of time you can. However, you will be hindered by this island's inhibitors." "Sounds clear enough. When do I begin?" Arthur smiled and asked. He started stretching his body and hopping as the voice answered. "Now." Arthur spread his arms and used his detection rune to the max. His mana came out like a tsunami as it covered the island in an instant and spread thinly enough to give him a clear view of the island. Arthur allowed himself to be extravagant with mana. He was already reaching the limits of the Ray rankers in terms of mana, so he could handle this amount. The island became like an open book in front of him as he looked for the door, spotting it after a few seconds. This floor gave an advantage to scouts and people with high perception. The tower's floors were different than each other, but some were also similar with different difficulties. Its different environment gave different difficulties to those that challenge it. Arthur, on the other hand, was a glitch in the system. He had more than 20 abilities on his own, not to mention his skills. He began running alongside the shore before diving into the thick forest. The trees were intertwined heavily, making it difficult for Arthur to sprint easily. He couldn't use his dagger, so he had to use his bladeless wind slash to open a path as he ran. He felt the air change next to him as a fist landed on his face. It was covered with hair, and Arthur staggered briefly and looked at the departing familiar figure. It was an Arcula like the one he had hunted in the trial. Its arms were longer than he can remember, and its teeth were sharper. He could only see the departing black fur of the Arcula as it blended back into the shadows. Its presence also disappeared, and Arthur realized this floor would be harder than he imagined. Chapter 184, Level 30. Despite his need to finish the trial quickly for the golden ticket, Arthur also wanted to level up along the way. That's why he consumed more mana to detect any nearby abnormalities. The Arculas managed to hide their life force, so Arthur had to dig up any abnormalities in the terrain. After he calmed down, Arthur rubbed his cheek sourly. It didn't hurt at all. Despite the Arcula being troublesome, its strength was barely at the peak mid-tier. However, it had slipped by his senses using the terrain and its camouflage ability. Arthur started walking again, unbothered. As he neared a nearby tree's root, he punched downward using his fire runes, and the tree's root broke with a scream. The Arcula tried to run away, but Arthur grabbed its arm and pulled it upward before using his fire rune to burn it away. Its screams resounded throughout the thick forest before it turned to light particles and disappeared. Arthur saw many of the shadows move, and he smirked. "They're scared." Arthur bolted forward again without any hesitation. Along the way, he killed any Arculas that came his way. He reached the door easily, but there was a giant ape in front of it. "Go." The ape growled threateningly. Arthur found that it was wearing an armor made of stone. It wore giant gauntlets that shone with brilliant light. Giving a threatening howl, the ape punched its gauntlets, and a shockwave pushed Arthur back. Runic artifacts. Arthur watched with shock. This tower is generous. However, he wasn't scared. With excitement rushing through him, he bolted forward as his feet created craters beneath them. He was already a superhuman. The ape met Arthur's fist with one of its own, and the force of their collision made the trees bend. With a grunt, Arthur pushed the ape back using his release rune. He then used his teleport and appeared behind the ape as he created a flaming spear and threw it at the ape's back. The ape fell to the ground with a scream of pain, and Arthur ignited the fire rune as it burned its body from within. The ape's body began turning ethereal and turned into light particles. With a sigh, Arthur touched the door that leads to the third floor. Had he dared to venture here when he was only a neo-ranker, he would have died for sure. Luckily, he didn't overestimate himself and waited until he was a Ray ranker. Arthur's body disappeared and reappeared back at the beginning of the tower. Time of completion, 31:41. You have ranked first again, Challenger. The tower's voice was almost affectionate, but Arthur ignored it. He grabbed the golden ticket that appeared in front of him. Do you wish to use the same name? Yes, extra sort. Very well, we'll use that lame name again. I'm sorry. Arthur frowned. Did you call it lame? However, the tower didn't answer his question. With displeasure, Arthur sat down to recover his mana. As befitting of the resting place for the challengers, the tower's beginning ring boosted his mana recovery. Thus, he was able to replenish his mana at an astonishing rate. His body teleported again after he touched the door. This time, he was underground with a single crystal on top to illuminate the surrounding. Welcome to the 3rd floor, Challenger. Now you can talk again. Survive the incoming waves. The more you kill, the higher your ranking shall be. If you kill 100 creatures, you can pass. To rank, you need to kill 500 or more. The record is 30-30. With that, the voice disappeared and left Arthur alone. Buzzing sounds then reached his ears from somewhere. As he looked around, he saw mana openings in the walls around him. From those openings, hundreds of giant bees started coming out and attacking him. This floor is perfect to level up. All of these bees were at least in the middle mid-rank. Arthur threw his hand in an arc as flames danced in his palms. Let me show you the might of genuine runes. With a clap of his hands, the flames covered his body fully. More. Arthur commanded as he used the mana blood to supply the rune. The rune obeyed as it began to shake and the flames grew larger. More. Arthur threw his hands and the flames rolled like a raging wave as they began to dance around. The bees came rushing his way as they sensed his presence. There were hundreds of them in the first wave alone, but Arthur gleefully welcomed them as the flames began rotating around him like a tornado. When the bees were close enough, Arthur clapped his hands again as he used more mana. The tornado raged and spread everywhere before the bees could react and they began falling, scorched, like rainfall. Arthur watched as his experience rose. It was at 3% before, and now it began to soar. 4, 5, 10, 20, 30. When the first wave ended, Arthur was at 40% of this level. He had killed more than 200 bees in this wave alone. He ceased using his rune as he began using his art to replenish his mana. After a few minutes, the bees came back again. This time, their numbers were almost 300. Arthur repeated his method as he burned them down. He thought he'd level up again, but he was still a few percentages away. The wave ended and his kill count surpassed 500. He sat down to rest again until the 3rd wave came. This time, it was the realm of rankers, so this wave's numbers were almost double. The cave was filled with the sound of their flapping wings as they tried attacking Arthur again. Again, burned down. Arthur's flames turned the cave into a hellish inferno as the bees fell one after the other. His level kept rising until he finally leveled up. Level 30 has been reached. Skills tree has been unlocked. Arthur couldn't check what he had unlocked because the bees were growing more frequent and his flames needed his undivided attention to not let them escape. After the 3rd wave came the 4th and then the 5th. By the time Arthur exhausted all of his mana, he had killed more than 4,000 bees. Not a single one managed to get close to him. I concede. His body was teleported the moment the words left his mouth. He reappeared in the ring at the beginning and Arthur sat down immediately to recover his mana. You have ranked first once again, Challenger. The tower spoke to him, almost in awe. You've earned another golden ticket. The ticket appeared in front of him and Arthur grabbed it. However, his biggest win from this wasn't the tickets, but his leveling up and the new function in the legacy. Jizo, what is the skills tree? Arthur asked in his mind and words began appearing in front of him. Skills tree, skills can now be evolved through constant use. Once the highest form of the skill has been reached, the corresponding rune can be obtained. Arthur's eyes turned around at this. He had received a runes tree before, but it only allowed him to evolve his pre-existing runes. This time, he was able to gain a rune as long as he trains his skills. Skills couldn't evolve unless a new skill stone was used. That was an ironclad rule in this world. No matter how much you've used them, they wouldn't evolve. The way you handle your mana can allow you to use your skills at a more efficient rate, and the type of your mana essence would also allow you to do so. However, the skill's general effect would still be the same. Arthur opened his legacy to see what changed he had. Level 30, 89%. Legacy points, 6, skills, lesser mana breathing skill, F, 53%, poison strike, F, 33%, camouflage, F, 20%, earth manipulation, E, 30%, bladeless wind slash, E, 96%, shadow swap, E, 98%, monster claws, D, 10%, iron skin, D, 7%, goblin's bond, unique, 89%. Arthur's mind was filled with numbers as he tried to analyze each one of his skills. The highest was shadow swap and bladeless wind slash, and that was expected. However, what was the way of increasing his proficiency? Can he sit at home and keep using the skills? Arthur then began sending wind slashes across space. He wasn't trying to evolve it now, just to raise its proficiency. However, after 50 bladeless slashes, there was no increase in his proficiency. So, the legacy means, use, as in a battle, huh? Arthur grabbed his chin and realized a few hairs were coming out, he needed to shave. If that's the case, this would be reasonable. To Arthur's disappointment, he couldn't train in the fortress until he gets the runes for all of his skills. The next question is this: what did the legacy mean by the highest form? Does it mean that some skills can evolve further? Are their evolution infinite? The latest upgrade to his legacy had given him a new path to undertake, but more work to do. He needed to start buying skills from the market and they weren't cheap. Furthermore, he'd have to train them to get the runes they came from. Despite seeming extremely useful at first glance, Arthur knew he could only make use of it as a side revenue of runes. After all, in an actual battle, he'd use his runes to emerge victoriously. There were certain cases that he needed skills for, but they weren't many. That's why skills would be a way he can get runes from in the long run. It was tiring and not instantaneous, but it would be a great boost to his strength. Chapter 185, The Split. The news kept blowing up as the mysterious and monstrous extra sort kept ranking on the floors of the Tower of Yalin. Questions were being asked but no one had an answer for them. Who was the mysterious ranker that managed to score the best results in his rank? The top guilds in the world, who some had the backing of the powerful lineages, started a scavenger hunt for the mysterious ranker. Before, when he was a neo-ranker, not much attention was raised to his previous achievement. There were many awakeners that stuck at the neo rank and had no choice but to hone their skills. Now, things were different. It hadn't been long since he had been a neo ranker, and he was already a ray ranker. Furthermore, he was getting first places like they were cabbages. The second floor, then the third, after that came the fourth, and finally stopped after getting the fifth. In 2 days, he had shaken the world time after time. The name Extra Sort, despite many people finding it crude and weird, was trending on all social media platforms. Many had come out as the famous ranker, but all of them shut their mouth after a threat came from the guild god's blade regarding fraud. Soon, a reward was issued by every guild for anyone who knows the mysterious ranker. Their agencies were also digging everywhere for anywhere the name was mentioned before. The person in question was sitting on his bed eating sweets that he craved after the long battles in the tower. He had asked Master Ronan to book this room no matter what because he needed it. It was also for his meeting in this room that he had left the tower in a hurry. He looked at the clock and found that it was almost midday, so he stood up to take a shower. He went to the luxurious bathroom where it had a giant tub for him to use. However, he was always a shower person since he couldn't afford a bathtub in their old house. As he undressed, his attention was drawn by the many scars his body now had. There was the scar of his meeting with Solomon that ran across his torso. There was also a scar from Jin's betrayal. There was a faint scar that the Cerberus left on him even with the healing potion Euron gave him. There were also many other scars of his many battles. Even after he became stronger, he would get injured sometimes and a scar would be left. As he allowed the water, his mind started going through every question he had. There were many, but the main one was where to go from here. He's at a point in his life where he's on his own. No one can help him at this point but himself. He felt the presence of someone in his room that made him change his mind. There was indeed someone that has always helped him since he met them. If there's someone I can trust, Arthur dried himself with a towel and took out clothes from his subspace. He opened the door and looked at the blonde girl sitting by the window as the sun made her hair look white. It would be her. You're a big shot now, eh? Miko turned to face him with a smile. Planning out meetings in fancy hotels. Her teasing never got under his nerves. There were only good intentions behind it. 2 wanted people, one of them presumably dead, walked into a bar. Arthur pulled a chair and sat in front of her. What do you think would happen? I don't think you're good at making jokes. Miko snorted and waved her hand. Oh, Arthur scratched his nose as he tried to think of something. What about this? What has two butts and kills people? Miko frowned. Is it a monster? She tilted her head as if she was looking through her memories. Maybe it's an assassin. Arthur pointed at her before bursting out laughing. Seeing her stunned before pouting, he apologized in haste. Sadly, I don't have two butts. Miko nonchalantly adjusted her sleeve. What have you called me here for? Other than enjoying your company, nothing in particular. Arthur smiled. I can't help but arrange a meeting since you have a habit of ghosting me. Oh, don't be so dramatic. Miko's mouth twitched. Dramatic. Arthur tilted his head. After the trial, I was on death's doors. Not to mention, I was afraid someone would recognize me and Aaron would come after me. I couldn't contact Hazel because Jean is probably with her if he was alive. You're the only person I could trust, but I had no way of contacting you. I'm sorry for that. Miko was silent before apologizing. She continued before Arthur could say anything. After the trial, every family was after us. We couldn't do anything because they were hunting us down. Hunting you down? Arthur frowned. Wasn't that always the case? Yes, but now they're doing their best to catch up to us. Why is it that you assassinate people? Arthur was always apprehensive of Miko's background. However, he has seen her character through her actions, so he was sure that she had her reasons. I can't talk about that. Miko's face turned solemn. How convenient. Arthur felt upset. You want me to trust you while you hide things from me? Something as important as the reason you kill people. You don't trust me. Miko's eyes were bright blue in the sun's light. Arthur couldn't answer instantaneously. I do, Arthur sighed. However, I learned that you need reasons to keep trusting people. Otherwise, their motives can change and you might get stabbed in the back. You saw a fine example of that. I'm glad that you have grown up. Miko grinned. That's a good answer. You're right, I need to give you reasons to trust me. So, do you know why haven't the Empire attacked you until now? Miko asked something Arthur didn't expect. He shook his head as that was something that he couldn't find an answer for. It was us. Miko continued. What do you mean? Arthur asked with bewilderment. We've tried to assassinate the Sun Emperor. I beg your pardon. Arthur's jaws dropped. Well, we failed, but that gave you enough time to grow stronger. Miko smiled helplessly. After we found out that they were attacking you, my family decided to stop intervening. They wanted to test you. Test me? Yes, Miko nodded. Why do they want to test me? To know if you're truly the outsider. Miko's words made Arthur's skin be covered with goosebumps as his eyes turned sharp. Relax, I've had a hunch that you were since the first time we met. How? I told you what our family tells us, trust the silver. Your name was the first thing that made me suspect you were the outsider. What you said about breaking the trial was another. Then came the confirmation in the end. Then why did your family want to test me? Arthur's body relaxed a bit as he tried to calm down. However, the knowledge that there are people out there that knew of his identity bugged him. They wanted proof that you had what it takes. After all, prophecies were only prophecies. We can't follow them blindly. So, what if I died? Arthur laughed hollowly. I wouldn't have allowed that. That's why I came to warn you. Miko's face was sincere, making Arthur remember her words. She came to help him, disobeying her family. She told him that the moment that they met in Runera. Still, Arthur frowned. I could have died even with you there if I wasn't the outsider. Well, yeah, Miko said bluntly. You can't expect them to come rescuing any stranger they come across, now do you? True, Arthur sighed in defeat. They have no obligation to help me. He realized his thinking was narrow. I'm the only person I can rely on. That's harsh. Miko smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean it like that. No, you're right. Miko shook her head. That's the right mindset to have. Despite her words, Arthur felt that she was a bit hurt. However, he didn't know what to say to make her feel how grateful he was for everything that she did. He decided to leave it for later to think about that. All right, Arthur nodded. Did I pass the test, then? With flying colors. Miko grinned. Your showcase of power at the arena had already left my family anxious to make contact with you. Miko, Arthur looked at her silently before asking. Why is your family doing this? Revenge, Arthur. Miko didn't hesitate to answer. We've been hunted down for ages. Our ancestors have been slaughtered and we had to fear being found out. The 7 families were always after us for our powers. Why do they want them? Arthur furrowed his brows. If you're the outsider, then you should know. Miko teased. Arthur frowned as his mind raced. After what seemed like a stretched moment of pondering, realization dawned on him. The split, Arthur muttered with shock, looking at Miko. Your ancestor is the one who split the world into 2. Chapter 186, Researching Runes. With a sigh, Arthur touched the necklace around his neck. He had many questions more, but Miko had already disappeared after revealing the information she had. The reason her family was sought after is that the 7 families believed the prophecy that the traitor's descendants would aid the outsider, that was expected to bring doom into them. There was also the fact that their ancestor is the one who split the world, making them suspects of holding knowledge on how to undo it. Thus, the era of Ur would come back in full glory, bringing the calamities along with it. She said there was a limit to how much she can say, so she gave him this telepathic necklace before telling him shocking information. Her family already knows that he was still alive. This could only be explained that there was someone close to him that has informed them. Arthur sighed as he stood up. The next moment, he appeared on the roof as he pulled his mask from his subspace and wore it on his face. He jumped and stood over the railing as the wind fluttered his jacket. I knew that not all of them could be trusted, but it's still a lonesome feeling to be wary of others all the time. Miko had told him that her family meant no harm, they simply wished to support the outsider. However, a lot of people said the same thing to Arthur before, and there are a lot more who wished him dead. Even the Elio's empire wishes to use me, so how does that make them different? Arthur jumped from the roof as his body started free-falling downward. Before anyone can notice that someone has jumped, Arthur teleported away to a different building. His chain of teleports landed him back in the mansion. He didn't use the door and simply teleported into the foyer. He heard voices from the room and headed there to see Idris, Seer, and Vihan sitting there. Welcome back, C smiled at him and Arthur nodded in greeting. He also greeted the other 2 before he sat on the couch with them. I've brought what you asked for. Idris turned to face him as he took out 3 weapons from his storage artifact. 3 weapons that are worth 20 million in total. Good, Arthur nodded and took out a big case he prepared that was loaded with the artifacts that he had worked on last night. After checking them, Idris nodded in satisfaction. These would fetch for almost 30 million, as a rough estimate. The figure was mind-blowing for Arthur, but he was getting used to how easy it was to make money. The only reason he didn't spam Idris is that he didn't want to reveal too much of his ability. Phew, Vihan whistled. That's a lot of money you've got there. Maybe I should charge you the next time you come in here half dead. Would happily pay for your services. Arthur smiled before he kept the 3 weapons Idris gave him into his subspace. Any news from Master Ronan? Yes, he mentioned he might have found a way to assume the identity of a noble's son. A noble's son? Arthur raised his brows in surprise. Wouldn't it be easier to have a commoner's identity? Public records, relationships, schools, and believable facades are hard to fabricate if you're a commoner. However, if you're a bastard son of a nobleman, then it's a lot easier for people to turn a blind eye. Being a bastard means trouble. Arthur imagined how proud the nobles were and how their reaction would be. Nobility circles are tight, so it's our only viable option. Furthermore, the nobleman you're taking his son's identity used to be a runes master before he went senile due to an accident in an experiment. It'll be easier to convince him that you're his bastard son and it will explain your knowledge about runes. Do I also need to go there and pretend to be his bastard son? No, he's already probably thinking you're there already. Seer smiled sinisterly. You only need to be prepared to take the exam next month. As for your disguise, I'll take care of that, Arthur said, and Seer simply nodded. If that's all, I'll be going back to the fortress. Well, Vihan and I are tagging along too. Seer stood up from his seat and Vihan, unexpectedly, rushed over to aid him to walk. Arthur looked at him silently and found that Seer barely had the strength to stand up on his own, realizing that he's not as healthy as he appeared to be. After their return to the fortress, Vihan treated any injuries the group had, which were minimal with Ivy around. Arthur, on the other hand, gathered everyone and registered them as guests by the Corps, allowing them to leave. However, Arthur didn't tell them that the space-locking function didn't work on him. He didn't want Zaz to ask if he could be granted permission as Arthur did. The reason was simple: Arthur knew that Zaz was the only one that was relaying information to Miko's family. His ability was the simplest testimony. Furthermore, Arthur has seen how Zaz was hateful of the 7 families. If it was fueled by revenge, it would be explained. Zaz's constant doubt of Arthur probably stemmed from his family's suspicions. Furthermore, he might have been asked to test Arthur further. For example, the time he had him and Ruby compete against each other. Although Miko's family has proven themselves to be on his side, and even though he felt a familiarity with them that led him to go into the trial, that didn't mean Arthur could trust them and allow them to use him as a pawn. After the matter was taken care of, Arthur headed straight to the first layer. He cleared a room and placed a few tables around that Idris had brought to the fortress. After a few hours of arranging things and the tools Idris gave him, Arthur finally sat down. It was finally the time to research things. From within his subspace, he took cores that were of the primitive tier. He had a huge bunch of these because of the goblins. They weren't enough to give him any mana anymore, but they were good to experiment with. Arthur took a primitive core as he sat on his comfy chair and a strength rune appeared in his hand. He fused the two and the runic lines turned into an ethereal sphere. Just like the time when he researched his fire rune, Arthur closed his eyes and allowed his mana to get into the runic world. His consciousness was pulled into the runic world. However, he didn't need to exert an effort to maintain the runic world like before. His mana, after undergoing the qualitative change, held a certain authority over runes. As he opened his eyes and looked into the magical world, Arthur's heart shook by what he saw. In the middle of the runic line stood a single portal. Arthur floated closer to it but could only see murky fog inside of it. Arthur frowned. This was not what he has expected. He did expect something different than a reality gate, but this didn't make sense. Maybe I need to activate it to see. Arthur thought as he sent mana into the portal. It began growing in size and the fog became less and less. Arthur felt like he was opening a path to somewhere but he didn't stop. He wanted to know how he was able to alter the world through these runes. He wanted to know why no artifact could do the same. As his mana drained, the portal grew larger as it began revealing what was beyond. To Arthur's dismay, it was infinite darkness. He kept pouring mana until he finally got to see something. There's something beyond. Arthur realized. He lifted his hand as he tried to touch it, despite his body not being physically here but simply a projection of it. As he touched the glass-like surface, something appeared from beyond the darkness. Golden eyes opened to stare at him. Arthur's soul shook as he looked at the two eyes. His consciousness threatened to break as it couldn't handle what it was seeing. The runic world shook as it started breaking. Arthur's existence shook as he felt like was being crushed. He couldn't look away as the eyes now had a face. Then, very slowly, the face had a body. The body had a hand that stretched toward the portal. The runic world fell apart as the hand grabbed the giant portal and began to close it. In his mind, a single phrase boomed. Not. Yet, the moment the portal was closed, the runic world fell apart as Arthur was thrown back to the real world forcefully. The ethereal core broke down as Arthur began vomiting what he ate earlier. After several breaths, he lost consciousness. Chapter 187, Lonely Path. After an indefinite amount of time, Arthur's consciousness returned to him. He sat up as the sticky vomit clung to his clothes. Repulsed, he took off the black shirt and threw it away. His breaths came in intervals and his throat was shaking when he exhaled. Closing his eyes and opening them did next to nothing to calm him down. The only thing that did, however, was time. In the end, he regained his ability to think clearly. The stench of his stomach acids pricked his nose as Arthur sat there, his hands on the ground. His mind was in turmoil with what he had just seen. The power to alter the world was different from the power of creation. If his power of creation came from runes, then the power of alternation came from that being. His eyes. They were Arthur's eyes. Or maybe Arthur's eyes were that being's eyes. Arthur wasn't sure of what to think anymore. He took out a mirror from his subspace and examined his face. As he saw his eyes, his body slightly trembled. I thought I received these eyes from Jizo, who also had golden eyes. Arthur pondered. However, that was in no way Jizo. That was something else entirely. Are the two related? Arthur began researching his runes for answers, but he only ended up with more questions. Where did his power come from? What was he supposed to do with it? After thinking for a while, he realized he was wasting his time. No matter how much he tried, there will be a missing piece that he has yet to know. With a wave of his hand, the ground was cleaned by the fortress's runes. Arthur picked himself and left the workshop. He walked back weakly toward his room. As he was walking, Wah, Zaz, and Ivy passed by. It seems they were heading toward the training hall when they saw Arthur topless. Damn, did I miss Nudity Friday? Zaz grumbled in sarcasm, but Arthur was too disturbed to entertain him. He ignored the group and Wah's flirty stares at his body as she played with her brown hair and headed straight to his room. As soon as he was there, he fell on his bed and slept. After he woke up, he felt a lot better. At the very least, he regained his ability to focus on things. Not willing to think about the itch in the back of his mind, Arthur decided to study. He took out one of the artifacts that he gained from the dragon. It was a whip with runes covering its handle. As he started studying it, Arthur got the information of what it was. Restrain 3, use mana to restrain the physical movement of the target. Lasts for 1 hour. Can be broken with 200 points of strength. 0%. Arthur was overjoyed at the prospect of a new rune. He began studying, but he was shocked at how slow the percentage rose. He started using the artifact, but it was still slow compared to the runes before. Maybe because this is the third form of this rune. Arthur realized. The runes he learned until now were basic tier. Furthermore, most of his runes were either rewards or purchased. Nonetheless, Arthur studied hard. After getting the percentage to 10%, it became even slower. It was already the end of the day when Arthur had the mind to study something similar to his rune specialty. The effect of mana on obstructing the body. Seer tilted his head with confusion. I've studied something similar before, but it was such a long time that I can't remember the details. Try searching for it online. Seer said before turning back to look at Lee and Ivy sparring. As if there's an internet connection here. Arthur was speechless. Oh, right. Seer nodded after a while, making Arthur doubt that he was healthy. Talk to Ruby, she can get you connected. Arthur left the training hall and headed toward the second layer, where the runic jet was. He found Ruby there fixing something up. Ruby. Arthur called out and she stopped working immediately. Arthur was stunned at the different response from usual. She stopped working and came skip-walking his way directly. Arthur, my dearest friend. Are you here to teach me? She asked with sparks in her eyes. Arthur paused. I have some research to do, so I need an internet connection. I'll teach you after I'm done. I got you, bro. He was already being called bro by her. She took out a pouch filled with storage artifacts before pulling one. She then took out a laptop from it and handed it over to Arthur. Take this. It's connected to our satellite. Our satellite? Arthur was confused. He looked at the laptop and Ruby. How? What satellite? Well, that's a long story. C bought a satellite for me as a birthday present. It's not mine, it just has my name on it. It's connected to a network of other satellites and thus gives us a strong internet connection. Oh, all right. Arthur nodded and took the laptop and left. Don't forget to teach me. Ruby called after him, making him quicken his pace. Once he was back in his room, he opened the laptop and saw that there was no signal. With a sigh, he picked it up and teleported toward the top of the fortress. He finally received a connection and opened the laptop as he began researching. After an hour of surfing, Arthur found many open-sourced articles about mana and physical restraint. There were many types of interferences with the body. For example, some runes or abilities could interfere with the muscles, causing them to paralyze. Other runes could create compressed air to restrain the body as the user wishes. The mana would compress the air until it's strong enough to give the mana a physical shape. This was called the balloon method. Arthur kept researching every bit of it, but what he could access online was limited. He remembered his runic bracelet, but he feared connecting to the associations network lest they realize he was still alive. Night arrived and Arthur teleported back into his room. He threw the laptop on the bed and headed out to have dinner with the others. On the way, he checked his progress in the restrain rune and found that it had increased by a full 10% because of his research. He grinned with satisfaction and went over to the dining hall. "Oh, you're wearing your shirt this time," Zaz joked, and Arthur simply shrugged. Ivy slapped Zaz on the head before offering Arthur a bowl of her handmade soup. "Are you feeling all right?" She was asking about his body. Arthur nodded with a smile and asked about her health too. "Okay, we are all wounded." Seer sighed and the rest of them laughed. They sat around the table and Arthur found a seat next to Ivy. As he sat down, Wa slipped into the seat next to him. "I know that it has been a while since we gathered like this." Seer lifted his cup. "Let's take the time for us to bond." Arthur felt Wa's hand rest on his knee and started to make its way upward. He frowned and tried to stop her by placing his hand on his thigh, but she simply held his hand. "Cheers." Arthur toasted with others and gulped his cup. As he did this, he pushed Wa's hand away and ignored the situation. Ivy was talking to Seer that was sitting next to her about something, so he couldn't pretend to have a conversation with her. He decided to eat his meal silently, but Wa leaned forward and talked to him. "I'm sorry about your shoulder, newbie," Wa whispered a sincere apology. "How about I make it up to you?" she asked in a seductive voice. Arthur almost choked on his food. "No, there's no need." He shook his head awkwardly. "You were trying to help, it's just that my body was pretty messed up. You were cool in the arena." Wa smiled sweetly and her green eyes arched. "I almost fell for you right there." Despite being 18, Arthur had very little interaction with women. This was attributed to his dense head, as his mother said, and the fact that he didn't have a lot of chances to interact with them. "Haha, you flatter me. It's a runic card that was passed down in my family." Arthur lied. I see. You used such an important item to save me." No. I was saving myself and all of us." Arthur almost choked on his food again. What kind of delusion was she dreaming of? Hua looked at him silently with a sullen face. It seems she was debating whether Arthur was rejecting her advances or simply an idiot. Arthur finished his food hurriedly and said he had work to do before running away to his room. He was planning to study until he's too exhausted to do anything other than that. He did understand what Hua was aiming for, but he couldn't afford to entertain such thoughts. The first reason being his research and the second one being that he was untrusting of her. He was a healthy man, after all. That's why even though his body said yes, he couldn't give in to such things. However, her advances made him feel something he didn't enjoy the luxury of for a while. His lust was reignited by Hua's touch and advances, so he'd have to take the lonely path tonight. Truly, it's a difficult thing to undertake the way of science. Arthur sighed in the empty corridor. Chapter 188, Studying the Rune. The next few days passed uneventfully. Arthur spent his time studying the Restrain rune and reading any articles he can find. His progress picked up the pace once he began studying the science behind the rune. However, what he could find online was insufficient to guide him through the secrets of the world. That's why once his rune got to 80%, his progress began slowing. That's when Arthur began examining the artifact's effects through using it. However, he needed some people to use it on. "You want to restrain me?" Zaz looked at him with wide eyes when Arthur asked him. "I'm not into that play, sorry." And he ran away like that. Arthur cursed for the misunderstanding, but he still needed someone to help him. When he asked Ivy, who was working on her cooking skills for some reason, she brought up a valid point. If the rune can't work on people with strength above 200, then it's useless to try it on me and the others. Arthur couldn't help but agree. It would prove of little benefit for him to see the rune break over and over again. Luckily, Ivy suggested something. Ruby and Hua are the ones with the least amount of strength above 100. Maybe they can hold back a bit and make it easier for you to research. Hua is fearsome when it comes to controlling techniques, Ivy said as she played with her hair that has grown below her ears recently. So, Arthur headed for his best option. That was Ruby. He was still avoiding Hua because she was growing bolder by the day. At times, she sat with him in his workshop as he worked on artifacts. He tried to shoo her away, but she simply said that the rest of the fortress had no furniture. Arthur couldn't argue against that despite knowing that Idris was bringing new things every day. Because of how much time he spent with her, Arthur had also started learning things about the mysterious woman. First of all, she read books in a language he didn't understand. From the covers of those books, they were mostly romance. She also didn't train, not even a little bit. Arthur was the same since his training was his studying, but she was different. She simply lazed around all day. To be fair, she did train her ability. The chair she sat on was floating while being surrounded by books, snacks, and various other objects that she might need. Arthur had trouble getting used to someone flying above his head at the beginning, but he got used to it after a while. Unexpectedly, Hua was focused on her books. She only spoke to him a few times and all of them were laden with temptation. Those were the reasons that Arthur didn't want to ask Hua for help, so he asked Ruby. She looked at him silently as if she had heard him wrong when he asked her. "Restrain me?" Ruby asked with a frown. "Are you out of your mind? Why would I willingly agree to that?" Arthur was taken aback by the reaction and apologized quickly. He realized that not everyone was as understanding as Ivy, so he needs to take notice of people's boundaries. "Do you want me to help you, newbie?" After his return to the fortress, Reese asked. He has been away somewhere training in the wilderness because of his ability. When Arthur asked why Reese couldn't train from the fortress, he said that his ability needed certain conditions to work. "Really? Are you willing to do that?" Arthur asked with amazement. Reese pulled back his pink hair as he showed his teeth. "Anything for my junior." "Thank you." Arthur took out the artifact and used it on Reese. "Wait, why are you so in a hurry?" Reese's eyes turned around as he tried to dodge, but the whip touched him and his body went stiff. Arthur realized that he had no idea of Reese's stats, but it seemed the rune was taking effect well. Reese fell to the ground after he tried to walk because Arthur restrained his legs. Arthur studied the rune's effect as he saw the mana gather around Reese's legs and the air was compressed into a thick rope. As he looked at it, he heard a weird noise and turned to Reese. "Why are you so rough, Junior?" Reese said, panting. Arthur looked at him silently and stopped using the rune. He then started walking away, ignoring Reese's existence altogether. As he returned to his workshop, he found Hua already there, lazing on her comfy chair while floating around. He sighed and sat on his chair in front of his table. As he decided to re-examine the runic lines again. "Is everything all right?" Hua closed her book and asked. When Arthur didn't answer, she floated closer, making the chair's leg hit Arthur in the head. "Can you not? I'm trying to focus here." Arthur furrowed his brows as he scowled at her. She looked at him with a disinterested face as she hummed. She looked at the whip in front of him and then turned back to him. "Ivy said you need some help in your research." "I don't need to anymore," Arthur said while bringing his face down to the artifact. He began analyzing the runic lines and what each one did when Hua's face appeared close to his cheek. "What?" Arthur pulled away. "It doesn't seem like you don't need help," Hua said as she flicked her finger. The whip floated away before Arthur could react and landed in her hands. "Do you want to restrain me?" she asked with a smile. "No." Arthur felt uncomfortable. "I'll let you if you ask me nicely," she said as she leaned her cheek on the whip. Arthur sighed before stretching out his palm. "Give it back. Please stop trying to seduce me, I'm not interested," Arthur said flatly, and he saw Hua's face fall. She hummed again as Arthur saw her pour mana into the artifact, activating it. Unexpecting such a reaction, Arthur was stunned as Hua whipped in his direction. There was a ping of pain as the whip sliced through his flesh. All of a sudden, Arthur felt a rope tie itself around his hands. The surrounding air was also being vacuumed by the whip's mana and Arthur fell off his chair, restrained. "Oh, this is a nice artifact," Hua said with amazement as she descended. She stretched her leg and jumped off her chair as she walked closer to Arthur. "It's useful for packaging." She smiled as she lifted Arthur's chin and looked at him. Arthur's attention was undirected to Hua but the whip. He looked at the runic lines glowing when he tried to break the restraint. The moment he was restrained, he understood how it worked. The mana left the whip's tip in a hollow cylindrical shape and the controller was able to control an imaginary rope of mana. The mana then began compressing air rapidly from the surrounding to create an unbreakable rope for anyone below 200 points of strength. It's similar to elemental runes. Arthur's eyes widened in amazement. However, his disregard made Hua's anger flare up as she grabbed his cheek and turned her eyes toward her. "Am I that undesirable?" Unexpectedly, her question wasn't what Arthur expected. He looked at her silently before sighing. With a tug, he broke the restraint and stood up. Hua was stunned as she looked at him standing up. She stood up as well and looked at him. "That's not the case at all." Arthur walked over and looked down. He was a lot taller than her and she looked at him with a straight back. "It's just that we have stripped a lot of things of their meaning, let's not do the same for these." He took the whip from her hand and left the workshop. Hua stood there and didn't do anything else. Arthur heard her issue a sound as if she wanted to say something, but didn't in the end. Arthur returned to his room and realized that there was some blood on his shirt. He lamented how many shirts he was losing and took it off. As he looked at his wound in the mirror, he heard a knock on the door. Arthur opened the door and found Hua standing there. She glanced at his body and especially his wound before pushing a vial of liquid toward him. "I'm sorry," she said sincerely before hurrying away. Arthur glanced at the potion and her short stature as he smiled. "I guess she's not that conceited." Arthur felt the healing power coming from the potion and took off the vial. Sadly, he couldn't learn the runes of these potions because of how complex their creation was. After pouring it on his wound, the wound disappeared without a trace. In the end, there was only a faint shadow of what had happened between the two. After that, Hua stopped harassing him. Furthermore, he got his runes percentage to 95% thanks to her, so he didn't treat her any differently. After another day of running around and trying the artifact with Ivy's help, Arthur finally obtained the rune. Chapter 189, Excitement. After obtaining his restrain rune, Arthur took out the other two artifacts that he obtained from the dragon. One of them was one he couldn't learn yet, called Replicate, and would allow him to make a copy of himself that had no physical body but looked otherwise the same. Sadly, he couldn't learn that rune yet. At least, he managed to glean off the information of the hand mirror in his hand. His ability seemed to improve, but there were other runes that he can't learn yet, like the flight rune that the runic jet used. There were also the many runes his fortress had. These runes were in their epitome state, unlike the restrain rune that was of a lower level that Arthur can learn. The last one, luckily, was something that Arthur could handle. Etherealized attack. Create an ethereal version of the weapon to increase your attack strength. This was, in its essence, an advanced rune. However, the specificity of it made it enough for Arthur to learn. He had witnessed a similar skill before when he fought against the tamer in the trial, named Lien. Thus, Arthur began another round of research. First of all, he had to understand what ether was. This was a difficult subject for him as he had never studied anything like this. With his laptop in hand, he began to research a different topic. To his amazement, Arthur found that ether was an element like fire and water. Most scientists defined it as a sub-element of the space element that was used to create teleportation portals. The space element was nothing but the mana that could modify space. Thus, ether is the space defined by mana to give a pseudo-object. There was, in fact, nothing in that space but the elemental mana makes it occupied. Arthur sighed in frustration as he tried to understand the concept behind these things. Mana was the deriving energy for the world's phenomena, but it was hidden away from normal people. Many theorists proposed the possibility of mana being an intruder in this world. Others disagreed, saying that didn't seem to be the case. Mana wasn't a necessary element for the world to work, but it cannot be, in any way, a disharmonious intruder. Even still, mana was a peculiar topic for the common people who had not come in contact with it. They built their lives around the normalcy of technology since it was easier to distribute and manufacture than artifacts. Arthur had to give up his research halfway through because of the lack of resources. Many books weren't available to the public and he would need to carry a certain identity to browse through. That's why he needed to prepare differently for the college exam. He left the fortress again and headed to the capital. He returned to the tower where he resumed his farming of levels. The 6th floor was different than the first 5, as it was a lot harder. It focused more on the monsters' strength and their numbers. As he walked in the corridor that looked like it came from an ancient castle, Arthur had an ill foreboding. He stepped back just in time to dodge the incoming halberd. He glanced to the side and watched the armor that was standing a moment ago glowing with a dangerous light. It wasn't an undead knight, but a puppet controlled by something stronger. Arthur waved his hand and mana spread to restrain the armor. Its strength was insufficient to break free and Arthur used his skill, Monster Claw, to dismember it. Shit, I should have used Shadow Swap. Arthur realized that he had the chance to use it. He sighed and kept going in the corridor. As more and more puppets started attacking him. Nonetheless, this was still within Arthur's limits. He stormed through the castle until he reached the Lord's chambers, where a single skeleton stood there. Jaja, you've done well, Challenger. The skeleton spoke and Arthur realized this was going to be harder than he imagined. He glanced at the skeleton's rib cage, which was covered by a robe, and found a single orb floating inside. A lich, Arthur muttered with a frown. They call me that these days. Before, I was His Highness's favorite puppeteer. The lich's bones creaked as it moved. Now, let's have another round of fun. Arthur frowned at how human this lich sounded. He also mentioned that he was serving someone. Who was it? Who is your master? Arthur asked as he started using his mana. He amplified his body and prepared his skills. That's the first time someone asks. No, there were others. Most of them are dead now. The lich gave a hollow laugh. If you keep challenging this world, you'll get to meet him. Now, the lich's mana exploded everywhere. Die. The mana that the lich used stuck to the walls and the ground as armored knights, dead bodies, and weapons appeared. All of them began attacking Arthur simultaneously. With a wave of his hand, Arthur used the restrain rune on the first knight heading his way and then used a protection rune right after. The knight fell to the ground and the weapons bounced off his barrier. After the 5 seconds were over, the barrier disappeared and Arthur rushed forward using his release rune. He appeared on top of the knight and kicked its chest plates. The strength of that attack made the armor fall apart, but another was already coming toward Arthur. The battle was arduous. Soon, it turned into a raging tornado. Arthur also used his shadow swap a few times to escape the attack. You're a peculiar one, Challenger. Your mana seems infinite. The lich said in amazement. Nonetheless, it's not enough. It clapped its hands as it began to gather mana. A ferocious presence descended as the puppeteer unleashed another of its puppets. Arthur was waiting for this chance and he used his teleport rune for the first time. His hand transformed into a claw as he appeared behind the lich and clawed toward its orb. You. The puppeteer was bewildered by the appearance of another ability and the orb inside of it broke apart and fell. Everything in the hall disappeared and Arthur appeared again in the ring of the beginning. Despite the lich being weak on its own, its magical ability was powerful. Maybe that's why Arthur leveled up after taking it down. He fell to the ground exhausted after using so much of his mana. My stats are not enough. Arthur realized that he had been either killing undead creatures or hunting in the tower, neglecting the use of his absorb rune after his breakthrough. The undead gave him more mana while the tower made his level rise. I now have 10 stats points and 10 legacy points. Arthur realized. He opened his legacy and used the 10 stats point on his perception, raising it to 160. Another first place, Challenger. The tower spoke to him. Here's your prize. A golden ticket appeared. Arthur grabbed it but didn't put it away. I want to purchase an artifact with the tickets I gained until now. Arthur took out the 5 tickets he had and offered them. The tickets disappeared as the tower answered him. What do you wish to redeem? A shape-shifting artifact. Artifacts are costly, especially the one you're asking for. I don't need an all-species shape-shifting artifact, but simply one that allows me to change my features. Very well, your tickets are enough for that. The tower answered and a coin appeared in front of Arthur. Here's your reward, Challenger. Does it change my features permanently? Arthur asked wearily. No, it shall record your features now. You can always change back into your original face when you want to. However, it requires that you supply it with mana every day. Otherwise, your features will return. Okay, thank you. Arthur grabbed the coin. I wish to leave now. His body then left the tower and appeared in front of its gate. He teleported right away before anyone can see him and headed back into the hotel. As he sat in the room that Master Ronan had given him, Arthur examined the coin he had obtained. Sadly, he couldn't learn this rune either. However, he could still use the artifact to change his features. He found the hotel's mirror as he grabbed the coin and headed there. He poured mana into the coin and looked at the mirror. Astonishingly, he could change what he looked like at will. Furthermore, the process was painless. He began modeling his face. His hair changed into a white blondish color. His eyes were dyed with a green shade and his nose became smaller. Cough, this is the perfect disguise. Arthur looked at himself in the mirror and coughed in embarrassment. He was handsome now, extremely so. His skin looked healthy and his eyes were more charming now. Okay, this is not going to work. He sighed and started modeling it to downgrade his appearance. After he was done, he looked a lot less charming. He had freckles over his face and his eyes were hollower. His hair and eye were still the same, blondish white and green, but they were less attractive now. He looked like an average nobleman with above-average features. As he looked in the mirror, Arthur grinned as excitement ran through him like an electric current. He remembered how he watched videos of that flying city in the sky, renowned as the place that changed people's lives. Whoever got into Girano would make a leap in strength to become a powerhouse. Girano, here I come. This was the beginning of an exciting adventure. Chapter 190, A Name. Arthur felt his body fall into the shadows as the giant rhino came rushing his way. His skill, Shadow Swap, activated again as he fell to the shadows for a moment and reappeared behind the rhino under a giant tree. Shadow Swap skill has evolved. The message came suddenly but Arthur dismissed it. He jumped high in the air as he interlocked his fingers together and used his rune. He then threw his hands out as a fire net surrounded the rhino. As it was engulfed by the fire, the rhino came rushing toward Arthur with its scorched body. Arthur took a deep breath and punched using his release rune. As the rhino's head and the skull collided, there was a giant shockwave before a distinct crack came from the monster's head. It fell after its orifices started bleeding out. After it gave a low sound, the rhino was dead. Arthur sighed as he flicked his hand. A golden rune appeared as the message appeared again in his mind. He smiled in satisfaction as he opened his legacy. After he came back from the capital, he started hunting near the fortress. They were hiding in the wilderness between the Yalvran Union and Hallen, so there were a lot of monsters he could hunt. Level, 31, 55%. Strength, 178. Agility, 170. Stamina, 162. Perception, 160. Mana, 250/250. Abilities, Beginner Runes Wordsmith, 58%, Usable Runes, 22. Skills, Lesser Mana Breathing Skill, F, 60%, Poison Strike, F, 36%, Camouflage, F, 21%, Earth Manipulation, E, 30%, Bladeless Wind Slash, E, 99%, Shadow Space, D, 0%, Monster Claws, D, 23%, Iron Skin, D, 10%, Goblin's Bond, Unique, 89%. He had seen a slight increase in his stats after he started absorbing the monster's essences and cores. However, there were a little less than 10 days left for college and he was going to get every stat point he can. The major change is that his skill, Shadow Swap, has finally evolved. It has remained as a skill even though it has evolved, clearing some of Arthur's confusion. This means that his skills need to reach their utmost potential for them to evolve into runes. So, Shadow Swap had more potential to grow stronger before it becomes a rune. This had an upside that his skills will grow stronger before he gets their rune and the downside of them taking too long to do so. As he touched the words Shadow Space that was in front of him, Arthur received more explanation from his legacy. Shadow space. Shadows are one entity, and this skill would allow the user to hide in them and travel across short distances. This was a huge leap in its ability, and Arthur couldn't help but gape. This was perfect to hide or sneak into spaces. Furthermore, this was unrestricted by the space-locking devices. He would enter a different, smaller, dimension and travel across it to another location. He used his skill and his body fell into the shadows he stood on. There was nothing but emptiness in front of him, and he realized he couldn't breathe. He held his breath as he traveled across the darkness. Luckily, he could feel the connection this shadow space made with the outside world. After he had traveled a certain distance, Arthur realized that the more he moved, the more mana he used. Even with his creation mana, which made his skills use less mana, it was still a lot. He stood in place and realized that the mana stopped being drained by a lot. He left the shadow space and appeared in another location, a distance away. Well, this is convenient. Arthur smiled as he returned to take the core of the rhino. It was a high-tier monster, but on the lower ranks of it. He took out the core and absorbed it, earning another point in mana. As he was about to look for another monster, a voice appeared in his mind. Hungry. It was a weak and childish voice, but Arthur knew who it belonged to right away. He sat under a tree and ordered the young dragon to come out. It left Arthur's body and turned to its physical form on the ground. Eyes still closed, the dragon yawned after it awoke from its slumber. It opened its eyes slowly, as black as night, and looked around before its eyes rested on Arthur. Hello, little one. Arthur smiled as he stroked its nostrils. The dragon closed its eyes and frowned at Arthur's touch as it tried to pull away. Be nice or I won't feed you. The dragon, reluctantly, obeyed and allowed Arthur to pat it. Arthur felt the sharp edges and smooth surface of the scales. He marveled at the shape of its wings and how small its claws were. It was barely a meter tall, making it quite surprising that this was one of the strongest monsters. Arthur knew that the age of dragons has faded into the annals of history. Their evolution didn't account for the fact that one day, artifacts and runes wouldn't be that common to find. Their strong bodies didn't reach their full potential by devouring the essence of the monsters, but rather the essence of the world. Maybe that's why your mother left you with me. Arthur stroked it with his left hand as a rune appeared on his left. The dragon's tail stood up in alarm as its wings spread. It opened its eyes and looked at the rune greedily. Can you eat this? The dragon nodded its head. It opened its mouth as a vertex appeared and started sucking the rune into the dragon's mouth. Arthur felt like someone was tugging on his fire rune and released the connection. The rune flew from his hand and was eaten by the dragon. Its body glowed slightly as it looked at Arthur again, with more affectionate eyes. Greedy fella. Arthur laughed. Even though he didn't consume a lot of mana just by summoning his rune, the dragon still drained a portion of it when it ate the rune. Nonetheless, he used the rune again to feed the dragon. After 3 more times, the dragon was finally full. It looked around as it started beating its wings but failed to levitate. Arthur saw its belly protrude as it burped out flames, almost burning Arthur's hair in the process. Whoa, careful there. Arthur backed away. The dragon fell on its butt in frustration and Arthur walked over and crouched to its eye level. It'll take time, don't rush the inevitable. The dragon looked at him with confusion. The dragon was like a toddler since it couldn't understand a lot of what Arthur was saying. It kept trying to fly despite Arthur's words. In the end, Arthur gave up and sat down as he waited for the dragon. Oh right, I haven't named you yet. Arthur realized. Did your mother give you a name? The word name made the young dragon perk its head up toward Arthur. It looked at Arthur and at his hand, which had the dragon's tattoo given by its mother. Seeing its behavior, Arthur remembered its mother's words. Dragons don't have names. The dragon looked, at that time, like it wanted to say something more. However, it asked Arthur to take their child with him. This means that names are something important, or either didn't matter at all. I need to name it. Arthur started thinking of a name. If this was important, then he needed to do it. If it wasn't, then there was no harm in doing it. Come here, little dragon, Arthur called out, but the dragon ignored him. With a sigh, Arthur used his connection to order it. The dragon came over reluctantly and stood in front of Arthur. Choosing names was never Arthur's forte. Most people said he sucked at that. Even the Tower of Yearning mocked the name he chose with love and care, but Arthur was convinced that his names were the best. Kira, Mero, Nero, Ven, Ken, and Ben were a testimony of his naming sense. Well, should I call you something longer? Arthur pondered. However, it'd be harder to keep calling you that. Let's go with something shorter. You're so little. Arthur squinted his eyes, examining the dragon. There's a flower I once saw that has the same color as your scales. It's called Lily, and that name fits how little you are. Let's call you Lilo. As soon as the word left his mouth, the tattoo on Arthur's hand shone brightly. Arthur and the dragon were enveloped in bright light together as Arthur's mana began leaving him. Feeling that Lilo was absorbing his mana, Arthur didn't stop it. He also used his runes and pushed them toward the dragon, and Lilo absorbed them as well. The process didn't take long, but Arthur's head began to spin as the loss of mana continued. Before he could stop the flow of mana, he lost balance as his consciousness faded. He felt his body fall forward, but something caught him in time. Chapter 191, Memory Fragment. When Arthur opened his eyes, he saw the smooth scales of Lilo. However, as he raised his head, he found a different creature in its stead. He looked with furrowed brows at the bigger dragon. Lilo. Arthur muttered with confusion as he examined the dragon that was 2 meters tall now. What happened to you? You were a lot cuter. I'm stronger now. The reply came unexpectedly coherent. Arthur even saw the dragon look at him smugly. Still, I'd prefer that you've stayed the same, Arthur said with a serious face. However, Lilo looked at him like he was an idiot. It humphed and pushed Arthur away as it flapped its wings. This time, after its wingspan became 1.5 meters, Lilo was able to fly. With 2 flaps of its wings, it levitated. With another powerful flap, it soared to the skies as Arthur looked at it with amazement. It looks like its mother, Arthur shielded his eyes from the sun as he grinned. Lilo soared higher and higher until all Arthur could see was a dot in the sky. Lilo issued a roar of triumph, and Arthur felt the unease that the forest felt. Even as an infant, Lilo was at the peak mid-tier. The amount of growth it can achieve with such a start point is staggering to think of. Is it because I gave it a name? I can feel its emotions. Arthur felt a foreign sense of joy and pride flood through him. Lilo then descended downward and landed in front of Arthur. This time, it was a lot more docile than earlier. It spread its wings as it bent its back. Arthur realized that it was asking him to ride it, but he wasn't so sure he can suffer the fall if things went wrong. Nonetheless, he stepped forward and caressed its neck. Can you even carry me? Arthur asked Lilo, and it nodded with pride. It was taller than Arthur now, and its body was lined with muscles. Arthur shrugged and rode on its back with his thighs touching the base of its wings. Lilo then lifted its body, and Arthur grabbed its neck lest he falls. With another flap of its wings, Arthur felt his feet leave the ground. As he was close now, he realized that Lilo was also using magic to help it fly. They started rising higher and higher until Lilo flapped its wings powerfully, making them soar into the skies. Arthur clung to its neck as his body slid downward. The dragon kept rising higher before it stopped rising and simply flapped its wings to remain in place. Arthur, who had his eyes squinted earlier, opened them slowly to see the wilderness with its mountains and forests. He saw a flying monster in the distance that was deterred from their location. The sun cast a shadow behind the mountains and the light penetrated the foggy steeps of them. Whoa! Arthur couldn't help but be amazed at the scenery. The clouds that were far away looked so close now. Looking down on the world gave him a certain feeling of power. Do we go further? Lilo asked in his mind, and Arthur agreed unconsciously. The dragon flapped its wings again as it began racing across the skies. Arthur couldn't help but construct a barrier in front of him to shield himself from the wind. They crossed over forests, mountains, great rivers, and even dungeons. Some of those dungeons were broken through and the monsters kept pouring out. These dungeons were the main reason the wilderness exists. Arthur flew a distance before he spotted a gathering of monsters. He asked Lilo to slow down as he looked at the place they were gathered around. To his amazement, it was a humanoid figure. However, it was a giantman that was about 3 meters in height. His build suggested that he was from Hallen, but Arthur wasn't so sure. He watched as the men, injured, fought against the monsters. Stay a distance away, Lilo. The two kept hovering in the sky as the men took down the monsters one by one. After he took down the monsters one by one, he issued a war cry and fell to the ground. The men didn't move afterward. Descend, Lilo. The two descended a distance away before Arthur returned the dragon to his body. Lilo's body turned ethereal and entered Arthur's consciousness again. This ability was unheard of, especially with tamers. Arthur attributed this to Lilo's race, the elusive dragons, but he wasn't sure of it. He started walking toward the battlefield and marveled at how many monsters this man took down. Despite all of them being of the high tier, it was still a feat that even someone at the peak of the Ray rank would find hard to achieve. He stood a distance away from the man, who was bleeding heavily. The reason he came here was to make sure he was dead, as this place was close to his fortress. He didn't want the world to stumble upon his fortress by chance. Is anyone here? The men called out, seeming to have heard Arthur's steps. Please help me. The men called out. Arthur looked at him silently, keeping his distance. Please, I have a family to return to. A mother to feed. His words made Arthur sigh. He took out his mask from his subspace and raised his hood to cover his head. He began walking closer toward the men. When he was a few meters away, the man raised his hand and it elongated as it rushed toward Arthur. Claws appeared instead of his fingers. Arthur calmly launched his dagger while using the teleport rune. The dagger teleported and stabbed the man in the head. With a shriek, the man started convulsing as the body turned into a monster. It looked like an octopus with many eyes all over that were twitching in every direction. A mimic. It was the first time that he came across such a monster. It was a family of different species that could assume the shape of other creatures to hunt for prey. It wasn't dead yet, but about to. Arthur walked over as he raised his arm to the side, fire sprouting from his fingertips. With a wave, the fire spread to the surrounding as the mimic died. Arthur stood in front of its body as he absorbed its essence. Arthur saw that something else has dropped. He picked it up thinking it was a skill, but it was not. A memory fragment has been obtained. Do you wish to assimilate it? Arthur frowned at the weird message. A memory fragment. He had heard of this before. It was a way to pass down the teachings of an ancestor but required a great amount of time to master the technique. This monster dropping a memory fragment meant that it had belonged to the person it assumed his shape. Arthur wasn't sure if this was common, but it was the only explanation he could think of. Lilo, we're heading back to the fortress. Arthur knew he could just teleport back to the fortress, but he wanted Lilo to enjoy his time as well. The dragon appeared again and Arthur rode on its back after he grabbed the mana core of the mimic. With a flap of its wings, Lilo and Arthur were riding across the skies again. As they did, Arthur examined the crystal that looked like a disfigured lightning bolt in his hand. He didn't know if assimilating this here would leave him vulnerable or not, so he didn't risk it and returned to the fortress for now. Arthur kept Lilo in his body as he entered the fortress. He found Hua already in his workshop, still reading. He sat in his chair as he took out the shard and started examining it. As he expected, there were some runic lines inside of it. He took out a microscope that Idris has given him when he asked for items for his workshop. As he laid the shard there, he started studying the runic lines in detail. Every twist and curve in the runic lines recorded secret information. Every time the lines intersected corresponded to a process in the runic lines. As Arthur kept studying them, he realized it was safe to use. However, he might be influenced by the emotions of the memory holder. Nonetheless, Arthur was overwhelmed by curiosity. He wanted to know what's inside of this fragment, so he made plans to use it tonight. Fragments usually recorded past events, so he might gain something useful from this. Arthur returned to his room and lied on his bed. He closed the doors tightly and controlled the fortress to prevent anyone from getting into his room. He then poured mana into the shard and his consciousness was pulled inside of it. The scene changed in front of him. Chapter 192, The Story of a Man. The first thing that Arthur saw was a mountain range of extreme frost. He was looking through the eyes of someone and could see their breath leave a white trail behind it. I'm cold, a voice spoke to him and his vision turned into a small body tucked beneath his heavy leather clothing. A small head and hand were shaking as they clung to his chest. We're not far, please endure a bit longer. The voice that came out from him was shaking as well. Weirdly, it was in a language foreign to him. But he remembered the meaning of the words. The frost drilled through their bones as the steps carried them across the mountain range. At the end of it, there was a small cottage that has taken refuge beside one steep cliff. The light coming from its windows worked like hope in their despair. The man, who Arthur was seeing through his eyes, pulled on the door. When he found that it was locked, he started banging on it. When there was no response, the man mumbled something and moved his finger. The door was unlocked from the inside before he made his way through it. The cottage seemed to be warmer than the outside, as the man's shaking lessened until it disappeared. He then unbuttoned his coat to reveal a frail boy that was about 3 years of age. With a blonde head, the body's face was pale and his nose was red. The gloved hands of the man carried him and placed him in front of the fire. As the boy seemed to relax, the man left the room and went deeper into the house. He opened the door to a bedroom and found someone tugged under the blankets on the bed. "I've knocked, you should have opened if you were here. Every bit of mana is valuable." However, he received no response. Arthur saw the man paused as he turned to face the bed. "Claire." The man called out, but no response. He stormed toward the bed and pulled away from the blankets. Arthur saw that the person underneath was a woman of blonde hair, and her eyes were closed. She was dead. The scene changed when the boy came into the room and called out for his mother. The last image was of the boy, standing by the door, as he looked with confusion. Arthur's emotions were in turmoil, but he retained his sense of self. He watched as the scene changed into another place, one with a better climate. The icy mountains disappeared, replaced by a greenish village. As the men walked through the buildings, Arthur saw the high walls surrounding the village he was in. Towering walls stood there, black as night, as if to protect them from something humongous. The men went into a bar filled with people of all kinds, small and tall, some not even resembling humans. Scaled, some with animal ears, and some even had tails. To Arthur's amazement, everyone treated this indifferently. The men seemed to be tall, extremely so, and Arthur remembered the shape that the mimic took. He walked through as the others stole glances at him, scowling in his direction. "What do you want, halfling?" The bartender sneered at him as he placed the cup on the counter. "A commission. Don't try to rob me, as I will crack your skull open." The gruff voice of the man who Arthur was seeing through his eyes answered. "I ain't got anybody hiring you. Give me a leftover, it'll do. You'll be dead, halfling. Many died before you. I don't want a reputation of my pub to spread of sending adventurers to their death. You want to test me, Iscavian?" The bartender frowned heavily before taking out a paper from underneath the counter and throwing it in the man's direction. The man picked it up and started walking away. Arthur heard the sound of something flying before he felt something hit his back. Every emotion was transmitted deeply by the memory fragment. A cup crashed into the man's back and the liquid inside spilled over. The line of sight turned slowly toward the cup before rising to the man who had the eyes of a snake. Arthur could feel the rage in the man's heart. "Piss off, traitor." The snakeman sneered as he looked at the man grimly. The man didn't say anything despite his rage and started walking away. The bar laughed as he made his exit. The man's steps carried him across the village. Rage, helplessness, and resolve mixed in his heart. When he reached a house, all those emotions disappeared when he saw a blond boy sitting in the garden. "What are you doing?" the man asked as he crouched beside the boy, who looked to be 12 years of age. The boy didn't answer and simply handed what he was holding. It was a metallic doll of a man. "Is this me?" There was joy in his voice. The boy nodded. "I'll keep it with me. This will keep me company until I return." "Are you leaving again?" the boy, whom Arthur recognized as the one from earlier, asked. The man nodded. "Can I come with you?" The man shook his head. The boy nodded sadly and returned to play with his oars. As he touched them, they bent to his will as they began to take different forms. The man looked on proudly before he rubbed the boy's head. "Create something that will change the world, all right." The memory ended after that. Arthur's emotions were better than last time. However, he was confused why someone would create a memory fragment of these events. He was even more confused by the appearances of the people in the village and the village itself, who looked to be of a backward civilization. Is this from the past? But that doesn't explain the appearances of the people. Arthur thought to himself as the scene changed once again. This can't be. The next scene was of the men heading deep into the wilderness. He fought against monsters until he reached a cave. Along the way, he sniffed a piece of clothes and followed a trail. He took out the paper and read the details. A woman was lost in the forest of Incrane. Please find her. There was also a portrait of the woman and a ribbon attached to the paper. The men took out the ribbon and sniffed it. Arthur then saw the man's vision change as a trail headed deeper into the cave. As I expected. The men went into the cave and the light disappeared. He lit a torch and started following the trail. As he headed deeper, he started hearing that shallow breath of someone. He called out and informed the woman that he was sent here to find her. She had been lost from a merchant's caravan when monsters attacked. Then came the lady from the deeper parts of the cave. The men reassured her and showed her the commission. Despite being wary, the woman decided to follow him back. Arthur felt the relief this man felt and his joy of completing this request. The men treated the wounds of the woman before turning to leave. The woman then bit his neck. Her neck elongated and her teeth grew sharp as she bit on his neck, taking off a huge chunk. Arthur's consciousness jerked at the pain. The men roared as he slashed with his sword at the monster, who turned to be the mimic Arthur met. The mimic's body rose in the air to avoid the sword as it kept its teeth pierced to the man's neck. It then let go as it attacked the men with its claws, ripping through his flesh. The pain made Arthur's mind turn hazy, and so it did for the men. Realizing he can't win against the mimic, the men began to run away deeper into the cave. The mimic ran after him unceasingly. Arthur experiences fear, despair, and regret in the man's heart. As he ran away, the little hope he had to survive grew smaller until the mimic managed to reach him. As the man and monster wrestled with each other, the ground underneath them gave in and collapsed. The two fell into an abyss that had a portal at its end. Arthur then saw the man and monster get swallowed by the portal. The memory didn't end but turned into a series of hazy images. The man found himself in a place devoid of monsters. He struggled to reach the outside world, where he saw the ever-stretching forest. The mountains were green and the sky was blue. He heard the mimic come after him. The man had no energy left and slumped to the ground. He heard the mimic make its way toward him. The man took out the metallic doll and held it in his hand. I failed to keep my promise. The man took a shard from one of his pockets. Arthur recognized it to be the one he found. The shard began glowing as the man closed his eyes. Please, whoever finds this, give it to my son. The last image that was engraved into the shard appeared in Arthur's mind. It was the image of a woman holding her toddler. This was the woman that the men found dead. Let him remember his mother. The man's voice drifted over. He was recording his memory as he spoke. My son's name is Solomon Avera. The memory ended after that. Arthur opened his eyes, returning to his room in the fortress. His heart was beating fast as confusion filled his mind. Chapter 193, New Identity. Solomon. After his initial shock, Arthur simply sighed. He had already accepted that his fate was intertwined with this person. However, the question was how. He looked at the shard in his hand as he remembered the last request by the men. If this is the same Solomon I met in the trial, then I must give him this shard. The only reason he helped me at that time was that I looked like someone he knew. I thought he was mistaken. Arthur stood up and teleported toward the roof of the fortress. But there's no doubt about it now. The reason Solomon helped me is that he met me before. It was never a question of who or where, but when. The dawn broke through the horizon as the monsters and wildlife woke up from their slumbers. As he stood there watching the light seep through the mountains, Arthur had a million questions in his mind. If Solomon didn't help me, I would have never helped him. If I don't find him now, then I'll be dead in the trial. If I don't find him, what will happen to me? Am I going to cease existing as the timeline change, or would life keep going in a different timeline? The matters of time were always paradoxical. However, Arthur wasn't going to let chance decide his fate. If finding Solomon was the way to guarantee that he'd survive the trial, he would do it. Now that he thought about it, everything began with Solomon. He gave Arthur the dagger that allowed him to kill the Dark Queen. He was the reason Arthur became the breaker of the trial. If not for Solomon, then the trial would have never been broken. What would have happened then? Arthur took out the dagger and held it in front of him. How would I survive if I haven't broken the trial? Would I have met Kira who tended for my wounds? Would I have met Miko and worked together with her? Questions. 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 Arthur was sick of them, he needed answers. The only way for him to guarantee that time won't undo him was to seek Solomon. Solomon of Era. Arthur repeated the name in his mind, engraving it deeply. He tightened his grip around the shard as he remembered another fact. That wasn't our world. Arthur realized. The men had come to this land after teleporting out of the dungeon. He had arrived on Earth from Alka. Arthur's face was grim as he remembered what he saw in that world. There were people there, not only monsters. There were halflings, humans that were mixed with other races. Furthermore, there were dangers far stronger than the monster they had on Earth. Does Jizo want to leave them there? Arthur wondered to himself. After all, the true world was simply Earth and Alka merging. That's what the Enders wanted, what the Seven Families wanted, but not what Jizo wanted. Jizo said that if that era returns, it would mean death for humanity. He has chosen to give up on the people of Alka for these people to survive. He was choosing the lesser of two evils. It's always the lesser of two evils. The words appeared in front of him and Arthur laughed dryly as he shook his head. You can't expect me to make a choice. You will have to. You can't tell me what to do. Arthur frowned. I'm in no position to determine whether the people out there are a hopeless cause or not. The world is dying. The creatures of the nothingness are stronger than anyone can handle. Even with your runes, with this legacy, it's hopeless. Choose the lesser evil. I said. Arthur gritted his teeth. Don't tell me what to do. The words disappeared as Arthur felt frustration build up inside of him. He clenched his fist until his nails dug through his flesh. Why was I given this choice? I never asked for this. He couldn't choose between the two evils. In the end, whatever he does, it would still be evil. He always believed he was doing the right thing. Haha, Arthur laughed bitterly at his thoughts. The right thing. What is right and wrong in the face of oblivion? It's either to cease existing or survive. I will survive. If everything is determined by fate, then I will write my own. I'll dig using every strength I have to choose for myself. Arthur's level kept rising from 31 until it became 35 before the time for Girano arrived. By the time he stopped his mindless leveling, he had 26 legacy points and 16 stats points. His stats and skills also saw a huge leap. For a week, he didn't sleep. He used mana to keep himself awake and to keep hunting. The only thing that stopped him from getting even stronger was time and the lack of monsters to hunt. 2 days before the exam, Arthur returned to the fortress. He opened his legacy as he sat down, trying to study the etherealized attack rune, but its progress barely reached 69%. Luckily, his strength has increased again because of absorbing the monster's essence. Level 35, 11%. Legacy points, 26. Stats points, 16. Strength, 193. Agility, 189. Stamina, 179. Perception, 171. Mana, 259/259. Skills, Lesser Mana Breathing Skill, F, 65%, Poison Strike, F, 39%, Camouflage, F, 26%, Earth Manipulation, E, 39%, Bladeless Windstorm, D, 12%, Shadow Space, D, 0%, Monster Claws, D, 32%, Iron Skin, D, 11%, Goblin's Bond, Unique, 89%. Other than his stats, which has seen an increase due to his Absorb rune, one of his skills has evolved. Instead of the Bladeless Wind Slash, it has evolved into Bladeless Windstorm. Now, he can summon a storm of slashes to fight on his behalf. Even though it was merely an increase of strength and number of slashes, it was still powerful. It was especially useful against weak monsters and for clearing the forest or obstacles. However, Arthur wanted the rune that was behind the skill. Sadly, he'd have to evolve them more to get it. Girano's exam was in 2 days and he needed to return to the capital for Master Ronan to introduce him as his friend's bastard child. After all that happened, Arthur wanted more time to get stronger, but his legacy quest hovered over his neck like an executioner. Legacy quest: find the key before the Enders. He knew that if the Enders obtain this key, then the world will see a lot of unrest. Even without the legacy, he didn't want those foul beings to obtain what they want. Arthur returned to his room and changed his clothes before he was about to leave toward the capital. Unexpectedly, someone stopped him. "I wish to accompany you, my lord." Lee talked to him for the first time since his breakthrough. Arthur sighed and waved his hand. "Please don't call me that," Arthur implored. "You can't come with me this time, you'll be found even if they were blind. I'll hide in a nearby place. I would much prefer if you protect the fortress while I was gone. I'm counting on you." Lee paused at Arthur's words and stopped asking to tag along. After bidding him farewell, Arthur headed toward the teleportation circle near the forest where he found another unexpected person. "What do you need of me, Miss Hua?" Arthur asked with a smile. Their relationship has improved after Hua stopped trying to get into his pants. He didn't know if she was always like that or if she had feelings for him, but he was glad it stopped. "A little farewell gift, here." Hua handed him a thick book. "Just in case you get bored from studying, read this as you think of me." Arthur took the book and found that it was a novel. He nodded and kept the book and asked if there was something else. "Well," Hua appeared by his side and pulled him by the neck, her mouth breathed into Arthur's ear. "Make sure to save yourself for me." "You." Arthur took a step back, but Hua simply laughed and walked away. Her laughter echoed throughout the forest and Arthur simply sighed. And here I thought that she changed. He kept the book in his subspace before teleporting into the capital. When he arrived at the mansion, he found that Reese and Master Ronan were already there. Seeing his new appearance, Master Ronan nodded with a smile. "A true nobleman." "That's insulting," Arthur answered with a laugh. "Greetings, Master." He bowed. "I doubt I'm that much of a master to you anymore. I don't teach you much. If not for you, I would still have trouble controlling my mana. I still use your teachings. I didn't get to teach you any arts with how things were." Master Ronan was dissatisfied. "Anyway, here's your ID." He handed Arthur a stack of files. "Reese has your luggage." "Oh," Arthur took the files with a smile. "Is this my real name?" "Yes, get used to it," Master Ronan nodded. Arthur engraved the name into his mind. This would be his new identity for a while. Alexei Linen. Chapter 194, Bastard of Linen. The Bastard of Linen had to attend an evening gathering of youth where he met the noblemen of the capital. In his disguise, Arthur made idle chats with the people just to assert his existence. The hustle was a chore for Arthur, who wasn't used to interacting with strangers for so long. However, Master Ronan said that he needed to give himself a background. Despite the ridicule and discrimination, no one asked about the origins of a bastard son. This would bring the affairs of nobles to the surface, and these were ugly. In the gathering, Arthur saw Caleb surrounded by his entourage of noble youth. Girano wasn't solely for nobles, but it was a common aim for this. This made the commoners who enrolled there to be oppressed by their noble peers. Arthur kept his distance away. For the first time in a while, he was a nameless person again. After their initial interest, the nobles left him be. After all, he was the bastard of a nameless nobleman from the rural areas of the Union. Furthermore, he wasn't even from Yalan, but one of its vassal states. To be insignificant is a relief. Arthur began to enjoy the sweets served there. As he stood there, someone walked to him. "Who are you? I never saw you here." A fat young man with squared features walked up to him. Arthur sighed inwardly as he bowed. Alexei Linen, a bastard from the rural state of Vernia. Arthur has already practiced his lines. "Oh, a bastard." The square-faced and square-nosed man glanced at him. "I'm Oliver Belford. Make sure to remember it well." "Well, of course," Arthur nodded. "How can I not know the name of the handsome men of the capital? Oh ho, it seems my reputation has spread to the neighboring kingdoms." Oliver stroked his chin, which was as flat as a ruler. "It's good that you know the names of those above you." Arthur could only shake his head, inwardly at least, at how confident this guy was. Even if Arthur flattered him, there was no way someone could think of themselves as handsome with this guy's cardboard head. Nonetheless, he liked people like that, who were unbothered by their appearance. A conceited fool was better than a jealous person with an inferiority complex. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Arthur said with a smile. Oliver kept blathering about all sorts of things and his influence in the capital as Arthur ate his sweets. The funny thing was that Oliver would cough when other nobles were nearby and stop his boasting. Anyone with a brain can see that. This man was bragging, but Arthur didn't mind. "Her Highness is here." Someone whispered and Arthur turned to see Nera wearing a one-piece dress that embraced her body. It was the first time that he met someone he knew from his past identity. The crowd split as they greeted the princess, who was accompanied by one of her younger cousins. Arthur saw Oliver adjust his bow tie that red before adjusting his white collar. "Follow me, Alexei," Oliver said to him. "I'll introduce you to my childhood friend." Arthur looked at him with confusion as the fat meatball made its way across the hall. With a sigh, Arthur left his sweets and began following the nobleman. He had a mission of introducing himself to this community, so it was for the best that he did more effort than eating sweets. Oliver was as fat as two Arthurs, so it was difficult to see beyond him. He was also rather tall, despite Arthur's height being around 180 centimeters after his breakthrough. Even though he wasn't that tall, he also wasn't short. Yet, he couldn't see beyond the jiggling flesh of Oliver. When the humanoid tank stopped, at last, Arthur moved to its side to take a better look. He saw a group of people looking at Oliver and him with disgust. "What is it that you want, Belford?" barked one of the youths who had a tall and lean body. Several other youths were surrounding a beautiful blonde girl. "Nera," Arthur sighed inwardly as his face remained expressionless. After some thought, he pulled a panicked face since it would be suspicious if he remained calm. "Butt out, Reinhold." Oliver sneered in disdain. "I'm here to greet my childhood friend." Arthur noticed that when Oliver said that, Nera carried a troubled expression and her mouth twitched. "It's good to see you as lively as always, Oliver." Nera greeted with a smile. "I see you have new friends." She politely turned to Arthur. Her gaze lingered as if she was trying to remember who he was. "Ah, yes. He's my dear friend from the Vernia Kingdom, Alexei Linen." Oliver wore a smug expression as he introduced Arthur intimately. "Alexei, you must know of the princess our union." How can I not?" Arthur feigned stuttering in panic as he did a lousy bow. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings to you, Sir Alexei." Nera smiled in greeting. Arthur felt her ability being activated with his perception and used his insignia, albeit barely. The princess tried to see through him. Arthur didn't know if this was a habit she had, or if she was simply suspicious of him. However, his insignia proved her ability useless. He used it on himself and made it impossible to see through his disguise. "Are you the bastard of that old man Linen?" the man called Reinhold asked curtly. "I heard your old man is senile now." "Sadly, he has been involved in an unfortunate accident while working," Arthur answered with sadness. "Thank you for asking, young master." Reinhold nodded and ignored Arthur and Oliver. As the group spoke with Nera, they started drifting away. "You don't need to thank me for introducing you," Oliver said with a smug expression. "Just between us, I think Nera has a crush on me." "That's why she gave you so much face." "I felt that too, young master." Arthur nodded in enthusiasm. "I could see her blush when she greeted you." Oliver seemed to stand straighter when Arthur said this. "You have good eyes, I'll take care of you around here," Oliver said with pride. "Thank you, young master." Oliver pulled him toward a table afterward as he began offering him some advice about certain entertainments that he could enjoy in the capital. Arthur was dumbfounded when he learned of the absurd lifestyle of the nobleman's community. They drank a lot, they ate a lot, and they had sex a lot. Each activity had certain places you should go to. Furthermore, Oliver looked like he was sharing something ordinary. "Do your parents know of these things?" Arthur couldn't stop himself and asked. Oliver looked at him like he was a country pumpkin. "Of course not, my granny would break my legs if she knew." As he was about to share more of his wisdom, a clinging sound resounded throughout the hall. Arthur and the annoyed Oliver looked at the stage in the middle where a blonde young man stood. "Greetings, everyone." Prince Caleb said with a smile. I don't think I need to introduce myself. He raised his brows with a smile. The crowd laughed and the prince chuckled. Since a lot of you here are having your exam in Girano in a few days, I thought I should give you some guidance as your senior. The crowd cheered for the prince. How many of you are applying for Girano? A few hands were raised and Arthur simply stayed put. Oliver, beside him, raised his arm so high that his suit was about to tear from the armpit. He didn't forget to glance at Arthur and kick him in the leg. You are not applying? Oliver asked with a frown. Arthur looked at him as he debated how should he lie but not lie at the same time. Raise your hand if you are. Oliver grabbed his arm and raised it. Oh, I see some enthusiasm over there. Prince Caleb's attention was grabbed by Oliver's actions. However, Arthur doubted anyone can ignore the giant meatball that sat next to him. You, gentlemen. It seems you're eager for some guidance. Yes, Your Highness. It would be an honor. Oliver rose from his chair and Arthur could hear the chair thank the heavens that it survived the calamity. With large strides, Oliver ascended the stage. Arthur noticed Reinhold talk to Caleb on the side and the prince nodded. He didn't like what he was seeing, but he couldn't just interfere. One of the most important things about Girano is knowing how to use your strength. How about a simple spar? I'll try to guide you in your martial arts. That would make me joyful, Your Highness. Oliver looked genuinely flattered as his small eyes turned wide. Very well, you might get hurt a bit, is that all right? A small price. Oliver waved his hand dismissively. I like that spirit. Now, come at me. Remember, no mana. I don't want to accidentally kill you. The prince laughed despite how dark his words were. Oliver nodded and prepared his stance. Despite his body, Oliver's stance was a proper one. After the prince motioned him to start, he took a step forward and punched. The prince sidestepped before smacking his fist downward as his elbow struck Oliver's face. The sound of the hit was enough to produce an echo and Oliver staggered to the side. Arthur sighed when he saw a few drops of blood fall from his nose. The area where the prince struck him rapidly turned purple. Chapter 195, Payback. The hall fell silent as Oliver's face carried his confusion about what happened. The prince, however, carried on without pause. The first flaw about our friend is his size, as it made him inflexible. He can't react or change the direction of an attack once it was thrown. The prince said with the stern face of a teacher, but his words made the crowd laugh. Arthur sat there silently, looking at the stage with a dark mood. The taste of his sweets in his mouth lost all of its joy. Truly, humans are pathetic creatures. Arthur clenched his hand under the table. They don't care to step on others for their own expense. These people are laughing, but why hasn't anyone thought of how Oliver would feel? Bullying was always like that. Once a target has been set, the rest of the group are either thrilled to humiliate him or relieved that it wasn't them. In the end, everyone is an accomplice. No one thinks about the target. In the grand picture, only one person was hurt. Are you all right, friend? The prince asked worriedly as he held Oliver by the shoulder. What's your name? His question seemed genuine since he didn't get Oliver's name earlier. Yet, there was no way he missed the name of someone from the noble circle. That's why his question, coupled with Oliver's staggering step, made the crowd laugh louder. I'm Oliver Belford. Oliver shook his head as he tried to wipe the blood off his nose. Oh dear, do you want to quit our guidance? It seems you can't handle it. The prince asked with worry. There's no way a true awakener would cowering from a little bit of hardship. Reinhold chimed in from below the crowd. The rest of the nobles chirped in agreement. Arthur saw that some shook their heads, but no one moved to stop what's about to come. No one said anything about cowering. Oliver's nostrils flared as he tried to straighten his back, but he wavered a bit. A true man, or woman, of course, would never shy away from learning. What is a bit of pain? Prince Caleb, please. The fat young man stood heroically, his brown hair glued to his basketball head as a drop of sweat rolled down. Arthur couldn't say Oliver was handsome at that moment, but he was certainly the most attractive he had been. However, what followed was pure tragedy. The prince clapped for his character and words as he began to deliver some guidance to him. Each one of them was followed by a contusion. Each one was followed by provocation and Oliver falling for that provocation. At one point, many people couldn't handle keeping food in their mouths. Using the excuse of guidance, Caleb showed his sadistic tendencies in full glory. Of course, many of them blamed Oliver for not backing down. Arthur shook his head. He didn't want to interfere, but this left a bad taste in his mouth. He stood up from his chair and silently made his way toward the stage. The noblemen began to notice him and they whispered to each other. "Is there something you need, bastard?" Reinhold stood in his way with his arms crossed. Nera was sitting a distance away, so he didn't try to act all nice and polite. To seek guidance, of course. Arthur raised his hands in panic. "I admire my brother Oliver, and I wish to follow his example." Reinhold's lips arched up in disdain as he gestured for Arthur to go ahead. Arthur thanked as he remembered this person's face in his mind just in case that he ever gets the chance to beat him up later. As he made his way to the stage, Arthur ascended without pausing. Another guidance has just been delivered. He took out a napkin from his jacket's pocket, which the nobles kept for some reason, and held it to Oliver's bleeding nose. Crouching down, Oliver turned to look at him with his bruised face. His skin has taken a dark shade of purple in many places. It was as if he couldn't recognize Arthur, or Alexei, in his confusion. "I, Alexei Linin, have never seen such courage and heroism before." Arthur used this chance to further strengthen his presence in the capital. He said this as he placed his hand on Oliver's back, guiding him toward the stage's steps. "Allow me to take your place and learn as well, brother." Even in his confusion, Oliver managed to act high and mighty as he nodded twice. He tried to pat Arthur's shoulder but he missed and ended up patting empty air. "I'll allow you to bask in my glory, brother," Oliver said, and Arthur suddenly had the urge to push him off stage. Under the eyes of Caleb, Arthur guided Oliver off stage before taking his place. "Prince Caleb, please guide me as well." Arthur bowed as he brought his left open palm to meet his fist. "You are?" Prince Caleb tilted his head in questioning. "The son of Linin, Alexei. I come from Vernia Kingdom." Arthur introduced loudly and the prince nodded as if recognizing him. "Are you sure you want to take your friend's place, Alexei?" Prince Caleb asked as he adjusted his sleeve. "You might not have the same courage as him." Courage as in foolishness, Arthur hoped he wasn't the same. Well, maybe he was. After all, what was he doing in this place, surrounded by strangers and enemies? Why was he standing in the place of a stranger he just met? "Let me guide you then." The prince gestured with his hand and Arthur looked at him silently. "Yup, it's because I hate this bastard." Arthur stretched his arms as he took his stance. Well, his stance was taught to him by Master Ronan, who introduced it as a basic stance for hand-to-hand combat. He never actually needed it, since he didn't fight against humans barehanded before. "There's a lot of guidance to give, it seems." The prince mocked and the crowd laughed. It seems that Arthur's stance was even below average, which was expected. He has never practiced this, after all. However, his body was different from normal. Arthur took the first step and punched with his right hand. The prince, just like with Oliver, redirected it downward and elbowed at Arthur's face. Now, the thing about Arthur was that his stats were too close to each other. He was an all-round person. If someone was strong, then they're probably less agile, less perceptive, or less enduring. He saw the prince's elbow come his way but he didn't dodge. He blocked it using his left palm before counterattacking with an undercut. Arthur felt pain in his stomach before he was sent flying off the stage. The prince kicked him in his abdomen and he didn't resist. He allowed himself to fall off stage where he rolled on the ground. "Whoa, I couldn't even see your movements, Your Highness," Arthur said in genuine amazement as he dusted off his clothing. The prince glared at him from above the stage as Arthur bowed again. "Thank you for the guidance. I'll need to digest what you have taught me." The funny this was that the prince didn't even say anything. Arthur went toward his table where he sat beside the bruised Oliver. The hall was silent as they couldn't understand what had just happened. The prince said a few words about allowing them to take a break before they resumed. "You didn't learn enough, brother." Oliver's face was a lot better and it seems he drank a potion to heal his wounds. Arthur's mouth twitched as he sat next to him. "I learned just enough," Arthur answered with a smile. "His Highness is truly powerful." "That's right. I felt so as well deeply, Oliver nodded his head haughtily. However, you left the stage after one blow. You can't call that the way of true warriors. Well, the prince looked tired, Arthur said as he picked up his sweets. He stuffed one into his mouth and enjoyed the sweetness of it. Maybe it was the sweetness of payback, he didn't know. Nonsense, the prince can't be tired after only that much. Oliver's jowls jiggled. He looked at Arthur like he was looking at a fool. The prince is a Vetus ranker. Even if he didn't use mana, he can't be tired from such a spar. Well, are you sure? Arthur said as he looked at the prince descending the stage. His foot missed one of the steps and he tripped down the stairs before being caught by one of his lackeys. From his seat, Arthur couldn't see it clearly, but he knew the prince had a hard time standing up. Your Highness, are you all right? Someone from the crowd asked worriedly. The prince waved his hand and nodded. It's only that I'm still tired from the tower's ranking, that is all. Prince Caleb answered. I shouldn't have overdone it with my guidance, but how can I leave my lovely juniors like that? Your Highness is too kind. A girl squeaked and Arthur shook his head inwardly. The prince looked in his direction and Arthur stuffed more sweets as he talked to Oliver. He had sent an undercut punch in the prince's direction before he was thrown off stage. Despite it not connecting completely, he had managed to brush his jaws. With Arthur's strength, it was only expected to disturb the prince's senses. Prince Caleb also didn't use his full strength to attack Arthur, who had threatened him. Arthur, on the other hand, used all of his strength in that attack. It seems we're destined to be enemies, no matter what identity I carry. Arthur sighed inwardly as he listened to Oliver blather for the rest of the evening. Chapter 196, Shadow's Creation. Even though he gained a new friend, Oliver Belford, who would allow him to integrate himself better in the social circles of nobility, Arthur also made an enemy of the prince. Nonetheless, he didn't regret it as they would have a fallout sooner or later. Sitting in his hotel room, Arthur lamented the waste of a day like that. He only had a day before the exam and he needed to register at the Awakeners Association. After he had his breakfast from the hotel's room, Arthur opened his legacy. He had 16 points of stats before and he poured them on stamina and perception. He gave 12 points to perception and 4 to stamina, raising them both to 183. Arthur had realized how important it was to have a well-balanced body. He remembered what the tailor had told him in the capital. Maybe that old man was more than a tailor since he can see his stats being even. As for his legacy points, Arthur decided to buy a new rune. However, the question was what that rune was. Should he buy an elemental offensive rune, or something more unique? As he browsed through the list of runes, Arthur realized that they were limited by his ability level. For example, there was no flight rune. There were also missing runes like the higher tier of his fire runes. Arthur also knew that there were more unique abilities out there that he didn't have a corresponding rune for. In the end, he decided on a unique rune rather than an elemental one. As he browsed through the list, Arthur chose the rune Shadow's Creation. Shadow's Creation 2 creates a shadow that shares its senses with the user. It can also be used to fight for the user, with stats that are half of the user's stats. The shadow lasts for half an hour. A permanent shadow can be created using a dark essence, with its stats being half of the user's stats and would increase as the user's stats increase, can be upgraded via other means. Arthur's eyes widened when he read the last phrase. The only time he heard of that name from his legacy was when he absorbed the essence of the Dark Queen. He has always considered it to be a regret that he didn't gain anything noteworthy since his art cultivated the essence of creation. Now, he gained a rune that can create a shadow being like the ones he fought against in the trial. If this shadow being obeyed him, wasn't this like gaining a powerful follower? Furthermore, it would grow stronger with Arthur. The legacy also mentioned the possibility of upgrading it. If Arthur can take care of it, this would be a trump card for him in Girano. After all, he couldn't act by himself all the time there. Arthur bought the rune for a whopping 25 legacy points. It was truly expensive, but it was worth it. His runes increased to 23 in his legacy and Arthur used the rune right away. His mana drained by a sizable amount and a shadow began emerging from his rune. It took half a minute to create and Arthur realized this would be a hindrance in an actual fight. Unless I combine this with my shadow space skill, Arthur's mind was filled with ideas as a humanoid figure appeared in front of him. It was made from shadows, an intangible black ether like the one Arthur was researching. Well, hi. Arthur waved at the shadow and it looked at him blankly before kneeling slowly. Its arm rested on its knee as it waited for Arthur's instructions. At this point, Arthur felt his senses being split between two different viewpoints. He could see himself from the eyes of his shadow. How about you take a walk around? Make sure no one sees you. Arthur said, and the shadow nodded before slipping into Arthur's shadow. As it traveled throughout the hotel, it listened and saw things without being seen. Arthur saw many people in the hotel, but he asked his shadow to return since that was inappropriate. As the shadow returned to him, Arthur wanted to test a different thing. He asked the shadow to punch him and it did so obediently. The strike, as Arthur has expected, was at the later stages of the Neo rank. Arthur was thrilled by gaining such a follower and he kept asking it to do things, seeing how far he can control it. They tried to play cards, but the shadow could only do as he was told without any consciousness or thinking ability of its own. Arthur then asked it to kill itself, but the shadow looked at him blankly as if it didn't understand how it can do that. Arthur could cancel the shadow anytime, but he simply wanted to see its survival instinct. The shadow was faceless, so Arthur asked it to smile. He had to shake his head at his stupidity when he couldn't know if it was smiling or not. Before the half of an hour was over, Arthur tested one more thing. Kill me. He knew it couldn't kill him with its stats, but he wanted to know if it would obey. To Arthur's amazement, the shadow's hand turned into a blade as it rushed toward him. Stop. The shadow stopped. Attack yourself. Arthur chose a different command since the shadow didn't know how to kill itself. Willingly, the shadow impaled itself with its hand, but they simply merged. Arthur nodded and the shadow disappeared. Now, should I create a permanent shadow? Arthur stroked his chin. He had a bit of time before he needed to register, so he decided to go with it. His followers increased by the day and Arthur enjoyed this feeling. Even though Kira and his goblins were still weak, he could strengthen them to be of use to him. Kira was a special case since Arthur felt indebted to him. Arthur didn't know how to create a permanent shadow, so he simply used his rune and hoped it would somehow work. His runes were flexible, after all. Do you wish to create a permanent shadow? A legacy message appeared as Arthur was trying. Arthur readily said yes. You have one dark essence, do you wish to use it? Yes. His mana started draining even more than before as Arthur felt something leave his body. The same kind of pain when Lilo entered his consciousness appeared again in his navel. The shadows filled the room as they gathered around his rune. A dark orb left from his body, making it jerk in the process. Arthur watched as the shadows gathered around the orb to make the shape of a humanoid creature. Arthur fell to the ground huffing as he looked at his creation that was still taking shape. Even after the mana drained from him, the shadow has yet to form as it tried to connect to the dark essence. After its general outline, its features began to appear. Arthur looked on with horror as the familiar face appeared before him. The Dark Queen. Arthur stuttered as he looked at the woman who had her eyes closed. The shadows gathered around her back after her body was completed and two sets of wings were created. However, her legs remained human despite her wings. The Dark Queen opened her eyes and looked at Arthur with confusion. As she looked around, she seemed to understand the situation. Arthur was suddenly nervous. Would she attack him once she knew that he was her killer? However, his worries were short-lived as the Queen kneeled like the shadow from before. My lord. Her voice was cold and emotionless. However, Arthur felt no hostility from her. He stood up as he looked at her wearily. He had so many questions, but he blurted only one. Why are you here? His question seemed to confuse her greatly. She looked at him and then looked around again. She then stared at him with her white irises and answered. You have created me, my lord. Well, that much is obvious. Arthur scratched his head. But what I don't understand why you, the Dark Queen, was created. My essence holds my soul too, my lord. Soul. Arthur frowned. Did he have a soul inside his body all this time? Were souls always in essences? Or was this a special case? Yes, the Dark Queen nodded. I have been inflicted by a curse that you have released me from. Then, you gave me a new body to reside in. For this, I shall offer you my life, my lord. The Dark Queen bowed her head. Ha, Arthur exhaled. All right. Well, thank you. He didn't know what else to say. He suddenly had an idea to get some answers he wanted. Do you know someone called Solomon? The Dark Queen's body shook as she lifted her eyes and looked at Arthur. Her face was a mixture of confusion, sadness, and agony. Solomon. The Dark Queen repeated. However, she shook her head in agitation. I'm sorry, my lord. I feel like I can recognize that name, but other than that is. Arthur sighed as he nodded. He asked other questions about who she was, but she also had no answer. The only thing that she remembered was the last trial when Arthur had saved her from the curse. All right, then. Can you unsummon yourself? Arthur found that he held no control over her body. He could order her, but he couldn't release the summon. No, she shook her head and Arthur felt a headache. However, I can hide in your shadow. Oh, try that. Arthur lifted his head and asked. The Dark Queen nodded and stepped toward Arthur before she dived into his shadow, disappearing completely. Chapter 197, Incapable. With the Dark Queen hiding in his shadow, Arthur decided to go to the Awakeners Association to register for the exam. The registration has been ongoing for a while now and today was the last day. As he was in the hotel's foyer, Arthur's new phone rang. With puzzlement, he looked at the number on the screen and couldn't recognize it. The moment he answered the call, his puzzlement turned into a headache. My dear brother, Alexei. Oliver's voice came roaring from the other end of the line. Since you told me you're taking the exam, I've looked you up and found that you haven't registered yet. I'm sick. You don't sound sick, give me your location and I'll come to pick you up. No thanks, I have my driver. Very well, let me look up where you stay and come to pick you up. Oliver insisted and Arthur sighed. All right, I'm staying at the Liggis Hotel. When are you getting here? Arthur surrendered. Give me half an hour. I live close by. With that, Oliver hung up the call. Arthur was speechless but was otherwise helpless. After half an hour, which Arthur spent reading an article called The Ethereal Properties of Mana Blood, Oliver arrived on time. He stormed into the hotel's foyer as his attendant followed after him. Alexei. Here you are. Oliver waved at Arthur after spotting him. He trotted toward him and pulled on Arthur's arm. We need to hurry since the registration will be ending today. It's only the morning, Oliver, Arthur sighed. The registration ends today, but we have time. You don't understand, Alexei. Most of the nobles are registering today. We need to be there early to make it. Oh, then why did you make me wait half an hour? Arthur frowned. There were still many things he didn't know about this. I can't leave you alone, after all. Oliver sheepishly laughed. No need to thank me. That's what friends are for. Arthur wondered if this guy had a selective hearing or was simply delusional. He allowed Oliver to bring him toward their car and the two went toward the Union's Awakeners Association. On the way, Oliver made sure to give him a recap of the latest gossip in the capital. It was mostly related to their generation since the last generation was more interested in politics. And getting stronger. Do you know Reinhold, the eyesore that we met yesterday? Oliver said with contempt. It is said he has been ass-kissing the prince non-stop to get into Princess Nera's good books. Well, that's vulgar. Arthur furrowed his brows at Oliver's words but the fat young man misunderstood his intentions. Truly, a scum. Oliver huffed as he grabbed a napkin to wipe away some saliva he spurted. Truly a toad lusting over the swan. Who do you think is a good fit for the princess? Arthur asked with a smile as he expected the answer, and his expectations weren't disappointed. Why, me. Of course. Oliver said as he delivered his opinion. We were childhood sweethearts before. Oliver paused. Before? Arthur asked curiously. Never mind that. Oliver waved his hand. We two are meant to be together. Do you like her? Arthur smiled. Well, every man in the kingdom likes Princess Nera. She might be young now, but she'll grow up to be a fine lady. Oliver said as if he shared celestial wisdom. Arthur didn't refute him and looked out of the window. His death as Arthur Silvera seemed to have so little effect on the world. Even though many media outlets still broadcasted his fight and achievements, he was slowly being forgotten by the world. When he met Nera yesterday, Arthur couldn't spot anything different. Even though the two weren't exactly friends, but they were not strangers either. Did his death mean so little to the world? What about Emma? Arthur wondered. Is she mourning me now? He felt sudden guilt at that thought. Emma was one of the few people he trusted, but he couldn't take the risk to reveal anything to her. She saw something in him when he barely had anything at all. They spent days together and not one time did he feel uncomfortable. Oliver kept spewing rubbish beside him about how beautiful Nera was or about the other beauties in the capital. Arthur, however, didn't share the sentiment. He appreciated beauty, but he didn't feel any attractiveness to these women. Sometimes, just like what happened to Hua, it was simply a sexual desire. However, he couldn't feel anything toward Hazel who he had kissed before. Maybe it was because it has been so long since he has seen her, but Arthur knew that deep down, he felt nothing but curiosity. They faced life and death together, making him feel like they might be connected in some way. He didn't know why, but he simply didn't feel what everyone called love. As if everyone was born with the capacity to feel love, without ever needing to question what it is. For him, it felt like he was robbed of that too. His only interests were getting stronger to avoid what he had to grow through before. Never does he want to return to the poverty, weakness, and humiliation he lived in those 3 years after his father's disappearance. We're here. Oliver smacked Arthur's knee in an announcement, making him flinch. Arthur glared at him, but the Oliver was too busy getting himself out of the car. Arthur left the car and looked at the Awakeners Association. Oliver didn't give him the time to admire the ancient style of the association and pulled him inside. Once they were inside, they were shown to the registration hall. Arthur remembered what he had read before regarding the annual number of applicants. 50,000. The hall was filled to the brim by young men and their families. There were nobles and there were commoners. The people that were lining up had different shapes and statures, as if someone has plucked people from every group or minority to gather them into one hall. Everyone here was striving for strength. Follow me, Alexei. Oliver called out. Nobles get a separate line, although I doubt its shortness. This year is more lively than usual. Oliver said as he wiped off his sweat with the same napkin from earlier. As he followed the human shield, Arthur passed many students who were just as excited as he was. As he glanced at the side, he saw a guy of average build and face standing and looking upward at the giant statue in the middle. The young man's eyes had a certain zeal, as if wishing to defy the heavens. Arthur found the scene beautiful yet also a scary confession. Their world was so dangerous that everyone strived for strength. Some of them strived for riches, which was also obtained by strength. They were thrown into a wheel that refused to stop. They can either become stronger or simply perish in poverty. Whoever lags behind would be crushed by this wheel. However, this was like inflating a balloon. At some point, the balloon would explode and everyone will face the consequences. The world's dependence on strength will come back to bite them. When there's strength, there's also war and battlefield. Arthur knew that the world's balance was approaching its limits. Every day that passes is another day closer until the fallout of everyone seeking strength. It was the same for the Holy Crown. As long as there are opportunities to get power, then there will be bloodshed. If you forfeit the battle to avoid violence, you'd only be left behind. You will be crushed by the wheel. Arthur shook his head as he kept following after Oliver. They found the line for the nobility to register and they took their spots. Phew, luckily we were here in time. Oliver sighed in relief. Don't worry about the exam, I'll take care of you there too. Arthur smiled at his words and realized this guy wasn't so bad. He might be annoying, arrogant, vain, and conceited, but he wasn't inherently bad. As he was about to open his mouth to say something, a figure passed him going in the opposite direction. The scent was familiar. The stature was also the same. Her blonde hair shone in the light that rolled from the windows. Arthur reflexively turned around and stared at her departing back. Emma, Arthur wanted to call out, but he stopped himself in time. She didn't know his current identity, so it was futile to try talking to her. Is she also applying for Girano? Arthur realized that she has never mentioned it. Emma stopped when she met a few people and talked to them. Arthur was able to see her side profile. Her eyes were tired and he could see dark halos under her them. Was she unable to sleep? Arthur wondered. Was it because of me? It seemed she had realized he was looking at her as she turned to stare at him back, with confusion. They held eye contact for a few seconds before a face stood in his way. "What are you goggling at, bastard?" Reinhold sneered at him. Arthur looked at him coldly as Oliver strode in front of him. "Nothing of your concern, eunuch." Oliver placed his hand on his hips. He then glanced behind Reinhold and his eyes widened. "Nera. What are you doing here?" Arthur followed his line of sight and saw that the person Emma was talking to was Nera, but he had failed to notice her earlier. However, he was confused since Nera should be in her 16th year. What was she doing here? Chapter 198, Say No. Nera turned when she heard Oliver's question and sighed visibly. Arthur might be imagining it, but her eyes lingered on him when she looked his way. Is it because of what happened with Caleb? Arthur wondered. I'm applying too, Oliver, Nera said with a smile. Let's help each other. Oh. Oliver nodded his head as his mouth gaped. What about the Royal Academy? I've skipped a year. As the two spoke to each other, Arthur noticed that Emma was glancing his way every once in a while. Did she suspect something? Was there anything familiar about him? Stop being so nosy, Belford. We have a registration to finish. Reinhold walked past them and bumped into Arthur. Glaring at him, Arthur felt his shadow move and Reinhold tripped over himself and fell to the ground. Then, someone stepped on his hand by accident. As he screamed about, Nera turned to face Oliver and Arthur awkwardly. I'm sorry for that, Oliver, Nera said sincerely. Do you want to go to the archery range with us today? Arthur was stunned when Nera invited Oliver out. Maybe he had misunderstood her expressions all along. He thought that she was annoyed by Oliver's chatter, but maybe she was bothered by the people around her. Of course, we would. Right, Alexei. Oliver pounded his chest as he turned to Arthur. Huh? No, It's set then. Nera clapped her hands. Sister Emma, you should come along too. No, You can't keep shutting yourself in your house like that. It's not going to change what happened. Princess Nera said sympathetically. It's not like that. I have work to do. Emma furrowed her brows. You've seen the footage. Nera said weakly. Arthur realized they were talking about him. Did Emma keep looking into his death after he was gone? Was that the reason that she looked so tired? Excuse me, Miss Emma. Arthur stepped out. I'm Alexei Linen, the son of Peter Linen, the rune's master. He introduced himself casually. Emma turned to face him but Arthur continued before she could respond. I've heard many things about your family. Would you give me the time to exchange knowledge? Arthur didn't want to interact with her lest she finds out some oddities about him. However, he couldn't sit still as she tormented herself with his fake death. Motivated by guilt, he tried to distract her from that. I'm sorry, Count Linen. Emma shook her head. I truly have important work to do. Futile work, Nera grabbed her hand. You've been working non-stop since the Rune's Apprentice's Cup. This is not good for your health. As he heard this, Arthur was more committed to getting her to agree. He racked his brain as he looked for a possible thing that Emma can be interested in. I've seen that Rune's Cup. The words left his mouth and Emma turned to him, looking at him with her large green eyes studying him. It's unfortunate that we lost such a person. He's not dead. Emma cut him off coldly. Arthur was stunned by her reaction and stammered for words. Why do you think so? Emma's eyes turned round at his question and Nera looked at him strangely. Truly, it wasn't a question that should be asked to a grieving person in denial. However, Arthur was curious why she was so stubborn about this. Well, this is the first time someone didn't treat me as a crazy person. Emma smiled at Arthur for the first time. I have my reasons to believe so. Then, how about we'd look into it together? I have several reports about the fallen ones myself. We might be able to unearth something together. Arthur said briskly. His intentions of getting close to her were obvious. However, Nera seemed to be approving of getting Emma out of her house too, so she pushed in that direction too. With a smile, Emma agreed. Sadly, Reinhold inserted himself into their plans too. In the end, their registration was completed with Oliver and Reinhold bickering toward each other. "How's your father, Count Linnen?" Emma asked him as she fell back to walk beside him behind Nera and the other two. Arthur paused before sighing. "Other than staring at empty space, there isn't much." Arthur sighed. "I've finally found my dad, but turns out my dad has already left this world." "I'm sorry for asking." Emma sighed. "If it makes you feel any better, he was a great man with a great mind. He worked with my father a couple of times to develop the runic train." After they registered and left the association, the group headed toward the archery range. It was a circular-shaped building in the middle of the city. A contest ensued between Oliver and Reinhold in archery. The thing is that both of them sucked at it. Nera, on the other hand, was truly a divine archer. As he stood there holding his bow, Arthur was clueless. He had never held such a weapon before and could only try to slip the arrow into the string and pull hard. Sadly, his arrow didn't go by far before deviating. The rest were busy so they didn't see his failure, making Arthur sigh in relief. PFT, a laugh came from behind him and Arthur turned to find Emma standing there, watching him. "Well," Arthur scratched his cheek. "I've never done this before." "Really?" "I couldn't tell." She answered sarcastically and Arthur snorted. "Why don't you try too?" "I've never done archery." "And you still laugh at me." "I wouldn't fail that miserably." "I believe you, 100%. Give me the bow." Emma rolled her sleeve in annoyance as she grabbed the bow from him. She knocked the arrow as she aimed at a target. As she straightened her back, she pulled on the string until the bow became a full circle. "Wait, is that a bug on your shoulder?" Arthur said aloud and Emma flinched, releasing the arrow in her fright. The arrow landed next to Arthur's as Emma turned to her shoulder, which was spotlessly clean. "You sore loser," Emma said in anger and Arthur laughed. He took the bow from her and knocked an arrow. As his finger touched the arrow, it glowed slightly before being released. Arthur used his telekinesis rune to adjust the arrow's direction. The arrow, despite not hitting the bullseye, managed to make it to the target. "Heh." Arthur grinned smugly as Emma watched him, speechless. "Ha," she sighed suddenly. Looking at the target, she muttered. "You remind me of my friend." Her mood turned gloomy suddenly. Arthur didn't know what to say. As he stood there looking at Emma, who was immersed in her thoughts, he asked, "What was he like?" Emma turned to face him as Oliver's and Reinhold's bickering grew louder. With sad eyes, she told him. "He was a good person and a great friend," Emma said before continuing. "I couldn't imagine that he'd be gone so suddenly. I was so proud of him when he stood there on top of a generation of Rune's apprentices." "I'm sure he would have loved it if you moved on," Arthur said with guilt in his heart. "No one wants their friends to be sad." "Maybe," Emma said curtly. "But I don't believe that he died." Arthur was speechless again. He was tempted to tell her but was hesitant as well. He wouldn't only endanger himself through this, but also his family. Emma might be trusted, but what would happen in a moment of danger? Wouldn't she rush forward to rescue him, despite the odds, if she knew who he was? What about the king's mind-reading ability? The moment she meets the king, he would know of his disguise. Then again, what was he doing here with her? Was he motivated by guilt to make up to her? Arthur hated his weakness. He hated that he needed to hide, to begin with, and hated that he was unable to make the decision that he needed to make. Everything would be better if he simply walked away from here. He can start acting cold toward her and distant himself from her. This way, he would guarantee her safety as well as his secret. That was the logical thing to do. "Want to grab some food?" Emma asked. "You must be hungry." It was the same as the first time they met. "Say no, it's simple." Arthur opened his mouth. She might be hurt now, but it's for the best. Would love to. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Emma gave him a thin smile just like the first time they met before starting to walk toward the restaurant at the edge of the archery field they rented. "You're different from other nobles, Alexei Linnen," Emma said as Arthur looked at her back. You're a lot less arrogant. Well, I'm a bastard. Arthur heard himself say as if it wasn't him. Arrogant. Bastards get beaten more than normal bastards. He began walking behind her as she laughed. It must be tough to become a noble, she said as Arthur smiled. It truly was. You'll get used to it. Heavens, I hope not, Arthur said dramatically, and she laughed again. As he looked at her, Arthur thought to himself as his stomach turned in regret. I'm a fool. Chapter 199, Welcome to Girano. For the rest of their day, they spent it watching Oliver and Reinhold fighting. Emma was amused at their antics, so all was well for Arthur and Nera. After that, they parted ways, and Arthur returned to the hotel. Maybe I should buy a place in the capital, Arthur muttered as he undressed. The clothing part was always a nuisance. I'd be able to get more comfortable there. As this topic crossed his mind, Arthur remembered to give Idris a call regarding the artifacts he gave him. As the line connected, the foreigner's accents greeted him tiredly. Well, you sound tired, Arthur exclaimed. I feel bad for calling you about the artifacts. Oh, is this you, Arthur? Idris asked, confused. Arthur's voice has changed under the effect of the disguise artifact. This way, he wasn't recognized by the people who knew him. The artifacts are being sold at the moment in a partner auction house we have. I'll transfer the money after the procedures are over. All right, and how much do you estimate they would be sold for? Well, Arthur heard the sound of tapping. Around 35 million YDs. That's more than we expected. Arthur was amazed. Yes, the prices have gone up because of the national exam. Oh, that makes sense. Arthur nodded. I guess people are preparing for the exam. And you should too, as I heard. Good luck with it. Arthur thanked him before he disconnected the call. Idris has reminded him that he also needed to study for a bit in case he needed the extra scores. He fumbled through his subspace before finding his textbooks. Thick and ancient, they appeared in his hand as Arthur opened it before he started to skim through it. He needed to memorize many equations, like how much mana he needs to convert materials of different physical states. There were also some calculations in the dungeon analytics topics he needed to cover. Math, physics, biology, and Yalvaran language were mandatory, but only their basics for awakeners. An awakener didn't need to know geometry, but they did need to know how much mana was required to reach a certain temperature. He also can take the exam for other subjects, like runes, circuits, potions, monster theory, and many others, but he would be studying them anyway in Girano. The only extra subject he's taking an exam for was runes. As Oliver told him, most nobles would be taking global politics and strategy. These would be useful if they hold governmental positions later on. Arthur began studying until late at night before he felt like he had read enough. His high stamina allowed him to keep a focused state of mind for a prolonged time. By the time he decided he should sleep, it was already past midnight. He would need to take an airplane toward Girano tomorrow, and that was 5 hours' ride by itself. Girano was located in a neutral position between the two continents. It was called the Twilight Strait, one of the two straits that linked the two continents. One of them was the port of Anurk, while the other one was the location for Girano. As he fell asleep, Arthur's mind turned hazy as he prepared himself for the big day tomorrow. This time, Arthur would have to take the flight alone. That's what he initially thought before he spotted a fat nobleman at his hotel's foyer. In the end, Oliver accompanied him there. We should get you a refund for your ticket, Oliver stated suddenly, and Arthur couldn't understand. After all, we'll be taking my family's jet. Your what? Arthur thought. He heard wrong. Hee. With a smug expression, Oliver led him to a different gateway of the airport. They passed the passengers of different nationalities, those who wore formal and those who wore sandals, until the airport staff took them to the private jet of the Belford family. Arthur tried to hide his amazement since he was currently a nobility, but he couldn't help but pause when he saw the interior. This is plain robbery. Are the nobles that wealthy? I bet there's a ton of corruption for them to attain this type of wealth. I got the smallest jet, but its coziness is enough to get me around, Oliver said as he wiped his face after that set of stairs. Arthur almost slapped the living daylight of this fatty for saying such a thing casually. I've seen my father's jet too, it was bigger than this one, Arthur said nonchalantly, and Oliver sighed in resignation. Arthur has never met Count Linen before, but he had to act the part. The takeoff was smooth, but Arthur couldn't say the same for the trip. The service was good, but there was extra. Oliver had somehow assumed that Arthur was a beast and prepared a few hostesses to accompany them. Arthur had to shoot down that assumption, and in the end, they played cards. After a few rounds, Arthur excused himself from playing and took out a textbook to do some quick revision. "We're here, bookworm." Oliver nudged him and pointed with his chin at the window. Arthur turned his head, and his eyes widened. With the morning sun sitting behind it, the flying city of Girano stood there majestically. With a castle that tore through the skies, towers on each corner with one in the middle, Girano stood majestically in contrast to the blue sky. Around what seemed to be the futuristic college were the rooftops of 1,000 buildings that made sure to leave enough room for the trees to find a foothold between them. Giant chains held the flying mass of soil on both sides of the strait. These chains were so massive and ancient as if humans didn't create them, but the gods. "That's one of the tests," Oliver said beside him, in equally rapid breathing. "The chains of fortune." Arthur has heard about them too. A race to their dreams. From the 50,000, only 5,000 people can pass. Arthur had always thought chains couldn't host 5,000 people, but as he looked at these infinite chains that connected to the flying city, he realized it was possible. The jet began to descend, far away from the chains, and into the airport that Girano College also owned. As they left the airport, Arthur saw that not many people came by airplanes. "What about the other nobles?" Arthur asked with confusion. Most of the people he saw in the airport were of simple attire, commoners like him. "Ah," Oliver's face twitched. "Never mind them. Let's hurry along." He started pulling on Arthur to move. Arthur stood there and looked at him suspiciously. Oliver sighed. "They use teleportation circles. However, those are too expensive and I spent all of my monthly allowances already." At his explanation, Arthur nodded. Girano couldn't be such a grand college if it didn't have teleportation circles connecting it to the rest of the world. However, even if he knew that already, he wouldn't spend his money on such a luxury. He still had the mindset of a poor person, after all. When they left the airport, Oliver and Arthur saw many banners to guide students applying to Girano. They left Oliver's manservant behind and joined one of the groups. A cute petite woman stood in the middle as she tapped with her foot on the ground. Oliver went to another student and asked what they were waiting for. "When we have enough people, the teacher would use a runic card to teleport us to the exam stations." The student answered politely after seeing Oliver's giant build. The woman, who stood beside a circle outlined on the ground, called out for students to give her their IDs. As the students produced the documents, she scanned them with her bracelet before allowing them to enter the circle. Arthur gave his fake ID, and the woman didn't suspect anything. He stood in the circle with Oliver, and when 50 people passed, the woman flicked her hand as a runic card flew in the air. Arthur thought it was a teleportation rune, but it was entirely different. The card rose before it turned into a dome that surrounded the students. The pink dome stretched until it was underneath Arthur's feet before it began to rise. After it reached a certain height and the screams of a few students, the dome started to travel through the sky as it headed toward the buildings beside the chains. After a few minutes of cutting across the sky, the dome began descending as it slowed down. It arrived in a wide yard and landed the students safely before disappearing. The yard was beside giant buildings that had whitewashed walls. Beyond the buildings were the massive chains that filled the skies. "Welcome to Girano College," a voice filled the surroundings as the students looked toward the source. Wearing a simple attire, the man known to all stood there with his arms open. The students were shocked as they looked at the man standing at the top of their generation, the divine swordsman. Chapter 200, Chains of Fortune. As Arthur sat there waiting for the exam to start, he thought about Ural, who he has just met in a different identity. Ural was as serious as he was, if not more, despite trying his best effort to look unintimidating. He smiled thinly as Ural, despite his strength, was still awkward at social interactions. It hasn't been long since they met and even less since they parted, but he found himself missing this person. There were certain people where you would click the moment that you meet. The exam was set to start in 15 minutes and Arthur had to wait there amid the nervous tapping and shaking of the students. This was one of the many testing halls for the written exam and it was enough for 100 people, with several meters between each student. With how advanced technology and runes collaboration, Arthur wondered why these people preferred to test them in a handwritten test. It has been so long since he wrote something that his handwriting now looked like a chicken's scratches. Luckily, as the exam began 15 minutes later, Arthur realized that the questions were mostly multiple-choice questions. He wrote his name and ID number as the 1-hour-long exam began. The questions were basic and some of them required some calculations. For the ones he didn't know, like certain traits of monsters that he had yet to read in the monster theory textbook, Arthur simply left unanswered. Luckily, he answered some questions that he knew the equations for. Before Arthur could realize it, he was done with the question that had some empty gaps between them. The last few pages were optional and they were questions about extra topics, one of them being runes. In his time at Avalon Academy, Arthur read some books about runes. Most of the questions about runes were about how some runes worked, which Arthur had a general idea about. Before he could reach the last question, the time was up and Arthur had to hand out his papers. Some students cried while others sighed in relief. Oliver walked over smugly toward Arthur as if he has just won the Olympics. "I answered half of them," Oliver said with a peace sign over his eye and his tongue out. Arthur had no idea where he learned such a demonic gesture but guessed it would work to anger his enemies to death. Since he had confidence in his strength, Arthur thought of the written exam as a bonus credit only. They were led to another hall where they had to wait until a staff member came. The woman from earlier made her entrance as she started calling out names to make sure that they were all here. "From here, the real test begins," she said with a smile. "Follow me." The students began following after her like lost ducklings as she took them to the other side of the building. She threw open a set of double doors as the crowd gasped. The chains of fortune stood there grandly, merging with the ground as if it didn't exist. Thousands of chains circularly surrounded the flying city and Arthur saw endless buildings that were similar to their right beside them. "You better prepare for you will need to climb them in half an hour," the examiner said before she left them do their bidding. "Let's pray that we won't fall," Oliver said nervously. "Don't you see those people on top of the flying boards?" Arthur pointed out in the distance. Oliver squinted his eyes but shook his head. "How low is your perception?" Arthur wondered but his nose pricked with a foul scent before he could say anything. Arthur frowned heavily as he looked west. He had felt the presence of an ender in another building, not sure which. Even if he knew, he could do nothing to them right now. "I need to keep my identity a secret, I mustn't antagonize them." However, this was a testimony that Seer was right. The Enders have arrived at Girano and they are looking for the artifact that would allow them to birth the new world. "Stand on the line, everyone," the woman called out and the students spread on the line evenly. In front of the 100 students were 5 giant chains secured into the ground. Each chain had 2 sides, making them able to carry one person at a time. A 10% passing rate, Arthur realized. No matter how good you were in the written exam, you need to reach Girano first. Scholarship students would be tested differently with a different starting point. So, if Arthur was still in his former identity, he would pass this easily. Even more, if Arthur wanted to, he could simply use his teleport rune to win this. However, most of those with this ability were descendants from the notorious traitor family, so this ability was rarely seen. "Once the horn is blown, the test will start," the woman told them as they eyed each other warily. "In 5 minutes, you better move those legs as fast you can." The tension rose as the clock ticked by. Drones flew over their heads as they recorded everything that was about to take place. The flying board zoomed past each other as they prepared to help any student in danger. "Bro, good luck." Oliver, who stood beside him, gave Arthur a thumbs up. Arthur couldn't help but smile and returned one. 10. The countdown began. 9. Arthur decided the amount of strength he would show. If he shows too much and brings attention to himself, that would be counterproductive. 8. 7. 6. The countdown continued and the moment it reached 3, mana surged from everyone's body. Arthur could see the ground cave under their feet. These were evidence of the dreams everyone had to rise. 2. Most people crouched but Arthur wasn't even using his mana yet. 1. A horn resounded and it shook everything around them. It was like a low beastly growl that came from within the flying city of Girano. Like cannons being fired, the student sprinted forward toward the chains of fortune. Arthur was the same, but he didn't use any mana. With his stats alone, he was already in the lead. With another sprint forward, Arthur was among the top. At that moment, he felt something approach him from behind. He jumped high and twisted his body midair before resuming his sprint. The water splashed on the ground that Arthur was on earlier and froze. We can attack each other, Arthur realized. However, do I even need to? He simply increased his speed and became first place. Before long, his foot touched the rough metal of the chain as he began running on top of it. He glanced back and saw that 5 others were close behind him. Unexpectedly, one of them was Oliver, who used the wind to propel him forward. He looks like a hot air balloon, Arthur snickered to himself. Just then, another contestant came from behind him. There were a few people who relied on their bodies rather than their mana. These trained their bodies to make up for their lacking mana. Since Arthur didn't use mana, most of the other students thought he was one of these people. The structure of the chains made it hard to dodge, but not impossible. Arthur increased his speed and jumped to the other side of the chin to dodge the attack. After the firebolt passed, he returned to his lane. He didn't wish to compete with one of the strong ones for their lane, as that would be disadvantageous. As they ran across the sky, the air began to be thinner as the strong wind began trying to topple them. Arthur simply threw a barrier that protected him against the wind for 5 seconds. The others had to slow down to secure their footing lest they fall. To Arthur's amusement, one character didn't care about the wind. Huffing with sweat rolling down his face, Oliver's wind pushed him forward as he ran across the chain. As for the wind coming from the east, Oliver simply used his wind to redirect them. With the wind and how much he was huffing, he looked like a steam train running on its railway. Arthur laughed and dodged another attack from behind. The marathon of the middle was more tiring than Arthur thought, since he had to use his mana to protect him from the wind. It proved to be more mana efficient than using the barrier. Arthur's perception made him pick up an attack from the front, but he didn't see what it was. Hastily, he constructed a barrier and it deflected the attack. Arthur looked on with a frown as he realized it wasn't a deliberate attack, but a natural phenomenon. A mana disturbance. When there was a natural mana-rich area, it would create a contrast with the surroundings. Girano seemed to be one of these areas, and the residue mana tried to diffuse to the surrounding. It was akin to the phenomena of air traveling from high-pressure areas to lower-pressure areas. However, mana was a lot more destructive. Chapter 201, A Negligent Friend. As he got closer to the flying city, the mana currents got more dangerous. Arthur had to construct barriers upon barriers just to keep himself safe. The others weren't any better as they tried to defend themselves in different ways. The ones with lower agility but higher defense and strength began to gain an edge in the race. The 10 that had ascended first began to be eliminated by those behind them once they've shown weakness. The flying boards flew everywhere as they cast nets to save those who fell. As he was about to finish the area of the mana currents, Arthur felt a threatening intent from behind him. He looked back and found a man running after him holding a spear. I guess even weapons are allowed, Arthur frowned. The man had a wild look on his face as if he was a crazed beast. His hair was shoulder length and his eyebrows were bushy. His spear was taller than he was and he held it with ease. Flashing spear, third move. Arthur heard the man roar behind him and felt the surge in mana. The moment before the spear reached him, Arthur turned around and sidestepped. With the spear on his side, Arthur slapped it away before punching the man in the abdomen. The man spat out blood as he was sent flying together with his spear. However, before he could fall into the ocean, his spear elongated and inserted itself between a gap created by the linked chain rings. Arthur kept heading forward as he estimated his current strength. If he had to give a rough estimate, he would be as strong as Aaron from back at the trial now. That was excluding his release rune, which would allow him to be a lot stronger. There were a lot of things he didn't know about the trial, so he wasn't sure if Aaron's strength was truly just that. After all, he was a genius berserker. Despite being the same age as him, Aaron was someone who was considered to be a genius. However, Arthur himself wasn't normal. He had multiple methods to get stronger and he was working on exploiting every one of them. Maybe, if he could show his powers, he would be considered a genius. An inhaled breath made Arthur realize that he was in a different environment. Some of his lost mana was replenished quickly because of the difference in the environment. He had passed the area of turbulent mana. However, the change in mana made him a bit dizzy. It was like spraying gasoline on a fire, it made the mana inside of him chaotic. Wind, destructive mana, and finally a different environment. The test isn't only about running but also about strength, defense, stamina, abilities, and adaptations. Arthur decided to lower his speed. He had shown a part of his strength right now because he was still in the early stages. If he didn't even do that, he would be disqualified. While trying to adjust to the mana, Arthur used his detection rune. He sensed the presence of the other participants who were fighting against each other while suffering from the harsh conditions. Luckily, the hot air balloon was still going strong despite looking like a wet ball now. At the same time, he spread his detection range to the other chains. He saw the fight that was underway and he even spotted Emma, running elegantly on the chains. He was relieved that she was doing well. Since Emma was planning to become the next queen of the Yalvarin Union, she needed the qualifications. She has been studying in the Royal Academy until now but decided to focus on runes to get a scholarship. She got the scholarship and that was why she was even ahead of Arthur in the marathon on top of the chains. They started from a different point, giving them an advantage over others. As his footsteps rang on the metal, Arthur kept checking the surrounding for any abnormalities. It was then that he detected the presence of two people fighting. It wasn't odd to find two people fighting here, but one of them was a person Arthur considered to be a friend. With her petite body and black hair, Ellen dodged an incoming acidic arrow while huffing rapidly. She was still in the middle of the chain, so she was struggling against her opponent and the incoming spears. Arthur was stunned and angry at the same time. Ellen has never mentioned that she would apply to Geronimo, even when she knew that he was applying too. He was angry that she seemed to be struggling, but this man refused to let her go, despite being on a different chain. "Rucky," Arthur muttered as he heard a voice answer in his mind. "Yes, my lord." It was the name the Dark Queen has told him after he came back from the archery range. She lived in his shadow now, and unless someone had a detection ability, she was hard to be found. Even if she was found, Arthur could explain that his ability was summoning. After all, summoners weren't that rare, despite being uncommon. "Help her for me." Discreetly, though. Arthur had learned a lesson that some achievements are best gained by one's strength. However, if he can help his friends while they were unaware, he would do so. "Yes, my lord." Rucky answered and slipped away from his shadow into the shadow space, consuming his mana. She traveled across the shadows until she appeared until the man's shadow. Rucky could control shadows to a certain extent. The man's shadows twisted as he was about to launch another attack toward Ellen and wrapped itself around his leg. He tripped over and lost balance. He would have fallen if he hadn't grabbed into the chain in time. Arthur called Rucky back and watched as Ellen traveled the rest of the second region safely. "This might be morally questionable, but I did what I felt like it," Arthur thought to himself as he approached the end of the chains. The rest of it would be up to her powers. "I hope she makes it." Arthur realized that he had forgotten to ask her about what she said in his house. He has been so preoccupied with everything that it slipped his mind. He felt the presence of several people on his side, but none of them tried to attack him. Everyone was making that last sprint toward the end and no one wanted to risk it. One of them was Oliver and the other was the spear user that Arthur has attacked. He stared at Arthur with caution as if fearing he would be attacked. Arthur simply waved at him with a smile. There were almost 30 people in the last region. Arthur was torn between falling back and going ahead. In the end, he decided to not risk it by holding back. After all, other chains might have more people passing than theirs. From what he had heard, only the first 5,000 would be accepted. Arthur stomped hard on the chains and they didn't even sway. He bolted forward as the rest also did their last sprint, but they couldn't come close to Arthur. "I'll hold back in the next round since this is merely the beginning. If I struggle here, I doubt they would accept me anyway," Arthur thought to himself. "I hope Ellen makes it too." Arthur felt that he was negligent of his friend, but he knew he couldn't help it. Since the time he met her, he had to compete against others in runes, fight against the undead, survive an attack by a nation, fake his death, and raise a dragon. "I'll try to make it up to her once she makes it to Geronimo, hopefully," Arthur thought as he saw the hard soil in front of him. The blue sky approached fast enough and he jumped from the chain. The moment that he stepped on the soil of Girano, a light headed his way before wrapping itself around his biceps. A circular ring appeared on his arm with a number on it. Arthur guessed it was the number that he ranked on the test and saw that it was 2 digits. 69, well, that's inappropriate. Arthur laughed to himself. I don't know if I held back too much or if I hadn't held back enough. 68 people finished before me. Monstrous, Arthur raised his head and looked at the infinite number of buildings in front of him. Chimneys stood proudly on top of every one of them as smoke rose high in the air. The aroma of herbs and metal drifted to his nose as Arthur stood there, fascinated. Please come over here since other participants would arrive soon. A giant guy called over to him and Arthur did as he was told. Oh, that's a nice number you've got there. The guy winked at him and Arthur was speechless. Well, go ahead and wait by the gate. The guy pushed him and Arthur realized that the edge of the city consisted of farmlands. Chapter 202, Enemies Crossing Paths. Arthur walked on the bricked road that cut across the farmlands and he couldn't keep his eyes away from the city of Girano. He was descending a hill so he could see most of the city, despite the high walls that surrounded it. It was a combination of ancientness and modernity that he had never seen before. Some buildings looked old while others looked like a giant block of metal. The sky was lined with a shimmering light that surrounded the whole city, a barrier against intruders. In the middle of the city was the College of Girano, the one that was strictly for awakeners. Alexei. A voice called out from behind him that sounded like it barely escaped from between the sky and earth collide. Arthur looked back and saw that Oliver, huffing, was running his way. Congratulations on passing, Arthur said with a smile as Oliver stopped near him, his hands on his knees. Damn you, monster. You didn't even break a sweat after that. Oliver asked with his heavy breathing at intervals. What's your ranking? Arthur paused and showed Oliver his bicep. Oliver's eyes turned around as he gaped. You are blessed by the heavens. Let me kowtow to you, brother. Arthur had to physically drag Oliver with him before he made an embarrassing scene of them. He learned that even though Oliver finished after him by a few minutes, he was ranked 432. In Arthur's opinion, even that was astonishing. After all, Oliver looked more like a merchant than an awakener. Most of the people applying to the college were commoners who had fewer resources than their noble peers. This unjust system made the powerful nobles get more powerful at the expense of the commoners. Sadly, the ruling class passed this off as their duty to get stronger to protect the nation against monsters. There are few genius commoners who were sponsored by guilds or awakeners and managed to break through those social chains. Half of the flying island was connected to the continent of Anera and the other half was connected to Akrina. Arthur could see many students cutting across the farmlands toward the gates of the city. With his hand in his pocket, Arthur used the detection rune to check on Ellen. With worry, he saw that she has yet to reach the island. Something wrong? Oliver saw him frowning and asked. Arthur shook his head. Anyway, I never thought you'd have it in you. You were running on those chains like a mistress running from a wife. Same goes to you, only if the mistress was a balloon. Arthur wished to say but he knew better than to hurt the pride of a noble. His face broke into a smile when he saw a petite figure land on the island. He didn't know what her number was, but he knew she passed judging from her expression. Arthur sighed in relief as he stopped using his rune and made his way to the city's gates with Oliver. The paths that came from the farmlands began merging. Before long, all of the paths on the side of Anera merged into one giant path that ended with the giant gate of the city. The students gathered, each eyeing each other warily. The crowd parted when they saw Arthur's number, who was in the top 100. Even though it wasn't guaranteed that the top 200 people were the ones that would be admitted in the end, their chances were higher. They looked at him as if he was an exotic animal, which he might be. Most of the students in the top 100 were nobles, the cream of the crop of their families, the proud sons and daughters of heaven, and there was also Arthur. A bastard nobility that had no place in either faction. He was neither a commoner nor a noble. Yet, did Arthur himself care? As if, Arthur smiled as he walked together with Oliver. He would have assumed a timider personality if he was a commoner, but nobles had that air around them. The entitlement. The crowd kept growing as the students gathered in front of the gate. There were almost 2,000 of them before no more students started appearing. The collective noise of the crow spread like bees buzzing, only stopped when a man appeared suddenly on top of the walls. Radiating a heroic presence, the man stood with his hand behind his back. He had neatly combed hair with a thin mustache. His mouth made a straight line as he surveyed the surrounding with an examining eye. With blue eyes and smooth skin, this man was handsome. "Welcome, young ones." He wasn't shouting, but his voice was loud. "I'm the principal of Girano College, Henrik Ozzy." The student stared with reverence at the youngest Astroranker to ever appear. He was a living legend that broke through to the Astrorank at the age of 30. Arthur noticed that while he was talking, an artifact translated his words. So even if there were people who didn't understand his language, the artifact would work to turn the words into something understandable by the listener. "I congratulate you for passing the first step, you have done well. Sadly, Girano College only accepts 200 students per year. Of course, that doesn't include our non-awakeners." Arthur had read that the city of Girano had other colleges, also under Girano. However, those didn't have a curriculum for awakeners, so only those who focused on other fields could attend it. "Our job is to build a generation that would stand strong against the odds thrown at the human race. Remember, a person is not judged solely by his strength, but his character." Squinting his eyes, Arthur pondered his words. It was the first time he heard something like this from a person of the older generation. As he knew, the man in front of him was from the theocracy of Shan. He had never met anyone like that before. Master Ronin had told him that the theocracy of Shan was the only place ruled by the common blood, not the 7 families. That meant that out of every nation in this world, that nation was the only place that didn't want to kill him. "Now, follow your seniors and teachers inside the city. The next test will test your adaptability and wits, so make sure to do your bests." Henrik smiled and vanished like smoke. "Those of top 100 follow me." A person shouted before another one stepped up. Each one of them took 100 students with him as they entered the city. "You'll be on your own now, brother," Oliver said with a painful expression. "Make sure you pass." He patted Arthur on the shoulder. Arthur looked at him with a confused expression. Why did it sound like he was taking care of Arthur all along? Well, he did allow Arthur to use his jet. "I wish you luck too, Oliver. Let's pass together." Arthur ignored Oliver's words and replied with a smile. "And hook up with strong and elegant beauties." "Definitely not that, good luck." Arthur walked away after shaking his head. He headed toward the teacher, who was a man in his mid-20s. Arthur was the last to arrive in the group of the top 100. He saw one thing in common between all of them, and that was that they were scary. Sparks flew out from their eyes as they looked with hostility at each other. Arthur saw that most of them wore elegant clothes, a sign of them being nobility. However, they had different appearances as each person was from a different nation. As Arthur was looking around for a person he recognized, he saw a familiar back that he didn't know who it was. It wasn't a student, but rather a senior student wearing the uniform of Girano College. The young man turned around and Arthur got to see his face. With a handsome face and arrogance engraved into his feature, the genius berserker stood there proudly. Aaron Volder. Arthur found himself unconsciously clench his fists as his eyes sharpened. He breathed out as he tried to ignore him. He knew that Aaron was a student at Girano, even before he got into the trial. Last year, it has been major news that he ranked among the top 20 in the exam. Aaron walked past him, not realizing his identity. He was leading a group of students too as they tried to flatter him. "Is everyone here?" The person that was in charge of them was also a student, a beautiful woman in her early 20s. She had a kind look as she looked around, making sure everyone was there. "I'm your senior, Linda. Please follow me inside." Linda started walking toward the gate as the students followed her like ducklings. Arthur looked among the crowd until he found the person that carried the number 1 in his group. A neat-looking person who had white hair that rested on his shoulder. His eyebrows and eyelashes were also white as his eyes were scarlet. Arthur had no idea if this was a handsome woman or a pretty man, but this person gave a calming feeling. Chapter 203, Pocket Dimension. "Miss Ray, let's follow after our senior." A man stepped up toward the number 1 ranker and gestured toward the gate. The person in question, named Ray, reminded Arthur of a person he met a long time ago, Faye. They looked similar with their fully white hair, brows, eyelashes. This person was much more amicable as she smiled sweetly and nodded. Arthur joined the group as they followed Linda toward the inside of the city. They passed through the gate that was of golden color and had the word East engraved on top of it. So, there are other gates. This explains why there weren't 5,000 students gathered in front of the gate. Arthur thought as he walked through the building of the outer sides of the city. With wide streets that had trees shadowing them, the city looked like a giant garden. The greenish colors of the trees and plants seemed inseparable from the red, gray, white, and black bricks of the buildings. There were fountains between every few buildings that had kids playing around them. As the students passed, the kids looked at them with awe as some of them pointed at others and whispered. Arthur smiled lightly at their antics. These were the children of blacksmiths, potion masters, runes masters, and other people who had resided in Girano after the college invited them to work here. After walking around the city and allowing the students to be amazed by it, Linda led them to a giant building that looked like an ancient castle. It had a rose window above its archway that reflected light in brilliant colors. The students went through the passageways until they reached a yard. Even with 100 students, the yard was gigantic. This was a given since the island itself had a large land coverage. The building itself looked like a stadium, making the purpose of it all more mysterious. "Senior, what are we doing here?" asked the man who was talking to Ray earlier, the second ranker. Arthur found him to be familiar, but couldn't exactly remember who he was. "Young ones are hasty," Linda chuckled. She looked around as if to make sure everyone was here before beginning her explanation. "You must know that students at Girano College hunt regularly, right?" Most of the students nodded. Linda spread her arm toward one of the archways that were securely shut. It was also a part of the building, but it was in a different direction than that they arrived from. "We do that here, through pocket dimensions. Some of you might know them as dungeons. Our college found a way to control these dimensions and set the rules for them, allowing them to be great testing grounds." "You mean?" Ray raised her eyebrows with a grin as she took a step forward. Arthur's interest was piqued. If dungeons could be controlled, then didn't that mean someone could have something similar to a storage artifact, but with the extra feature of allowing life within it? His family could hide safely in such a dimension and even his goblins could accompany him wherever he went. Kira wouldn't be required to be left behind anymore and can stay with him. If such a storage artifact can be created, Arthur wanted it. The possibilities are endless with such a rune. And if such a rune existed, didn't that mean? Given enough mana, you can create a world. Arthur's heart raced. He remembered the last fragment of the art of creation. Once practiced to perfection, it would give you limitless mana. This was no longer the realm of humans. This is the work of gods. Such a notion was incomprehensible. Terrifying, even. There no longer ranks or borders, this was straight-up omnipotence. All runes in existence combined with infinite mana. Arthur imagined. Isn't that godhood? Your next test will be in a dungeon. You must survive for 10 days or reach the goal. A friendly reminder from your senior, Linda nodded at Ray. With a smile and explained. Then she winked at them and gave them some advice. Rarely do those who wait manage to pass. The tension rose in the air. 10 days. None of them imagined the second exam would take so long. The second test was always a mystery because it would be different for each year. It seems that they gave different rules for dungeons each year. Linda proceeded to explain the rest of the rules. All of your artifacts would be taken away when you teleport into the dungeon. Remember, only 1,000 of you get to pass. That means a 20% passing rate. Make sure to do your best to reach the goal. None will die, so don't worry. What's the goal? A student asked. You'll arrive on an island that is filled with danger. None of your artifacts will be available and would need to reach a different island. How to get there is up to you. Linda said before she started walking toward the doorway. Please make a line according to your number. Linda stood by the locked door as she gripped the handle of the latch. And I wish you the best of luck. She pulled hard and the door opened with a bang. Chaotic mana filled the surrounding as strong winds followed. The robes of the people around started fluttering and Arthur's simple white shirt was the same. Ray, excited and energetic, bolted toward the portal. The second ranker paused before following after her. One by one, they started disappearing into the portal as the remaining ones grew anxious. "Don't worry, you'll start at the same time." Linda chuckled. The expression of the rest turned from anxious into relieved into resolute. Finally, it was Arthur's turn. He walked briskly into the portal as he felt his artifacts disappear. However, his subspace was untouched as it was considered a part of his ability. The next moment, Arthur found himself standing on sand. He looked around and saw a greenish sea colliding with the white sandy beach. He was on an island with the sea on one side and the forest on the other. The sand was cool under his feet as he started walking toward the sea. The sea's color was ominous, so Arthur didn't dare to touch it. He found a tree's branch on the ground and threw it into the water. Sizzling sounds came from the branch as Arthur saw that it dissolved into ashes. Arthur looked around and saw that there was another island a far distance away, making it appear like a dot on the horizon. That was the goal. As he was still studying the surrounding, Arthur heard a whistling sound as someone emerged from the trees. The newcomer looked around and spotted the island as Arthur used his stealth rune to hide. The men directly flew in the air as wind surrounded him. Arthur watched with amazement, slightly anxious, as the men soared across the skies using his winds. When the men reached a distance away, strong winds appeared as it started pushing him to the side. As he was busy steadying himself against the strong winds, a wave of acid rolled over. Arthur watched as the men struggled before falling into the sea and disappearing. His heart felt cold. Luckily, this was simply a test and the men wouldn't die. However, there was something gory about seeing a man fall into acid. Well, let's learn from his noble sacrifice and take it slow. Arthur sighed. Sounds like a plan, but how do we cross over the acid? I don't know yet. Maybe there's. Arthur answered before he stopped mid-sentence. He turned around and saw someone standing a few meters away. It was Ray who was looking at him with interest. That's a nice skill you have there, Ray said as her eyes glowed dangerously. Maybe there's what? Arthur realized she was talking about his stealth. Maybe there's a special way inside the island, Arthur said as he took a step back. Ray laughed as she nodded. Don't worry, I won't gain anything by wasting my time. With those words, she disappeared into the forest. Arthur didn't like this person. Despite her outgoing and easy personality, she felt dangerous. As if she only wanted a reason to attack you or go wild. She was like an untamed beast who was finally allowed to play in the jungle. How did I not sense her approach? Arthur admitted he was distracted by the man's failure. However, he would still notice in usual cases. Is it her ability? He has never seen her fight or use her ability, but Arthur knew she was strong. Somehow, everyone that looked like that shared that trait. Arthur decided to head deeper into the forest to look for possible clues on how to leave the island. Principal Henrik said it was about adaptability and wits, so it seems this test will take a while. Judging from the fact that all of the students should be on this island and how long its beach stretched, it must be massive. There must be a way to cross the acidic sea and it would need students with critical thinking to come up with a solution. Chapter 204, Ruins. The vegetation covering the center area of the island could be considered a forest at parts and a jungle at others. Some spacings could be used to travel in between the trees, but some areas seemed to have been thrown in a blender together. Before he went too deep into the forest, Arthur used his detection rune to gain a better understanding of his surroundings. Astoundingly, he would have to use a lot of his mana to cover the whole island. With how dangerous it is to do so, he settled for covering the few kilometers around him. Are these? Arthur frowned as he sensed the terrain. Ruins. There was stone architecture around the island, in varying shapes and degrees of disintegration. The vegetation has resided in most of them, but some of them were intact enough to form structures. Logically, anyone that has seen these ruins would assume they held the answer to leaving this place. Arthur looked for an intact structure nearby and noted that there were life sources of varying strengths around it. Students. Anne. Arthur frowned as he used his stealth rune again. He then used his latest rune as a shadow creature was created in front of him. Be my eyes, love. Arthur pointed toward the direction of the ruins and the shadow started running across the forest. Arthur slipped into a tree as he kept his guard up. He then shared his senses with the shadow creature. It slipped across the forest. As it was running, it came across another creature. With a growl, the giant twin-headed coyote glared at the shadow creature. It was almost 3 meters tall and each fang was as long as an adult's hand. It had a single horn protruding from each head as it crackled with electricity. The monster seemed hostile yet cautious of the unknown shadow creature. To his dismay, Arthur realized this monster was at the peak mid-tier. However, he wasn't Arthur's target this time around. That's why the moment the coyote threw a lightning attack toward the shadow, Arthur made the shadow slip into the darkness and escape. The shadow re-emerged a distance away and resumed running. After traveling for a while and dodging another threatening monster, the shadow finally saw the ruins at the bottom of a valley. These are ancient knights. Arthur frowned as he looked at the figures that roamed the ruins. They were giant stone-armored golems holding different kinds of weapons. At the center of the ruins stood a giant golem with its hands around its spear that was lodged in the earth. Arthur could see that some students had found the ruins, but were too cautious to approach the knights. Their judgment was sound since from their life forces, Arthur could sense the existence of high-tier monsters. The question is, what are these ancient knights guarding? Arthur decided to venture further into the ruins. However, his shadow would probably not make it. There was not much time left before the shadow disappears, so Arthur decided to make use of it. With agility at the later stages of the Neo rank, the shadows began running madly across the valley. Arthur saw the students passing by as the shadow ran madly across the farmlands. They freaked out and pointed as the fully black creature passed by them. Ah! What was that? A monster. It's a shadow monster. The test had such a troublesome thing. The shadow left panic in its trail as it cut across the valley. As it approached the first ancient knight, the knight turned to face him and brandished his sword. With a vertical slash, the knight split apart the earth. The shadow managed to slip in time with its agility and ran madly toward the center of the ruins. Another ancient knight, much bigger than the last, appeared from behind a pillar filled with vegetation. It attacked with the base of its shield as it tried to slip the shadow in two, but the shadow dissolved and appeared from within its shadow. The cries of the students rang louder in Arthur's ears, coming from his shadow's senses. The shadow then slipped into the ruins as it began navigating through its architecture and using it to its advantage. The knights were alerted and they began to surround the shadow and cut its escape routes. Every time that happened, the shadow would slip into the shadow space and slip away. Arthur's mana was draining, but it was worth it to know how to exactly pass this test. As the shadow's time was reaching its limits, Arthur finally arrived at the central plaza where the giant ancient knight stood tall and mighty. It was about 10 meters tall and its spear was just as gigantic. Arthur knew he had no way of dealing with this monster using his shadow alone, so he commanded the shadow to avoid the knight and seek what lied inside the plaza surrounded by many pillars. The shadow did as he was commanded and began running to the side of the knight. It then dived deeper as the knight took out his spear from the ground. The knight thrust his spear in as wind stormed the ruins. The spear cut across the shadow's torso, making it start disintegrating. The shadow didn't stop until the last seconds and, while it was half torn, kept trying to get into the plaza. At the last second, before it disintegrated, Arthur managed to see 3 crystals floating inside the plaza. The connection between them got cut off and Arthur felt another portion of his mana disappear. It was the mana that kept the shadow functioning and it has now lost its host. I guess the key is in those crystals. Are they teleportation crystals or can they grant an immunity toward the acid? Arthur emerged from the shadow as he considered his options. He wasn't in a particular hurry to pass the exam since he knew the others couldn't take down those knights easily. To be frank, he would have a hard time against them if he fought them all by himself. Unless he uses his release rune, he wouldn't be able to take down that knight. I guess it's time to level up. Arthur decided that since this was a dungeon, the monsters here should be real monsters placed here by the college. If that was the case, he can level up. In the beginning, his levels didn't give him a lot of bonuses. Now, however, each level gave him 4 stats and legacy points. Every 10 levels, his legacy gave him new functions. Arthur didn't know if that would be the same forever, but he liked the excitement of getting new functions. Arthur crouched and jumped up and landed on a tree branch. With light steps, he began traveling toward the direction of the ruins. Although he could use his teleport rune, he didn't know if the owner of this pocket dimension could sense the change in space. Furthermore, he didn't know the risks of teleporting in an unstable space. His direction wasn't the ruins themselves, but the monster that his shadow met. Luckily, using his detection rune, Arthur managed to find the twin-headed coyote. "Hello there, sir." Arthur landed in front of the coyote that was crackling with lightning. "I'm very sorry to disturb your evening, I mean morning." The coyotes growled at him as its salvia fell from both of its mouths, lightning gathering on its single horn. "However, I desperately need to get stronger." Arthur grinned as adrenaline rushed through his vessels. "So let's have a good battle." The world was dyed with light as the lightning descended on Arthur. The protective rune protected him and sustained the attack as Arthur rushed forward. The other head's attack arrived later and Arthur used shadow space to cut across the shadows. He appeared from beneath the coyote as he grabbed the fur of its lower maw and pulled hard. He raised his knee and struck the coyote in the throat as it whimpered. The other head bit on Arthur's arm before he could pull it away. His arm turned monstrous as it was covered with a metallic luster. The coyote's fangs dug into his flesh, but they were superficial wounds that would heal easily. "You won't be anemic anymore, don't worry." Arthur grinned as he punched with his fist. The coyote's head was flung away and Arthur saw it try to gather electricity with its other head. He slapped the head away as the lightning struck a grove full of trees. From his peripheral view, Arthur saw a white light clash against the lightning as a figure appeared. "It's her again." Arthur frowned when he saw that it was the white-haired Ray. She had an excited grin on her face that made chills run through Arthur's spine. However, the coyote was already trying to attack him again. Arthur used his full strength and struck one of the heads, making a dent in its skull. The other howled in pain as the head dead, but Arthur gave it no time to retreat. He pushed his hand into its mouth as he used his skill. Bladeless wind storm. The wind ripped through the coyote's body from the inside and it fell to the ground, limp and unmoving. "You have a foul habit of following people," Arthur glared at Ray in anger. He had used his detection rune but still failed to detect her presence. "You're the one who stole my prey, humph." Ray pouted in anger. She then licked her lips as she glanced at the coyote. "Are you eating that?" "Eat." Arthur was stunned. He remembered that the students had no storage artifacts, so they had to hunt for food. Chapter 205, Ray. "I need to say that from what I saw, your strength is above someone who's ranked 69. Ray smacked her lips and turned back to face him. "Want to fight me? The blood will clot if we don't bleed the body." Arthur pointed at the coyote as he diverted her attention. It seems that worked as she turned panicky. "We'll need a blade for that," Arthur said. "We don't have that here and there's no need." Ray waved her hand and white light, that danced around like fabric, emerged from her hand. The ethereal fabric seemed to be controlled by her. It wrapped itself around the coyote's feet and held it upside down in the air. With another wave, the fabric turned into a blade and cut off its heads cleanly from the base of its neck. "You could have just cut off its blood vessels." "As if I know where they are. It's not like we're eating its head." "There's no we. I'm out." Arthur began walking away as he wanted nothing to do with this person. The further he was from the limelight, the better it was for him. "Wait." She called out, but Arthur had no plans of waiting. "Please wait." The hint of panic made Arthur turn his head. He saw her looking at him and then she looked in the direction of the ruins. "Someone is trying to steal our food." Arthur used his detection rune at her words and found that several monsters were heading their way. He was confused for the reason and realized it must be the stench of blood that has drawn them. "Just leave the body here. Furthermore, you can probably handle it by yourself." "I can't fight them while protecting the food." "Did you just ignore the option of leaving it?" Arthur paused and then he heard a growl coming from her stomach. He was stunned since they haven't been here for long in the dungeon for anyone to get hungry. "I have a high metabolism. Find another prey. There's none that would be enough to sate my hunger." She looked at him with her scarlet eyes like a puppy would. Arthur mulled over it for a second and decided to take advantage of the situation. "Tell me how you sneaked up on me without me noticing and I'll help you." Arthur wanted to know what kind of ability was that. After all, even his detection didn't work on her. She hesitated. "Welp, I guess you're on your own," Arthur said, and a beastly growl came from behind the trees. As they turned to look at it, it was a giant bear with spikes over its body. It looked at the body that was hovering midair with greed and hunger. Another sound came from behind them as a giant serpent hissed, coiling around a giant tree. It looked at the two with its giant eyes as its tongue flailed in the air. This ethereal fabric allows me to conceal my presence at certain conditions. Ray finally gave in and answered him as she saw that even if she wanted to leave the coyote here, it would be hard to run away from these two beasts. Both of them were at the high tier, so it was hard for a single Ray ranker to take them down. I didn't sense you even with a skill of mine. It can also deflect magic at certain conditions. Geez, how overpowered is that fabric? Arthur was amazed and nodded as he turned to face the serpent. He didn't plan on leaving before absorbing the coyote, to begin with. However, he was looking for the time she would be distracted. I'll take the serpent and you can handle the bear, Arthur told her, since he had a special enmity toward this family of monsters. After all, he can still remember how that giant serpent almost ended his life. Can you handle a high-tier monster? Ray asked with interest, but Arthur simply shook his head. I can hold it off at most. He didn't wish to reveal that he was strong enough to take them both down easily. However, it seems that Ray didn't have a problem doing that. Her only fear was her food being snatched. All right, that's good for me. Ray placed the coyote's giant body on the ground as she walked toward the bear. Arthur glanced at her as he prepared himself. The bear roared and started attacking right off the bat. The fabric danced around Ray's hands as it stretched and protected her. The monster in front of Arthur wasn't any different, but Arthur simply used his new rune, restrain. The mana rope held the snake into the tree and it began to thrash around. The trees broke down and Arthur simply used more ropes to stop the snake from slithering. The snake couldn't move much because of its lacking strength, and Arthur thought he could see tears in its eyes. Sorry bro, I'm not the boss around here. Arthur shrugged as he waited on the side. He had decided to make this restrain rune his ability in front of people. So even though it wasn't overpowered, he would still be useful in parties and other groups. He watched as Ray massacred the poor bear. She was stronger than Arthur if he didn't use his release rune. This monstrous was stronger than someone who can absorb the monster's essence to get stronger. Oh right, Arthur remembered and walked toward the coyote. He touched it and saw Ray's head jerk his way. Do you have a nose at the back of your head? Geez. I'm not stealing it. Arthur said, and Ray's attention was pulled back toward the bear after looking at Arthur suspiciously. He couldn't believe the audacity of this person claiming the food that he hunted as her own and still doubting that he would steal. He read the notifications as he watched Ray fight the bear. Although the word fight was inappropriate since it was one-sided bullying. The serpent hissed as it began thrashing about. It seemed to sense its end as it looked at Arthur with begging eyes. Arthur sighed as he shook his head apologetically. The serpent's body began glowing as the poison began coming out of its scales, spreading to the surrounding. Ray, this monster is about to poison your food, Arthur called out, and Ray turned her head with such ferociousness that the serpent flinched. You dare. The fabric turned into a spear and impaled the bear's head before Ray began walking toward the restrained serpent with anger. The fabric covered the poisoned ground as she walked upon it and kicked the serpent away, making it slam into a tree before uprooting it. Arthur unrestrained the monster and it ran away from Ray. She looked at him with a questioning look and he simply shrugged. My mana is over. It was far from being over, but she didn't need to know that. I did as I promised and now, I'm leaving. You don't want any food? Ray pointed at the coyote, but Arthur shook his head. The meat would be extremely hard to chew given the mass and muscles of such a monster. His words seemed to make Ray emotional, as if he had spared her of a great calamity. She nodded before turning toward the coyote. Before she could say anything else, Arthur ran away from her. He had no plans of befriending the number 1 ranker of this year. He didn't know if there were hidden dragons among the rest of the students, but this one was monstrous. Her ability and physical strength were so overpowered that he doubted she gained them through natural means. Arthur followed the trail on the ground and the leftover poison as he tracked down the serpent. Luckily, he managed to catch up to it before it managed to hide. Arthur jumped high in the air and kicked it in the back as it hissed. If the monster could talk, it would ask the heavens why Arthur was so fixated on it. Sadly, it didn't know the existence of something called stats points for Arthur. Rucky, kill it for me. Arthur commanded as he restrained the monster. Gladly, my lord. Rucky replied as she appeared from his shadow and flapped her wings. She soared in the air before she dived down, her feet turning into shadow blades. They cut across the serpent's flesh and ended its life. Even though her stats were half of Arthur's, her ability was destructive toward the living tissue. Compared to the normal ether, the shadows had a higher penetration ability. The monster died after being attacked by Rucky again and again. "What about me, Master?" Arthur heard Lilo ask in his head and sighed. He felt as if he had two kids who vied to win his praise. Well, Kira was sadly not here. A dragon, a shadow queen, and a wolf. That would be a cool combination. "Sorry Lilo, I want to keep you a secret since you're so strong." "Hee hee, all right, Master." The dragon laughed happily at his praise and fell asleep inside his consciousness again. It seemed it needed more sleep because it was still a toddler. Arthur asked Rucky to kill the serpent because he wanted to test something. As he touched the monster and absorbed it, he confirmed his theory. So, this proved that even if one of his followers killed the monster, he can still absorb it as it would count as his. If that was the case, what if he had an army of shadow creatures? Chapter 206, Sandman. Arthur found a high tree that he sat on and took out food from his subspace. These meals have been stored when they were hot, so they were always delightful to eat. He ate his crispy chicken sandwich. This chicken was fed mana-rich plants, so its meat didn't differ much from the monster's meat, and it was a lot tastier. As he ate his lunch, he overlooked the many students that were struggling to form groups, construct camps, and fight against monsters. Emma, Oliver, Ellen, Amelia. Arthur tried to remember who else was taking this exam, but he wasn't sure. After all, he didn't know a lot of people at his age to begin with. He hasn't met Emma and Amelia yet, so he hoped they did well, albeit for different reasons. He didn't think Amelia was his friend and he wasn't particularly fond of her, but he had invested some time and effort into her, so he would be happy to see her pass. As for him passing the exam, Arthur wasn't that worried. The only worrisome thing is that he shows too much of his strength. He didn't know if this place was watched, and he had already shown outstanding physical strength. He can just teleport into the ruins and steal the crystals, or simply have Rucky dive in to get them for him. In both ways, he would reveal abnormal abilities. He had already revealed his shadow and hoped it would be taken as a scouting skill. This island was truly huge. After eating his lunch, Arthur traveled across the forest until he reached the end of it. Weirdly enough, he found a desert. It was the first time that he was in such a landscape, and the fact that an island had this variety made it more believable that this space was controlled by someone. Arthur started running across the drylands looking for monsters to hunt. As the sand shifted, Arthur stopped in his tracks as a giant scorpion appeared. The scorpion attacked with its tail, but Arthur simply used his restrain rune before killing it. His new rune was extremely useful against ordinary monsters that couldn't break through it. Despite being of the peak mid-tier, this monster gave him a single point only. This proved to say that he was getting less from this tier since got stronger. Arthur used his detection rune and searched along the desert for monsters. However, it seemed most of them were hiding as the scorpion was. That's why he directed his range toward the underground and found several monsters moving in the sand. There were giant worms, scorpions, sandmen, lizards, and other monsters that he couldn't identify by their outline. A sense of déjà vu struck him when he found the roots of the underlying structure. As he extended his range, he sensed the existence of a building that was buried beneath the sand. Is it another set of ruins? Arthur pondered and decided to go there. He couldn't showcase his real powers in the middle of the forest, but with how buried this place was, he might slip unnoticed. He reached the structure after an hour and a half of running. The sand made it harder to run, so it had taken him a while. Along the way, he hunted another scorpion and a stone golem and gained perception and stamina respectively. Arthur looked at the inclined entrance in front of him as he sensed the mana overflowing from within it. The sand fell in a curtain once he stepped on it and peeked inside. It was pitch dark with only a small hill of sand that had the light illuminating it. The rest of it was so dark that Arthur couldn't see it. Is it a large space? Arthur squinted his eyes. If there were nearby walls, then there would be a reflection of light that he can pick up with his perception. With that in mind, Arthur used his detection rune. After making sure that there was no immediate danger, Arthur jumped and felt the air rush past his face. He landed on the sand lightly and looked around in caution. Even though he had already used detection, he couldn't be overconfident. After all, Ray has managed to slip by his detection more than once. He was standing in the middle of a giant hall. The entrance he had fallen from was a window that had been broken. Arthur looked around the hall and realized that it was mostly covered with sand. If there was any furniture here before, then it must have been buried already. With light steps and cautious eyes, he started making his way through the hall. As he reached the middle of the hall, the sand began to shift. Arthur frowned and jumped backward as he watched the sand gather. A sandman. Even though it had the word man in it, it wasn't a humanoid creature. As the sand gathered, the shape of a giant sphere began to form. Whips of sand gathered and condensed into physical tentacles. Arthur couldn't sense its life force because this monster could hide as sand. It used its core to control the sand to gain a physical form. In its essence, this was another spiritual parasite like the one that controlled the undead. The sand hissed as it surrounded Arthur. Standing in the middle of it all, Arthur looked at the Sandman that had suddenly manifested. He didn't know what tier this monster could be, but it shouldn't be too higher given it was a part of the exam. Truly, Girano is full of interesting things. Arthur grinned as he took a step forward. A pillar of sand rushed toward him and Arthur constructed a barrier to block it. The sand spread in every direction around the barrier as it began burying Arthur. Once the 5 seconds of the barrier ended, Arthur slipped into his shadow and appeared from within the darkness a few meters away. The monster seemed to sense his existence despite not having any eyes, and it attacked again with another pillar. Seeing its method of fighting, Arthur had a certain idea in his mind. Earth manipulation. The sand began diverting in a 1-meter radius around him. Before, this skill was too mana-consuming for him to use, but now it wasn't that bad. Furthermore, he was simply diverting the direction of the sand to the side. This was the perfect chance to increase the level of this skill, as it was useful sometimes. He didn't have a lot of chances to use it in an actual fight since those chances are rare. His mana was being drained rapidly because of the constant use of the skill. Despite being of a weaker effect than runes, their mana consumption was a lot higher. However, Arthur also saw that the skill's percentage was rising rapidly. He came to a realization that the higher his mana became, the more rapidly he can increase the proficiency of his skills. Well, I can't keep this going. Arthur realized that at some point, his mana wouldn't be enough to take the monster down. I never learned how to kill a sandman though. Such monsters had a core, but with how large the hall was, he had no idea where the core was. It wasn't necessarily inside of its body, although that possibility can't be ruled out. Arthur began walking toward the monster. It seems the monster realized how ineffective its attack was, so it started to control the sand under Arthur. As the sand parted ways, Arthur found himself diving deeper. A little shrewd, don't you think? Arthur muttered as he looked at his sinking feet. Given the right environment, it seems even weaker monsters could pose a threat. Arthur entered his shadow space as he traveled toward the monster. He appeared right below it and jumped before the monster could react. With a punch, the sand scattered everywhere, but there was no core. You're starting to annoy me. Arthur frowned before he used his art. As he became connected to existence a little, Arthur felt the connection formed between the sand and the monster. Tracing it back to its origins. Found you. Arthur grinned before he rushed toward an inconspicuous part of the hall. As the sand tried to block him, Arthur used his skill to divert it. He felt the core try to slip away from him, but Arthur used another rune, Force, to push away the sand that was surrounding him. He spotted a blue core floating and trying to slip away, but Arthur dashed and threw his arm, turning the sand into a wall around it. With nowhere to go, the core was grabbed by Arthur as it tried to wiggle free. A violent sandstorm surrounded Arthur all of a sudden. As lightning crackled. Luckily, the parasite couldn't control the lightning, so it didn't attack Arthur with its first volley. Arthur injected the core with mana and watched as it turned into a purple shade similar to those crystals. The sand died down as the storm stopped and Arthur was left alone in the hall. Chapter 207, Not So Useless. Is this a crystal just like those protected by the ancient knights? Arthur tilted his head in confusion. He examined the crystal and injected it with more mana. Suddenly, the crystal turned elastic and he was able to stretch. The moment he stopped injecting it with mana, Arthur found that it stopped stretched and assumed a solid shape. The elasticity of the crystal was extremely unrealistic as Arthur was able to stretch it for 2 meters. What do I exactly do with this? Arthur was confused. Is it resistant to acid? He wondered. He guessed he can probably make a raft out of this of a small boat. It seems Girano College has chosen to raise the bar for this test. Arthur shook his head. The Sandman was handled by him because he could counter it. For others, however, it would be extremely difficult to do so. Now, he was sure that there are different ways to obtain a crystal. The ruins protected by the ancient knights had to be tackled by a team to obtain the crystals. However, those awarded 3 crystals only. For the Sandman, who was a troublesome opponent, it awarded Arthur with a crystal once he was able to defeat it. With this, he can probably make a small boat that would lead him to the goal. I'm not leaving now, of course. Arthur thought to himself. If he was the first to leave the island, he wouldn't be that undercover. He compressed the crystal into a ball again and placed it in his pocket. Arthur looked around and saw the single archway that led to the rest of the structure. He started walking cautiously and left the hallway. It was a giant corridor with walls that had many cracks. Arthur looked at both sides and saw that both of them stretched endlessly into the darkness. I need to think carefully which way to go. All right, I'll go right. Things can't go wrong if I go right. As he began walking in the corridor, the darkness stretched far, but with his superhuman perception, he had no problem seeing. He also kept using his detection rune in a limited area to not use a lot of mana. After all, he spent a lot of it during the earlier fight. Arthur decided to see how much his skill changed after the fight. After making sure that no harm was nearby, he opened his legacy. Earth Manipulation, E, 66%. By expanding most of his mana on this skill in a single fight, he raised his skill percentage from 39% to 66%. He hoped to meet another Sandman so that he can level up this skill of his. As he was walking, Arthur heard a rumble before the wall split open. From the wall fell several bodies that were tied in bondages. As he looked at them, Arthur sighed. Another spiritual parasite, but this time it controls these mummies. Their level was at the low mid-tier, so they wouldn't be useful to him. However, he can make use of their cores. He used his Restrain rune and Bladeless Storm to kill most of them and picked up their cores. As he was distracted by the mummies, Arthur didn't use his detection rune. He frowned when he heard a rumbling coming from above him. The sand began to fall behind him as the ceiling gave in and crumbled, bringing a load of sand with it. Arg, you bastards! As he used his detection rune, Arthur heard a voice of a young man coming from the rubbles. With his rune, he found several people trying to stand up after they had fallen. You won't escape now, peasant. A haughty voice said threateningly. As the dust cloud settled down, Arthur saw 4 young men standing around. One of them had different clothes, albeit all of them were dusted. He wore jeans with a tight gray sweatshirt. The rest of them wore jackets or sleeveless vests, a sign that they were nobles. As I said, that was my prey. The man in casual clothing said as he dusted his hair. We found it, the nobleman sneered. Faced with such attitude, the man raised the corner of his mouth as he imitated the nobleman. We found it. You noblemen think everything you say is the right thing. You. The nobleman glared at him and threw his hand as a giant pillar of fire appeared from his arm. The men cursed and ran in Arthur's direction. As if to have only noticed Arthur now, the men looked at him with shock. It seems he didn't think anybody would be here in the middle of nowhere. Brother, run! The men shouted in warning as he passed by Arthur. When he saw that Arthur wasn't moving, he stopped and turned back, and tried to grab Arthur's clothes to pull him. Arthur frowned when he saw the incoming flames. The nobleman attacked with no regard to his existence. With a flick of his hand, Arthur created a barrier that deflected the flames easily. Who are you? The nobleman asked with a frown as he saw his flames fall helpless. Arthur was further irked by the man's attitude after he had attacked him. That's none of your concern. Arthur pulled his sleeve from the grasp of the young man as he turned to the nobleman. I have no business with both of you, he glared at the nobleman. Do I take it that you want to fight me too? His words and demeanor made the group of nobles hesitate. Arthur's clothes weren't particularly luxurious, but they also weren't shabby. He wore a white shirt with black smooth trousers. I was attacking that peasant, it's none of your business. The men who attacked said with a frown. Although his words implied that he didn't wish to fight, he wasn't being polite at all. "Say that again and see how I break your bones." Arthur calmly tilted his head. His passive aggressiveness made the noblemen feel uneasy as they took a step back. Although he didn't want trouble, Arthur also hated allowing people to step on him like that. If the nobles wanted respect, they had to earn it from him. He had the strength to stand up to these children. "David, let's go," one of the man's friends suggested. The man in question, named David, glared at Arthur angrily but didn't do anything. He nodded and the other noble summoned wind that carried them away from the underground structure. "Phew, that was so badass," the men behind Arthur said with awe. "Thank you for helping me, brother." "I didn't help you, they simply attacked me." Arthur shrugged as he began heading deeper into the corridor. "You should leave as well. They might be waiting for me, brother." He called out from behind him but Arthur didn't stop walking. "None of my business." "Wait." Arthur heard the young man run after him and frowned. He turned to take a good look at him, making him stop. The man was a bit taller than Arthur with curly black hair. His green eyes and celestial nose made him quite handsome. He fidgeted as Arthur studied him. "I'm not your babysitter. You should have come prepared. Furthermore, you won't die even if they kill you." "I know, but I don't want to fail. If hugging someone's thigh and kissing their ass is what I need to do so I can pass, I'll do it every day for the rest of my life." "I have no use of you," Arthur said with curiosity. "Why would I help you or protect you?" "True, you don't have a use of me yet." The young man nodded. Yet being the key word. "I can serve as a distraction or a bait." With that, the young man stumped on the ground. It happened in an instant and Arthur's eyes widened. He was suddenly looking at two identical people. "We can be of help somehow." The two people echoed each other as Arthur stared at them with great interest. "Is that your ability?" "A part of it." The man nodded as the clone vanished like it didn't even exist. Arthur looked at the place it had occupied with interest as he didn't sense that it was an illusion. "How can you create a new body out of nothing?" "That's my secret." The man smiled. "I may be weak, but I'm not useless," he said with conviction. "All right," Arthur nodded with a smile. "You can follow me around. However, you'd have to do what I say." "Thank you." The man broke into a smile. It seems the fact that Arthur easily blocked that man's attack was the motivation behind his actions. "Don't thank me yet. If I find myself in danger, I'll ditch you immediately. I said you can follow me, not that I would protect you." "That is." The man was stunned. "There's no free lunch in this world." Arthur began walking away as he waved his hand. "It's up to you." After a moment of silence, he heard the men follow after him hurriedly. "That's how I like it." Arthur smiled as the men replied. The two began making their way through the corridor before he remembered that he didn't know the man's name. "It's Jonah," the men smiled. "Jonah Raver." "What's yours?" "It's Alexei Linen." "Let's not disappoint each other, Jonah Raver." Arthur smiled back at him. Chapter 208, Gangster. Jonah Raver was a gangster. Arthur noted that fact silently as he saw the handsome man kicking the mummy to death while cursing it. The mummy was issuing some unknown sounds, probably begging for mercy. "You little shit, you think you can bite me with those teeth? My ancestor has better teeth than yours." Arthur thought he must have special hate toward the poor mummies, but it was proved otherwise soon enough. Jonah Raver hated nothing, he was simply a gangster. He did the same to a giant beetle that happened to cross his path. "You can go ahead, boss." Very gangster-like, he started calling Arthur boss. Arthur felt weird that a young man his age was this submissive. However, he started calling him boss after Arthur took down a scorpion-snake hybrid. At that time, Jonah cowered back like a kitten behind Arthur. He was a classic example of brave against the weaklings and a scared kitten in front of the strong. Of course, not that there was anything wrong with that. Everyone did their best to survive. Arthur was the same and that's why his current goal was to get stronger. Given the environment, there were a lot of chances to level up his skills as well. Even a better skill can help him if things were dire. "Boss, what's your rank in the chain of fortune?" 69. "Nice. I mean, that's kind of low given your strength, Jonah said as he looked at the wiggling mummy in front of them. Arthur had used his ability to restrain the monster. But I guess that makes sense given your ability is limited. Jonah, you ask too much, Arthur said as he raised his hand and killed the mummy using his bladeless storm. Jonah looked at him with awe as he showcased his skill. Let's go, Arthur said, and the two kept heading deeper into the ruins. Eventually, they reached an intersection. The path diverged into two sides. One of them was locked with a giant door while the other was wide open. Which way to go, boss? Jonah asked as he scratched his head. I think we should try the open route. We shouldn't waste our time opening doors. Well, we have plenty of time, Arthur said, but Jonah looked at him with doubt. I don't know if you've seen the beach yet, boss. It's an acidic sea. We can't cross to the other island. Jonah said in an earnest warning, and Arthur appreciated it. If there's a way to cross it, wouldn't that be behind this door? Arthur's question made Jonah fall into deep thinking. After a while, he nodded his head and rushed off toward the door. Wait, what are you? Arthur was stunned as he saw the young man sprint toward the door. Ultimate raver kick. Jonah shouted as he flew in the air and kicked the door with both of his feet. However, the door didn't even budge and Jonah trembled to the ground while grabbing his knees. Are you an idiot? Arthur asked with genuine amazement. What if that door was trapped? Arthur knew the door was closed by runes and that's why he wanted to go that way. There's nothing, known to men, that can stand against my flying kick, Jonah said as he messaged his legs. I thought its name was Raver Kick. Yes. Well, the door is still locked. Arthur shrugged. Jonah fell silent and Arthur could see him sulking. He wondered if that kick was that important to him. This door is locked using runes. Even a full-on attack from me can't force it open. Arthur said, trying to mend Jonah's feelings. Whoa, even Boss Alexi's punch, the destroyer of worlds. Jonah was amazed. It seems the time they spent hunting together made him look up to Arthur. You named my punch? Arthur paused as he looked at Jonah. Yes. Do you like it, boss? Jonah stood up as he pounded his chest with pride. Arthur looked at him silently. Well, I guess your names are better than your kicks, Arthur said as he scratched his nose. Deep down, he thought it was a cool name too. Boss, you can try opening it too. Jonah shrugged as he gestured toward the door. Arthur walked toward it without another word. He stood in front of it as he touched the door lightly. Geez, boss. You need to try hard to open it. You can't just. With a rumbling sound, the door began opening. Jonah looked at it with his mouth still open. It seems he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that a simple push from Arthur. So much for now showing off. Arthur sighed in his mind as he turned to explain it. However, Jonah was already in the motion to bow to him. Don't. Arthur's shout made the young man flinch as he coughed awkwardly. Boss, I couldn't help it. Aren't you too strong for this exam? Shut up. This is a runic lock. My father is a runes master and has taught me how to unlock them easily. Arthur has already thought of an excuse and it seemed to work. Oh, all right. Jonah nodded blankly. The two then turned to see what lied beyond the door. It was a lit-up corridor like the last, but this one looked intact, unlike the ruins they were walking in. Are you sure this is safe, boss? Nothing is safe here, and this place is even more dangerous than the outside. If you want to, you can leave. Those noblemen are probably gone by now. Jonah seemed to hesitate as he debated between leaving and following Arthur. I won't guarantee your safety, too, Arthur warned. I'll follow you, boss, Jonah said with resolution. This thigh is too thick to let go of. Don't say it like that. Arthur frowned. Furthermore, if I shy away from a chance to pass this exam, I'll simply end up stuck or dead here, Jonah said heroically as he took a step forward, his expression grave. You can't die in this place, Arthur said quietly, but Jonah pretended that he didn't hear him. With a chuckle, Arthur followed along. The two began walking in the corridor for a few seconds before Arthur had to pull Jonah back. As he had expected, this place was full of traps. Walk behind me and trace my steps. Otherwise, you'll fall into the traps. Arthur said in a deep voice and Jonah nodded. Arthur then began walking slowly and avoiding all of the runes. Luckily, Jonah wasn't clumsy enough to activate them. The two began making their way through the corridor until a monster appeared. "A rope, sir," Jonah said, and Arthur looked gravely. A bundle of ropes was staggering their way and it looked like a person. With ropes swaying around working as arms, the monster carried weapons at their end. This monster was well known because of its uniqueness. It was the interest of many people because of how different it was from usual monsters. It excels at agility and regeneration. Arthur recited the words he read at the academy. It was recorded in a book called Monsters Encyclopedia that he didn't get to finish because it was a series of many parts. "Boss, let me take care of it." Jonah stepped up to the occasion and Arthur looked at him with doubt. "I can do it," he said with confidence, and Arthur slowly nodded. It wasn't that he didn't wish to fight the monster himself or that he didn't want to gain its loot and experiences, but he also wanted to see how well Jonah fights. With a stomp on the ground, Jonah dashed forward as another body appeared suddenly beside him. The doppelganger ran to the side while Jonah ran straight ahead. The ropes twisted and flailed its arms and began thrusting the weapons in Jonah's direction. Jonah raised his wrist as a small shield appeared on it and blocked the attack, despite pushing Jonah a few meters back. Without a pause, he grabbed the rope and pulled on it hard, making the monster lose its balance. Even then, the monster kept attacking him as he blocked. The doppelganger finally arrived from the side and threw itself at the rope's main body. Arthur, who was standing a distance away, heard Jonah shout out a single word. Kaboom! With a loud bang, the doppelganger exploded as it was wrestling with the ropeser. The flames and power of the explosion were enough to damage the core of the monster that is hidden within it, and it fell to the ground, unable to regenerate. Arthur stood there in a daze as he saw Jonah fall to the ground, breathing heavily. He turned toward Arthur as sweat rolled down his face and gave him a thumbs up. "Job's done, boss. Easy peasy." His voice came in intervals as he was inhaling air in between the words. With a crooked smile, Jonah was beaming with pride. Arthur, for the life of him, couldn't understand how someone can smile after blowing up themselves. Chapter 209, Falcon. "Are you all right?" Arthur asked Jonah, whose gait had been wobbly since he had blown off the ropeser. The end result was all right, but the method was questionable. Furthermore, he felt no mana from the weak-looking men. "Yes, just a bit of mana deprivation. From that single attack. It's a skill, boss. You can't judge me for that." Jonah protested, and all Arthur could do was nod. His eyes sharpened as he felt Jonah misstep a place and the trap got activated. Without a pause, Arthur pulled him down as he raised his hand. The arrows that were fired from the walls made clinking sounds as they were deflected off his barrier. "Holy sweet Alara," Jonah muttered in fear as he nodded at Arthur gratefully. "Thank you, boss. Don't mention it. Can you walk?" "Yes, yes." Jonah rose hurriedly. "What is this place?" he asked as he looked around cautiously. "I don't know, but it's filled with runic traps. The amount that we have dodged easily exceeds 100. Arthur shrugged. 100. Jonah gulped with fear. "Maybe we should go back." His voice was trembling. "I told you that you can stay if you want to." Arthur frowned. "It was you who decided to stay, saying that it's all right even if you die." That was a figure of speech. Jonah ruffled his hair as he sighed. "As long as I'm here, the traps aren't an issue. Follow my lead if you want. If you still want to go back, I'll lead you until the door." Seeing that Arthur was still being considerate to him, Jonah coughed in embarrassment. He then shook his head and slapped his cheeks. "I'm sorry, let's keep going." Arthur nodded in approval and kept leading the way. It was a few minutes later that they arrived at a locked door. On the door, 9 squares glowed with bright light. In a 3x3 arrangement, the columns had the number 15 at each end. "Oh, I know this one. Our math teacher taught us that in high school," Jonah said to Arthur's confusion. He then saw Jonah walk toward the door and start writing numbers. 9, 5, 1. Then he saw Jonah try to write the other numbers in a way that every column totaled 15 while not using a number twice. "Is it a riddle?" Arthur muttered. Given that he had skipped most of his high school and the last of his middle school, there were a lot of things he didn't know. Things like math and history were a complete mystery to him. Yes, it's easy. Oh, I fucked up. The moment Jonah's sentence ended, the whole structure began to shake as a door opened in the ceiling. Issuing a low screech, a monster fell from the ceiling toward the two. Arthur pulled Jonah's collar and the two rolled away as the monster that was a humanoid falcon landed in the place they were standing at. Its talons dug through the brick ground as it glared at the two intruders. Jonah, if you do anything again, I'll kill you myself. Now get the hell up. Arthur said through gritted teeth as he looked at the monster. It was a middle-high-tier monster like the undead one. However, this one was a flying monster called the falcon. Its ability to fly would be troublesome. I had nothing to do with it, boss. Jonah said in protestation, but Arthur ignored him. The monster was glaring at them with its large yellow eyes waiting for an opening. As the tension rose, Arthur realized that he can't kill this monster unless he showed a part of his strength. With that in mind, Arthur picked up Jonah as he began running away. Wait. Boss. What are you doing? I can run on my own. Jonah wiggled on Arthur's shoulder and Arthur had the mind to knock him out. If not for the fact that he didn't wish to be discovered by Geronimo, he would have killed the monster using everything he had. This way, he can level up. Arthur turned toward the monster and used his restrain rune. The monster struggled for a few moments, giving Arthur a good lead before it broke the restrain using wind magic. Using the runes for protection, Arthur began escaping from the falcon. The monster flapped its wings and began its pursuit after the two. As he was running, Arthur heard a sniffing. He frowned and turned to Jonah, who was quieter than earlier. Are you crying? No. Boss, I'm so sorry. I'm so useless. He sniffed again. He was crying. I wanted to be useful, I swear. Arthur sighed in his mind. Even though he said he would ditch Jonah if the need arose, he wasn't at that stage yet. Jonah might have thought that he couldn't handle the falcon. However, Jonah seemed to be thinking of things differently. You're not useless, Arthur said as he triggered a trap to hinder the monster. I want you to listen to me, all right? When we get to the door, use your ability to bait the monster outside. I'll make sure we lure him. Do you have enough mana? Yes. Yes. Jonah wiped his eyes and nodded. Arthur smiled as he saw the door getting closer to them. Prepare yourself. 3. Arthur passed through the door and turned to hide beside it. 2. He used his stealth rune on both of them. 1. Go. Jonah's doppelganger appeared and began running deeper into the corridor. However, Arthur's eyes widened when he saw what had appeared. A doppelganger of himself also appeared carrying Jonah. They waited for a few seconds before the falcon passed them. Arthur hurriedly slipped inside as he closed the door and locked it using runes. Seeming to have realized it a tad too late, the falcon began attacking the door in hopes to open it. You can make clones of other people as well? Arthur asked with amazement as he turned to Jonah, who was lying on the ground. However, Jonah didn't answer. Arthur frowned and flipped him and saw his red-colored face like a tomato. He was breathing heavily and his skin was scorching hot. He had gone beyond his limits. Arthur sighed. It seems his ability was still at its early stages. Arthur picked him up and traveled through the corridor again and stood by the door. He had the mind of solving the riddle, which wasn't hard, to begin with. However, he placed Jonah on the ground instead and used his heal rune. He disguised his usage of rune by also injecting some of his mana into Jonah. Usually, that was dangerous as different types of mana would clash against each other and cause internal damage. Arthur's mana was different, however. It was the source of every mana out there, so it was a great supplement. After a few moments and 20 points of mana being drained, Jonah woke up. Cleo. He opened his eyes weakly as he called out. Arthur shook his head and answered. No, it's Alexei. Jonah nodded as he tried to get up. He looked around in confusion. Where is the falcon? He asked. Locked outside. Sadly, we're also locked inside. That's why we need to keep moving forward. Do you think you can solve it for me? No, boss, Jonah shook his head. I'm sorry. I was stupid. You don't even know me, yet I keep dragging you down. You're not dragging me down, didn't you just save me? Now shut up and open the door. Arthur said with a smile. He had seen Jonah's character in a few instances. The first one being the time he came back to pull Arthur away from the flames. The second one was when he tried to share his knowledge with Arthur. The third is when he overdid it to allow them to flee. Allowing himself to be vulnerable in front of others was something not even Arthur can do. On top of all, this guy's ability had a huge potential to it. It might be weak now, but it would be stronger in the future. All right, boss. Jonah nodded in resolution and opened the door. This time, he didn't make any mistake and the door opened easily. Good job, Jonah. Arthur punched his arm lightly and Jonah laughed in embarrassment. Now, keep following me like earlier. The two resumed their exploration as Arthur wondered what was stored inside this place. Since it was left by Geronimo College, it must be a part of the exam. What Arthur didn't know was that this place was the secret chambers of Geronimo College that only a few people had access to. The reason that it was here was the fact that this place was the safest for it and also the most remote. Not in a million years would Geronimo think that there would be a student capable of unlocking the runic door. Arthur's curiosity made him try to venture into one of the most secretive places in the world. Mistletoe members would have been proud if they knew. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.